categories. Immigration is one, right? Is that cultural elitism and cultural liberalism has a fundamental belief that immigration in and of itself is a natural good at any and all levels. All immigrants are like replacement level, that there is no difference between them. Cultural elitism in a foreign policy context it comes back to a lot of that human rights, democracy stuff that I was talking about earlier, which divorces American values from American interests and says that actually American values are American interests. Cultural elitism and liberalism leads to the worship of the post-civil rights era bureaucracy that I talked about from those two books of DEI, of quote-unquote woke, and of progressive social ideology. So I would put all those together as ultimately what MAGA is. It is a screw you. I once drove past, it was in rural Nevada, and I was driving, and I drove past the biggest sign I've ever seen for this NPSJ. And it's a 2020, it just says, Trump, fuck your feelings. And I still believe that it's the most coherent MAGA thing I've ever seen, because everyone's always like, how can a neocon and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK and all these other people, how can they all exist under the same umbrella? And I'm like, it's very simple. All of them have rejected the cultural elite in their own way, certainly, but they've arrived at the same place. It's an umbrella, and it's an umbrella fundamentally, which has nothing to do with the status quo and with the currently established cultural elite. That doesn't mean they're not elite and they're not rich in their own regards. That doesn't mean they don't disagree. But that's the one thing that unites the other. And so that's the way I was going.
Anti-cultural elite, is that synonymous with anti-establishment? So basic distrust of all institutions. Is elitism connected to institutions?
Yes, absolutely, because elites are what runs our institutions. That said, anti-establishment is really not the right word, because there are a lot of left-wingers who are anti-establishment, right? They are against it, but they're not anti-cultural leftism, and that's the key distinction between MAGA and like left populism. Left populism basically does agree. They agree with like basic conceits, like racism is one of the biggest problems facing America. They're like, one of the ways that we fix that is through class-oriented economic programs in order to address that. But we believe in like reparations as a concept. It's just more about how we arrive there. Whereas in MAGA, we would say, no, we actually don't think that at all. We think we've evolved past that. And we think that the best way to fix it is actually similar policy prescription, but the mindset matters a lot. So the real distinction between MAGA and like left populism really is on culture. Trans, in particular, orientation about actually immigration may be the biggest one. Because if you look at the history of Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders was a person who railed against open borders and against mass migration for years. There are famous interviews of him on YouTube with Lou Dobbs, who's one of the hardcore immigration guys, and they agree with each other. Lou is like, Bernie's one of the only guys out there. Bernie, at the end of the day, he had to succumb to the cultural left and its changing attitudes on mass immigration. There's some famous clips from 2015 in a Fox interview that he gave where he started talking about how the open borders is a Koch brothers libertarian concept, right? Because Bernie is basically of a European welfare state tradition. European welfare states are very simply understood. We have high taxes, high services, low rates of immigration. Because we have high taxes and high services, we have a limited pool of people who can experience and take those services. He used to understand that. He changed a lot of his attitude. Bernie also, I will say, look, he's a courageous man and a courageous politician. As late as 2017, he actually endorsed a pro-life candidate because he said that pro-life candidate was, pro-worker. And he's like, at the end of the day, I care about pro-worker policy. Took a ton of shit for it. I don't think he's done it since. So the sad part that's really happened is that a lot of left populist, agenda and other has become subsumed, in the hysteria around cultural leftism, wokeism, whatever the hell you want to call it. And that ultimately that cultural leftism was the thing that really united, the two wings of that party. And that's really why MAGA is very opposed to that. They're really not the same. But left populists can still be anti-establishment. That's the thing.
It's interesting to think of the left cultural elite consuming Bernie Sanders, the left populists. So you think that's what happened?
That's what I would say.
What do you think happened in 2016 with Bernie? Is there a possible future where he would have won? You and Krista wrote a book on populism in 2020. But from that perspective, looking at 2016, if he rejected wokeism at that time, by the way, that would be pretty gangster during 2016. Would he have? Because I think Hillary went towards the left more, right? Am I remembering that correctly?
It was a very weird time. So, yes and no. It wasn't full-on BLM mania like it was in 2020. But the signs were all there. So the Great Awakening was in 2014. I know it's a ridiculous term.
I love it. Please keep saying.
But just to give the origin, the Great Awakening is about the great religious revival in the United States. So people had, because wokeism is a religion, that's a common refrain. They were like, the Great Awakening is a really good term. So,
thank you for explaining the joke. Yeah.
So the Great Awakening is basically when racial attitudes amongst college-educated whites basically flipped on its head. There are a variety of reasons why this happened. I really believe that Ta-Nehisi Coates' case for reparations in the Atlantic is one of those. It radicalized an entire generation of basically like white college-educated women to think a completely different ways. It was during Ferguson, and then it also happened immediately after the Trayvon Martin case. Those two things really set the stage for the eventual BLM takeover of 2020, but fundamentally what they did is they changed racial attitudes amongst college-educated elites to really think in a race-first construct. And worse is that they were rejected in 2016 at the ballot box by the election of Donald Trump, and in response they ramped it up because they believed that that was the framework to view the world, that people voted for Trump because he was racist and not for a variety of other reasons that they eventually voted. And so the point around this question of whether Bernie could have won in 2016, I don't know. Crystal seems to think so. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical for a variety of reasons. I think the culture is honestly one of them. One of Trump's core issues in 2016 was immigration. And Bernie and him did not agree on immigration. And if immigration, even if people did, support Bernie Sanders and his vision for working class people, like the debates and the understanding about what it would look like a healthcare system which literally would pay for illegal immigrants, I think he would have gotten killed on that. But I could be wrong. I will never know, what that would be.
Let me reference you from earlier in the conversation with FDR, not the policy. I think if he went more anti-establishment and more populist, as opposed to trying to be friendly with the GNC.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good counterfactual. Nobody will really know. Look, I have a lot of love for the Bernie 2016. He has a great ad from 2016 called America. You should watch it. It's great. That's another very interesting thing. Unapologetically, that is not something I see in a lot of left-wing circles these days. So he understood politics at a base level that a lot of people did not. But Bernie himself, and then a lot of the Bernie movement was basically crushed by the elite Democratic Party for a variety of reasons. They hated them. They attacked Joe Rogan for even having him on, and for giving him a platform that was ridiculous. Obviously, backfired in their face. But there are a lot of million examples like that. When they attacked Bernie for endorsing a pro-life politician, he never did it again. They attacked Bernie for having Bernie bros, people online, the bros who were super pro Bernie, and it was his fault that his supporters would say nasty things about Elizabeth Warren, and he would defenstrate himself and be like, "Yes, I'm sorry, please, my bro." He's like, "Stop that."
I think that his biggest problem is he never went full Trump. Like he didn't go. Like he kept saying sorry.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And actually, in 2020, I did a ton of analysis on this. He would always do stuff like Joe Biden, my friend. And it's like, no, he's not your friend. He stands for everything that you just said. Everything. He'd be like, yeah, he's a nice guy, but he's not my friend. But he would always be like, Joe and I are good friends, but we have a small disagreement on this. But like you just said, in terms of going full Trump, they wanted to see Trump up there humiliate all of the GOP politicians. They didn't trust him anymore. That's what people really wanted. But the other side of this is that the Democratic base in 2020 was very different from 2016. Because by 2020, they full-on had TDS. And they were basically like, we need to defeat Trump at all costs. We don't give a shit what your name is. Bernie, Biden, whatever. Whichever of you is going to be best defeat Trump, you get them. 2016 is different because they didn't full-on have that love and necessity of winning. By the way, this is a strategic advantage that the Democrats have. Democrats just care about winning. The current base of the party. All they want to do. Republican base, they're going to shoot. They just love Trump. So it's nice to win. But one of those where they will express their case for what they really want. Now, it's worked out for them because it turns out it's a very palpable political force. But one of the reasons why, you won't see me up here doing James Cargill 40 more years is there's a law, something called thermostatic public opinion, where, the thermostat, it changes a lot. Whenever you actually, so when you have a left-wing president in power, the country goes right. When you have a right-wing president in power, the country goes left. Amazing, right? You can actually look at a graph of economic attitudes from the 2 months where Joe Biden became president after Donald Trump. So Republicans, Trump was president the last year in office, economy's great. 2 months later, the economy is horrible. That is a perfect example of thermostatic opinion, and I'm not counting these Democrats out. 2004, George W. Bush wins the popular vote. He has a historic mandate to continue in Iraq. By 2006, he's toasting. We have a massive midterm election, and by 2008, we're writing books about 40 more years how there's never going to be a Republican in office ever again. So things can change a lot in a very short period of time.
I think also for me personally, maybe I'm deluded, sort of great man view of history. I think some of it is in programming circles, the term skills issue. I think some of it just has to do with how good you are, how charismatic you are, how good you are as a politician. Maybe you disagree with this. I'd love to see what you think. I think if you were allowed to run for many terms, I think Obama would just keep winning. He would win 2016, he would win 2020, he would win this year, 2024.
It's possible, but I would flip it on you, and I would say Obama would never be elected if there were no terms, because Bill Clinton would have still been president. Yeah. So
well, those two, right?
Yeah.
That's two examples of exactly. They extremely skilled politicians, and somehow can appear like populists.
Man, Bill Clinton was a force on his time, and it's honestly sad what's happening. I was actually just talking with a friend the other day. I'm like, I kind of don't think that presidents should become president when they're young because they live to see themselves become irrelevant. And that must be really painful because I know what it takes to get there. Imagine being Clinton. I mean, your entire legacy was destroyed with Hillary Clinton in 2016. And then imagine being Obama, who in 2016 you could argue is a one-off and say that Trump is just, Hillary was a bad candidate. But Michelle and Barack Obama went so hard for Kamala Harris, and they just got blown out in the popular vote. I mean, the Obama era officially ended with Donald Trump's re-election to the presidency in 2024. And that was a 20-year period where Obama was one of the most popular central figures in American politics. But I want to return to what you're saying because it is important. And by the way, I do not support the term limits on the presidency.
Are you a fascist?
Well, that would imply that I don't believe in democracy. I actually do believe in democracy because I think the people, if they love their president, should be able to reelect him. I think FDR was amazing. I think that the term limit change was basically what happened is that Republicans and a lot of elite Democrats always wanted to speak against FDR, but he was a god, so they couldn't. So they waited until he died, and then after he died, they were like, "Yeah, this whole third, fourth term that can never happen again." And America didn't really think that hard about it. They were, yeah, okay, whatever, but it had immense consequences for American history. Clinton is the perfect example. I mean, just imagine. Bill Clinton left office, even despite the Lewinsky bullshit. He had a 60% approval rate. Okay, no way George W. Bush gets elected. Impossible. Clinton would have blown his ass out. And imagine the consequences of that. We would have no Iraq. I mean, I'm not saying he was a great man. Like, we probably still would have had the financial crisis, and there's still a lot of bad stuff that would have happened. But he was a popular dude, and I wouldn't say he had the best judgment at times presidentially, not to first, definitely not first. But presidentially, but I'm pretty confident we would have not gone into the Iraq War, and so that's where it really cost us. If you're left wing and you're talking about Obama, yeah, I think Obama probably would have won in 2016. Although it's a counterfactual because Obama was never challenged in the same way that MAGA was able to the liberal consensus. Like Romney really ran this awful campaign, honestly, about cutting spending, and very traditional Republican. It was deeply unpopular. The autopsy of that election was we actually need to be more pro-immigration. That literally was the autopsy. But Trump understood the assignment. There are two people who I so deeply respect for their political bets: Peter Thiel and Donald Trump. So one of the books that I recommended called The Unwinding by George Packer, he actually talks about Peter Thiel there. This is in 2013. And Thiel talks about, he was like, whoever runs for office, they don't need to run on an optimistic message. They need to run on a message that everything's fucked up and that we need to think. And if you think about it, that's why Thiel's endorsement of Trump with the American carnage message is, it was shocking, right, at the time. But he had that fundamental insight that that's what the American people want. Trump, too, comes out of an election in 2012 where the literal GOP autopsy, the report produced by the party, says we need to be pro-mass immigration. What happens? Immediately after 2012, they start to go for mass immigration. Basically, they go for like these amnesty plans, the so-called Gang of Eight plan, Marco Rubio, and all of this in 2013. It falls apart. But Republicans get punished by their base in 2014. So Eric Cantor, who was the House Majority Leader, the number 2 Republican, spent more on stake in his campaign than his primary opponent was successful in defeating, a guy named Dave Bratt. Dave Bratt kicked his ass on the issue of immigration and said that Eric Cantor was pro-feminist. All of the forces were there. And then in 2015, Trump comes down the escalator, and he gives the message on immigration that the GOP base has been roaring and wanting to hear now, but that nobody wanted to listen to them. And that was his fundamental insight. That bet was a colossal and a titanic political bet at a time when all political ideology and thought process would have said that you could come out on the other side, which is where Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz and all these other guys were effectively there, in varying different ways, like they were hawkish or whatever. But Trump was just it's such a monopoly on that as an idea. That's why he wins in 2016. And then paired with immigration, a hardline position on immigration, is this American carnage idea that actually everything is wrong. The American dream is gone. We will stop this American carnage. And I think American carnage is one of the most important inaugural speeches ever given in American history. It's put it up against every single other speech. There's nothing else like it. But that was what the country wanted at the time. And that's what great politicians are able to do, is they're able to suss something out. That's also why Peter Thiel is who he is, because he saw that in 2000. Imagine, what it takes to come out of the 2012 election to be honestly totally contrarian to the entire national mood and this entire theory of Obama-esque star politics, and say, no, you need somebody who runs.
Well, we'll never know, and I love this kind of Mike Tyson versus Muhammad Ali. I still think I would have loved to see Obama versus Trump.
Me too. I agree.
And first of all, Obama versus Trump in 2008, Obama wins hands down.
Well, yes, definitely.
So I love how this is a boxing fight.
Yeah.
Now, when 2016, Obama has a bunch of, Iraq and Afghanistan.
He's vulnerable, though. I'll tell you why. DACA. That's what nobody ever talks about in the Obama-Trump thing. Don't forget, Obama takes his 2012 victory, basically says, the GOP now agrees with me on immigration. And then he does DACA, and he legalizes, X million in a number of illegal immigrants who are brought here as children. That also fundamentally changed the immigration consensus on the Republican side, because they were like, wait, holy shit, you can just do that? Because we don't agree with that at all. And that really ignited the base as well. So I'm not sure. A moment I think about a lot with Trump, just like being able to unleash the rage of the Republican bases. In the 2012 debate, Candy Crowley was the moderator with Mitt Romney, and she fact-checked things. This was when fact-checking was shocking. And she said something about Ozzy, and she was like, no, he did say that. She corrected Romney on behalf of Obama. To this day, it's questionable whether she was right. And Romney was just like, oh, he did? Okay. Trump would have been like, excuse me? Look at this woman. He would have gone off. And I was like, and I think about that moment because that's what the Republican base wanted to hear. But also, it turns out America had a lot of festering feelings about the mainstream media that it needed unleashed. And Trump was just this incredible vector to just blow up this system. Which, if you ask me about optimism, that's the thing.
Yeah, but don't you think Obama had a good sense in how to turn it on, how to be anti-establishment correctly?
I will not deny that he's one of the most talented politicians literally to ever play the game. And he is, just unbelievable rhetorical talent. Look, it's a counterfactual. Would he be more talented than Hillary? Yeah, okay, no question. in terms of anybody would have been for that one. But at the same time, all the signs were there. All the signs for the Trump victory and for the backlash against Obamaism, kind of as a political project, it all existed. You know, if you like, I just laid the tea leaves out there from 2012 to 2015. In retrospect, it's the most predictable thing in the world that Donald Trump got elected. But it was crazy in the moment. I got to live through that, which was really fun, like professionally.
I think it's unfortunate that he kind of let Kamala Harris borrow his reputation.
Oh, it's I mean, you know that. You defeated these people. This Clinton machine, you destroyed them, and it was awesome in 2008.
What is that? Why did like he's so much bigger and better than the machine? It's interesting, right?
It's so weird. No,
I think this was a wake up call. 2024 was a wake up call. Like the DNC machine doesn't work.
Absolutely. I mean,
there needs to be new blood, new candidate, new Obama-like candidates.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because that's important too in terms of the process and the way that things currently stand. The DNC actually rigged its entire primary system under Biden, way to the not to the benefit of Obama. So, for example, you know how they moved away from the Iowa caucuses, and they actually moved some other primaries and moved the calendar to reward traditional states that vote much more in line with the Democratic establishment. So the story of Barack Obama is one that not many, actually probably a lot of young people today don't remember how it happened. In 2008, Obama was the underdog, right? And actually, here's the critical thing. Obama was losing with black people. Why? Black Democrats simply did not believe that white people would vote for black. So Barack Obama goes to a white state, Iowa, all in on the Iowa caucuses, and shocks the world by winning the Iowa caucuses. Overnight, there's a shift in public opinion amongst the black population in South Carolina that says, oh shit, he actually could win. And he comes out and he wins South Carolina, and that's basically was near the death knell for Hillary. The problem is, by moving South Carolina up and by making it first, along with other more pro-establishment friendly places, what do? We make it so that Barack Obama can never happen again. We make it so that an older, base of Democratic Party voters who listens to the elites can never have their assumptions challenged. And that's one of the worst things Joe Biden did. I talked about his arrogance. He was so arrogant, he changed the freaking primary system. He was so arrogant, he refused to do a debate. I mean, imagine history. How lucky are we, honestly, that Joe Biden agreed to do that debate with Donald Trump early? And again, that was his arrogance. I think we're so lucky for it. Because if we hadn't gotten it, we got to understand as a country how cooked he was and how fake everything was behind the scenes in front of all of our eyes. And they tried for 3 straight years to make sure that would never happen. So, I mean, it's still such a climb against the American people.
I've been thinking about who I want to talk to for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I bring up Obama, because he's probably the number one person on the left I would like to hear analyze what happened in this election and what happened to the United States of America over the past 20 plus years. I can't imagine anybody else.
Look, if anybody could do it, it'd be you, but there are layers upon layers. I would love to talk to you for real.
I think it's fair to say that we talked about the great man view of history. I think you have a psychopath view of history, where all great leaders are for sure psychopaths.
Not for sure. There are many of them. Harry,
you're like some of them.
Yeah, some
very true.
Some
very true.
I assume are good people. To be fair, though, most of the good ones are accidents, like Harry Truman. He never really got himself elected. He was a great dude.
I didn't know he was a great dude.
David McCullough book. I highly recommend everyone should read it. Truman loved his wife. I think it's really awesome. I love when politicians love their wife. It's so rare. He adored his wife. He adored his daughter. Spent time with them. He made family life a priority. He had really good small town judgment that he would apply to foreign affairs. This is a very well considered, very stand up man, and I so appreciate that about him. Another one is John Adams. I love and revere John Adams. He's my favorite founding father. Him and John Quincy, they don't get nearly enough of their due. They were some of the most intelligent, well-considered. They were family men. the relationship between John and Abigail Adams is literally legendary. I think it's amazing, especially in the context of the 1700s, the way that he would take her counsel and into conversations, and her own ability, and she would sit there and go toe to toe as much with Thomas Jefferson. There are some who are great, who are really, really good presidents, who have good judgment, and who are really good people, and really think deeply about the world and have really cool personal lives. But there's also the vast majority of them, especially especially in the modern era, and where the price of the presidency extracts everything that you have. You have to be willing to give everything, and it's just that's not a price that most people want to pay.
Is it possible that some of the people who you think are sociopaths in politics are in fact really good people, and some of the people you think are good, like Truman, and Adams, are actually sociopaths?
Definitely. I mean, I could be reading the wrong books. Right?
Yeah, that's right. It sounds like you just read some really compelling biographies.
Okay, to be fair, I don't base this on one book. I read a lot of them. And I'll get for example, I've read books about LBJ. You wouldn't know any of his work. But then you find out that they're written by his friend, or, it's written by, and
I really worry about this kind of general, especially now the sense of the anti-establishment sense that every politician must be a sociopath. Now, the reason I worry about that is it feels true.
Yeah.
And so it's you can fall into this bubble of beliefs where every politician is a sociopath, and because of that,
it can be self-reinforcement.
Self-reinforcement.
Yeah, I understand this. I agree. By the way, we do need to dramatically change it, but the problem is that people vote with their eyeballs and with their interests, and people like to dissect people's personal lives. And one of the reasons why you were probably more likely in the pre-modern era to get a quote unquote good people is they were not subject to the level of scrutiny and to the insanity of the process that you are currently. Like I just said about you, I mean, theoretically, you could run for president and you would just get your nomination at the convention. It's only 2 months to election day. That's not so bad. But, you run for president today, you got your ass on the road for 2 years, and 2 years before that. And then you have to run the damn government. So the price is so extraordinarily high. I also think that, just Washington is a system. It will burn it. It will extract absolutely everything that you can give it. And at the end of the day, everyone always talks about this. It's hilarious. How Trump is the only president not to age in office. I actually think it's crazy. Like when you look at the photos of how he actually looks better today than he did whenever he went into the office, that's amazing. And it actually says a lot about how his mind works. I think Trump is pure age. Like I think he's, having observed him a little bit, and both at the White House and having interviewed him, it's pure, it's calculating, but it's also pure age, which is very interesting. The ones who are the thinkers, guys like Obama and others who are really in their heads, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Apparently Obama will only sleep 4 hours a night.
Yeah, add some empathy on top of that.
Oh,
it's gonna destroy
it will kill you.
All right. Speaking about the dirty game of politics, several people, different people, told me that of everyone they've ever met in politics, Nancy Pelosi is the best at attaining and wielding political power. Is there any truth to that?
In the modern era? Yeah, I think it's fair. In the last 25 years. Definitely. Let's think about it. Number one is longevity. So she's had the ability to control the caucus for a long period of time. So that's impressive because, as I just laid out with Clinton, Obama, these figures come and they go, but over 25 almost year period, you've been at the very top and the center of American politics. The other case I would be is that in this modern era has been defined by access to money. She's one of the greatest fundraisers in Democratic Party history. And again, consistently, Obama, Kamala, all those people come and go, but she's always had a very central understanding of the ability to fundraise, to cultivate good relationships with Democratic Party elites all across the country, use that money and dole it out to her caucus. She's also was really good at making sure that legislation that came to the floor actually had the votes to do so. She ran an extremely well-oiled process in the House of Representatives, one in which you were able to reconcile problems within her office. It didn't usually go public, and then it would make it to the floor and it would pass, so that there would be no general media frenzy and Democrats in disarray or any of that. put that on display with the Republicans, and we've had multiple speakers all resign or get fired in a 16-year period. That's pretty remarkable. Basically, ever since John Boehner decided to leave in, 2012, I forget. My point is that if you compare her record to the longevity on the Republican side, it is astounding. The other interesting thing is that she also has pulled off one of the real tests of political power, is can you rule even when you don't have the title? So she gave up the leader position to Hakeem Jeffries, but everybody knows she pulled Joe Biden out of the race. That's pretty interesting, right? So she's technically just a backbencher, nobody member of Congress, but we all know that's bullshit. So that's actually a very important case of political power, is can you rule without title? And if you can, then you truly are powerful. So I would make a good case for her. Yeah, she's done a lot of remarkable stuff for her party. I will say, they played Trump like a fiddle, man. Last time around, they were. I mean, they really got it. One of the craziest elements that I covered was during the Trump basically threatened to shut down the government, and actually did shut down the government for a period of time over a dispute over border wall funding. And Pelosi and Schumer, despite like genuine mass hysteria in the Democratic Party, with even some people who are willing to try and to strike a deal, never wavered and actually basically won and forced Trump to back down. Not a lot of MAGA people want to admit it, but that was honestly really embarrassing for the Trump administration at the time. And yeah, I mean, the amount of discipline that it took for her and for Chuck to a lesser extent, but for the two of them to pull that off, it was honestly amazing that they were able to do that, even when the president has so much political power and it literally shut down the government.
Speaking of fundraising, Kamala raised $1 billion, but I guess the conclusion is she spent it poorly. How would you spend it?
I don't think that matters. I think Donald Trump has proven to us twice that you can win an underdog campaign through earned media, and I don't think that paid advertisement moves the needle that much. Now, don't notice, I didn't say it doesn't matter, but am I buying $425,000 a day spots in the Vegas sphere? No, we're not doing that. Are we building the key? Okay, ask people who do this for us. How do you even spend $100,000 to build a set for one?
This is the caller
daddy. How's that possible? So think about the dollar per hour cost. That's like running a jet airplane in terms of what they did.
You know what I want to know behind the scenes? And I'm not good with this. I get really frustrated and I shouldn't. But dealing with PR and comms people can sometimes break my soul.
It's maddening. Can we not talk about this? We need to pull in at 2:12 p.m. We're there for 30 minutes. It's like, yeah,
that. But there's stuff like where to put the camera. It's not that I don't. It's not actually hypothetically. I don't even disagree with any of the suggestions, but it's like just the micromanagement and the politeness, but the fake politeness. And it just makes me feel like, I think, like, what would Kubrick do? Would he murder all of them right now?
He would just ban them after he became Stanley Kubrick. But he dealt with it for a while. I just went on a Kubrick binge. It was nice. I watched that World War I movie of his, the one from the 50s. That is such a great film. I feel like people don't forget. Whatever. We'll get this. Yeah.
But I guess she paid for
$100,000, bro.
And the Oprah thing. So she paid for the interview.
So, that's another one. I do this for a living, as you can tell, I'm a very simple person. I did not even know that somebody's got paid for their endorsements. I could never have imagined a universe where Oprah Winfrey is paid $1 million to endorse Kamala Harris. I'm like, first of all, you're believing. Second, I thought you do this because you believe.
No, I think, to be fair, I think the million just helps do the thing you would like to do. It's a nudge, because I don't think any celebrity would endorse.
They're not doing it because of the money, but you should just do it for free. I can't even believe that you're doing this for money. I mean, and the fact, what was it, Alanis Morissette? You know how they had to cut her because they didn't have the funds to pay her? I'm like, first of all, if you believe, you should just play for free. But second, again, as a person who is deeply cynical, I still am genuinely shocked that we are paying celebrities for it.
Yeah, it's really fucked up.
That's insane.
Why do you think people on the left who are actually in the political arena are afraid of doing anything longer than an hour?
That's a great question.
So let me just say, probably most of the people I've talked to on this podcast are left wing, or have been for a long time. They just don't sort of out and say it. Most scientists are left wing. Most sort of vaguely political people are left wing that I've talked to.
Yeah.
But the closer you get to the actual political arena, and I've tried really hard, nope. I had a bunch of people, the highest profile people, say 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I say, nope.
I'm used to it. So, yeah.
Well, I just can't, like, I can't imagine a conversation with Kamala or with Joe Biden or AOC or Obama that's of any quality at all, of any that shows any kind of humanity of the person, the genius of the person, the interesting nuance of the person in like 30 minutes. Like I can't. Like I don't know. Maybe there's some people that are extremely skilled that can do that. You just can't.
You should be optimistic because a huge narrative out of this election is that the Democrats massively fucked up by not coming on this show or on this show. So I actually, fundamentally, number one, that's going to change dramatically. So be optimistic, keep pushing. But two is, this is a good segue actually, is I've been thinking a lot about, I know a lot of people listen to the show who are in tech and may have some influence on the admin, so this is kind of, this is something I want people to take really seriously. Is I was a White House correspondent for the Daily Caller. It's a conservative outlet in Washington during the Trump years. And the most important thing I learned from that was that under the White House Correspondents Association, the way that the media cartel has everything set up for access for press to the president is fundamentally broken, anti-American, and bad for actual democracy. So let me lay this out at a very mechanical level because nobody knows this. And I was a former White House Correspondents Association member, so anybody who says I'm full of shit, I was there. For example, number one, all the seats in the briefing room. Those seats are assigned by the White House Correspondents Association, not by the White House itself. The White House Correspondents Association requires you to apply for a seat, right? That adjudication process can take literally years for bylaws, elections, and all these things to do. This means that they can slow roll the entrance of new media, online outlets, who are allowed into the room. The reason it really matters not having a seat is if you don't have a seat, you have to get there early and stand in the wings, like I used to, and raise your hand like this, and just hope and pray that the press secretary, it's extremely inconvenient. I'm talking, I have to get there hours early at the chance during a 15-minute briefing. So one of the things is that Trump has is he owes a huge part of his election to coming on podcasts and to new media. Now, because of that, it's really important that the White House Correspondents Association, which is a literal guild cartel that keeps people out of the White House and credentials itself and creates this opaque mechanism through which they control access, to asking the press secretary questions, is destroyed. And there are a lot of different ways you can do this, because what nobody gets, too, is that all of these rules are unofficial. So, for example, they're just traditions. The White House is like, yeah, it's our building, but you guys figured it out, right? Because that's a long-standing tradition. Let me give you another insane tradition that currently exists in the White House. The Associated Press, the White Press Secretary, or the Associated Press Correspondent, gets to start the briefing, traditionally. They get the first question. They also get to end the briefing. When they think it's been enough time, like, okay, Corinne Jean-Pierre, thank you, right? And that calls the briefing over. What? Who? You're not even the White House Correspondents Association. You literally just happen to work for the Associated Press. Why? Like, why do we allow that to happen? So, number one, stop doing that. To their credit, the Trump people didn't really do that, but it's a long-standing tradition. The other thing is that what nobody gets either is that the first row is all television networks for logistical reasons, so that they can do their little stand-ups with their mic and stuff. Well, what people don't seem to know is that all the television networks are basically going to ask some version of the same question. The reason they do that is because they need a clip of their correspondent going after the White House press secretary, or Robert Mueller, like whenever I was there. So you get the same goddamn version of the stupid political questions over and over again. The briefing room is designed for traditional media, and they have all the access in the world. So in an election where you owe your victory to, at least in part, to new media and recognizing the changing landscape, you need to change the conduit of information to the American people. And in an election, I don't know if you saw this, but election night coverage on cable news was down 25%. Just in 4 years, 25%. That's astounding. That's cable news had a monopoly on election night for my entire lifetime. And yet, my show had record ratings that night. And I'm small slice of the puzzle here. We've got Candace Owens, Patrick David, Tim Pool, David Packman, TYT, all these other people. From what I understand, all of us blew it out that night because millions of Americans watched it on YouTube. We even partnered with some Decision Desk HQ. So we had live data. We could make state calls. And we're just a silly little YouTube show. My point, though, is that in an election where the vast majority of Americans over the age of 55 are listening to podcasts, consuming new media, and are not watching cable news, where the median age of CNN, which is the youngest viewership, is 68. 68 is the median. So statistically, what does that tell us, right? There's a decent number of people who are watching CNN who are in their 80s and in their 90s. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Alex, because he deserves a tremendous shout out. Alex Brucewitz. He was the pioneer of the podcast strategy for the Donald J. Trump campaign. He got on your show. He was able to get on Andrew Schultz's show, Rogan. He was the internal force that pushed a lot of this. My personal hope is that somebody like Alex is elevated in the traditional White House bureaucracy, that the number of credentials that are issued to these mainstream media outlets is cut, and there's a new lottery process put in place where people with large audiences are invited. And I also want to make a case here for why I think it's really important for people like you and others who don't have as much traditional media experience to come in and practice some capital J journalism. Because it will sharpen you, too, giving you access in that pressure cooker environment and having to really like sit there and spar a little bit with a public official and not have as long necessarily as you're used to. It really hones your news media skills, your news gathering skills, and it will make you a better interviewer in the long. Because a lot of the things that I have learned have just been through osmosis. I've just lived in DC. I've been so lucky. I've had a lot of cool jobs, and I've just been able to experience a lot of this stuff. So I'm really hoping that people who are listening to this, who may have some influence or even the viewership, if you want to reach out to them and all that, this is a very easily changeable process. It's a cartel which has no official power. It's all power by tradition, and it needs to be blown up. It does not serve America's interests to have 48 seats, I think, in the White House press briefing room to people who have audiences of like 5. It just makes absolute zero. Workspace, seats, access credentials, and also credentials that are issued to press and to other like new media journalists at major events should take precedence. Because it's not even about rewarding the career. The American people are here. You need to meet them. That's your job. And I'll just end with a historical thing. Barack Obama shocked the White House press corps in 2009 because he took a question from the Huffington Post, a brand new blog, and they were stunned because he knew. He said, these blog people, they went all in for me, and I got to reward them. So there's long-standing precedence of this. They'll bitch and they'll moan, they'll be upset, but it's their fault, that they don't have as much credibility, and it's incumbent upon the White House, which serves the public, to actually meet them where they are. So I really hope that at least some of this is implemented inside.
Yeah, if you break apart the cartel, I think you can actually enable greater journalism, frankly, with a capital J. Because actually, in the long form is when you can do better journalism from even just a politician perspective. You can disagree, you can get criticized because you can defend yourself.
I had an idea, actually. Tell me what you think. I think a really cool format would be there's a room right near the press briefing room called the Roosevelt Room. Beautiful room. It's awesome. It has the Medal of Honor for Teddy Roosevelt, and it has a portrait of him and a portrait of FDR. It's one of my favorite rooms. It's so cool. And so my idea would be the Roosevelt Room, which is traditionally used for press briefings and stuff, is like you, as the press secretary, sit there. I think there's like 12 seats, something like that. And you set it all up and have, let's say, Shure microphones like this. And that person, the secretary, is going to be there for like 2 hours. And new media people can sit around the room. All of this being streamed live, by the way, just like the White House press briefing room. But the expectation is that the type of questions have to be substantive. Obviously, nothing is off limits. You should never, ever accept, I'm not going to be asked about this. Especially as a journalist, you can't do that. Every time they're like, hey, please don't ask about this. It's like, actually, that's probably one thing you should ask. But my point being that The expectation is that there's no interference on the line outside, but that the format itself will lend exactly to what you're saying to allow people to explain. And again, in a media era where we need to trust the consumer, like my show is routinely over 2 hours long on cable television. The Tucker Carlson program, whenever it was on Fox News, without commercial breaks, was about 42, 43 minutes, something like that of runtime. So I'm speaking for almost triple what that is on a regular basis. The point is that millions are willing to sit and to listen, but you just have to meet them where they are. So I would really hope that a format like that, like a streamer briefing or something like that, I think it's, look, I know they would dunk on it endlessly, but I think it could work.
Yeah, I think the incentives are different. I think it works because you don't have to, like you, Saga, don't have to signal to the other journalists that you're part of it.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought that up, because that was another lesson I learned. I go, oh, none of you are asking important questions for the people. You're asking questions because you all hang out with each other. And you're like, oh, wait, so this entire thing is a self-reinforcing guild to impress each other at cocktail parties and not to actually ask anything interesting. I remember people were so mad at me because this was 2018, maybe 2017, and I said, do you think that Kim Jong-un is sincere in his willingness to meet with you? Something like that, to that effect. They were furious because I didn't ask about some bullshit political controversy that was happening at the time. So in the historical legacy, what was more important? The Mueller question or Donald Trump breaking 50 years or whatever of tradition with America's relationship with North Korea and meeting him in Singapore and basically resetting that relationship for all time? As you can tell, I read all the books. I like to take the long view. Every time I would ask a question, I go, okay, when the future Robert Caro is writing books and he's reading the transcript of the press briefing, he doesn't even know who this kid is. He goes, that's a pretty good question. That's pretty relevant. You got to think about all the bullshit that's left.
I love that view of journalism, actually. The goal is to end up as one line in a history book.
I just want a quote of what the president said to something like that. I'd be happy. I would die happy. If you told me that when I'm like a 90-year-old man, I'm like, man, that means I succeeded.
When the AIs write the history of civilization. One of the things I continuously learn from you when looking back through history is how crazy American politics has been throughout history. It makes me feel a lot better about the current day.
It should.
Corruption, just the divisiveness also. Just the insanity. Worse. Stealing elections.
Yes.
At all levels of government and direct stealing all kinds of stuff. So, is there stuff that jumps out to mind throughout history that's just like the craziest corruptions or stealing of elections that come to mind?
I'll give the micro and the macro. So my favorite example is Robert Caro, who I've probably talked about a lot. God bless you, Robert. I hope you live to write your last book because we really important. But Robert came to Texas. He only intended on writing 3 books about Lyndon Johnson. He's currently completed 4, and he's on his 5th, and it's taken him over 40 years to write those. And one of the reasons is he just kept uncovering so much stuff. And one of them is Book 2, Means of Ascent. He never intended to write it, but as he began to investigate Lyndon Johnson's 1948 Senate election, he realizes in real time how rigged and stolen it was. And so I often tell people, what if I told you that we lived in the most secure election period in modern history? And they wouldn't believe it. But if you read through that shit, I'm talking about bags of cash, millions of dollars, literal stuffed ballot boxes. It's great to be back here in Texas because I always think about that place, like down in Zapata and Starr County. I'm talking like basically Mexico, where these dons were in power in the 1940s, and they would literally stuff the ballot boxes with the rolls, and they wouldn't even allow people to come and vote. They just checkmarked it all for you based upon the amount they paid. Means of Ascent is the painstaking detail of exactly how Lyndon Johnson stole the 1930s election. And so nothing like that, as far as I know, is still happening. Macro, we can talk about the 1876 election. Rutherford B. Hayes, one of the closest elections in modern history. It was one of those that got kicked in the House of Representatives. That was insane. insane time. The corrupt bargain that was struck to basically end Reconstruction and federal occupation of the South, and of course the amount of wheeling and dealing that happened inside of that was absolutely bonkers. That was what an actual stolen election is. So on micro and macro, yeah, that's what it really looks like. And so, look, I understand where people are coming from. Also, let's do what? 1960? That was pretty wild. I mean, in 1960, there was all those allegations about Illinois going for Kennedy. If you look at the actual vote totals of Kennedy-Nixon, wow, it's such an insanely close presidential election. And even though the Electoral College victory looks a little bit differently, Nixon would openly talk about, he's like, oh, old Joe Kennedy rigged Illinois for his boy. And he'd be like, and we didn't even have a chance in Texas with Lyndon pulling, like Lyndon stuffing the ballot boxes down there. So, and this is open on the, they openly admit this stuff. They talk about it. So, actually, there's a funny story. LBJ lost his, I think it's 1941 Senate primary. And it's because his opponent, Pappy O'Daniel, actually outstole Lyndon. So they're both corrupt. But Pappy O'Daniel stuffed the ballot box in the 5th day or the 7th days to count the votes. And FDR loved LBJ. And it's interesting, right? FDR recognized Johnson's his talent. And he goes, Lyndon, in New York, we sit on the ballot boxes until we count. Because he's admitted that he, participated in this stuff. So this high-level chicanery of stolen elections is actually an American pastime that we luckily have. And quite a lot of people do not know the exact intricate details of how wild it was back in the day.
Yeah, it's actually one of the things. It's harder to pull off a bunch of bullshit with all these cameras everywhere.
Transparency too, lack of cash, banking regulations, there's a variety of reasons. But yeah.
So that said, let's talk about the 2020 election. It seems like forever ago. Do you think it was rigged the way that Trump claimed?
No.
And was it rigged in other ways?
This is the problem. It's rigged. And by the way, when I interviewed Vivek Ramaswamy, he said the exact same thing. So for all the MAGA people who are going to get mad at me, Vivek agrees. All right. And I have observed, and I'm going to put my analyst hat on. There are two theories of stop and steal. One I call low IQ stop and steal, and one I call high IQ stop and steal. Low IQ stop and steal is basically what Donald Trump has advocated, where Dominion voting machines and bamboo ballots, and Venezuela and Sidney Powell and all the people involved basically got indicted by the state of Georgia. I'm not saying that was correct. I'm just that's what that actually looked like. Rudy Giuliani, etc. High IQ stop and steal is basically, and actually, these are not illegitimate arguments. The school of thought is it was illegitimate for the state of Pennsylvania and other swing states to change mail-in balloting laws as a response to COVID, which enabled millions of people more to vote that wouldn't have, and that those change in regulations became enough to swing the election. I actually think that is true. Now, would you say that that's rigged? That's a very important question, because we're talking about a Republican state legislature, a Republican state Supreme Court, right? The two that actually ruled on this question. So could you say that it was rigged by the Democrats to do that? Another problem with that theory is that while you can say that that's unfair to change the rules last time around, you can also understand it to a certain extent. And I'm not justifying it, I'm just giving you an example. So for example, after the hurricane hit North Carolina, Republican officials were like, hey, we need to make sure that these people who in Western North Carolina were affected by the hurricane could still be able to have access to the ballot box. And people were like, oh, so you're saying in an extraordinary circumstance we should change voting, access and regularity to make sure that people have access. So my point is, you can see the logic through which this happened. And the high IQ version is basically the one that was adopted by Josh Hawley whenever he voted against certification. He said that the state of Pennsylvania, particularly election law, and that those changes were unfair and led to the quote-unquote rigging of the election against Donald Trump. Now, there's an even higher IQ, galaxy brain stop and steal. Galaxy brain stop and steal is one that you saw with great love and respect my friend J.D. Vance at his debate with Tim Walz. When Tim Walz asked him, what did he say? He said, did Donald Trump win the 2020 election? He's like, Tim, I'm focused on the future. And then he started talking about censorship, the Hunter Biden laptop story. If you take a look at the Joe Rogan interview, Rogan actually asked JD this. He's like, what do you mean? Some version of that. And JD was like, well, what I get really frustrated by is people will bring up all these insane conspiracy theories, but they ignore that the media censored the Hunter Biden laptop story and that big tech had its finger on the thumb for the Democrats. Now, that is empirically true, okay? That is true, right? Now, would you say that that's rigged? I'm not going to use that word because that's a very different word. Now, would you say that it's unfair? Yeah, I think it's unfair. So there's a lot of MAGA folks picked up on this one. There's a Time magazine article in 2020 that's very famous in their crowd called, it was like the fight to fortify the election. It was about all of these institutions that put their fingers on the scale for Joe Biden against Donald Trump. So I will put it this way. Was Donald Trump up against the titanic forces of billionaires, tech censorship, and elite institutions who all did absolute damnedest to defeat him in 2020? Yes, that is true. And in a sense, the galaxy brain case is the only one of those, which I think is truly legitimate. And I'm not going to put it off the table, but this is the problem. That's not what Trump means. Trump, by the way, will never tell you what I told you, right? JD will. If you go and you ask any of these Republican politicians, when they're challenged on it, they don't want to say that Trump lost the 2020 election. They'll give the galaxy brain case that I just gave. And again, I don't think it's wrong, but it's like, guys, that's not what he means when he says it. And that's the important part.
So first, at a high level, Trump or otherwise, I don't like anyone who whines when they lose, period.
Yeah. Although he did tell you he lost. You notice that? That's the only time he's ever said it. Ever. You're famous. You're in history for that.
Lost by a whisker.
Yeah. Lost by a whisker.
I mean, there is a case to be made that he was joking. I don't know. But there is a kind of weaving that he does with humor where sometimes it's sarcasm, sometimes not. Much easier to showcase in a 3-hour interview, I'll say.
Good call. Go ahead.
I couldn't even play with that when you have 40 minutes. You're like, I can do just 40 minutes on weaving alone.
For your style, it doesn't work. I can tell you how the way I interview politicians is I just do pure policy. So the first time I interviewed Trump, I compiled a list of 15 subjects. Me and my editor, Vince Colonier, shout out to Vince. And the two of us sat in an office, and then we had questions by priority in each category. And if we felt like we were running short on time, we would move around those different ones. But that was purely, he's the president, we're asking him for his opinions on an immigration bill or whatever. For what you do, it's impossible.
Yeah, I just want to say that thank you for everybody involved for making my conversation with Donald Trump possible. But I've learned a lot from that I just, if I'm told that all I have is 40 minutes, I'm very politely sparing, in that case, Donald Trump for 40 minutes and just walking away. Because I don't think I could do a good job.
I think that is the correct decision on your part.
Yeah.
And I also would encourage you to have the confidence at this point that you are in a position of something that we call in the business the ability to compel the interview. And by to compel means to be able to bring somebody else to you and not the other way around. Yeah. And I think that you and Rogan and a few others are in that very unique position. And I would really encourage you guys to stick to your guns on things that make you feel comfortable. Because those of us in news, we will always negotiate. We're willing to do short forms because we're asking about policy. But for the style that you help popularize, and I think that you're uniquely talented and good at, that's very important. So,
thank you for saying those words. And that's not just in the interest of journalism, in the interest of conversation, it's in the interest of the guest as well.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
To bring out the best in them.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel really at a disservice, and I would feel like people would not get a unique understanding of my own thought process and my backstory if I was not able to sit here for literally hours and to explain in deep detail how I think about the world. Not that anyone cares that much, but it's just I hope all I can do is I hope it's helpful. I want to help people think because when I was growing up not far from here, 90 minutes from here, in College Station. I felt very uniquely closed off from the world, and I found the world in books. And books saved my life. Many so many different times. And I hope to encourage that in other people. I really, no matter where you are, no matter who you are, no matter how busy you are, you have some time to either sit down with a book or put on an audiobook, and you can transport yourself into a different world. It's so important. And that's something that your show really helps me with, too. I love listening to your show. Sometimes when I'm too into politics and I need to listen to something, I'll listen to that Mayan historian guy. I love stuff like that. Absolutely.
I've been a deep dive on Genghis Khan, reading Genghis Khan and then making the modern world.
Yeah, Jack Weatherford.
Yeah, he's coming on.
Is he?
Yeah. And again, shout out to Dan Carlin.
The OG, Dan, or I would love to correspond at some point. I love you so much. You changed my life.
I met him once before. It felt, I was starstruck, very, very starstruck. And he's just so much painful attainment. I've listened to that many times.
I think his best series, one of his best series, he gets no credit for, Ghosts of the Osprey. Nobody gives credit for that. That's OG. This is a 2011 series. But his Ghosts of the Osprey on the Eastern Front of the Nazi war against Russia fundamentally changed my view of warfare forever. And also, at that time, I was very young. And to me, World War II was Saving Private Ryan. I wasn't as well read as I am now. And I was like, oh, shit, this entire thing happened, which actually decided the Second World War. And I don't know anything about this. So shout out to Dan. God bless him.
And his quote-unquote short episodes, I think, on slavery in general throughout human history.
That was an awesome episode. I actually bought a bunch of Hugh Thomas books because of that episode. I'd never really read about African slavery or the slave trade outside of the Civil War context. So, again, shout out to him. That was an amazing episode. His Japan series, too. I'm going to Japan in a few days, and I keep thinking of what he always talked about in his Supernova in the East. The Japanese are like everyone else, but worse. And, God, I love that.
Okay, he's great. And we, ironically, arrived at this tangent while talking about the 2020 election.
Yeah. So podcasting is fun.
Because you said lost by a whisker.
Yeah.
And now dragging us screaming back to the topic. One of the things I was bothered by is Trump claiming that there's widespread, as you're saying, low IQ theory, the widespread voter fraud, and I saw no evidence of that he provided. And all right, well, let's put that on the table. And then the other thing I was troubled by, and maybe you can comfort me in the context of history, how easily the base eat that up, that they were able to believe the election was truly rigged, based on no clear evidence that I saw. And they just love the story. And there is something compelling to the story that, like this DNC type, like with Bernie, the establishment they're corrupt and they steal the will of the people. And like the lack of desire from the base or from people to see any evidence of that, it really troubled me.
Yeah, I'm going to give you one of the most depressing quotes, which is deeply true. Roger Ailes, who was a genius. Shout out to The Loudest Voice in the Room by Gabriel Sherman. That book changed my life, too, because it really made me understand media. People don't want to be informed. They want to be informed. That is one of the most fundamental media insights of all time.
What a line.
Roger Ailes, a genius in his own right, who, he changed the world. He certainly did. He's the one who kind of gets credit for one of the greatest debate lines of all time, because he was an advisor to President Reagan. Whenever he broke in, he was like, "Mr. President, people want to know if you're too damn old for this job or not." And he inspired that joke that Reagan made, where he was like, I will not use age in this campaign. I will not hold my opponent's youth and inexperience against him. That was Ailes, man. He did the Nixon town halls. He did it all. He's a fucking genius. And I'm not advocating necessarily for the world he created for us, but he did it. And people should study him more. If you're interested in media in particular, that book is one of the most important books you'll ever read.
Yeah, you know what? That quote just really connected with me because, there's all this talk about truth. And I think what people want to feel like they're in possession of the truth, right? Not actually be in possession of the truth.
Yeah, I know. It hit me too. Actually, Russell Crowe does an amazing job of delivering that line in the Showtime miniseries. So If you have the chance, you should watch it. And look, this is the problem. Liberals will be like, yeah, see these idiot Republicans. I'm like, yeah, you guys bought a lot of crazy, stupid shit too, okay? And it's actually, I would say liberal misinformation, quote unquote, is worse than Republican disinformation because it pervades the entire elite media, like Russiagate or Cambridge Analytica or any of these other hoaxes that have been foisted on the American people. The people who listen to The Daily and from the New York Times are just as brainwashed, lack of informed, want to feel informed as people who watch Fox News. So let me just say that out there. It's equal opportunity cancer in the American.
Actually, we started early on in the conversation talking about bubbles. What's your advice about how to figure out if you're in a bubble and how to get out of it?
That's such a fantastic question. Unfortunately, I think it comes really naturally to someone like me because I'm the child of immigrants and I was raised in College Station, Texas. So I was always on the outside. And when you're on the outside, this isn't a sob story. It's a deeply useful skill because when you're on the outside, you're forced to kind of observe. And you're like, oh. So, like when I was raised with the Bible Belt, and people really, people were hardcore evangelical Christians. I could tell them they really believed this stuff, and they were always trying to proselytize, all of that. And then the other gift that my parents gave me is I got to travel the entire world. I probably visited 25, 30 countries by the time I was 18. And one of the things that gave me was the ability to just put yourself in the brain of another person. So one of the reasons I'm really excited to go to Japan, and I picked it as a spot for my honeymoon, was because Japan is a first world developed country where the vast majority of them don't speak English. It's distinguishedly non-Western, and they just do shit their own way. So they have a subway, but it's not the same as ours. They have restaurants. Things don't work the same way. They have, I can go on to this. Their entire philosophy of life, of the daily rhythm, even though it merges with service-based managerial capitalism, and they're fucking good at it too. They do it their own way. So exposure to other countries in the world gave me, and also just being an outsider myself, gave me a more detached view of the world. So if you don't have that, what I would encourage you is to flex that muscle. So go somewhere that makes you uncomfortable. This will be a very boomer take, but I hate the fact that you have 5G everywhere you're going. Because some of the best experiences I've ever had in my life is walking around Warsaw, Poland, trying to find a bus station to get my ass to Lithuania with a printed out bus ticket. I have no idea where the street is. I'm in a country where not that many people speak English. We're pointing and gesturing, right? And I figured it out. And it was really useful. I got to meet a lot of cool Polish people. Same in Thailand. I've been in rural, Thailand, Colombia, places where people speak zero English. And your ability to gesture and use pidgin really connects you and gives you like the ability to get an exposure to others. And so I know this is a very like wanderlust like travel thing, but unironically, if you're raised in a bubble, here's like that's the answer. Is seek something out that makes you uncomfortable. So if you're raised rich, you need to go spend some time with poor people.
And consider that they might actually understand the world better than you.
Well, in some respects. So I think a lot of rich people are really screwed up personally. So if you're poor and you really value family, you say, oh, that's interesting. There seems to be a fundamental trade-off between extraordinary wealth and something that I value. But what can I take away from that person? Oh, put my money in index funds. Make sure that I am conscientious about my budget. It's common sense shit, right? And vice versa. People who are very wealthy get so caught up in the rat race about their kids going to private school and all of this. And then, they very rarely engage with, there's that famous study where they ask people on their deathbed, like what they valued in life, and every single one of them was, I wish I spent more time with my children. I think about that every time that I am thinking about pursuing a new work endeavor or something that's going to have me spend significant time away from my wife. And I'm almost always these days, now that I've achieved a certain level of success, the answer is I'm not doing it unless you can come with me.
One of the bubbles I'm really concerned about is San Francisco bubble. I visited there recently. I have so many friends there that I respect deeply. There's so many brilliant people in San Francisco,
Absolutely.
the Silicon Valley. But there's just this. I don't even want to criticize it, but there's definitely a bubble.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm friends with some SV Silicon Valley people as well. I'm similarly struck by that every time I go. And honestly, I do admire them because what I respect the most amongst entrepreneurs, business, and political thinkers is systems thinking. Nobody thinks systems better than people who are in tech because they deal with global shit, right? Not even just America. They have to think about the whole world, about the human being's relationship with technology. And coding, in some ways, is an expression of the human mind and about how that person wants to achieve this thing. And hey, you mechanically can type that into a keyboard or even code something to code for you to be able to achieve that. That's a remarkable accomplishment. I do think those people, and people like that too, who think very linearly through math, and the geniuses are the ones who can take their creativity and merge it with linear thinking. But I do think that actually, those are the people who probably most need to get out of the bubble, check themselves a little bit. And look, it's really hard, once you achieve a certain level of economic success and others, like, what do most rich people do? They close themselves off. That's the vast majority of the time. What do? The economy is annoying flying. They fly first class. Living in small houses is annoying. They buy a bigger house. Dealing with a lot of these inconveniences of life is annoying. You pay a little bit more to make sure you don't do that. There's a deep, insidious thing within that. Each one of those individual choices, where the more and more removed that you get from that, the more in the bubble that you are. So you should actually seek out those experiences or create them in a concerted way.
Speaking of bubbles, Sam Harris. He has continued to criticize me directly and indirectly, I think unfairly, but I love Sam. I deeply respect him. Everybody should listen to the Making Sense podcast. It always makes me think. It's definitely in the rotation.
That's very admirable.
I mean, he's, I think, one of the sharpest minds of our generation. And for a long time, I looked up to him. It was one of the weird moments for me to meet him because you listen to somebody for such a long time.
I feel like weird. I'm serious.
Yeah, it's a beautiful moment. You same with Joe.
Absolutely. It is one of the most surreal moments to be able to meet somebody who you spend like hours. I actually think about that when people go to school because I'm like, oh, they're feeling what I feel. Whenever yeah.
And you have to you see it, you feel it, you have to celebrate that because there is an intimacy to it. I think it's real that people really do form a real connection, a real friendship. It happens to be one way, but I think it actually can upgrade to a two-way pretty easily. It happens with me in a matter of 5 minutes that I meet somebody that Anyway, Sam took a pretty strong position on Trump.
And that's for a long time.
Yeah, he has been consistent and unwavering. So he thinks that Trump is a truly dangerous person for democracy, maybe for the world. He's two-man his position.
Well, see, I think a lot of this podcast is still because Sam is a big character matters guy. He focuses a lot on Trump's personality. By the way, I'm like you. I've listened to Sam Harris for years. I bought his meditation app, so nobody's going to accuse me of being something. I listened to him for long before even Donald Trump was elected. That's how far back I go with the Sam Harris podcast. I have a lot of respect for the dude. I enjoy a lot of his older interviews. I do think after Trump, he did succumb a little bit, in my opinion, to the elite liberalism view, both of the impetus behind Donald Trump and why he was able to be successful. So in some ways, very denigrating to the Trump voter, but also a fundamental misunderstanding of the American presidency. Because like I said, he really is the one who believes that narcissism, that character, and all of that makes Trump tick itself will eventually override any potential benefit that he could have in office. And I just think that's a really wrong way of looking at it. And for example, I had this debate with Crystal, and this gets to the whole Trump, talking about the enemy from within. And she was like, he wants to prosecute his political opponents. Do you disagree with that? And I was like, no, I don't. And she was like, so you're not worried about it? And I go, no, I'm not. And she's like, well, how do you square that? And I was like, well, I actually unironically believe in the American system of institutional checks and balances, which kept him, quote unquote, in check last time around. I also believe in democracy, where, this is really interesting, but, In 2022, a lot of the Republicans who were the most vociferous about Stop the Steal, they got their asses kicked at the ballot box. Americans also then in 2024 decided to forgive some of that from Donald Trump. It definitely didn't help, right? But they were able to oversee that for their own interest. As in, democratically, people are able to weigh in terms of checks and balances what they should and should not challenge a politician by. But also, we have the American legal system, and I also know the way that the institutions in Washington themselves work, that, fundamentally, the way that certain processes and other things will play out will not play out to some Hitlerian fantasy. And this gets to the whole Kamala and them calling him a fascist, Hitler. You and I probably spent hours of my life, maybe more, thinking and reading about Hitler, Weimar Germany, and I just find it so insulting, because it becomes this moniker of fascist. These terms have meaning beyond just the dictionary definition. The circumstances through which Hitler is able to rise to power are not the same as today. It's stop denigrating America to the point where you think, really, you should flip it around. Why do you think America's Weimar Germany? That's a ridiculous thing to say. Do you unironically believe that? No, you don't believe that. So that is personally what drives me a little bit crazy. And I think that Sam has found himself in a mental framework where he's not able to look past the man and his quote unquote danger. And at the end of the day, this worldview was rejected wholly by the American people. And that was the character argument, the fascist argument, the Hitler argument, the he is uniquely bad argument has been run twice before, 2016 and in 2000, actually all three times. Yeah, I guess it won in 2020. But 2 out of the 3 times, Donald Trump has won the presidency. And his latest one, where that argument has never been made before for a longer period of time and more in strength by a political candidate, was rejected completely. And I would ask him to reconcile himself to the America that he lives in.
I think one thing with the partial steel man in this case, but also just the steel man the way the world works, is that there is some probability that Kamala Harris will institute a communist state, and there is some probability that Donald Trump will indeed will fly a swastika with and deport, I don't know, everybody who's not Scott Irish. I don't know.
You and Irish group.
Maybe is there a spirit test? Okay. But that probability is small. You have to, if you allow yourself to focus on a particular trajectory with a small probability, it can become all-encompassing. Because you can see it. You can see a path. There are certain character qualities to Trump.
Yes.
Where he wants to hold on to power. And first of all, every politician wants to hold on to power. Joe Biden, maybe because he's part of the machine, can't even conceive of the notion of the third term. But he has the arrogance to want to hold on to power, do everything he can. Absolutely. And with Trump, I can see that if it was very popular for him to have a third term, I think he would not be the kind of person who doesn't advocate for a third term.
So what? That would require the Senate and the House, or 75% of the states, to pass and change the Constitution. Do you think that's going to happen? No, I don't think it's going to happen. So I'm not that worried about it. Now, you can make a norms argument. I actually think that's kind of fair, is that he's the norm buster. But, with extraordinary candidates, people like Trump, you get the good and the bad. There is a true duality. The norms he busts around foreign policy, I love. The norms he busts around the economy, I love. The norms he busts around just so much of the American political system, saying it how it is, etc. I love that. You know what I hate? The 2020 election bullshit. You know what else I hate? This, I don't know, just the lack of discipline that I would want to think that a great leader could have, like when he was president tweeting about Mika Brzezinski's facelift. That was objectively ridiculous. It was crazy, okay? Was it funny? Yeah, but it was crazy. And it's not how I would conceive and have conceived of some of my favorite presidents. I wouldn't think that they would do that. But that's what you get. Everyone should be clear-eyed about who this man is. And that's another problem. The deification of politicians is sick. It's sickening. About Trump, around Obama, these people are just people. The idea that they are godlike creatures with extraordinary judgment, one of the really cool things about your and I's job is we actually get to meet very important people. After you meet a few billionaires, you're like, yeah, there's definitely something there, but some of them get after you meet a few politicians, you're like, oh, they're not that smart. That was a rude awakening being here in Texas reading about these people. And pretty soon, I was on Capitol Hill, I was like 19 interacting. And I see them behave in ridiculous manners, whatever, treat people badly, or say something stupid. And I was like, I'm like, this is not, these people are just, this is reality. And the weirdest part of my life is I've now been in Washington long enough. I know some of the people personally. The Vice President of the United States, literally the Vice President-elect, future cabinet secretaries, these people I literally have met at dinner with, at a drink with, whatever. That's a wild thing. And that's even more bringing you down to earth. You're like, oh shit, you're actually a lot of power. That's kind of scary. But you're just a person. And so even though you don't have to say I have my same life experience, take it from me or anybody else who's ever met really famous people, rich, successful, powerful people. They're just people. There's nothing there. There's some things that are unique about them, but they have just as many human qualities as you or anybody else who's listening to this. Right?
Yeah, there's for each candidate, Trump is probably the extreme version of that. There's a distribution of the possible trajectories their administration might result in.
Yes,
and the range of possible trajectories is just much wider with Trump.
Yeah, you're describing like a Bayesian theory, right? And I think that's actually a really useful framework for the world, is that people are really too binary. So like you said, there's a theoretical possibility, I guess, of a communist takeover of government and of a fascist takeover of government under Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. The realistic probability, I would give it 0.05% probably in both directions. But there are a lot of things that can happen that are bad that are not Hitler or fascist. There are a lot of things that happen that are really good that are not FDR, New Deal style. One of the worst things politicians do is they describe themselves in false historical ways. So in Washington, one of the most overused phrases is made history. And I'm like, if you actually read history, most of these things are they're not even footnotes. They're the stuff that the historians flip past and like, what a stupid fucking thing. I mean, and I'm talking about things that ruled American politics. Like, what if I told you that the Panama Canal Treaty was one of the most important fights in modern American politics? Nobody thinks about that today. It ruled American politics. It genuinely is a footnote, but that's not how it felt at the time. So that's another thing I want you to take away.
You tragically missed the UFO here.
Oh man, my brothers. I'm really sad. Let me tell you, I love them so much. The UFO community are some of the best people I've ever met in my life. Shout out to my brother Jeremy Corbell, to George Knapp, the OG, to all of the people who fly from all around the world to come to these hearings. It was so fun. I got to meet so many of them last time. Just walk the rope line. These people were coming in. The excitement. I truly love the UFO. Shout out to all of them.
This is the second one, I guess.
This is the second one.
Do you hope to continue happening?
It's going to be a slow burn. So one of the things I always tell the guys and everybody is consider how long it took to understand the sheer insanity of the CIA in the 1950s and 60s. So if we think back to the Church Committee, I forget the exact year of the Church Committee, I think it was in the 70s, the entire Church Committee and knowledge of of how the CIA and the FBI were up to all of this insane shit throughout the 50s and 60s is because people broke into a warehouse, discovered some documents, got the names of programs, which were able to be foiled, and we were able to break open the case. It would never have happened with real content, like in the official content. So we owe those people a great debt. Has passed. My point about UFOs is I don't know what is real or not. I have absolute confidence an absolute ton is being hidden from people, and that all of the official explanations are bullshit. I have had the opportunity to interface with some of the whistleblowers and other activists in the community, people who I trust, people who have great credentials, who have no reason to lie, who have assured us that there's a lot going on behind the scenes. There has been too much misinformation and effort by the deep state to cover up this topic. So I would ask people to keep the faith. It's 2024, and we still don't have all the JFK. Okay? Everyone involved is dead. There's no reason to let it go. And even though we basically know what happened, we don't know. If you read that fantastic book, the Tom O'Neill book about the Manson murders, I mean, again, it took him 20 years to write that book, and he still didn't get the full story. So sometimes it takes an extraordinarily long, agonizing period of time. I know how deeply frustrating that is, but when you think about a secret program and knowledge of this magnitude, it would only make sense that it would require a titanic effort to reveal a titanic secret.
You think Trump might be able to push for, like, aggressively break through the secrecy? Let's say even on the JFK files.
I hope so. I have moderate confidence. RFK Jr. has pushed him to do so. I would like to think so. At the same time, I saw him got rolled last time, so I'll hold my breath.
Why do you think that happens? Why do you think it gets?
Remember that whole interagency thing I told you about? That's not happening. That's another thing. You're presuming that the president has the power to declassify this stuff. I'm saying that I'm not even sure we're there. Like in terms of
so his basic civility, he basically says like, I would like to declassify JFK files, and they say yes, sir. We'll get that to you in 3 months. And 3 months comes by, and then they're like, well, there's these hurdles.
Well, the way you get around it is go, let's release some, but these in particular, this national security secrets, is a good case for not releasing them, X, Y, and Z. It's like you get around that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. And again, he's a busy guy, he's the president, he's got way bigger shit to worry about. So that's the problem, is that unless you have the true urgency. I mean, look, people of immense power have tried. Everyone forgets this. John Podesta was a White House chief of staff. He is a UFO true believer in his heart. He tried. He's talked about it. He tried at the top level, at number 2 to the White House, to get the Pentagon and others to tell them what was going on, and they stonewalled it. So people need to understand what you're up against. And, and people are like, how is that even possible? It's like, well, go read about the terror that LBJ, the Kennedys, and others had in confronting J. Edgar Hoover. Go and read how terrified, Eisenhower and some of them were up with Dulles brothers. They were scared. Like, they knew where the power was. So, the presidency, government, deep state, etc., they've been there a long time, and they know what's happening. And presidents come and go, but they stay forever. And so that's the paradigm you're in.
Yeah, I mean it's a bit of a meme, but I wonder how deep the deep state is.
Much deeper than anyone can imagine. And the worst part is, but the deep state is it's not even individuals; it's actually an ideology. And ideology is the most powerful. People often think that if we took money out of politics, that it would change everything. I'm not saying it would change everything, or it wouldn't change a lot. But people are like, oh, so-and-so is only against universal health care because they get paid. I'm like, no, that's not why. They actually, it's like, oh, so-and-so is only wants to advocate for war with Iran because they're on the payroll of AIPAC. And it's like, well, yeah, the AIPAC trips and the money helps, but they think that. Actually, the system itself, this is a very Chomsky-esque systemic critique, is that any journalist worth their salt would never have the ability to get hired in the mainstream. So he's like, it's not that you're bad in the mainstream media. It's that anyone good is not allowed to be elevated to your position because they have an ideology. And so, that is the most self-reinforcing, pernicious mechanism of them all. And that's really Washington.
It's again, a bubble, but a bubble that has a lot of power.
Yes.
Who do you think is the future of the Republican Party after Trump? What happens to Trumpism after Trump?
Like you just said, Bayesian, very mysterious, right? So let's say it's 2004. It's Bush Cheney. In 2004, the day after the election, I would have told you this. We live in a Bible Belt, Jesus land America. This America wants to protect America. The war on terror against Iraq and the axis of evil. And American people just voted for George W. Bush. And so I would have predicted that it would have been somebody in that vein. And they tried that. His name was John McCain. He got blown the fuck out by Barack Obama. So I cannot sit here and confidently say.
What year would you be able to predict it? Well, it's just his first time he gave the speech.
The 2004 speech to the DNC. That was his We Don't Live in Black America, White America, the John Kerry DNC speech. You honestly could not have predicted it until 2007, whenever he actually announced his campaign and activated a lot of anti-war energy. I mean, maybe 2006, actually, I could have said, in '06, if I was kind of a contrarian man now, and like, there's a lot of anti-war energy, I think the next president will be somebody who's able to, the explosion of Keith Olbermann and MSNBC. It makes logical sense in hindsight, but at the same time, you're going up against the Clinton machine, who's never lost an election, so I would have been afraid. I cannot confidently say, so I will say if things go in different directions. If Trump is a net positive president, then I think it will be J.D. Vance, the vice president, who believes in a lot of the things that I've talked about here today about foreign policy restraint, about the working class, about changing Republican attitudes to the economy, and he would be able to build upon that legacy in the way that George H.W. Bush was able to get elected off the back of Reagan. But H.W. Bush was fundamentally his own man. He's a very misunderstood figure, very different than Rob.
Welcome. How are you?
So that's
What's up, Alex? How you living, Pim? What's new? Okay, is there any way to get it back? Okay, what did the police say? Okay, did you give that to eBay? Okay, did you email them? Okay, so call them back and tell them you were supposed to send me a link, but I never got it. Okay, so email them. All right, well, we'll get it for you. It's probably support at ebay.com. What is eBay support email? eBay customer service. eBay does not have a direct email. Instead, they use a contact form system. So you go to eBay customer support. So you go to get help with a hacked account. And then it says, if you can't sign into your account, contact us immediately. And it says, contact us. They have a live chat. That dude, it works anywhere. No, you don't. I'm on it right now. I'll give you the website. Yes, you can. It's ebay.com/help/account yeah. So just do that. It's ebay.com / no, it's just ebay.com. You don't have to use the UK one, global one. You don't have to use the United Kingdom one. Use the global one. ebay.com /help /account. All right. And then hit enter or return or whatever. Go there. Okay. And then you're going to see hacked account. No, that's not what it says. It says a lot of things on that page. Keep searching, and it's going to say Someone hacked my account, or help with the hacked account. I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone. Okay, so I'm on my phone too. So it says, there you go. Click there, up a little chat box. Okay, so click on the chat box and tell them what happened. Okay, that's not what I told you to do. You go to, yeah, I did. And then, okay. And then tell it, I can't do that. There's no sign of my account. There you go. Okay. Okay, you can't get into your phone number? Dude, you can still do it. You put your phone number in? Oh, okay. Well, then call their number. All right, go do it.
causing problems in their relationship before they broke up because he was constantly texting her at all hours. What the fuck could she possibly be doing for him? As the intern on a show for 2 episodes a week where she's basically required to appear. They have a separate editor, they have this guy who does Photoshop, and all the jobs are covered. You don't need to be talking to Brendan Schaub and having like legally secret phone calls, like, like we laughing about nothing, just talking to Brendan. It's work, babe. That's how he made it seem to me. And I believe this guy because this is a highly trained source. So Brendan Schaub is obviously like, either fuck this girl or trying to start paying her, then go, oh, George, sorry, all that training and mentoring and leadership, I prepared you to, we don't need you, sorry. You let him fly home, have the holidays, and then the day after Christmas, say, hey, I don't want to have this conversation with you. I'm going to let my lawyer, Lex, call you up and tell you that you're fired. The ex-boyfriend, the new rule in the hair.
All right, pimp. I'm gonna get some sleep. Best wishes with the eBay thing.
Sometime in the 8th or 9th century, somewhere on the
Is
island
the
of Great
O4 path
Britain,
that I just laid out.
an unknown British poet
If George W. Bush,
lamented the
if Trump
rubbish
does what
thrown
Bush
over
does,
the ruin.
misinterprets his mandate, screws things
Like
up,
so many
creates
people from
chaos,
this age, which has
and
been called
makes
the
it
Dark Ages,
generally
we
annoying
don't
to
know
live
this
in
poet's
our
name.
society, then
We
you
don't know
will
when they
see
were born or when they
somebody in
died,
the Republican
even where
Party.
they're from.
I mean, still, it could even be
But they
JD,
wrote a
because he
poem
could say
in the
JD is
language
my
of Old
natural
English
and my
that has
chosen
survived
successor,
to this day.
but then he would
And that
lose the
poem
election,
gives
and
us a
then he would no
glimpse
longer be
into
the
the lost and decaying world they inhabited.
So
It was a
I could
world of
see it
mystery,
swinging the other direction.
scattered
I could
with the
see,
enormous crumbling ruins of a
Republicans or
bygone
others,
age.
let's say if it's a total disaster and we get down to like 20% approval ratings, the economy is bad and stuff like that. Glenn Youngkin or somebody like that who's very diametrically opposed to Donald Trump, or at least aesthetically, is somebody like that who can rise from nationalism. I'm saying like in terms of his aesthetic, not per se. So there's a variety of different directions. It's a big question about the Republican base. I mean, a shit ton of
This
people
poem
voted
is known
Republican now for
simply
the first
as the
time
ruin,
ever.
and it's thought
So
the ruin
are they
that
going to vote party
describes
primaries?
is
I
that
don't
of
know.
the British
The
Roman
traditional
town
party
of Bath.
primary voter is like a white
The
Filipino.
poem itself has come down to us as something of a ruined
Is
object
the
too.
Latino guy in
It was
California
damaged by
who turned
fire
out to
at
vote
some
for Trump
point in
with a
history,
hat,
but its
rolling
words
around,
break off and cut out, just
suburban
like the
Los
sheet of
Angeles?
masonry it
With that, is he going to
describes.
vote in the Republican Party? That could change. So
But what we
the type
have
of candidate
is enough to picture the
But it's
crumbling
way
ruined
too early to
buildings
say.
and the
We have
effects
so
they
many
had on its
variety of
poem.
paths that we can go down.
Yeah,
You can
I think
almost
Trump
feel
is
the
a
light falling
singular
through the broken
figure
roof
in terms
and
of
smell the still water where
if you
luxurious
support
baths
Trump,
once stood. You can picture the
there's
solitary figure of the poet
a vibe.
clambering over the piles of
Kamala has
masonry,
a vibe.
and you can
There's
almost hear
definitely
them
a vibe
wondering,
to Trump
who
and
built
MAGA.
this place?
And I just,
How
I
did
think
they
even with
construct the
JD,
vaults of these
that
cavernous halls?
that's no longer going
And
to be
why,
there. So if
after
JD
everything
runs
they've
and
built,
wins, that will
did they
be on
leave it
the
all
principles. And
Yeah,
he's a very different human being.
he is so different. Right? You can see his empathy. Right? Remember in the EP debate, it's like Christ have mercy, and Tim Walsh or something. That's not something that's like in terms of, I mean, this, by the way, this is my own bubble test. I have no idea how somebody listens to Trump and JD Vance is like Trump is the most. I honestly, I don't know. That's my own opinion. I am in too much of a bubble where my bias is to being well spoken,
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're
empathetic, or at
listening
least
to
being
the
able to
Fall
play
of
empathetic,
Civilizations
being
podcast.
extremely well read about the world, and thoughtful,
Each
and
episode,
somebody
I
who's
look at a
somebody like
civilization
him
of
who's
the past
engaged in the
that
political
rose to
process,
glory,
but also
and then
able to
collapsed
maintain his
into the ashes
values,
of history.
extremely well articulate his worldview.
I want to
That's my
ask,
bias.
what
That's
do they
who I
have
would
in common?
be.
What led to their fall?
It's a big
And
country.
what did it feel like
By the
to be
way,
a
I feel your
person
bias.
alive
Yeah.
at the time?
And I sometimes try to
witnessed
take
the
myself
end
out
of
of that
their world.
bubble. Like, maybe it's not important to feel read
In this episode of Fall of Civilizations, I want to look not at the collapse of a whole
I'm not
empire,
saying everybody should
but
be
just
like
one
this, but
part
that's
of
my
it.
I'm checking myself
The
by
island
being
of
like,
Great Britain,
because of who
as
I
it
am,
was
that's
under
how
the
I
rule
see
of
it.
the Roman
And that's how
Empire.
I would choose. But
I want
that
to
is
show
not
how a great civilization was built almost
nothing is topping
overnight
that more
and
than
endured the test of
Oh, shit,
centuries
did. I mean, I
against
don't know if
overwhelming odds.
that's the lesson to take away. I think
I
but
want
who
to
are we?
explore its
People are
fatal
like-
flaws
I'm not going to tell
and
somebody.
describe
no.
what happened
What I'm
after
saying
its
is, take
final
everything from
dramatic collapse.
everything Trump is doing, everything, the dance,
Yeah.
all of it.
At the
And
time
add
the poetry of the ruin
occasional
was written,
saga-like references to
was
history.
already a distant
I think
memory.
that's just a better candidate.
It was
I agree with
remembered
I mean,
as a time
listen,
of giants and
my
legends.
bias.
I don't know. I
But
don't
for
think
nearly
that's
4
biased. I think
centuries
I
until
think
its
that's
fall,
not a bubble
Britannia
thinking.
had been one of
It's
the Roman
a
Empire's
right?
most
Like, listen
enduring
to the
possessions.
JD interview with Rogan.
To get to the start of this story, we have to rewind back
obscure
centuries
references
to the 1st
studies,
century BC,
to like
when the power
papers that have come out,
confidence of the Roman
essays,
Empire was at its height.
books. Like, this is a very
This
well
was the
read,
very twilight
high
of the period
IQ,
we call
well thought
the
out
Roman Republic.
individual who also
And in this period,
has
Rome
given
was
his
still a
life to
kind
the
of
political
democracy.
process. and decided
While
to
power was
like
concentrated
deal
in
with
the
all the
wealthy
bullshit that
landowning
this entire
classes,
system's going to
Rome
go
did
through
hold
whenever you start
elections,
to
and the
engage.
power of the Senate
That's who I would
acted
want
as
to
a
be president,
check on
but
the
you know,
might
I'm
of its
biased. So
rulers.
what can I say?
I like how you keep
Under
saying
this
it's biased.
system,
As
Rome
if there's some
conquered
percent of the
vast
population
swathes of
doesn't like
territory
people to
across
read at
Europe,
all.
into
Okay.
Greece and Turkey, and along
What
the
about the
North
future? You
African
kind of
coast.
hinted at it, the future of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Its
Do
empire
you see
was
any
vast
talent
and
out there
constantly
that's promising?
expanding.
Is it going to be Obama-like figure
But
that
at this
swirls
point,
out of
the
nowhere?
ragged chalk coast of the British Isles
Because the
was
Democratic
still the
Party was
frontier
destroyed.
of what the Romans called
From
the known world.
1980, the 1980 election to
Britain for
1992.
Rome
They're
was a
12 years out of
mysterious
power.
and frightening
In
place.
periods of
According
that
to
long
Plutarch,
of an
some
era,
even believed
it
the island
takes
of
somebody
Britain was a
really
legend.
brand new who's not tainted by the previous
The island
to convince the
furnished
base
much
you can want and
matter.
convince the country that
Some
you're
argued that its name and
So,
story had been
I would not put
fabricated,
my money
that it
on
had never
anybody tainted
existed.
by the Great Awakening,
Although the
by
crossing from mainland
TDS, by
Europe
the
to the British
insanity of the
Isles
Trump era.
is only
It
30
has to be
kilometers
somebody
at its
close by.
narrowest point.
And or somebody
It's a
with
body of water exposed to the
It will-
harsh
it
weather
will,
systems
in my
of the
opinion,
North Sea
it
and
will
North
likely
Atlantic.
not be any
The Roman
establishment
historian Ammianus Marcellinus
who will emerge.
describes its dangerous and unpredictable
Like I said,
nature.
my dark horse is Dean. I think that the
narrow space of
Democratic
sea
base
that
needs to give him a
swells
shit ton of
dreadful
credit, and they should, for
sinks
him
again
being out.
to its feet
Look,
to the
let's be
plain.
honest, he has no name congressman from
By the middle of the
Nobody
1st
cares.
century BC,
But just like
this
Obama, he had
treacherous and
courage,
unpredictable
and
crossing
spoke early.
had already defeated the
And by doing
ambitions
that,
of
he showed
several
good
generals and
and he shows
emperors.
he's willing to take risks. So I would
Julius
hope that
Caesar
America's political
famously
system will
invaded the
reward
British Isles
something like
twice,
that. And I do
in
think the
55
Democrats
and 54
will. But
BC.
I'm not saying it'll be him per se.
At
But
both of these
it will be a
campaigns,
figure
did
like
little
that,
more than
who's
sink
not
Roman
national,
life and treasure into the
who
marshy lands
has
of
read the
Kent
tea
and
leaves
the
correctly,
Thames
who
Valley.
took guesses and did things
Caesar
differently than
would go on
everybody
to
else.
gather all of the
And,
power of Rome's
Most
institutions
of all, I'm
to
open to
himself.
heterodox
And he would pass
attitudes,
Rome on
ideas,
to his
behaviors.
successor, Caesar
By
Augustus,
definition,
as a
after a blowout,
dictatorship.
those will likely be the
Augustus,
So I cannot
who
get
ruled
it.
as the first Roman
Describe
emperor,
the
planned 3
Can you
separate
imagine
invasions
an
of Britain,
amorphous figure
and
that's a
each
progressive
fizzled out uselessly.
populist?
It would be
And
very
generations later, the
just
notorious
because
mad
a huge
emperor
portion
Caligula
of the
even amassed a
multiracial
great invasion force
has
of 200,000 men on the
But
Normandy
I
coast.
could see it. I mean, look,
Poised
people
to
change
take
their
the
minds
other
all the
direction
time.
for
Like, there are people out there
And this
who voted
attempt
for
might
Barack
have been
Obama who's
successful,
now voted for
had
Donald Trump
Caligula
3
not been
times. So,
the mad
you
emperor.
know, a lot can change in this country.
On a
If
whim,
you make a
he
credible
reportedly
case,
ordered
got a
his
track
men to
record,
give up the
speak
invasion of
authentically,
Britain and
and
gather
you
seashells from the
can
Normandy
try to
beaches
divide the
instead.
country along class lines
Britain
and
for
be
the Romans
authentic and
was
real
an
about it.
unattainable
Maybe.
prize.
I think you have a shot. I
It was a
still
land
think
of
you're probably
mystery,
going to get dinged on
peopled by
culture,
wild
just
and
because I think this
unpredictable
election
barbarians.
really showed us how important immigration
After
is.
returning from his
But,
failed
you
invasions,
know, actually,
Julius Caesar
what the
wrote with
left
palpable
populace
horror
prayed for,
about the
and
British
what it
inhabitants.
is that Trump actually solves immigration.
Most
Like,
of
in
the
terms of
inland
changing
inhabitants do
status
not
quo.
serve
You know how the way
live
that
on milk and
the
flesh
Supreme
and
Court
are
ended the
clad in
conversation on
skins.
gay marriage? So
All the
Republicans were like, yes,
Britons
whatever.
dye themselves with
Because
blood,
like, that's the
which
law of
gives
the
them
land.
a
It
bluish
is what it
colour
is.
and a
They should just
terrifying
hope that
appearance
their
in battle.
unpopular issue
They wear
is
their hair
resolved by the
long
president,
and have
and
every
thus they
part
just
of their
don't talk
body
about it anymore.
shaved,
And now the
except
battleground
the
is actually
head
favorable
and
for them.
upper lip.
They get to talk about the economy and abortion.
It was the
So
Emperor
their
Claudius
their
who
least
finally
popular issue
enveloped this
gets
wild and
solved by the
dangerous
president
place
by
into the
consensus
empire of
from
Rome.
his mandate, and then they can
Claudius
run on a
successfully
brand new
landed 4
platform to do
legions
issues
plus
of the
20,000 men on the British
All right, let's
coast.
put our historian hat
He
back
waited
on.
behind on
Okay?
the
With
continent,
the American
perhaps
Empire
wisely
collapsed
considering the
one day,
failures of his
and
predecessors. And he must have listened
One
eagerly as
for
every new
reasons.
report came back to him.
statistically.
As his men landed in Kent, crossed its chalk downs and
Statistically,
valleys, and marched north to the river
You
estuaries
know,
of the
the famous
Thames.
Fight Club quote is like how long enough timeline is a mile away.
An
from
enormous
everything.
mass of British fighters
And
awaited.
You know, I like for all the books you've
The
quoted.
battle
you
went on
like
for 2
I
days.
guess the movie.
An incredibly long battle in an era that was mostly
In terms
characterized
of
by
why,
short and
again,
brutal
statistically,
confrontations.
the answer is quite simple.
And
It
after a
usually
fierce
comes back to
resistance, the British forces
series
retreated
of
to the banks of the
unpopular
River Thames.
wars, which are pursued
The Romans followed,
because of
wading and swimming through the
interests.
marshes of
Then
Essex,
it
using their
usually
engineering
leads
expertise to
to
build bridges across the
calculation
swampy ground.
and not a
And after a
catastrophic
final
defeat
bloody
normally.
clash,
It comes
British
gradually,
resistance was crushed.
and most of
Yet
the
this
times when
total
these
victory
things
was all but
British
crazy
shore,
part is
but
most
the
people who
Emperor
are living
Claudius
with
himself
empire
arrived on British shores.
I actually think about that a lot. From
Famously,
Decline and Fall
he
of the
brought
Roman
with him
Empire,
a terrifying symbol
Gibbon.
of Roman
Actually,
power,
your episode on Rome.
a tamed
Gibbon's
war
War.
elephant
So there you go.
brought from Africa.
Another really good one.
To
I
the
like
poor
to think a lot about
Britons
the British
witnessing the
Empire
arrival of their
and
conquerors,
what eventually
the
led
sight of
to
this
that
animal
collapse.
The
And
heavy thuds
nobody
of its
in
footfalls and the
1919
rattling of
said
its mighty
the British
chains
Empire was just
must have
collapsed.
ended any thought they had of successful
They were like, yeah, the
resistance.
First World War is horrible, but actually we came
From
out of
there,
it okay.
Roman
We still have
troops
India,
swept
you know,
across
still
the
have
rest of the country with
African
ruthless
colonies
efficiency.
going, but
Into
you know,
Wales and the
long
British
periods of
Midlands,
servitude
subduing
and debt
tribes
to
as
the
they
United
went.
States, of degradation, of social
But when they
upheaval,
reached the
of
rugged heath and
Bolshevism,
hills of
of
Caledonia,
American
that's
industrial
modern
might,
Scotland,
and next
the
thing you
Romans met
know,
their
you
match.
find yourself at Potsdam,
These
and
lands were
Churchill's like,
ruled
holy
by
shit,
fierce
I have barely any
confederations of
power in
tribes.
this room, right?
Among
So
them,
revolutions happen
powerful warrior
slowly and
clans
all
like
at
the
once.
Picts and the
And so
Meatai.
could you really put a
The Roman
real
historian
like,
Cassius
pin in the
Dio
end of the British Empire?
writes
It took
about
almost
these
40
peoples
years
with
for
particular
it to end.
contempt.
So America's empire will
These
eventually end
tribes inhabit
either
wild
from rising geopolitical competition, likely China with the internet, nobody knows. It will likely be because of
They dwell in
being
tents,
overstretched,
naked and shod, and have
an
very
elite
fond of
capture is
plundering.
usually the reason why, and a
We don't know what the
misreading
Picts
of
called
what made
themselves,
your original
since almost
society
nothing
work.
of their language has survived.
And that
The
is
word
one
Pict is
where,
what the Romans
honestly,
called them,
all
and it
three of
comes
those
from the
things will
same
happen
root
all
as the
at
English
once,
word
and it
picture.
will happen over an extremely
It
long
means
period of
painted,
time.
referring to the
And
brilliant war
it's
paints
very
they
difficult
wore
to
into
predict.
battle.
I would not bet against America right now. I think
Today,
there's a lot of
we know them
fundamentals
by
and
the beautiful
really
ritual
dynamic
standing
country.
stones
Really
they left
fucking
across
great.
Scotland,
Every time I travel
decorated
the world,
with
as much as I love
mesmerizing walls
all
and
these different places I
curves.
go, man, I love the United States so much. You will love it more when you leave. I
But
really do.
whatever else
So,
we know
Yeah,
about
and
them,
it's
we know that these
nice to
tribal
remember
people
how
fought with enough
quickly
ferocity
the
that the
public
Roman
opinion
advance was
shifts. Like, we're
halted.
very dynamic and
The
adaptable.
Picts knew their land
It
well,
annoys
and
me.
they
I
were
understand
well
that's part of
versed
the
in what we
political
today would
discourse saying,
call
like, if Trump
guerrilla
wins,
warfare.
it's the end of America.
The
If Kamala
Romans knew
wins,
when
it's
to
the end
quit.
of America.
So
They
stupid.
ceased their
Yeah.
advance
But
and declared
I
the border
understand
of
the
Caledonia
radical
to be the
nature that
final
this
limit
was
of their empire.
necessary
They
to,
built
like you
forts along a
mentioned,
jutting cliff that ran the
dry
whole width
up.
of the
Right?
country,
I like to
a
think about
shelf of
Americans in
igneous
1866.
dolerite that
I
formed a
cannot
natural
imagine
barrier
going
between
to
the
a
Roman
world where
lands
some
and the lands of
exercise
the
is 2
Picts.
or 3% or whatever the entire
One rare
population is
writing
just
tablet found in a
our
rubber sheet
president,
in one of
who
these
is
forts
visionary
and dated to the
genius
year
and we're blessed
92
to
AD
have,
shows
is
the Roman
assassinated
frustration
towards
with
the
their ongoing
immediately
battles
after
with
the
this bunch
surrender
of
of
ragtag
Andrew
natives.
Johnson, who's a bumbling
The
like,
Britons
fucktard,
are
is the one who is in
unprotected by
charge.
armor.
And you
There
know,
are
we're having
very
all
many
these
cavalry.
crises
The
over
cavalry
like
do
internal
not use
management,
swords,
while
nor do
we're
the
also trying to
Reticuli
decide
take
like
up
this
fixed
new order in the
positions to
South,
throw
and
their
whether to bring
javelins.
these people, how to bring these people
The
back.
word Reticuli is interesting
I would have
because it has
just
never been seen in any other Roman
I was like, it's
source.
over. This is it.
It's a kind of
You know, the
slang
war.
that
I was
loosely
like, was it
translates
worth
to
anything?
nasty
if
little
Andrew Johnson was
Britons,
going to be
and it
doing
gives you a
this, or even in the
sense of
South,
how
I
the
can't
Romans
even
felt
imagine,
about their new
for what
subject.
they were going through too. You know, they have to go home.
In the
and
year
their entire cities are
120
burned to the
AD,
ground, and
the
they're trying to
Emperor Hadrian
readjust, and,
visited
their
Britain,
entire
and
economy
he
and
was
way of
dismayed
life
to
is
find the
overthrown
Roman
in
troops
5
there
years.
still
I mean,
beset
that's
with
an insane
rebellions and
time to be
raids.
alive. And
But
what
he
do we
was
know? It worked
impressed
out.
with the natural
By
fortification given by
1890s
this
or
ridge
so,
of volcanic stone they were
there were
camped
people
on.
shaking hands, no union.
He ordered this barrier
There's
to be
a
made
cool
more
video on YouTube
fortified.
actually of
With the construction of what
FDR,
would become
who
the
was
largest
addressing
Roman
the last
artifact in the
Gettysburg
world,
veterans. I think it was
a
like the
mighty
75th
wall stretching
anniversary or whatever. And you can
135
literally see these
kilometers
old
from
men
coast to coast.
shaking hands across the
This
stone
border
wall.
wall would be known as Hadrian's Wall,
Let's flinch
and
out
the
that
Romans
hope.
defended it with
What
garrisons
is
of
the
infantry
source
and
of
cavalry
optimism you
stationed
have
in a string of
for
forts
the
all the way along
21st
its length?
century, for the
And the Romans
century
weren't
beyond
satisfied
that,
with this border.
human civilization
They
in
would make
general?
multiple attempts to
It's,
push it further
it's
north into
easy to
Caledonia,
learn
but all of these
cynical lessons
attempts
from
would
history,
fail.
right?
At one
That shit
point,
eventually
they
goes
even
wrong.
built another wall,
But
known as the
sometimes it
Antonine
doesn't.
Wall, 160
So what gives
kilometers
you
further
hope?
to the north,
I
at
think
the
that
narrowest point of the British Isles.
the
It
fundamentals
spans
of what
63
makes
kilometers
humanity
from coast
great
to coast,
has for a long time
but it
are
turned out
best
to be
expressed
useless.
in the American
The
character.
land of Caledonia
And
was
that
ungovernable,
despite all of our
and the Antonine
problems,
Wall was
that
abandoned each
as a
time it was
country
tried.
with our
Its
ego and
stones
a lot of
left
stuff
to
we talked
crumble
about
into the
today,
peaty earth of the
individualism,
Scottish
frontier
wars.
mindset, the blessings of geography,
But
the
Hadrian's
blessings of
barrier
our
stood.
economy, of
Rome led
the way
occasional
that we're able
scouting
to
parties
incorporate
out into
different
the space
cultures and the
between the
best of
two
each and
walls.
put them all together
They
and
went to
give us
barter
the
for
best
truces, exchange
opportunity
hostages, and
to succeed
initiate
and to
trade.
accomplish awesome things.
And the
We're the
Romans
country
knew
that
when
put
to
a man
spot a
on the
bargain.
moon, which is the
Vast
epitome
hoards
of
of Roman
human
coins
spirit.
found north
I
of
hope
Hadrian's
to see
Wall
more
suggest
of
that
that.
for at least some of the
And
time,
I think
Rome
last
was
time I was
paying
here, I
the
shouted out,
peoples to
I
hold
love
back their
Antarctic
attacks.
exploration. I've read basically every book.
Meanwhile,
the
south
exploration
of this
part of
snaking
it.
line of
And one of the
stone,
reasons I love to do
Roman
so
Britain
is because
settled
there's
into a
no
restive
reason
peace.
to care about it. None. There's nothing down there.
There were uprisings
Zero.
at
Going to the
first,
South
the
Pole
most
is
famous of these
food,
led by the warrior
useless
queen
exercise.
Boudica of the
Yet,
Iceni tribe. Only 17 years
They
after
went
the
twice.
conquest
Actually,
of
2
southern
people
Britain,
went there in the span of 5 weeks.
Rome crushed this adventure brutally,
And the
and with it,
spirit
some of
that
the last
propelled
organized resistance
Amundsen
to their rule.
and Scott's expedition, and people
But the
like
province of
Shackleton, who's
Britannia
like, if
would
you were
never
to ask
quite
me,
be pacified.
hero of all heroes, Ernest Shackleton, is because his spirit, I think, lives on in the United States. It unfortunately died in Great Britain. And
Everyone knows that old
interestingly
saying
enough,
that
the
Rome
Brits
wasn't
even
built in a
understand. They're like,
day.
it's very interesting how
But in
popular
Roman
Shackleton
regional
is.
capitals like London
And,
and Colchester,
Even though he
these
was
cities
Irish
really did
and he
seem
was
to
a
go
British
up
subject,
overnight.
to me, he's a spiritual American. And I
If you
think that
compare
his spirit
Singapore
lives
or
on.
Dubai to photos of those
As
cities
always,
in the 1980s, you might get a
And
sense of how it
everywhere
must have
else,
felt
I
to
think
live in
it's not.
London in the
But
decades
here,
after the Romans
I love it
arrived.
here. There's so many cool things about it. People
A
move around
small,
all the time,
marshy
they buy
fishing
their
town
houses, they start
suddenly
families.
transformed in
They,
the space
there's
of
no other
only a
place
few
you can visit
decades
your whole life. In the
into a
same country,
glittering
it's wild.
metropolis.
You can reinvent yourself. You can go broke.
Despite
You
their
can get
colourful
rich. You can
pantheon
go
of
back and
gods,
forth
the real religion
multiple
of the
times.
Romans
And
was the
there's nowhere
religion of
there's nowhere
urbanism,
else where you have
the
enough
cult
freedom
of the city.
and opportunity to
And they
pursue that.
replicated the
Definitely
structure
have
of Rome
a lot
in
of
every
problems,
city
but I've
they
traveled
built.
enough of the world now
In
to
London,
know that
Rome built an
special
ornate
place.
forum and a
And
theatre,
that gives me a lot of
enormous
I
public
wish I could do
buildings with marble fronts and
Bostonian
tiled
accent of
roofs,
we do these
unlike
things
anything the
not
Britons had
because they're
seen
easy,
before.
but because they had.
A new elite of Roman governors, civil servants, and
That's so
statesmen
true.
poured in,
It's got Irish.
and their luxurious villas went up
Well,
around the countryside.
listen, I'm a huge fan of yours,
These
Southern. I
residences were
hope to see
resplendent,
you
with
in the
mosaics
White
and
House
baths, even
interviewing the
underfloor
president. There you go. That's the only
And each city they built became another hub
Yeah.
in a network of roads along
that
which
road
imperial
is talking,
commodities moved.
free. I
Urban
would
Britons
love
can now
to
enjoy
work
incenses
in
and
the country
perfumes,
and in the world
amphors of wine and red
you
gloss
to
pottery
talk
from Gaul,
to the
olive
press
oil
secretary,
from
to the
Spain,
president.
along with pepper and spices brought from as
Because I
far
think
as India.
you're one of the good ones.
In
As
exchange,
far as
Britain
journalists go, as
supplied
far as
precious
human beings go,
metals to the
I
Roman
hope to
world,
see you in there, and I hope you
gold
get
and silver,
to
as well as
ask the
lead and
question
iron.
that
Perhaps most importantly, the shores of Cornwall and Devon were a
well,
rich source
likewise,
of
I'm a
tin,
huge fan of
a
yours.
rare metal
For
in the
anybody
ancient
out there
world
who's
that was
interested, I
crucial for
compiled
making
a list, and I
bronze.
will go retroactively edit it. Just go
But
to
despite these benefits, Britannia
sagargetty.io.
was
I
always
created
a
a
costly
newsletter with a
possession.
website that has all the links.
Records show that larger amounts of
Beautiful.
resources were
Hundreds of
poured
books
into the
that are
island
mentioned
than
here.
were ever taken
Hi,
out,
brother. Thank you so much for talking.
and
Thank
some
you.
at least must have realized
Thanks
that
for
the
listening to
empire
this conversation
could
with
fund this
Sagar Getty.
outpost forever.
To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from
Part of the
Voltaire.
cost of holding Britain as a colony was due to its
Study of all
countryside,
the world.
a hotbed of rebellion.
Thank you for listening. I hope
Native
to see you
Britons
next
lived
time.
in small villages of timber, turf-walled roundhouses that dotted the land. And here, tribal loyalties held greater sway than any loyalty people felt to their Roman governors. A good way to think about the situation is to look at the recent
What is
occupation
the
of Iraq
difference
by the United
between a
States, Britain, and their
madman and a
allies?
genius?
In Roman times, fortified green zones went up across Britain too,
Says
walled compounds where foreign administrators poured in
the
to
following
enforce
is a
the new
conversation
structure of
with
imperial
Javier Milei,
society.
the president of Argentina.
Two inscriptions from
He
Europe
is a
show
libertarian,
imperial officials coming from as
anarcho-capitalist,
far as
and
Africa,
economist.
France,
He campaigned
Sardinia, and
with a
Greece.
chainsaw that
A
symbolized
rotating
his
cast
promise
of governors
to
came
slash the
and went
corrupt
too.
bureaucracy of the state.
These figures often stayed in their post for only 3 years or so,
1 year ago.
and none of them were
The
native to
country on the
Britain.
brink of hyperinflation, deep
And
in
although
debt,
we don't have
and
complete
suffering
records,
from
there's
that
also no
employment
evidence of native
poverty.
Britons ever rising to
He
the
took this
social rank
crisis
necessary
head-on,
to govern.
transforming one of Latin America's
This
largest
is a situation
economies
quite
to a
different to
pure
other
free
Roman
market.
colonies like Gaul, where
Just a
Rome
few
made
months
some
in
effort to
office,
bring indigenous
Joe
people
Ready
on
achieved
board the
Argentina's
imperial
first
project.
fiscal surplus in 16 years. And not
So
just
while some
avoided
Britons might have
hyperinflation,
felt the material benefits of
brought
Roman rule,
inflation down to a
it
slow
seems they never really felt part of the shared
We'll discuss
destiny
all
that
of
bound
this
the
in
rest of the
detail,
empire
both the
together
successes
during its
and the
height.
challenges. His depth of knowledge
Perhaps
of
partly
economic
for this
principles,
reason,
metrics, and
it
data
seems the British
truly
countryside
impressive.
was only ever
Refreshing
one
to
step
hear
from
from a
anarchy.
world leader. But even bigger than the
This
economic
threat of rebellion
transformation of
from within
Argentina,
was coupled with
Javier
raids by the
represents
Picts
the
and the
universal
Meute on
fight
the walled
against
northern
government
border.
corruption and the fight
And the
for
rich
freedom,
traffic of trade coming to
economic
and
freedom,
from Europe
political freedom,
also created
and
a booming industry in piracy.
He has many critics, many of whom are part
Seagoing
of the
tribes
corrupt
like the
establishment.
Saxons became increasingly bold,
But
braving
many
the stormy
are simply
waters of the North
Argentinian
Sea to
citizens,
harass shipping,
scared of the pain
and even make
its radical
incursions onto the
policies
British
will bring,
coast.
at least in the short term.
So even in this
But whether one
first century of
disagrees with his
Roman
methods
rule
or
in
not,
Britain,
no one can
the
deny
pressures that would eventually crush it like a tin can began to bear in from
an
every
economic
side.
transformation in modern history, and that Javier Milei is truly a force
One of
of
the
nature.
key measures that
Combining the
archaeologists
rigor of an
use to
economist
track the
with
cycle
the
of
passion
peace and
of a
war in the ancient
revolutionary
world
in the fight
is to look
for
at the
freedom
frequency of buried
of a
coin
nation he
balls.
loves. Argentina is one of
Put
my
yourself
favorite
in the
countries,
position of a
so I
person living in the
sincerely
ancient
hope
world.
to succeed.
When times are good,
This
you
interview
feel secure
was
enough to
conducted
store your
with the
silver
president
coins or
speaking
your gold
Spanish
jewelry
and me
in your
speaking
home
English
or in the family
with an
vault
interpreter
or even in an
simultaneously
early
translating.
form of bank.
We make the
But when
episode
times are
available
bad, you can't risk that.
overdubbed and subtitled
You
in
might
both
bury your
English and
silver
Spanish,
as an extra
thanks to
precaution.
our
Or
great
you do
friends
so in a
at
panic
Loving
when you
Lab.
see the first plumes
If
of
you're
black
watching on
smoke
YouTube,
begin to
you
show
can
over the
switch
horizon.
between English and Spanish by
And
clicking
in
the gear
times of
icon
mild
and
unrest,
audio track and
people
choosing
would come
language.
back to dig these up again later, once the
If
danger
you're
had
watching on
passed.
X, I'll post both Spanish
But
and
if the
English
unrest is
versions.
serious enough,
If
there
you're
might not
watching
be
on
anyone
Spotify
left to
and
retrieve it.
listening elsewhere, I'll
In
probably
that
only post
case,
the
the
English version.
coins remain in the ground
This is
with the
the
dates
first
and
time for me
numbers
doing
stamped
something like this
meticulously on their
in a foreign
surface.
language. It was
This is
challenging,
bad news
but I
for
won.
their owner, of course,
I hope to
but it's
continue
good
talking
news
to
for
many world
archaeologists who
leaders
want to
for 2
track
to
the
3 hours
region's
in this
history
way,
of unrest.
including Volodymyr Zelensky, Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi,
I'm going
and
to pick up our
Xi
story
Jinping.
again at a point
I
when
want to
people in
explore
Roman
who they
Britain
are,
were once
how they
again burying
think,
their coins
and
in
how they
record
hope to help
numbers,
their country and humanity
right
flourish.
as the second century draws
This
to a
is the Let's Speak
close.
podcast. To support it, please check out our
Since the
sponsors
end of the
in the
Roman
description.
Republic,
And now,
Rome had
your
undergone
friend,
nearly 2 centuries of
Javier.
constant expansion, and the constant
When did you
wars on its
first
borders
understand
had
the
been matched
value of
by
freedom,
relative peace
especially
within its
economic freedom?
lands, a period known as the Pax
Well,
Romana,
actually,
or
I
the Roman
came to
peace.
understand the ideas of freedom
But as the year 200
as an
approached,
economic growth
this relative
specialist
peace
back
in the
in the
Roman
years of
Empire's interior
2013
was
to
beginning to shatter.
2014.
Plague had ravaged
I could
Rome's
see that
lands.
per
A
capita
devastating
GDP
disease brought back
statistics
from the east
over the
by
last
soldiers on
2,000
campaign
years of the Christian era
had killed 2,000
essentially
people a
looked
day
like a
in
hockey
Rome at
stick,
its height, and it
indicating that
decimated
per
the
capita
imperial army,
GDP
leading to as many as
remained
5
almost
million
constant
deaths
until
across Europe.
around 1800, after which it
And trouble had
accelerated
reigned in the
sharply.
political world as
In the
well.
same context of that
Since the time of
phenomenal
Julius
increase
Caesar
in
and his successor
productivity and
Augustus,
per
the
capita
Roman emperor had
GDP,
been a dictator
the
with supreme
population had
power.
multiplied sevenfold
The
over the
Senate and
preceding
judiciary
200
were
years.
nothing but agents of his command,
So
rather than
basically,
representing
in
any kind of
economics, that
popular
means
will.
you get increasing returns,
And wherever
and
absolute
the
power
presence
exists,
of
there are
increasing
always men
returns
who will risk
implies the
everything to claim it.
existence of monopolies,
Against the
concentrated
backdrop of
structures, and
plague and
according to
famine,
traditional
civil wars began to
neoclassical
erupt
economic
across Europe
theory,
over
the
rival claims to
presence
the
of
total power of
monopolies
the
and
imperial throne.
concentrated structures is not a good
And in
thing.
these wars, it
But
was
at the
quite
same
often the
time,
generals stationed
one
in
could see
Britannia,
that living
the
standards
empire's
had
farthest
increased
and bleakest
tremendously,
province, who
and
would hear
that
the drums of
middle-income
war
people
beat the
ended up
loudest.
living far better than emperors did in the Roman era,
To understand why
and
Britannia
the
was such a source
population
of trouble,
had gone from
you
having
only have to look at the particular
95% of
paradox that
people
Roman
in
Britain
extreme
presented.
poverty to
All
less
of
than
the threats
10%.
facing it from outside and
And in
within
that
meant
context,
that
the
the land
question
required
was
the constant
how it could
presence
be
of an
that
enormous
something that
army
had
to defend
lifted
it.
so many people out of
As many
poverty,
as
that had
40,000
improved human
soldiers at its
conditions
height.
so much, could be
That's
something
about
bad for
1/8 of the
economic
entire
theory,
imperial army,
meaning
just to put
something
that in
was not
perspective.
right. So, in
And
that
this meant that
context,
any
I
one man
remember
put in
that
charge
one
of
of
Britannia's
the
defense force
people
was
who worked
automatically
on
one
my
of the empire's
team
most powerful men.
suggested I read an
The
article by
paradox might
Murray
not seem
Newton
apparent at
Rothbard
first,
called
but this was
Monopoly
one
and
of the fatal
Competition.
flaws that led to
I
the repeated
remember
humbling
reading it like
and
it
the
was
final
today.
fall of Roman Britain.
And after reading it carefully, I said, everything I've thought about market structure in the
When
last
discussing the
20 years in
Romans,
courses
it's
on
easy to get bogged down
microeconomics
in the endless
is wrong.
chain of colourful characters.
This
The
caused a
schemers
very
and the
strong
drunks and the
internal
zealots, the
commotion in me,
charlatans and the soldiers
so I
that
called
leap
this
out at us
person
from
who
the
used to
histories.
work with me,
I want
and
to
they
avoid getting
recommended a
dragged too
place
much
to
into
buy
relating the
Austrian
stories
School
of
of
each and every
Economics
person
books.
who had a role in the collapse
And
of
I
Roman Britain.
remember I bought at least
But I think
20
it
or
does help us
30
to zoom
books,
in on
which
some
I
of these
went to pick up
personalities,
one
so we get
Saturday
a sense
afternoon.
of the kind of person
And when I
responsible for
visited
what
the
happened next.
bookstore, I was fascinated
And the
by
first
all the
character in this
stuff they
story
have
is a
there.
man named
So I went back
Clodius
the next day
Albinus.
and I started calculating how much money I needed to
That's
pay
because
for my
Albinus
dog's
is one
food.
of the first generals to make what I
That's
would
my
call the
four-legged
British
child,
mistake.
and how much I needed
You
to
will be the
spend on the
first,
taxi
but by no
fare and
means the
food.
last.
And then with what I have left, I spend all of it on more books. And then I started
Born
to
in
read very
Tunisia to a humble
intensively.
family, Albinus was
And I
African,
remember, for example, the
but the
experience
name
of reading
Albinus means white,
human
and
action
he was given this name due to the extraordinary
Newton,
paleness of his
and this was
complexion.
a book that I didn't know
On
about.
his birth, his
And I
father wrote a
remember
letter
that.
about this strange
On the
phenomenon.
following weekend, I started to
The
read
sun was
this
born
book
to me on the seventh
right from
day
the
before
first
the
page,
calendar
and I
of
didn't
December.
stop
And so white was his
until
body
I
at birth,
finished it,
that it
and
was
that was a
whiter than
true
the linen
revolution
clothes in
in my
which we
head.
wrapped him.
And having the chance to
Albinus's
read
unusual
Austrian
physical
authors like
appearance doesn't seem to have held him back.
Rothbard,
He
Mises,
grew up a promising soldier and
Pope,
rose through the ranks of the
and
Roman military
Jesus
on the
Huerta de
basis of his
Soto,
skill.
or others like
When he was
Juan
appointed
Ramon
governor of
Rallo,
Britannia,
Philip
Albinus
Bagu,
stayed for longer than many
and
before him,
Walter Block, for
and we have a
example.
good account of his physical appearance in the
That
Historia
was very
Augusta.
inspirational.
He was
And at
tall
one
of stature,
point,
with
I got the
unkempt curly
opportunity
hair
to
and a
read
broad expanse of brow.
related to the
His
works of
skin was
Alberto
wonderfully
Venegas
white.
Linchijo,
He had a
and I
womanish
also
voice,
had the
almost
pleasure
as
and
shrill
honor
as
to
a
meet him.
eunuch's.
And
The
today,
life of governor seemed
we
to
are
suit
actually
Albinus,
friends.
and he might have spent the rest of his
So
life in
that
Britannia,
paved the way for
governing
me to
well
approach the
and
ideas
rising
of
through the
freedom.
ranks of Roman
And
society.
another book that
Were
was
it
a
not for
very
the events that were
significant
about to unleash
influence and
blood and
impact on
chaos
me
across the
was
wide
the
expanse of the
Principles
Western
of
Roman
Political
Empire.
Economics by Menger.
The beginning of these
It
events
was
was the
truly
death of the
eye-opening.
tyrannical
Or
Emperor
let's say,
Commodus in the
for
year
reading Eugen
192
von Björn
AD.
Bauer, these were
You
things
might
that
remember him
really
if you've ever seen Russell Crowe's Gladiator.
challenged all of my
And
former
when Commodus
thinking.
died without an heir and
I
left
had
multiple
a
claimants behind,
vague idea
the whole empire descended
and
once again
poor
into
about
chaos.
the Austrian school.
This is the period
The only
that would
thing I had
cause the
read about
historian
the
to
Austrian
write
had
his
been
famous lament.
Money and Time, a
Our
very good
history
book
now descends from the kingdom
by
of gold
Garrison, but
to one of iron and rust.
now that I understand a little bit more about Austrian
The name
economics,
given to this time
I know
the
that
year
it
of the
was
5
rather
emperors,
poor.
might give you some
This
idea
doesn't
of the
mean that the
ensuing
book isn't
pandemonium.
good, but there were a
These 5
whole lot of
claimants
things
to the imperial throne
to read
fought and
that
died.
ended up being
They
truly
burned cities to the
fascinating.
ground, they slaughtered
But
vast
from that,
armies,
what is now
until
today,
there were only 2
and maybe we
credible
can talk about
candidates
the
left.
evolution, is your
One of these was
philosophy,
Albinus, a pale
economic
Tunisian
philosophy.
stationed with his
Describe yourself
legions
as
in Britain,
anarcho-capitalist,
favorite of the Roman
market
Senate.
anarchist, libertarian. That's the
But the other
ideal.
claimant was the man
And then
sitting on the
maybe in
throne in
practice and
Rome,
reality, you
the
said that
ruthless
you're more of
emperor
a minarchist.
Septimus Severus.
So lay it all out.
Back in
What's
Britain,
your economic
Albinus
philosophy?
gave a dramatic speech before his
Strictly
British
speaking,
legions,
I am an
addressing them in a
anarcho-capitalist.
high-pitched but
I
piercing voice.
despise the state government.
He
I
announced
despise
that he wanted
violence.
to restore the
Let
ancient
us
democratic
suppose
power of the Roman
we
Senate,
take the
a
definition
radical
of
statement for a
liberalism.
prospective ruler
I
to make.
usually use the definition of
Albinus's
liberalism given
soldiers
by Alberto
cheered him,
Venegas
and
Linchijo,
they announced
which
that
is
he
very
was the
much in
only
line
emperor they served.
with the definition
It was a clear declaration
Locke,
of rebellion.
which essentially matches the
The
definition
Senate
by
soon
Alberto
sent
Venegas
Albinus messages of
Jr.,
support,
who said
and with his men's
that
loyalty
liberalism
secured,
is the
Albinus
unrestricted
decided to
respect for
march
the
on
life
Rome.
project of others based on the
He
principle
knew he
of
would have to act
non-aggression and
decisively,
defense
and
of
he
the
couldn't
right
spare
to
a
life,
single man.
liberty, and property.
He took
So
3
I frame
legions,
all of the
every last
discussions
soldier
within
in
those
Britain,
terms,
and sailed for
and
the
the
mainland
fact
in the year
is that
195.
when you get to that notion,
He
I would
must have been
dare
buoyed
say
up
that you
by
become
such a
an
sense of destiny on
anarcho-capitalist
that
de
voyage,
facto,
and it would have
and
been
what
an
that
inspiring
describes,
sight.
it is an
Those
idea
tens of thousands
which
of
represents
legionaries
my
in their
ideal
bright
world.
armor, the
I mean,
sea
that is
thick
the
with
ideal
ships,
world.
all
Now,
sailing to
real
Rome
life
to
poses a whole
restore
lot
its
of
ancient
restraints,
republic.
and some of those you can lift,
But Albinus
and those
would not succeed.
restrictions and others you can't.
Despite
So,
being popular in Gaul
in
and
real
amassing a
life, I
vast
am a
following,
monarchist.
he was finally
I
defeated 2 years
advocate
later
for
at the
minimizing
Battle of
state
Lugdunum.
size. I try to
It was
remove
a
as
bloody
many
and drawn-out
regulations as
affair,
possible.
lasting
In
over
fact,
2 days.
that is what I used to
Again,
say
an
during my
excruciatingly
campaign.
long battle in
Let's say
this
that
era.
is what I'm now carrying out. We have just
The
carried
clash
out the
involved as
largest
many as
structural reform in
300,000
Argentine
soldiers.
history. It
And
is
for
a
a time,
structural
it
reform
looked like
that is 8
Albinus would
times
win.
larger than Menem's, which had been
But
the
then the
largest
tide
structural
turned.
reform in history.
His men began
And
to
we
flee
did
the
that with
battlefield,
15%
and
of
Albinus
the
realized that all
representatives
was
and
lost.
10% of the
That all
senators.
his sacrifices had
Furthermore,
been for nothing.
we have a deregulation ministry
He
where
ran himself
basically
through with
every
his
day
own
we
dagger,
eliminate between 1 and
and
5
the Emperor
regulations.
Severus wasn't
On the other
kind in
hand, we
victory.
have
He rode his
3,200
horse over
additional
Albinus's
structural
mangled
reforms
body,
pending
and then
to the
paraded
point
his
that
head on a pike.
the day we finish all
He
these
beheaded his
reforms,
family
we will
and
be the
purged his as follows.
country on the planet. with
The power of the emperor as
consequences they
supreme
have in
dictator
terms of
remained,
well-being.
and the Senate
Think about
got
this.
quietly
When
back into
Ireland
line.
started market reforms just over 40 years ago, it was the
Albinus
poorest
had lost
country in
everything,
Europe. Today, its
but his dash
GDP
for
per
Rome had
capita
also
is
cost his
50%
province dearly.
higher than that of the United
Over the long
States.
2 years he had been
So,
at war, Albinus had left
This,
Britannia completely
I have a
undefended,
current situation,
and with no
and
garrison,
what I
the
am
land had descended
constantly
into
looking
anarchy.
for, whether from my
At this
academic
time,
works
a
and my
huge part of
outreach
Britain's
notes and
economy
books,
was driven by the
is the
constant
world we
presence
have
of a Roman
today.
army.
That
So
every
people
day
employed to
we are
supply these
closer,
men,
that
to make
every
them
day
bread
we
and forge
gain
them
more
swords,
freedom,
prepare the leather of their
because
stirrups.
there are some
All
very
these people suddenly had
interesting
no
things
job
here.
and no way to support
First, I would
themselves.
like to quote
Local
Milton
rebellions
Friedman.
spread across the country,
There is a
while
moment when
outside
they
forces
do an
raided and
interview
plundered
with
with
Milton
impunity.
Friedman, and they ask him about
Picts from
liberals,
Scotland,
and then he
Scotty from
says that
Ireland,
there
and
are three
Saxons from
types
the
of
sea,
liberals.
all
There
combined
are the
to ravage
classical
the land
liberals,
that
where,
Albinus had
for
left
example,
behind.
Adam Smith or Milton Friedman himself could fit.
Rome
Some
would
say that
eventually
Hayek
return
could
to
fit
take
into
back
that
control.
category. For
But
me,
even 10
Hayek
years
is a
later, in the year
minarchist.
207,
Then
the
you
Roman
have the
statesman put back in
minarchist where you
charge
could
still
clearly
wrote with
find
fear
in that
about the dire
place
situation the country faced.
Nietzsche's Hayek. One could
Barbarians there
find
are
in
in revolt,
philosophical terms
overrunning the
noted,
country, carrying off
and
treasure, and
basically
destroying
Ayn Rand.
most things.
And at one point, Milton Friedman,
So that's
based
the
on
heart
his
of what
own
I'm calling
son,
the British
he says,
mistake.
but if you look
The
closely,
paradox
there are
is
some
that any
who are
sufficiently
anarchists.
large force able to occupy
Let's
Britain
say,
also presented
probably
an
from my
irresistible
point of view,
temptation
the
to its
person who
commander.
has been the greatest
Any force
inspiration
that
in
could
my
hold
life
Britain
is
could also take Rome.
essentially Murray Newton
And so the
Rothbard.
moment the imperial
So
crown was up for
therefore,
grabs, Britain's governor
there,
would pile all his
there are
soldiers
two
onto ships
dimensions.
and
One
march on the
is where I
eternal
want
city,
to go,
leaving Britain
and the
undefended.
topic is where I stand. So
The
the
Emperor
most
Septimus
important thing is
Severus,
to try
soon
each
after
day to
trampling
advance
Albinus's
further
body
towards
beneath the
that
hooves of his
ideal
horse,
of anarcho-capitalism.
sailed to Britain
In that
to
sense,
ensure that never again would another challenger
sometimes
arise.
we
In response
face
to attacks from the
wrong
north,
and
he led a
harsh
huge army into
criticism
Scotland
regarding
to
that
drive the
ideal
attackers back
system.
into their
I
lands.
think that's the Nirvana
But
fallacy.
Severus
If
didn't
you
have
compare
Albinus's way
yourself
with the
against
native
paradise,
Britons.
everything is
It
horrible and
seems this
miserable, but
ill-conceived
you
adventure
don't live in
achieved nothing,
paradise.
with the border
You live
exactly
on
where
Earth.
it had always been.
Basically,
But for good
what you
measure,
need to
he split
understand
the
is
province of
something called the
Britannia in
state
two
tradition.
to limit the power of
Let's
any one
suppose
governor.
that you don't
But
like
it wouldn't
rectangular
last.
tables.
For
You
Roman
prefer
Britain, the
circular
clock was
tables.
ticking. And
Now,
although
the
Albinus was one of the
reality
first
is,
generals to make this
I
mistake,
have only a
he was
few
far
hours
from the last.
until I go and catch my flight, and the table is rectangular. You like a circular table, a round one,
One thing
but there
we
isn't
will
one.
learn over the course of this
What we have
series is that the
is
fall of a
a
civilization
rectangular
is
table.
rarely simple.
So either we do the interview
Roman
here or
rule
we
ended
just
in
can't
different
do it.
parts of
So
Britain
what you do,
at different
you
times
adapt to the
and under
current
different
conditions.
circumstances.
This is what there is. Now,
It came along
so
with the
then
collapse of
you
Roman
have some
authority
restrictions
across
that
Western
you can
Europe,
change and others that
and this
you cannot.
occurred after the
The
time of
idea is
Albinus,
to
a
modify
50-year
all the
period
ones that can
called
be
the
changed in
military
the
anarchy.
short term and start working on those that can
This
be
era
modified
saw at
in
least
the
26
medium
claimants
or
contest
long
the
term.
imperial throne.
For example,
Incessant civil
for
wars and
example,
rampant
if you really
inflation
like round
crippled the
tables,
Roman economy,
perhaps the
and
next
German
interview we
tribes
may
made
do at a round
incursions into
table
the
where we can
empire's
try and
territory.
solve it. But today it's
It
something
seemed
that we
like
couldn't
1,000
possibly
different
solve.
pressures rained down
So
from all sides.
that's basically
And
the
in all of
idea,
this,
right?
despite the
Let's say
Emperor
it's
Severus's
about
measures,
understanding
Britain
that
would
some
remain a
restrictions
fertile
you
staging
can
ground
change,
for
others
rebellion.
you can, and there are
In the year
institutional
260, for
restrictions
instance,
too.
a Roman commander called Postumus
There are
staged
many
an insurrection that
anarcho-capitalists
carved
who are
Britain and Gaul
dedicated to
away from the empire for
criticizing,
10 years
and
before it was
incredibly they
retaken
do
by
so
Rome.
with more violence
A
towards
quarter century
liberals,
later, in the year 286, a Roman
and
naval
many of
commander
them
called
actually
Carausius, a
criticize
common
me.
man who had risen through the
Which
ranks,
truly
declared
makes no
himself
sense
emperor
because
of
it is
Britain and
precisely
ruled for 7
the
years before
Nirvana
being overcome
fallacy.
himself.
But
And it wasn't all a history of failures.
the reality
In
is
the year
that
306, who had become known as
in
Emperor
Argentina,
Constantine
for
the Great,
example,
was crowned
the
emperor
most
in York.
popular sport,
He successfully marched on Rome.
when you go to watch
And
an
although he spent
Argentina
the
match,
next
it
20
is
years
beautiful.
fighting rival claimants in
The
a series
stands
of
are
bitter
full
civil
and they're all
wars,
painted with
he was
sky
ultimately
blue and
crowned
white
emperor
colors.
over both the Eastern and the
There is a
Western
lot
Roman
of joy.
empires.
People sing songs that are are very fun, that are
For
very
much of the 3rd
distinctive.
century, Rome was at war with
It's
itself,
very much part
and the
of
events of this
Argentine
time
folklore,
changed the
so to
empire
speak.
forever.
But
Rome's
you
emperors
see
were now military strongmen.
that beautiful show
Trade
is
across the
external.
empire had broken down,
That is to say, it
impoverishing
does
its
not
people.
determine the outcome. You play
While at the
the ball
same
in the
time,
middle of the
Rome's
field, and
wealthy,
no matter how
powerful,
much people
ultra-rich
shout, the
elite,
ball doesn't
far
move.
richer than they had
The
ever
one
been
who
in
moves the
history.
ball and scores the goals is Messi.
Meanwhile, the
So,
empire's enemies grew
what do I
stronger
mean?
and more organized,
If you don't get
learning how to
involved
play
and
to
don't get
Rome's
into it,
weaknesses,
no, you
learning
don't do
how to
anything.
win.
So,
And as the
I
4th
mean,
century dawned,
what do I
Roman
know
Britain's troubles
is that
would
there are
only
many
increase.
liberals, libertarians, and anarcho-capitalists
One
who are
event
really
would
useless
soon lay bare
because
just
all
how
they
far
do
the
is
Roman Empire's
criticize,
power had fallen,
let's say, those of us
and
who
is
want to
remembered
lead
to
the
history
world toward the
as the
ideas
great
of freedom.
barbarian
And
conspiracy.
what they don't realize is that power is a
To set the
zero-sum
scene,
game.
we have to imagine
And
the
if we
winter
don't
of
have it,
367
then the left will
on
have
the
it.
Roman garrison at
Therefore,
Hadrian's
if
Wall.
you
The
level
winters
your
in this part of the
harshest
world are
criticism
harsh.
at those in your
Cruel
own
winds
ranks,
and rain would
you
have
end
lashed
up
the
being
men stationed on the wall,
subservient to
their breath
socialism,
visible in the
probably.
air.
And also, for instance,
This
you
was
have
the last bastion
cases
against the wild tribes of the
of
north.
strong
The conditions
hypocrisy,
here
let's
were
say.
harsh.
I have seen
Letters these
cases of
soldiers wrote at the
agarists.
time include
I mean,
complaints about the cold that bit at their
it's
feet
the
every day, the
anarcho-capitalist
lack
who
of holidays
criticized
and not enough
Rothbard
beer
because he
provided
said
in their
that we have to
rations.
get into
But
politics,
it's still hard to imagine
otherwise
exactly
the
what was
socialists
behind the
will
decision
advance.
these men took next. Perhaps it was
And it's
hunger,
interesting
cold, or
because some
fear.
of them I have
Perhaps
seen
they were
them
even pride.
criticizing,
There was no shortage of
proposing
Roman coin
egoism.
north of the wall, let's remember. Whatever the
And I
reason,
remember one
the
of them
soldiers
one day,
tasked with defending the empire's
the
northern
police showed
border
up, and
mutinied.
honestly, he was peeing
They
himself.
changed sides
So,
and allowed
I
a
mean,
waiting army of
it's very
pigs from
easy to
Caledonia to
criticize,
cross the wall.
propose, and suggest,
This horde
but
swept
if he
down
was
on the
truly
towns and
such an
villages of
agonist,
Northumbria.
he should have been willing to
Villages
endure going
burned,
to
men
jail.
and women were put to the
However,
sword.
when it was time to face
But
the
before the Romans could
consequences
send
of
the
the
usual
idea he was
reinforcements to
promoting,
quash this
he
invasion,
froze, wet
something
his
astonishing
pants,
happened.
and ended up, let's say,
Immediately,
accepting all the
waves of
restrictions
tribesmen of the
because
fierce
clearly
Atticoti from
it
the
was
outer
better to
isles,
be out of jail
Scotti
than
from
in
Ireland,
jail.
and Saxons from
But in
Germania
doing
began
so,
to land on Britain's
he
coasts.
sold out his
At the
idea.
same time,
So
parties of
it
Franks
seems
and
to me that
Saxons
no,
landed on the mainland in northern Gaul.
not taking into account the
And these
restrictions
didn't seem like random attacks.
of the
They
situation,
seemed to be
only
coordinated
serves to
raids,
be
like
functional
nothing
to
else the
socialism,
so-called barbarian
because all it
tribes had
does
ever
is strike
attempted
against
before.
one's own.
They
So
completely
you became
overwhelmed the
president
Roman
11 months
defenses.
ago.
Everywhere,
You again
Roman
describe
towns
some
burned,
of the
cities were
actions
sacked,
he took. For
and amid
example,
the
he cut
chaos,
half the number of
slaves
government
escaped, and
ministries,
whole units of soldiers
layoffs,
deserted in terror.
removed price controls.
All
It
of
would be
these
interesting to lay
gathering
out
together into
the
bands
first
that roamed
steps.
the countryside,
And what's next?
resorting to
If
theft
you
and
allow
murder
me,
to support
I will
themselves.
first give you a description of
The
the
historian
situation we
Ammianus
received,
Marcellinus paints a
and
scene
based on
of
that,
pure
I will tell
chaos.
you each of the things we did
Nectaridus, the commanding
when
general of the seacoast, was
we
killed,
first
and another general, Philophaudes,
took office.
was ambushed by the enemy and taken
Basically,
prisoner.
what we found was that in
The
the first
Atticoti,
week of
a
December,
warlike race of men and the
inflation was
Scots, were
rising at a
raging
rate of
wildly and
1%
causing
per day,
great devastation,
which means
while the Gallic regions were harassed by the Franks
3,700%
and their
annually.
neighbours, the Saxons, with cruel robbery,
In the first
fire,
half of
and the
December,
murder
it
of
had
all
accelerated to
prisoners.
7,500% annually.
For 2
When
whole
you look at
years,
wholesale
anarchy
inflation
ruled
in
in northern
December
Europe,
of last year,
until
it
Rome
was
sent its best general,
54%,
Flavius Theodosius,
which if
to march on
annualized
the roaming
would
barbarian
equate to an
bands.
inflation rate of 17,000% per year.
Theodosius defeated some in battle, and he offered an
And in
amnesty to
addition,
others.
Argentina,
Order
for
slowly
the
returned
previous
to the
10 years,
region,
had not been
but
growing,
the damage was done.
with a drop in GDP per
The attack
capita
of the
of
Great
approximately
Conspiracy had come as a
15%.
complete surprise.
And
And when we think about the
the
effect this
reality
might have had on the people of
was
the
that
time,
nearly
it wouldn't be too
50%
far
were
off
living
to
in
think of
poverty.
this as something like the
Now,
September 11th
later I
attacks
will
on the
get
United
deeper
States.
into that discussion.
These were
And the
coordinated,
reality
brutal
is that
strikes,
we had a
calculated
fiscal
to cause
deficit
maximum fear
which
and
amounted
damage,
to
and they shook
15%
the
of
very core of the
GDP.
empire.
5
Rome's
points were in the
confidence in the
treasury,
face of the
10
barbarian
points were in the
threat
central
would
bank,
never recover.
which was endogenous monetary issuance. And
The
the
empire's
reality is
reduced
that
ability to protect
we
itself
also had
was one factor in the
interest-bearing
collapse of Roman
liabilities
Britain,
at the central
but it
bank
was only
equivalent
one
to
of many.
core monetary basis,
Britannia's economy had been in
maturing in
decline
one
for
day,
decades, with
meaning we
reduced
could have
trade to other
quintupled
parts of
the
the
amount
empire
of money
disrupted
in
by
one
the
day.
century of civil
We
wars,
had
by barbarian
peso-denominated
invasions and
maturities
piracy on the sea.
amounting to the equivalent of
Pottery
$90
produced in
billion.
Britain began to
The
drastically
central
reduce in
bank had
variety in
Negative
decoration
net
around this
currency
time,
foreign
and iron
reserves
production in the
minus
south
$12
plummeted.
billion.
Whole kilns were
We had
abandoned, and the
commercial
price
debt
of
to the
iron
central bank
skyrocketed.
equivalent to $50 billion.
Around the year
There were
350,
company
the Roman
dividends
sewers in
held back
Canterbury started
amounting to
clogging up,
$10 billion.
and no one bothered to clear them.
Therefore, if we
A thick layer of silk also began to build up in the
instantly
public
opened up,
baths that
you
everywhere
see, I
stood
say
as a
we are
symbol of
liberal
Roman
libertarians.
civilization.
We are not liberal
This
fools.
decline was beginning to seep into every
That's what
aspect of
some
British life.
anarchist liberals
But it was one
suggested,
man,
meaning
an ambitious
that
and
we
hot-headed
basically
general
open
called
everything
Magnus
on the
Maximus,
first day.
who would play a
So
pivotal
in that
part in tipping the land
context, of
over
course,
into its final fall.
if we had done that, we would have encountered hyperinflation.
It's often said
Therefore,
that
that
history
would have
repeats
led
itself.
to the number of
We're
poor
told that if
people
we study
being
its
around
lessons, we can avoid
95%,
making the same mistakes
and
twice.
probably,
But I think that happens a lot less
and
than
by
people
December,
realize.
the Peronist party would
Events are
have
so
organized
complex that nothing
supermarket
ever really
shootings
happens the
and
same
would
way
have done
twice.
all sorts of things
But just occasionally in the
and
flow
would
of
have probably
history,
been ousted.
you do get
And
these
by the
eddies and
first part of the
whirlpools,
year,
where
the
it really
Peronists
does
would have
feel
gone
like
back to
people keep
office.
doing the same thing over and over,
So
like
to
the
us, it
rerun
was
of a movie
crucial
we've
to
seen
end
before.
fiscal deficit.
And if Magnus
One of the
Maximus had been
things
a
we
reader of history,
promised
if he
during the
had read the
campaign
story
had
of
been
that previous
to
governor of
reduce the
Britain,
number of ministries,
Albinus the White Tunisian, and
and
his
indeed we
ill-fated
reduced
march on Rome, he
to
might have
less
done
than half
things a
the
little
number of
differently
ministries, because
as
we
the
went to
4th
9
century
ministries,
entered
today
its
we have
final
8.
decades.
We have also laid off a large number of civil employees. Today I can say that we have already dismissed about 50,000 of them.
Like Albinus,
And
Maximus was a
we
distinguished general.
practically don't renew any
He was from the
contracts
Galatian
unless
region
the
of northern
positions
Spain,
are
and he had served in fearsome
absolutely
campaigns in Africa
necessary.
and against German
At
tribes
the
on the
same
Danube
time,
River.
we have stopped
He
public
had
works
also been
and
among the
we have
army of Flavius
eliminated
Theodosius,
discretionary
which had
transfers to the
returned order
provinces.
after the events of the Great Conspiracy.
We have also diluted public
Maximus
sector
was also
wages.
interesting for being a devout Christian,
Also,
a
we have
religion that was
eliminated
outlawed in
economic
the Roman
subsidies
Empire only one
by
lifetime before.
restoring utility rates to the right level.
Maximus was assigned as the
well,
governor of Britain in the year 380.
And
in his
in that,
first
let's
year,
say in this
he faced
context,
down an army of Picts and
we
Scots
achieved
that had
fiscal
overrun
balance as
Hadrian's
far as
Wall,
the treasury is
perhaps
concerned.
emboldened by Rome's
This
recent
is very
weakness.
important because in the last 123
After
years,
crushing this threat,
Argentina had a
Maximus
deficit
celebrated
for
by building a
113
huge
of them,
church
and
on
in the
London's
10
Tower
years
Hill.
it did not have a deficit because it was not
But
paying
like
the
other
debt.
governors of
So that
Britannia
was
before him,
absolutely false.
Maximus had ambitions greater
And they
than
told us
simply
it would
commanding a
be
garrison in the empire's
impossible to
wettest
do
and
that.
windiest
We
dominion.
had planned to do so within a year.
For the last decade of
And
his
they
life,
said it wasn't
Maximus
possible
had
to
watched from
adjust by
afar
more than
as
1
an incredibly
percentage point.
unpopular emperor had sat on
And
the
we
imperial
achieved
throne.
fiscal balance
This emperor was
in
a
the
young
month
man named
of
Gratian,
January, that is the
and
first
he
month of
is one of these
administration.
particularly colorful characters
At
that
the
leak
same
out of the
time,
Roman
we
histories.
also cut social plans
Gratian
linked
loved
to
to hunt,
intermediation.
and bizarrely,
This
he
is
spent all
very
his time in the
important
company
because
of a
we
band
knew
of
we were
Scythian
going to make a
archers.
very tough adjustment,
These were men from
and we
beyond the
knew that
Danube
this
River,
was going to
outside the
have
bounds of the Roman Empire.
a
That
cost in
is, to the
social
Romans,
terms.
they were barbarians.
And we knew that we had
The
to
young
offer
emperor
support
loved the
during
culture
the
of his
first
Scythian
month,
friends.
the
He
first
even
quarter and
used to appear
second
at
quarter in
court
office.
dressed in the full traditional garb of a
One of the
Scythian
things we
warrior,
did was to
with a neatly
eliminate what are
patterned
known as
overcoat
poverty
and
managers,
furs.
that is, intermediaries.
And the Roman people
Basically,
seemed to
people
tolerate
have a
this
guard
eccentric
through
emperor
which
for
they
a while.
receive a
But in the year
system,
378,
but it
Rome would
happens that
suffer
they
a
had to
horrifying
provide
blow.
a counter service,
The Emperor
and that
Valens,
counter service
who
was
ruled over the
verified by a
eastern
group
portion
called
of
the
the empire,
Piqueteros.
had
So,
brought a massive
in
army
that
of
context, when
30,000
they were
men
going
to
to
crush
sign,
a rebellion of
the counter
Goths and
service
Huns,
took away
barely more
half
than
of the money.
10,000 strong.
So, by removing that payoff, they
Confident in his
stopped
coming
extorting
victory,
them,
the Emperor
stopped
Valens
stealing
attacked
their
them
money,
without waiting
and
for
with the same
reinforcements.
amount of money, they received double
These
the
Goth rebels
resources.
stood and fought.
And
and
of course, we
astonishingly,
also
they
provided
won.
an additional boost.
The Emperor Valens was
So,
killed along with 20,000
let's
of
say
his men,
that this is
and his
related
body
to
was
the
never
5
recovered.
adjustment points in the treasury.
This loss shook
Now, what
Rome to
happened?
the core.
As we began to achieve
Barbarian
fiscal
armies were now
balance and no
causing
longer
havoc
needed to
across
issue money
Rome's
to
eastern
finance
territories,
ourselves,
flouting the
and as
authority of
we
the
also
empire.
met interest payments and
And
some
suddenly,
capital
the Emperor
repayments,
Gratian dressing up like a barbarian
one of the things
didn't
that
seem
happened
quite so
is that
acceptable.
the debt market began to be recreated.
The people of
So
Rome
we were
turned on
able
him,
to take debt
and
out
around
of
the
the central
empire,
bank and
all other
transfer it
claimants
to
to
the
the throne
treasury,
sexed
where
their
it should have
charms.
always been.
They began to
And that
gather their
meant an
armies.
adjustment of
And
approximately
once again,
10% of
the British
GDP.
paradox came into play.
Everyone said this would be impossible
The
and couldn't
hot-headed
be
zealot
fixed.
Magnus Maximus
Essentially, what we
Just
did
like
was
Arbanus
implement
before
a
him,
fiscal
commanded
adjustment
a
at the
vast
central
army of
bank
Britain,
amounting to 10%
and
of
he, like his
GDP.
predecessor,
So
resolved to
if
march
you
on
ask
Rome.
me, it's clear that we have
Just like
not only
Arbanus,
made the
he knew
biggest
he couldn't
fiscal
spare a
adjustment in the
single
history
man.
of humanity, because we
He
made a
took
fiscal
the
adjustment
entire
of
Roman
15 points
garrison
of
of
the
Britannia,
GDP,
piled
but
it onto a fleet
also
of ships, and set sail
most
for
of that
Gaul in
went
the
back
year
to the people
383.
as less seigniorage, as a
With
lower
Maximus on his
inflation
way
rate.
to Rome,
It's true that we
Britain was once
temporarily
again
raised the
left
country
undefended.
tax, but we lowered it in September. And now
We
in
can never
December,
know if
we're
any
going
of
to
Maximus's
eliminate it.
advisors told
Today,
him
for
about the story
example,
of
we also
Argos,
announced that
the
in December
pale-skinned
we are
Tunisian
eliminating
who had
import
marched on
taxes.
Rome.
In fact, in that
Did no one on that
regard,
creaking ship, sailing its way
what
to
you
the
have
continent,
is
not
that
one
we
of them
return to the people
mentioned to
13 and a
Maximus
half
what had
points of
happened nearly
GDP
200 years before,
because the real
when
tax
the last
burden
governor
is
of
the
Britain
size
had
of the
tried to
state.
become emperor.
So,
I
while
find
back
this
in
hard to
December we
believe,
were discussing
but that's part of history's spell.
hyperinflation,
It teaches us
today we are
lessons, even as it
discussing
convinces
30-year
us that these
loans.
lessons don't
In
apply
other
to
words,
us,
all those
that we'll be
resources
the
that the
ones to
national
break its
government used
endless
to take
chain.
are now back in the private
For
sector.
Maximus, at least,
And that's what
nothing
has
mattered to
allowed
him
it to
except
be very
reaching Rome
dynamic.
and seizing the
And
purple
this has
robes of
two
the emperor for
very strong
himself.
impacts. The first one is
And the
that if
zealous
you look at
Maximus
wholesale
did seem
inflation,
to be
it
blessed.
went down from
Everywhere he
54%
went,
to 2%.
legions that were
So
sent
it
to
went
fight
down
him
by
instead
27
joined his
times.
cause.
It was divided into
Enraged,
27.
the Emperor
So we
Gratian
had
met his
inflation
army
at a
outside
rate of
Paris, and
17,000%
Maximus's
annually,
forces won
and
the
it's
day.
now close to about 28% a year.
The young emperor fled with his
But it's
Scythian
not only that.
bodyguards, and he was killed soon
You could
after,
consider
while
consumer
Magnus
inflation.
Maximus
The
declared
latest
himself
consumer
emperor.
inflation rate was 2.7%.
But this is where the
Now
luck
it
of
happens that
Maximus
we,
runs out.
essentially due to
Before
a
he'd
matter
even
that
begun
is
to rule,
related
his
to
support
the
slowly
central bank's
collapsed,
balance
and
sheet,
it did so in
and
part
also due
because
to
of
the
the
debt
anarchy he
stock.
left behind in
We
Britannia.
still have controls in place, and we are
Just like
eliminating
Albanus,
restrictions
he had
day by
left his
day.
home province,
Now,
the heart of his
the
supporters,
interesting
completely
thing is that
undefended.
we have a 2%
Just as
monthly
before, raiders and
devaluation
pirates now
standard,
devastated
and
the
there's
coasts and northern
international
towns.
inflation, of course,
The departure of the land's
which means
garrison
that you
had
then
caused an
have to
economic
subtract
collapse too,
2.5 points from the inflation
and
observed
Maximus
by the
had also
consumer.
taxed
This
Britain
indicates
brutally
that
to pay for
inflation
his
in
wars.
Argentina, the true
Now
inflation, not the
rebellions spread
induced
like
one, but the
fire
actual
from dry
monetary
heaven.
inflation, is
The
0.2%
date
per
of
month.
Maximus's departure,
At
383,
0.2% per
is
month,
the last date
this
ever to
equates
be
to
found on Roman
2.4%
coin in
annually.
Wales.
What I'm saying
It's
is,
the last
the
date, too,
original
for
discussion
any
was about whether
archaeological
inflation
trace
could
in the
reach
northern Pennine
17,000%.
Hills. In
Now
these
we are
places,
bringing
it marked the
inflation
end of
down to
Roman rule in
levels of
Britain.
2.5%
The 6th
annually,
century British cleric
and that
St.
is amazing.
Gildas put
And
it
we
more
achieve
bluntly
this by
in his
considering
searing
a
rant
number of
entitled
factors.
On the Ruin and
The first
Conquest
one
of
is
Britain.
that we did not experience
Britain
a
is left
previous
deprived of all the
hyperinflation,
soldiery and
which
armed
would have
bands,
simplified the
local governors
process of
of the flower of
implementing
their
a
youth, when
stabilization
Maximus
program.
would never again return.
Typically, when
The Scots
hyperinflation
from the
occurs,
northwest and the
monetary
Picts from the
assets are
north, like
diluted,
hungry and
leading
ravening
to a
wolves,
natural
rush with greedy
restoration of
jaws upon
demand.
the fold which is
And
left to the
besides,
house shepherd.
we did not resort to any
From this point,
expropriation.
the British
For example,
economy was
before
in
the
free fall.
convertibility plan, which
After
was the
this
most
time,
successful program
British
in
coffins
Argentina's
stopped
history,
being sealed with
Argentina
nails,
experienced two instances
and
of
boots lost their
hyperinflation.
hobnails.
During Alfonsin's
This shows
administration,
how
inflation
expensive
reached
iron had become.
5,000%, and under Menem it was
British people now
1,200%.
slipped on icy ground
Additionally, there
and
was the
rotted
Bonex
in
plan,
flimsy coffins.
under which debt was exchanged on a compulsory
Pottery became
basis.
a lost
In
art,
other words, what
and
we
the
did
suburbs of
instead
the
was
cities
clean up the
began to
central
empty.
bank balance sheet.
The astonishing thing
So
is,
with that,
Maximus was not even the last
we cleaned
governor
up
of
the
Britain
central
to make
bank's
this
balance
mistake.
sheet. We cleared a
This
lot of
dishonor would fall
$45
to a
billion
common soldier called
all
Constantine,
voluntarily.
who once and for all
And the
ended the
most
Roman
amazing
presence
thing
in
is
Britain.
that we did it in just 6 months.
He was named
And at
after
the
the
same
great
time,
4th
we have
century
not
emperor
controlled
who had
prices,
been crowned in
nor
Europe
have we
100
fixed
years
the
before.
exchange rate.
And now
And this
this
is
famous
very
event
important.
would repeat
All
itself as
previous
farce.
stabilization programs, in an effort to
After
show
the
good
departure of
results,
Maximus, a
used to
bloody
do
power
this.
struggle had broken out in
What
Britain,
they would do
with
is,
rival factions
before
tearing
announcing
it to
the plan,
pieces, like
they would
dogs after a
adjust the
strip
rates,
of meat.
and once the rates were adjusted,
This
they would
struggle
launch the plan.
resulted in the
But in
soldiers
our case, we
themselves
couldn't
choosing the new
afford that
governor of
luxury,
Britannia,
so we had
and
to
they chose
implement
one of
it
their
on the
own,
go.
a common
And
soldier
also, over
known
the
as
past few
Constantine.
months, that is to say,
The historian Orosius
companies
can
brought
barely
in rates
conceal
that
his sneer.
covered only about 10%,
Constantine,
whereas today
a
they
man from
cover
the lowest
80%,
ranks of
so
the
you get the
soldiery,
picture.
was
Just
chosen
imagine the
simply from
adjustment we are
confidence
making.
inspired by
And in
his
that
name,
sense, it is
without
also
any
incredible
other
what we have achieved,
qualifications to recommend him.
because if we were to work work with the inflation we
We
have
can
in our
assume
country
that
today.
Constantine wasn't to reason
Considering
with
the
history.
exchange rate situation,
That's
the
because he
figures
would
are
repeat
even
the mistake
better
of
than
Albinus
during the
and Maximus
convertibility
almost exactly.
program, which was the most
The moment he sensed
successful
weakness in
economic
Rome,
program
he
in
took all of his
Argentina's
British
history.
legions and sailed for the continent.
And in fact, there is an article called
Completely
Passing the
overwhelmed
Buck,
by
which
barbarian
is by
invasions
Gerardo
and
de la
Roman
Valera
infighting,
Bozzoli and
the
Irigoyen,
noble Emperor
that
Honorius was
demonstrates
forced to buy off
that
his lowly
Menem's
soldier
first government was
Constantine.
the best
He
government
offered him
in
the position
history.
of co-emperor,
And basically,
and
it
this
argues two
precarious
things
situation held for a
in
few
the
years,
success
until
of the
an alliance of
stabilization of
challengers
the
chased
convertibility program.
Constantine out of his
So
capital
if you take a
and killed him
closer
in the
look,
year 411.
when you examine it carefully,
Most of his soldiers would
when you
never
account for
return to
all
their
these
posts
factors,
in Britannia.
our disinflation process is actually much more genuine.
For
And not only
Rome,
that, it's
enough
also
was
much
enough.
deeper.
The
We have
province of
restored
Britannia
freedoms to
wasn't worth it.
Argentinians while simultaneously
The empire
implementing a
was now so
structural reform
weakened
8
that an
times
army of
larger.
Goths led by Alaric
And we
was now
accomplished this
rampaging
with
around northern
only
Italy and even
with
sacked Rome itself.
50% of the
The first
representatives,
time a
10%
foreign
of
power
the
had done this
senators,
for
and within
800
the first
years.
6 months of government.
The
In
collapse of
other
the
words,
entire
our
empire
deregulation
now seemed
agenda
like a
continues
possibility.
daily, and we
And in
still have
410 AD, the Emperor
3,200
Honorius
structural
finally
reforms
declared
pending.
the end of the
This
official
will
Roman
ultimately
presence in
make
Britain.
Argentina the freest country in
He
the world.
famously told the British to look to their own
Moreover, to
defences.
have a sense of magnitude, the
Rome
reforms that we
withdrew
already
all
have made
remaining
with the
soldiers and
Executive Order
administrators from Britain.
70/2023 and with the
They
basis
stopped
law,
collecting
we
taxes
have
in the
actually
province,
jumped 90
and
places in
this
terms
released
of
some of the
economic
burden
freedom.
on its people
What this
initially.
means is that today,
But they also stopped
Argentina
paying
has
the
institutions
administrators who
similar
ran
to
its
those of
cities
Germany,
and managed its trade
France,
routes.
Italy,
And they
and we
ended the
obviously
wages
want
and
this to
supplies
continue.
flowing to the local
And
soldiers
let's say
who had fought as
we are going to
auxiliaries in the
surpass,
garrison.
no doubt, the levels of economic freedom
These
that
men
Ireland
didn't go
reached in its
anywhere.
best moments.
Instead,
And not only
they
that,
began to
we're
tax the
going to exceed
populations
the levels of
themselves,
economic freedom of
demanding money and
Australia,
supplies
New
in
Zealand,
exchange
and
for
Switzerland.
protection.
We are undoubtedly going
These
to be the
groups
freest
would
country in
ultimately
the
grow
world.
into the basis
And
of
this-
very early medieval society.
And this means that thanks to what
These
we've done
warlords
today,
frequently fought
we are
their
on a
wars
path
using the
that allows
services
us
of
to
mercenary
multiply
armies
our
from
per
the
capita
continent.
GDP by
Dukes from
2.5
Denmark,
times when
Angles
you
and
apply the
Saxons from
relevant
northern
direction.
Germany, men who brought their
And
families
this, of
and
course, is
formed the
something
first
very interesting
Anglo-Saxon
because
kingdoms in
it
Britain.
implies a huge
The
increase in
people
well-being.
forgot Latin
And
as an
furthermore,
everyday language,
today
and
the
it survived
Argentinian
only
economy
in the
is already
churches.
strongly and amazingly
They stopped
recovering.
writing, as far as
And
we
we
can
can
tell,
say
since no
analysts'
texts have
hypotheses
survived.
were suggesting that
The people
next year
forgot
will
their
be
Roman
growing between
identities
5 and
too,
6%.
adopting the cultures
Today,
of the incoming
JP
peoples.
Morgan has now
We
corrected,
can see this by
or let's
burials
say
in some
revised the
places that have
projections
been
upwards.
found,
And
matching
besides,
burial
when we
practices
normalize
in
the price
Germany and
situation,
Norway,
the
even
true
though the
poverty
genetics of
rate
the
came
buried
up and
person
it was
are clearly British.
57% in January.
And
Today
while
it
this
is at
great social and
46%,
cultural change
meaning we
happened,
lowered poverty by
Britain's
11
Roman
percentage
cities
points.
fell gradually
Let's say,
into
I mean,
ruins.
it seems truly like a miracle.
Bit by
And not
bit,
only that,
the
but
great
actually not a
opulent
single
villas that
job
had
was
once
lost in the
dominated the
process.
countryside
When it
were
comes to
abandoned
all
and
of this
became
inflation
dilapidated.
reduction process, people said that
Small
our
estates
economy
fell
and economic
first,
activity
some of
would
them
collapse.
absorbed into the holdings of
And
richer landowners.
actually, when you look
But
at
the
the
large ones followed soon
decentralized
after.
data, you see that in
Mosaic
August
floors
there was a
cracked as roof
recovery that
beams
took
fell
us
in,
back to December levels.
while private
To
bathhouses
December
became
levels.
homes for
That means
frogs
that
and
in the
waterweed.
year we made the largest fiscal
In his 5th
adjustment in the
century
history
work,
of
The Life of
humanity.
St.
We
Germanus,
will end up with less
Constantius of Leon
inflation,
describes
fewer
coming
poor
across a
people,
ruined
better
villa
real
of this kind.
wages, and additionally a GDP higher than what we started with.
It was overgrown
And if
with
you look
bushes
at
and
it in
brambles, and
dollars,
among all the many
I can
rooms
assure
it
you
once
that the
contained,
numbers are
there was scarcely
phenomenal.
one left to
Because
stick to live in.
basically today the dollar is below the levels we had when we
Constantius
took
tells
office.
us that the ruined villa
So
was
the
haunted by
reality
the
is that
ghosts
in
of
all
evil
of this,
men.
when you take my popularity levels
In the
and
north
the
of Britain,
government's acceptance
Hadrian's Wall
levels,
was finally
today they are
abandoned,
above the moment
and
we
it seems
assumed
the soldiers
office.
in its
If
forts
you know
left
that
in
the
a hurry.
moment of maximum
At one of
popularity
the most
is when
well-preserved
you take
sites,
office.
an auxiliary fort called
Therefore, this
Vindolanda,
means that
archaeologists
far
have found
from
Roman cavalry swords simply
resting on our
abandoned,
laurels with this,
dropped
we're
on the
going for
ground
more
and left
reforms.
there.
We're going to deepen the
These are
reforms,
very
and I
rare
tell you,
finds,
we won't
since in
stop
this time
until
a sword was
Argentina
an
is the
expensive and
freest
precious
country
object.
in the world.
Their owners would no more throw them
Furthermore, a
away than a
recent
modern
work
person
by
might
an
throw away their
Argentinian
mobile
economist
phone.
named Juan Pablo Nicolini
All
was
kinds of
presented
objects
at the
pertaining to
central
the daily
bank's
lives of
monetary
soldiers
meetings,
have been found
and
left behind
He
two
works at the
bath
Federal
sandals, some writing
Reserve, and it's
tablets,
interesting
pots,
because
some buckets,
he
and
shows that
pillows.
only on the basis of what we have
One
done
day,
in
it
fiscal
seems,
matters, it
everyone
ensures
in
that in the
Finland
span
just
of
got
10
up
years,
and left.
we can double the GDP per capita,
After the Romans
meaning
departed
that
and the border
Argentina could
collapsed,
grow at rates
local
of
people began to use
7%
Hadrian's Wall as a
annually.
quarry. taking its
which is
high-quality blocks of
very
stone
much,
to
very
build their
much,
own
that has
houses and
strong
barns, even
consequences
churches,
in
so
terms
that now
of
the wall
improving
is woven
quality
into
of
the
life,
fabric of countless
reducing
medieval buildings
poverty,
across the
reducing
region.
emissions.
Near
Therefore,
Carlisle,
if
the medieval
during
priory of
the
Lanercost,
worst
for
moment
instance,
our
was built
image
using a
didn't
large
suffer
amount of
and we
material
stayed
stolen
strong
from
in
the
our
wall,
ideas,
which runs
now that
just half a
everything is
kilometre to
working
the
much
north.
better, why
You
should
can
we
still see
change?
Roman inscriptions on some of the
On the
priory's
contrary, we
stones,
are ready to
boasting about which
redouble the
legions
bet,
were stationed on the wall.
to redouble our efforts because we've done
Meanwhile,
things that no
tribal
one else has
chieftains and
done.
local
I
warlords,
will give
some
you
of
an
whom had been
example.
officers in
There's
the Roman
something
army
that
until
seems
recently,
trivial,
moved
but
into the
there's
forts
what's
along
called
the
the
wall and
single
used them as
paper
private
ballot.
castles. In
Argentina
one fort
used to
known as
vote with
Burdeswald,
huge
it seems
ballots,
the descendants of the original
which were
garrison
very,
still lived there a
above all,
century
very
after the
costly,
departure
and
of
that
Rome,
reform,
passing down their uniforms,
never,
flying regimental
let's say, it
insignia,
wasn't
and
done
building
because it
timber
always harmed
constructions
the ruling
inside its
party.
crumbling ruin.
So everyone talked about
They
going
probably
to the
received
single
pay
paper
and
ballot,
supplies from
but
people
no one
living in
did
the
it when
area
they were
in
in
exchange
power.
for protection,
They didn't want to
and
implement
they
it because
maintained
they
a kind of
preferred
Roman
to commit
identity in
fraud
order to increase their
or use
legitimacy.
some kind of trickery to avoid applying that
To the
rule
south,
that
large
makes the
cities like
election more
London
competitive.
fell gradually
Well,
into
what's
disrepair.
interesting, we sent that law and
Trade
it
at
was
London's
approved.
port had been slowing over the
What's
past
more, now we
century,
are finishing with
but now it
open,
finally stopped
simultaneous
altogether.
and mandatory primaries
Its
because it
suburbs
was a
turned into
mechanism by
wasteland,
which politics was
overtilled for
also
farming.
stealing. We are
The large
eliminating the
church built by
financing
Magnus
of
Maximus
political
on Tower Hill
parties.
burned
If you
to
look,
the
we have
ground,
reduced
and
the
it seems
fiscal
people
pressure
lacked
by
either the
15
knowledge,
points
the resources,
to
or
the
the will to rebuild
Argentinians.
it.
We are restoring
London's great
freedoms with a
Roman
deep
Forum,
set
too,
of
was
structural and
dismantled and
regulatory
quarried for stone,
reforms.
and its public
That
bath
is,
was torn down.
I think that
Its great basilica, which was once the largest
any
building in
sensible
northwest Europe,
liberal
was also taken apart.
could perceive. We are
People
already
began to be
delivering a
buried
wonderful
inside the city
government.
limits,
In fact, it's
something
the
the
best
Roman
government in the
authorities would
history of
never have
Argentina.
allowed.
If the best had been
And of
that
these
of Menem,
burials,
we've already
studies show that
outpaced
4
it.
times more
What
were
you
found with
explain to me
wounds
the
from
matter
stabbing and slicing weapons
poverty
than in the previous period.
and unemployment. You said
London's
unemployment went
population
down,
of nearly
real
30,000
unemployment went
people
down,
began
real
to drift
poverty went
away,
down.
back to a simpler
Even that
existence in the
aside,
countryside,
what have been
to
the most
timber
painful
longhouses and
impacts
roundhouses
of these
built of
radical
thatch
reforms?
and wattle.
And how many of them
In some
are
places,
required
the
in
ancient
the
hill
short term
forts of the
to
pre-Roman
have a big
Britons,
positive
which had
impact?
lain empty for centuries, now
Let's take
burst
it
back
step by
into
step,
life.
all right? That is,
Excavations in these sites have
we,
found objects
in
that
fact,
seem to
we
have been
started to
looted
do
from the
things
abandoned
right,
Roman
therefore we
towns and
did not
villas
create
that now
poverty.
littered the
The
countryside,
poverty was an
dressed
inherited
stone,
poverty.
glass, and pottery.
The point is that what we did was to
And amid
reveal
the
it.
slow hollowing out of London,
I'll try to explain
archaeological
it with an
evidence
example
shows
that
that
I
an
think
enclave of the
clarifies what's
ultra-wealthy
happening in
continued to
Argentina.
live a somewhat Roman existence in
Argentina
a
was
kind
an
of gated
economy that
community.
had
They
a
enjoyed the
total
same
price
wine and
control.
olive oil they always had,
It
presumably
had a fiscal
imported at great
deficit which
expense.
was financed through money
They denied
printing.
the writing on the
Just for
wall
you,
for as
to
long as
give
they
you an
could,
idea,
but the decline was
in the
unstoppable.
last year, Argentina financed
The rest of
13
the city
points of the
descended
gross
into
domestic
chaos,
product
and
with money
nature crept
printing.
back to reclaim
In
its
other words,
streets
a real
and alleys.
disaster. So that
By the end of the
situation
4th century,
provoked this
everything
artificial
south of the
demand
River Thames
and
had been
puts pressure
abandoned.
on prices. The
Large
issue
pockets
is
of
that
London's
price
urban
controls are
fabric
applied
turned into patches of
additionally
overgrown
over the
wasteland,
prices that
and people began to grow wheat
they
in the middle
enter
of the
the
city.
price index, with which inflation
By the end
was,
of the 5th
I'm
century,
not saying they were
London was
lying about
deserted.
it, it was distorted.
It was now
And
an
since
uninhabited ruin,
Argentina measures
a city
poverty
of
and
ghosts,
indigence by income
sinking
line,
into the marsh
then
and mud of the river.
what happens?
By the end of the 5th century,
That distorted the
London was
true
deserted.
levels of poverty, of course.
We can imagine
But that's not
ivy
the only
growing
effect. I
over
mean,
its
let's say
crumbling
the real
walls,
poverty
and
levels were
elder
higher,
too,
quite a bit
young
higher
trees pushing
than
their
those
roots
shown by
between
the
the bricks
previous
and
government,
stones of its
which showed
buildings.
them at 41% and also did so on a 6-monthly
The only
basis.
people left in
So
London were
if
scavengers.
you,
They
let's
came
say,
to
have a
find
growing
things like
trend,
iron nails,
they
which
are
could be
actually
recycled.
leaving you a bomb and you don't see
The
it,
forests around
because
London would
let's
also
say
have been cut
basically the
down,
indicator was
so the
measured
only source of usable timber
with the
would have been
delayed
that left
form.
in the decaying
But not
city.
only that, imagine that
So
you
little
are
by
also
little,
given,
people tore London apart.
you are in the middle of an island
One artifact artifact, known as the Billingsgate
and they give
brooch,
you $1 million.
tells the
What
story
can
of
you do
these
with that?
scavengers. It was dropped amid
You
the
cannot
fallen
do
roof
anything because you
tiles of a
cannot buy
building
anything.
known as the
It's
Billingsgate
the same
House,
as if someone tells
perhaps
you
by a scavenger who
that
had
the
looted it,
price of
and feared being
glasses is
robbed,
$10,
or by someone exploring the
but when you
ruins
want to
who
buy
simply
it,
dropped it and couldn't
it's
find
not
it
available.
afterwards.
Actually, there's
Either
a
way,
joke
it's a
told by an
fascinating
Argentinian
artifact
professor
that
named
speaks of
Juan
the
Carlos de
afterlife of the
Pablo,
ruined city
who
of London.
says that a man goes to a bazaar and asks
And it
for a
wasn't
vase.
only London
Then
that
he
fell
says to
into
him,
ruins.
well, I want that vase. How
It's
much
cities
would you
like
charge
Bath
me?
which inspired
Then he
the
says,
poetry of the ruin that we opened with.
$5,000.
Urban
Oh,
life
okay,
continued in some
$5,000.
form
But why
after the departure of
$5,000
Rome.
if across the street it's 1,000?
While its
He
great
says, well,
temples
go buy it
crumbled
across
and
the
grand
street for
public
1,000.
buildings fell into
There's none
disrepair,
for 1,000.
its
So
city
then here, when
authorities
there's
still
more,
managed
it'll also
basic
cost
repairs like
1,000.
recobbling
In
the
other words,
streets.
prices at which they are available.
But
So
without their links
what
to the Roman
happens
economy,
when you are
the slow
facing that
death of British
situation?
cities was all
The
but assured.
supermarket shelves were empty. So
By the early
what
5th
was the
century,
point of having a
all
price
of
at which you
Britain's
couldn't buy
towns,
anything?
large and
You
small,
left those
simply
prices, the
ceased
shelves
to
were empty,
exist.
so the statistics show that you were much better.
The city of
But
York,
the reality
where
is
once
you
the
couldn't
Emperor
buy anything.
Constantine the Great
You
had been
couldn't make it
crowned,
happen.
now stood
So
empty and
if
in
you left the
ruins,
situation as it
slowly
was,
reclaimed by the
people were
seasonal
going to
floods
starve
of the
because
rich
they couldn't
ooze.
buy anything. Yes, they had a certain
We know
amount of
this
money
because
that could
archaeologists
supposedly
have
buy
found
certain
remains
goods,
of water
but those
beetles,
goods
water
were not
voles,
available.
shrews, and frog hoppers
What
inside
is
the
the only
city.
thing you can do to save
All
people?
animals that live
Make
only
the
in
prices
flooded and
transparent
swampy
and allow
ground,
products to reappear.
banished by the
Well, when you
developments
make
of
the
the Roman
prices
era.
transparent, you also make transparent the cost of the basic food basket
The
and
incoming
the
Saxon
total
people
basic
were
basket,
obviously
meaning the
impressed by the
poverty
ruins
line,
of Roman
sorry,
cities,
the indigence line and the
but also
poverty line
seemed to have feared
respectively.
them as
And
places
when
of
you do
ghosts
that,
and
clearly you
curses.
will see a jump in
They
poverty.
rarely came near
That
to the
brought
ruins
poverty
and
up
built
to
their settlements far
57%.
away from them.
Now,
At some
Argentina
sites, like
founded
Playa
captivity
Colemian,
floor in the
there's some
month of
evidence that the
April.
wells of the decaying
From that
city were
moment,
filled in
Argentina
to prevent
began to
people from
invent a
returning.
cyclical recovery.
Ritual
Real
objects were
wages
also
have
left
been
behind,
growing every
perhaps to
month
ward
above
off the curse
inflation.
that was believed to hang
Therefore,
over these
nominal
crumbling
wages are
stones.
beating inflation. In fact, we are already at levels
It's no
similar to
coincidence
those
that
we had in
tales of
November.
giants form
The
such a
same
prominent
goes for
part of British
pensions.
folklore.
Moreover,
To see
also
why,
let's
you
say
just have to
there
imagine
is
the
a
mighty
rebound in
temples and
activity
public
due to
buildings
the
that were left
recovery of the
behind in the
stock
wake
cycle.
of Roman rule.
Therefore, this is also
To people
contributing
who
to
no
more
longer
and
knew
better
how to
paid
build
jobs.
these
In
things,
fact, this is so
these crumbling
strong and
walls,
evident that the
these
wages
awesome
growing the
constructions
most
of
are in
bygone
the informal
centuries,
sector.
must have seemed
This
the work
means
of a
that
race of
poverty and
gods
extreme
who had once
poverty are
walked England's
decreasing much
rolling
faster than
fields
we
and
imagined.
ancient
But
primeval
not only that,
forests.
by eliminating inflation, you
Perhaps to
remove
truly
the
understand
inflationary
how it must have
tax,
felt to
but
live
the
in the
real
time
burden
after
is the
Roman
fiscal
rule,
deficit,
it's
which
best
was
to end the
15
same way we
points of the
started,
GDP.
with the old English
Okay,
poem,
we
The Ruin.
temporarily raised the country tax, now we
As you
lower it,
listen,
but
think
we
about what it must have
returned
felt
that to
like
the
to live in this time,
Argentinians.
when
We
the
gave
foreign
back
occupiers
15
had brought
points
so
of the
much change
GDP.
finally left.
Not only that, but also,
It was a time
when
when
you
it felt that
eliminate
history was
inflation,
no
you
longer
remove the
moving
distortion
forwards,
of relative prices.
that tomorrow would
Therefore,
be a
the
darker
allocation
time
of
than today.
resources is much better. Not
A
only
time
that, but
when all you
also
had
with
left
the
to remember
strong
that lost
fiscal
golden age
adjustment we made,
is the
we have
landscape,
reduced the country
strewn with
risk from
monumental
3,000
blocks of
basis
stone,
points to
the cavernous
770.
bathing halls,
Today, Fitch
and
raised
the overgrown
Argentina's rating
ruins,
to triple C.
slowly and unstoppably
So,
crumbling into the
what
earth.
do I mean? That translates into a lower country risk and interest rates, and that generates an increase in investment, also generates an increase in consumption. In other words, the Argentinian economy is currently in an absolutely flourishing moment. And how is that sustained in the long term? With structural reforms, which we implement daily to regulating the economy and introducing new laws that free Argentinians from the many oppressive measures that have burdened it over the past 100 years. You've spoken about the caste, the corrupt political establishment. So there's a lot of powerful people and groups that are against your ideas. What does it take to fight when so much power?
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations
Look,
podcast.
we have fought
I'd like
against
to give a special
corruption like
thanks to my
never
voice
before in
actors,
Argentina.
Jake Howard-Mills, Jacob
In
Rowlinson,
fact, when we took
Chef
office, for
Jacobs,
example, there were
and a
about
special thank you goes to
900
Dr. Rebecca
roadblocks
Pinner
per
at the
year.
University of East Anglia
That is, people
for
who
allowing
made
us
a
to hear
habit of
the poetry
blocking
of
the
the ruin
streets.
in its original
They
old English.
prevented free movement.
I love to hear your thoughts and
And besides,
responses
they
on
were
Twitter,
given
so
social
please come and
plans,
tell me what you thought.
and they were given a lot of
You
money.
can follow me at Paul
If you
M.M.
remember,
Cooper,
when I started
and if
by
you'd like
explaining
updates about
the
the
cut,
podcast,
one of the
announcements about
things
new
I said was
episodes,
that
as
we
well as images
removed the
and maps
middlemen of
relevant to the
poverty,
episode,
in other
you can
words,
follow
the
the
managers
podcast
of
at
poverty,
Fall of
those
Pod
who
with
live by
underscores
stealing
separated
from the
words.
poor. Well, that is a
This
huge
podcast
source
can
of
only keep
corruption.
going
In
with the
fact,
support
when
of
we
our
did
generous
that,
subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running,
2
you help me
days
cover my
later,
costs,
one of
and
the
you also
most
let me dedicate
renowned
more
and
time to
influential
researching, writing,
picoteros
recording, and
called
editing
for a
to get the episodes
demonstration.
out to you faster,
He
and
claimed
bring as
that
much life and detail to
50,000
them as
people
possible.
would attend because
I want
he
to
was
thank all my
actually
subscribers for
expecting
making this happen.
100,000.
If
So
you
he
enjoyed this
wanted to
episode, please
showcase
consider
it as a
contributing to help keep
success.
the podcast running.
And so then,
For now, goodbye,
let's say with the
and thanks for
decision
listening.
made in human capital to cut their funding, the anti-blockade protocol was also enacted, where those who blocked the streets wouldn't receive welfare benefits, and those who broke the law would go to jail. All of that. And also, we were informing this through transportation channels. Well, in that March, they expected to have 100,000 people there. And actually, it turned out to be 3,000 people.
The ruins of the great city of Hattusha
And from that
are
point
an
on, they
awe-inspiring
didn't block the
sight.
streets anymore.
They
We
sit
also
right in the
evidently
center
put
of
an end
modern
to that
Turkey, on a
corruption.
rocky outcrop
One of
overlooking
the
a bend
things
of
that
the
also
Kizilirmak River.
generated a lot of corruption was public
Hattusha's
works.
crumbling walls of
Another
grey
thing that
limestone
led to
stand out against the
significant
tawny yellow grassland of
acts
the
of
hills,
corruption were the
lying where they fell
discretionary
over
transfers to
3,000 years ago.
provinces. In general, these
One
transfers
look
were
will tell
made
you
to
that
the
Hattusha was
provinces
once
with
a mighty
accounting as
fortress.
obscure as
Its
possible.
double wall was
So,
defended by over
the
100
national
towers, its
government,
thick gateways
in
decorated
collusion
with
with the
carved sculptures
governors,
of
let's
lions.
say, the money
For
ended up being
centuries,
used
this
for
was the
other
capital
things.
of the mighty Hittite
Not
Empire,
only that, with
which
which
ruled a
we have
large
already
portion of
done many
Turkey
things.
during the Bronze Age.
Furthermore, the Ministry of Human
Hattusha's people
Capital is
cultivated
always
wheat,
filing
barley, and
complaints in
lentils,
court,
and wore
not
clothes
in the
spun from the
media
wool
in
of sheep
court.
they kept in the surrounding hills.
Acts of corruption like
But if
never
you dig down
before
into the ruins
in
of Hattusha,
Argentine history.
what you find
Not
is a
only
thin
that,
black
but
layer
also in
right
terms of
above the city's
condemning
ancient
corruption. That
walls.
is, we have done, for
This
example,
layer is made up of
2
ash,
days
charred
ago,
wood, and rubble
it was
scorched in a
condemned
fierce fire.
Cristina
It
Fernandez de
dates
Kirchner
back to the
got a
end of the
sentence for
13th
corruption.
century BC,
I mean,
around the
due
year
to
1200
corruption,
before the start of
and
the
the
Christian
next day,
calendar.
that is yesterday, we
And when you
took
step back
away
and
their
take in all the
privileged pensions.
details, it's a little
At the same
breathtaking.
time, we are, for example, we
Walls
have
and roofs
discovered that
collapsed,
Kirchner
bricks
used
shattered and melted,
disability
and it's
pensions
clear
for acts
that
of
whatever happened
corruption.
to Hattusha,
For
the
example,
destruction
there
was
is a
savage,
city that has more
unrelenting, and total.
disability pensions than people.
After that,
In other
the
words, to give
archaeological
you an
record here
idea
ends,
of the things being
except for
done
the
in
signs of a
Argentina.
few scattered
And also
scavengers
in
eking out an
Argentina, we have
existence among the
restored
rubble.
freedom to the
The
judiciary.
ruins of Hattusha
We do
remained
not
empty
pressure
for
the
centuries.
judiciary.
A
And this
haunted
is so
place
true that
where
during
most
my
feared to
government,
go.
not only was Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner
20
convicted,
kilometers to the
but
north,
also
the
the 2
ancient city of
terrorist
Al-Nasahoya,
attacks
where
carried
the
out by
Hittites
Iran
buried their
were
kings in
condemned.
opulent tombs, shows the same thing.
So,
It is
if
completely
there is a
covered by ash
government
and
that is
rubble at
truly
the same
fighting
level.
against corruption,
And
it is
100
us.
kilometers to the east of
Not
that,
only that,
at
but
another
also
fortified
with this
Hittite town known
deregulation,
as Karabla, you
it
can
is a
find
privilege that
arrowheads
we
littering
take
the
away
earth like
either from
fallen
a
leaves,
politician,
and the
a
bones of men,
breviary
women, and
company,
children left
or
lying
a
in the
power group.
streets, right where they fell.
That is
In fact,
also
if you
very
zoom out,
powerful.
right across the
No
eastern
one in
Mediterranean,
Argentina
anywhere
has
you go
ever
in the
fought
entire
against
region,
corruption
across
the
an
way
area
we
spanning
have.
over 1,000 kilometers,
In fact,
you
I
will
will
find
move
this
on to
layer of
something that
destruction.
is deeply corrupt and one of my
Archaeological
great
evidence
battles.
is quite clear. At some point between the year
The
1200 and
corruption of the
1100
media and
BC,
social
right
media.
at the end of the period we call the Bronze
That
Age,
is to say,
a
I
wave of
removed
destruction
the official
washed across the
advertising.
entire
That's why
region.
you will see that
It
even
wiped
though
all
we generate
civilizations off
wonderful
the map
news,
and left nothing in its wake.
every week in large
One by one,
quantity, the
vast and
media
ancient
speak
empires like the
terribly.
Hittites, Ugarit,
In
the
other words,
Minoans,
they
and the
demand to have
Mycenaean
a
Greeks
monopoly on the
collapsed
microphone.
altogether.
That is, they are
They
entitled
collapsed
to
so
insult,
completely
hurt,
that they
offend, and
disappeared
they
from the
don't want
historical
anyone
record.
to bother them. And they expect
It
me
took
not
some
to
of these
even
areas
respond.
nearly 1,000
That's
years
why a
to
large
recover
part of
after the
journalism in
violent end of the
Argentina
Bronze
hates the
Age,
X
and
network.
exactly
And
what
that's why
happened
the
is
liberal
still one of
libertarians love
humanity's
the
most
X network.
fiercely debated
Because we
mysteries.
can all say what we want. However, let's say these supposed journalists who defend freedom of expression, actually what they want is to censor the ideas they don't like. And of course, because they are leftists, because they are woke, because they can't stand the competition, because if they had to fight face to face, hand to hand, on a level playing field, when it comes to ideas, they would lose because they were a failure in the economic, social, and cultural aspects. And also, we must not forget that those murderers called
My name's
socialists
Paul
killed
Cooper, and you're listening to the
150
Fall of
million
Civilizations
people.
podcast.
So they clearly cannot
Each
fight on
episode,
equal
I
terms.
look at a civilization of the
Therefore, they
past that rose
demand
to
that
glory
social
and then
networks
collapsed into
have
the ashes of
censorship
history.
and that the truth cannot be
I
told
want
to
to
them.
ask, what do they have in
Because
common?
when you tell a
What led to their fall?
they
And what did
cry,
it feel like to be a
claiming
person
it's hate
alive at
speech.
the time,
No, it's not hate speech.
witnessing
It's
the
that
end of their
you are
world?
useless people who have ruined
In this episode, I
the
want to look
planet.
not at the collapse
They
of
have
one
made the
civilization,
planet much
but at the
worse.
collapse of many.
And fortunately today,
This
thanks to
catastrophe,
social
which
media,
historians have called the late
especially
Bronze
due
Age
to the
collapse,
enormous and
has
brave
become
work of
one of the
Elon Musk
enduring puzzles
and
of
the role of
archaeology.
Twitter,
I
today
want to
X
explore how so many
right,
societies could collapse all
allows
at once,
information to
and
flow,
seemingly
which
without warning.
makes it possible,
I want
let's
to look
say,
at the conditions that
to
led up to this
expose
collapse,
politicians
and examine the
and
lessons it
also
might teach us in our
expose
increasingly
the
globalized and
media.
interconnected
And
world.
that's why journalists in Argentina are so violent. Why? Because before they could, for instance, a journalist went and, for example, he would go to a
Historian
person
Robert
and he
Drews
would
puts it
throw a
bluntly.
folder at them and say, if you
Within a
don't give me
period of
X amount
40
of money,
to 50 years,
I am going to
almost every
publish all of
significant
this
city in the
and
eastern
tarnish your
Mediterranean
reputation.
world was destroyed,
And I know for a
many
fact
of them never to be
a case
occupied
of
again.
a journalist who
For a
carried
long
out this
time after the
extortion
year 1200, it
twice
is
to a
safe to
businessman.
say that there
That
were no
businessman
cities in
told
the
him that
eastern
he wasn't going to pay,
Mediterranean.
and evidently the journalist did it. Obviously,
One of
they
the
went
ways
to
in which
court,
the
there was
memory
a
of the late
trial,
Bronze Age
and that
collapse may
journalist
have
lost
survived
both
into the modern
times.
day is through the
But that
epic
process is
poetry that
very
was
slow,
written
and
about
in the
this time.
meantime, they
You
sue
may
him.
have
So
heard of
since
some
the
of them.
justice system
It
takes a long
relates the
time,
destruction of
so
a great
what is the
walled
problem? The
city in the
problem is
eastern
that
Mediterranean
in the
called
meantime,
Troy.
your life got dirty.
The
So why
epic
can
poems known
journalists
as
do
the
all
Iliad
this?
and Odyssey
Well,
are
that's why
ancient
they
pieces
dislike
of
X.
oral poetry
They dislike
attributed
social
to a
media.
man
They
named
dislike
Homer,
the new
who may
form of
or may not have
communication
existed.
because it took away their monopoly
These
over the
poems were
microphone.
passed down for
And by taking
centuries
away
through
the
the period
monopoly
that
over the
followed the
microphone,
Bronze Age
it
collapse,
removed
which
the
we call
economic
the Greek
benefits
Dark
of
Ages.
extortion. So
They survived
clearly,
by
that's
word of
another
mouth,
battle I'm
with each
fighting.
poet singer using
You read a
astonishing skills of
newspaper in
memory to
Argentina,
memorize
and
and pass them on,
85% of what you
lengthening
read
and
is a
embellishing
lie.
them along the way until they were
That
finally
is to
written down
say,
in the 8th
the
century
fundamental
BC.
characteristic of most
The
journalists,
poetry
not
of the
all, but
Iliad
the vast
especially
majority of
relates the
journalists
story
in
of a great
Argentina,
10-year
with some
war that took
honorable
place in the
exceptions,
eastern
is
Mediterranean
that they
and
are
took up most of
liars,
the manpower of
slanderers,
Greece.
and defamers.
This
And if the
war was
monopoly
led by
they
a man
demand
named
was still in
Agamemnon,
place,
a king
that they
of
want to
Mycenae.
reign again, I have no
In the
doubt
second
that they
millennium
would
BC,
demand money in
the
exchange
city-state
for
of Mycenae
silence,
was one of the
because
major
that's what
centers of
they
Greek
are.
civilization,
They are
a mighty
extortionists, they are
city to
thieves, they are
rival the
corrupt.
Hittite capital of Hattusha.
And then, of course,
About 90
obviously, when you
kilometers
take
southwest of
away a
Athens,
privilege from a
Mycenae was a
senator,
military
they get
stronghold
upset.
which dominated
Well,
much of
welcome
southern
to
Greece
freedom.
and had a population of
You're not
over
only fighting
30,000
for
at its height.
economic freedom, you're fighting for freedom.
Like Hattusha, it decorated the
Exactly.
gates of
I
its
fight
mighty
for
citadel
freedom in
with
all
carved
aspects of
stone
life.
lions.
That is to
Over
say,
a
one
millennium
of the
later,
things
in the
that
2nd
seems most
century
interesting
AD,
to
the
me
Greek travel writer
is
Pausanias
that
wrote breathlessly
when the
about
Berlin
his
Wall
visit to the
fell,
ruins.
it's true that officially
This
fell
is
in
the
the year
only part of the ruins
1989,
still remaining. Is a work
but
of the
the reality
cyclones
is
made
that
of
the
unwrought
wall,
stones,
or
each stone
socialism,
being so
fell
big
in the
that
year
burials could not move the
1961
smallest
when
press
they had
place
to
to the
build the
slightest degree.
wall. I mean, they built it
Classical
because people
Greeks
were leaving
believed that
communist
only the
Germany
mythical
for
granite
capitalist Germany.
giants, the cyclones,
They
would have had
realized
the
that
strength
those
to
on
move
the
the enormous
western
boulders that made up the walls of
side
Mycenae.
were much better off,
It's a 2nd century version of the
and of
History
course to
Channel's
prevent
ancient
people
aliens
from leaving.
conspiracy theories today.
They put, what a
Even
wonderful
then,
system,
people found
right?
it hard to
So,
believe
I mean,
that people so
they had to
distant to them
trap
could have
people, they
possessed
couldn't let
such
them go. I
ingenuity
mean,
and
these are
skill
such
and
wonderful
then
ideas
disappear forever.
that they had to apply them at gunpoint.
But
It's
Mycenae's
quite,
leading
well,
role
it's
in
no
the Trojan
coincidence
War
that they
was
killed
what cemented its place
150
in the Greek
million human
imagination.
beings. So,
Exactly how
what
much
happened
of the
then?
actual historical
The
event, the
official
Battle of
fall of
Troy,
the wall in
survived
the
in
year
Homer's epic
1989
is still subject
made
to
it
bitter
clear that
historical debate.
socialism had failed.
For the longest time, it was
In
assumed
that
that the
context,
Trojan
the
War was an
socialists,
invention of the imagination, and that the city
they
of Troy
moved
was
the
a myth.
discussion of class
But that
struggle
all
in
changed with the
economics
discovery of the ruins of
and
Troy
took
in
it
modern
to other
Turkey at the
areas.
end of the 19th century.
So, for example,
Now, many
socialism,
historians agree that
or
Troy
what
may
is
have
of
been
the
a coastal
21st
outpost of the
century,
Hittite Empire.
or cultural
And we now
Marxism
know
or
that it was a grand
post-Marxism,
city,
whatever
much as Homer
definition you want,
describes, with an
is to
impressively
take
fortified
class
citadel.
struggle to different aspects of
According to
life.
legend,
For
the
example,
walls of
one of
Troy
the
were
aspects of
built by the
life
gods Poseidon
where
and
you,
Apollo.
let's say, have
And at the
this
time the Iliad may have
is in
taken place, place,
gender
they were
ideology.
certainly impressive. 9 meters
I
high,
mean, it's
with
incredible
towers
because the
soaring up to
first ones
18
to
meters.
defend equality before the law were the
Outside of this,
liberals.
a ranging
The
curtain
first
wall
to defend
enclosed a
women's
larger
rights were
area
the
of the city.
liberals. Jeremy
But the
Bentham in
ruins
the
of
year
Troy are strangely
1750
silent.
was the
That
first
is,
to
there has
demand
been almost
equality
no
before the
writing
law for
uncovered
women.
in any
And in
excavations
the
of the
cause
city.
of equality before
Many
the law
scholars
for
now
women,
agree that
and
the Trojan
equality of
War
rights,
related by
the
Homer
first ones who
may have been
advocated
a
for
real
this were the
event,
liberals.
or
Did
at
you know?
least a composite
However,
of events, filtered through the lens
does
of
the left
mythology
do?
and refracted
They
by the
just go
Chinese
on to
whispers effect of
radicalize
oral
it.
transmission.
And then it moves to what is
Archaeology
called female
shows
chauvinism.
that Troy was attacked
Female
repeatedly
chauvinism is,
and to
let's say,
defend
the fight
itself
against
again and
males.
again, which
And
is
then,
indicated by
how do they
repairs
do it? They
undertaken
do
to
it
the
by
citadel's
assigning rights.
fortifications.
But when you assign a right,
We can
someone
see
has to pay
traces
for
of
it.
fire on its stones,
And that has
while human
consequences.
remains were found in
And in
houses and in the
general, let's
streets.
say, this
Bronze
always happens.
arrowheads have also been found littering the
The
ground in Troy's
consequences are
forts
that
and
the
citadel.
results are
And in
worse
fact, it
than
seems
what you
Troy
had
was
before.
burnt twice towards the end of the 13th
In any
century,
state intervention,
right around the
the
time when
subsequent
destruction was
result
beginning to rain down on the
is
whole
often
region.
worse than what you originally had.
Today, most scholars
That's one
date the
thing,
events of
and
the
not
Trojan
only
War
that, but
to
the other
just the
side of
period we
this
have
is
been
the
discussing,
environmental agenda,
the end of the
which
12th
sets
century
man
BC
against nature,
and the late
involving
Bronze Age
all
collapse.
aspects of environmentalism and everything related to climate
As
change.
a novelist and a student of
In other
literature,
words, they can't stand
I
any
tend to have a
serious
bias
discussion.
towards giving
Therefore,
literary
all
sources
environmental
more weight than
policies
a formal
are nothing
historian
more
might.
than an excuse to collect
But
taxes.
for my part, I
So
don't think
that a
it's
group of
unreasonable to
parasitic
argue that
bureaucrats
these
can
poems
live
may
at
have
the expense
incubated,
of others
at least in a
and
hazy
finance
form,
sinister
an
ideas.
authentic memory of those
Where the
days.
most sinister idea
The
of
feeling
all is
of
that there is no
apocalypse that
room
must
for
have washed
everyone on
over the
planet
region,
Earth.
and a war that
That
seemed
is
to dwarf
an
all
idea
others
that
since.
failed with Malthus at the beginning of the
To quote
19th
poet
century, a
Quintus
murderous
Smirnaeus,
idea
in his
that was
poem The
also
Fall of
applied
Troy,
by
gives
the
us just a
Egyptians
glimpse of the
against the
violence
Jews,
of
and
that
this is
time.
famously recorded in the book
Blood-running
of Shemot
torrents
or
drenched
Exodus.
all the earth. As
Or,
Trojans
for
and
example,
alien helpers
another
died,
thing is Black Lives
ill
Matter.
men lying quelled by
That
bitter
is
death,
black people
all up
against
and down
white
the city
people
in their
or
blood.
indigenous people
Others on
against
them
the
fall like
established
gasping
communities.
forth their life's strength.
Or,
Others clutching in
everything
their
related
hands,
to
their
LGBT
bowels that look
agendas.
through hideous gashes
Definitely,
forth,
these are some of the
wandered in
ways
wretched
in which,
fright around their homes.
socialism extended
Before
the
we go
class
into just
struggle
what
into
happened
other
at the end of
aspects
the
of
Bronze Age,
society,
I think it's worth
creating
pausing
divisions
and painting
and
a picture of
fostering
what it
deceit
was that collapsed.
with the sole
This
purpose
vibrant
of
and varied region that
absorbing
had survived
taxes.
for so
I
many
mean, what was
centuries
the Ministry of
and
Women in
fell
Argentina
so
doing?
suddenly.
Did it manage to reduce a single femicide? No, none at all. The number of femicides exploded just the
We
same.
often
In
make the
fact, the
mistake
most
of
feminist
thinking of
president
the
in
ancient
Argentine
world as
history,
a series
Mr.
of insular
Alberto
and
Fernandez,
isolated
used to
states.
beat his wife.
Something about the monumental
There is
remains of
such
their
a strange
societies
feminist.
makes us think
I
of them
mean,
in this
well,
way.
so within the
And it's
ranks
true
of
that their
feminists,
worlds
let's
were
say,
smaller than ours
you will
today.
essentially find the
The
largest
known
number of
world for
rapists
someone
and
living in
women
the eastern
eaters.
Mediterranean around the year
And
1200
it's
BC would have extended from
quite
Greece
interesting
to
what they
perhaps
do.
the far east of what
Their
today we would
hypocrisy
call
is
Iran.
truly striking.
It was
It's not
populated
just
by the
about that,
Mycenaean
though. I
people
mean,
of Greece in the west and the new kingdom of
the
Egypt in the
battle is
south,
on three
just
fronts.
emerging from a period of civil war.
You have the
Their world
economic
took in
front,
the islands of Cyprus and Crete,
which is
as well
free
as coastal
enterprise
city-states
capitalism.
like Ugara. And another big
Then we have
player
the
in this
political
region was
level.
Babylon, a city in the
Currently,
verdant
the
marshes of
system
southern
that the
Iraq,
world has
which was
designed
ruled by a dynasty
is a
known as the
Republican
Kassites.
liberal democracy
To the
with
north of them
checks
was the
and
great
balances.
warlike empire of Assyria, which governed the
And
plains of northern
I
Iraq
mean,
and
at
Syria.
the cultural battle
And to
level,
the north of them,
notice
the
that
Hittites.
socialism has been very successful in
These
the
small
cultural battle.
city-states were suspicious of
It
each
has
other,
been very
and they often
successful
fought
politically
wars.
because it was able to
But
translate
this
that
isn't the whole
political
story.
battle
The
in winning
societies of
many
the Bronze
elections.
Age were as
But
entangled
why
and
is it falling
interdependent
apart?
as the nation-states of
Why?
today.
Because
And
it
perhaps in
produces
some ways
misery,
they were more so.
and because the economic system is a disaster,
Firstly,
so people
trade was
eventually
the
realize
lifeblood
that
of
it
this
is
region.
making things worse for them.
The Mediterranean Sea is essentially
Liberal
a vast
libertarians are
inland
very
lake,
good when it comes to
relatively free
economics.
of waves and storms when compared
Yes.
to the open
And
Atlantic.
those good economic results
Across
can
this
actually
relatively
lead,
placid water,
well,
trade
to the
grew.
generation of solid political processes.
One shipwreck
But
found
what
off the
happened?
coast of
The
Uluguru in
liberals
southwestern
neglected the
Turkey
cultural battle.
gives us just a glimpse into the rich
Much of the
exchange
blame
of
was placed
materials
on
that occurred
Fukuyama
during
when
this
he said
time.
this is the end of history.
The ship
No,
is
it
built
was
of
not the end
Lebanese
of
cedar
history
wood
because
and
the
dated to
following
about
year,
the
in
year
1990,
1300
the
BC.
socialists gathered
But
at the
just
São
listen to
Paulo
this
Forum,
list of what
and based
archaeologists
on the
found
ideas
in
of
its cargo.
Gramsci, designed a strategy to infiltrate the
10
media,
tons of copper
culture, and
ingots and
education,
1 ton
which
of
ended
tin,
up changing the
logs
entire
of ebony,
discourse,
elephants and hippo
and they
tusks,
established
along
that
with
what
more
they
than a dozen
said
hippopotamus
was
teeth,
politically
a jar
correct,
filled with glass
and that any idea outside of it was to be considered reactionary and had to be censored or even persecuted.
grapes
And
and
they claim to
coriander,
be the ones
whole
defending freedom,
pomegranates, and a
even
golden
though they
scarab
were the
beetle
ones
inscribed with the
persecuting
name of
people. It's the
Nefertiti.
same with journalists who get
Arrowheads,
upset with
daggers,
Twitter.
turtle
They say they
shells, and
defend
ostrich
freedom, but
eggs,
can't stand it
quartz
when those who
crystals
think
and gold,
differently speak. Is
pottery
that
and
freedom?
oil lamps from
Yes, for them, but
Cyprus,
not
along
for
with
those who
blocks
think
of
differently.
raw-coloured
That's not
glass
freedom,
in
that's
cobalt
fascism.
blue and lavender.
Then, What
The
do we say?
Ulugurun shipwreck
Then we must
contained
fight on the
goods from
economic
at least
front, and I
7
believe we are
different lands.
implementing an extremely
So it's
successful
easy to
economic
see how
program
this
that
rich
is
trade
being
would have
recognized
drawn all these
worldwide.
disparate
In
nations
fact,
together. And
the other
people
night,
pass between these
the
steps too.
president-elect
For
Donald
instance,
Trump
we know that
indeed gave
Minoan artists
recognition
from Crete
for the
came to
achievements
decorate
we
the
are having
walls
in
of Egyptian
Argentina
palaces in
and
the
the
city
speed
of
at which we
Perunath.
have done it. At
Kings
the same
frequently
time, you have to
requested the
fight the
services
political
of
battle
physicians,
because, well,
artisans,
soccer
weavers,
matches are
musicians,
not
and
won by
singers from other
shouting from the
kingdoms.
stands, they
And
are won by
intermarriage was
playing on
also
the
common.
field.
To
But
give
that
just one
alone is
example,
not enough
we know
because
that
you have
Amurabi,
to,
the last king of the
let's say,
coastal nation of
you
Ugarit,
need to convey
had
to
married
society
and subsequently divorced the
the
Hittite woman,
values of
with their
capitalism,
divorce
the
proceedings
free
dragging
market,
through the
what
court system for
liberalism
years.
is, the value of freedom, right?
And while much of this
And when you
exchange was in luxury
succeed in
goods
that,
and services, other
then we
resources
will
that
indeed
flowed
be
down
able to
these trade
advance
routes
steadily.
were utterly
If you
essential
don't
to the
fight the
survival
cultural
of these
battle,
large and
what
complex
happened in Chile
nations.
will happen to you.
And of all
They
these
had
resources,
economic
the most
success.
critical in the Bronze Age was, of
It
course,
was,
the one
let's
that
say,
gives the era
sustained
its
over
name.
time, but at some point
Bronze
it
is
collapsed.
an
Why
alloy
did it
of copper
collapse?
and tin
Because
on a
they hadn't
roughly
fought
10
the
to 1
cultural
ratio.
battle. Then
The amount of
socialism,
copper and
little by
bronze
little,
found on
took
the
control of
Uluguru wreck, 10
institutions in
tons of bronze
education
and 1 ton
and
of
the
tin,
media.
was exactly the amount
So
needed to
they
smelt
took
11
over the
tons of
media and
bronze.
culture, and on that basis, they attacked and broke up
Since
the
its
system.
discovery sometime in the
And then they
4th
found
millennium
themselves with
BC,
increasing
this
doses of
reddish gold
socialism,
wonder metal
and the only
had
thing
become critical to
socialism
the
generates is
manufacture
poverty.
of just about every weapon,
Therefore,
tool, and
what
household
you must
object.
keep in mind
And
is
just
that you
like
have to fight the
aluminium or
battle from
steel
both
today, bronze had become
And if you don't keep
completely
that in mind,
indispensable to the
I can
societies
tell
it
you,
supported.
are headed towards the
Without a
left.
steady supply of this metal,
Like you said,
armies would have no
in this
weapons,
fight against corruption,
chariots would be
you're
unable to
challenging some
shod
very
their
powerful
wheels,
people,
and
powerful
craftsmen would have no
establishments.
tools.
Are you
The
ever
British historian
afraid
Harold
for your
Bell
life?
has drawn a striking parallel to the reality of our
Potential
modern world.
assassination. No.
The strategic
Tell me,
importance
what
of
good is it to
tin
live
in the
life,
late Bronze Age was probably not
I
far
mean, in
different from that of
slavery?
crude oil today. The
Look, there
availability
is a
of enough
song
tin to produce
by
weapons-grade
a
bronze
Spanish
must have
singer
exercised the minds of the
called Nino
great king
Bravo.
in Hattusha and the pharaoh in
Just to
Thebes
be
in the
clear,
same way that
he has
supplying
already left
gasoline
this
to the
earth, so
American
we can
SUV
say he
driver
has passed on to the
preoccupies an
beyond.
American president today.
Of the
The
components
song
of
is called
bronze,
Libre.
copper was relatively easy to
And
find,
the song, it tells the story
but tin was a
of
rare
Peter
metal.
Fetcher, an
At the time,
18-year-old
the
boy
only source readily available
who,
was
when
from
the
mines in the
separation was
Badakshan
made,
region of Afghanistan.
and I
From
mean,
there, it had to be brought
the
overland
construction
on
of the Berlin Wall
caravans of
begins.
donkeys, following the
His
ancient
family
route
ends up on the
known as the
western
Silk
side, and
Road.
he accidentally ends up on the eastern side.
It was a long and
And for a
perilous
whole
journey
year, he
across the
plans
mountains and rivers until it reached the
escape
great cities of
to the
Mesopotamia.
western side, right?
From there, the cargo
And in
tin
that
spread out
context,
across
when
the
he
region
tries
and
to
over the sea
escape,
to Greece.
he gets murdered.
The entire military might of the region's
So,
superpowers, of
really, what
Egypt,
is the point
Assyria,
of
the
life if
Hittites,
it's not in
Ugarit,
freedom,
Babylon,
right?
and the Mycenaean Empire in Greece,
I mean,
all of them
what is the
depended on
point of
this
living without
precarious
fighting for
supply,
your values?
which at the time must have felt
If I
as
am willing to
fragile
give
as
my
a
life for
cobweb.
my values, then what is the point of living without freedom?
So
Look,
as I
can I
relate
tell
the
you
events
something
of the next
interesting that
century or so,
happened to me here in
I
the
want you to
United
keep this
States?
idea in mind, that these nations were not entirely
let's say,
distinct, separate
Back
entities,
in the year
so much as a complex and
1998,
entangled web of societies, each
I
as
came to the
dependent on the
United
other as the
States
next. And
to
while
take
peace
a
largely
series
held
of
in the region
courses
and
to
trade
improve
could
my
continue,
English,
they achieved a kind of stability.
which I never
But for
used
a
in
number of
formal terms
reasons,
because as
peace
president, as
wasn't
you
to
can imagine,
last.
if I make a mistake, I can create a serious situation. Fortunately, I
One
have
thing
an
I want to make
interpreter
absolutely
who is
clear
a
at this stage
superstar,
is that our knowledge of
and
this
if I
period
make a
is very
mistake
limited.
even in Spanish, he corrects me in the
There's so
version of
much
the other
guesswork
language.
involved around the dates and the events of some of
And
what
so
I'm
back
about to
then,
describe,
in
and it
that
would be
year,
very
I went
easy
to
to
San
get lost in
Francisco
a cloud of maybes.
and I visited Alcatraz.
History is not a science, although it involves sciences.
You're young, but
History is a fluctuating series of interpretations,
I mean,
hypotheses,
the
and
visit
narratives
was an
that are
audio
borne
tour.
out in lively debates on
You
just
got a
about every
Walkman,
detail of past
and
events.
you would
But I
choose the
think it's worth
different
noting
tracks and
that when
listen
talking
to the
about this
story.
period, there are essentially two
The most
sources we
interesting
use,
thing is
and
that
each
the
has their
Alcatraz
problems.
tour ended in the recreation
The
yard
first is the archaeological
where the
record.
basketball court,
We can learn a lot from
exercise
digging down
areas,
into
and
ancient
all
sites and seeing
recreational
what
facilities were located.
But a set of ruins
So
doesn't mean
anyone
anything
would
on
have
its own.
thought that this was
It
the
needs
best part of
archaeologists to interpret
Alcatraz.
and hypothesize and argue about what they mean.
And yet, what they said in the
The other
guide was
source
that
is
that
the
was the
written
hardest
texts of
part
the
for the
time.
inmates.
But those can be just as
Why?
unreliable as the
Because, I mean,
ruins.
that recreation
And
area,
they're too often
in particular,
frustratingly vague on the things we really care about.
in front of the San
These
Francisco Bay.
texts are usually
So,
commissioned by
the
kings
inmates
and
could all
rulers as
see
well.
how
And if you can't see the
San
problem with that,
Francisco
imagine trying to
continued to
piece
clean
together
up
this
and
week's news
evolve
by
and
only
develop
looking at the
every
American
day.
president's Twitter
While
feed.
they were locked up in there,
I don't want to
they
get
couldn't
lost in
take part
endless
in it.
discussions about the
They were
reliability
confined
of
in a
sources
prison,
or the debate that
and
rages
that
around
made
every
them
detail of
fully
an
aware
archaeological
of the
site.
value of freedom.
I want to tell as clear a story as possible that's consistent
In my
with available
experience,
evidence.
for me, the
But
fight
if we're
for
really going to
freedom
delve
is
into what might have happened to collapse
is
so many
relentless,
societies all at
I
once,
mean, my
in a
greatest hero
time
in
so
all of human
distant from
history
our
is
own,
Moses.
we will have to enter the fray.
The feat of Moses is like one person alone with his brother, Aaron, both
When casting
confronting
around
the
for
combined
causes of the late
forces
Bronze
of
Age collapse, historians have
the
long
United
relied on
States,
one particular set of culprits.
China, and Russia together.
These they refer to by the
And it
mysterious
was
name,
Moses who said
the
to
Sea
Ramses, "Let my
Peoples.
people go."
Even the name Sea Peoples
Well, Ramses
seems to
resisted,
evoke something terrifying
and the
and foreign,
forces of heaven ran
something
him
not
over.
of this world.
But
They sound
what I
like
mean
monsters
is,
rising up from the deep to wreak devastation on the
I
land.
don't see any other
And if the
possible way
sources
to
of the
live
time
other
had
than
anything
with
to go
freedom.
by, they
And I
certainly
would
did
always
bring
fight for
destruction.
full freedom. And I would be
Who
at
the
the
Sea Peoples
forefront
were,
of this
where they
cause.
came from, or what language
I
they
mean,
spoke
it's a
is a
cause
mystery.
that
Many historians have offered
I'm
their
going
guesses,
to die with my
which range
boots
from
on. I mean,
Sardinia and
I'm not
Sicily
going to make
to
do
Libya
with
and closer
living
by in the eastern
any other way
Mediterranean.
other than with freedom. I will
Wherever
fight
they
everything I'm going
originated,
to fight as
one
much as
thing
it
is for
takes.
sure. Around the time
At
of the
least
Great
that's the way I
Collapse,
feel.
a vast
So,
horde of these invaders
what
began
good is it
landing
to
on the
be alive
shores
if
of the
you're
eastern
confined?
Mediterranean in
What
huge
good is it
numbers
to be
and with
alive if you're
fearsome
not free?
force.
It's no good.
The Egyptian pharaoh Ramses
What good
III
was it for Peter
wrote
Fletcher
about this invading armada
to
on
be
the
alive
walls of his temple in Medina
in
Tower,
communist Germany?
near the Valley of the Kings.
Well,
No
at
land
least
can stand before our arms.
he had a moment
From
of happiness while he
Qatar,
tried to
Qard,
escape.
Damesh, Araza, and Elisha
Another
I
guy who fights for
cut off
freedom speech and escape.
desolated its people,
Your
and
new
its
friend,
land
Elon
was
Musk.
like that which has never come
What
into being.
do you admire and what have you learned
In some
from
of these ancient sources, the
interaction
Sea
with
Peoples
Elon?
begin to sound
I
like
have
something from a Hollywood movie,
A
like
huge
Independence Day,
admiration for
War
Elon
of
Musk.
the Worlds. An invasion
He is
force of insurmountable power, landing all at once, completely by surprise,
He is an
sweeping
absolutely
away one nation
unconventional
after
person.
another. And at least some of the
He's a great
societies
fighter
that
for the
fell
ideas
during
of
the late
freedom.
Bronze Age
What he has
collapse
done on Twitter,
fell because of
now
this
known
single
as X,
cause.
and
One example of these is
How
the
he is
city-state of Ugarit, a booming
helping
trade city on the coast of northern
the
Syria.
world nowadays to wake up once and for all and become aware of the
At
socialist
this
virus,
point,
the woke
Ugarit
virus,
had ruled a
that
coastal
in
kingdom
itself
of merchants and sailors
makes
for
him
at
a
least
hero in the
6
history of
centuries.
humanity.
It stood at the very end of the
But
Silk
it's
Road,
not just
where
that.
this great trade route from as far as China met
One of
the
the things that
Mediterranean.
happened to me is that
Think of all those items
when I
found
went to
nestled in the
first talk
hold
to
of
him,
the
I thought
Trelleborg shipwreck.
I
At
was going to
Ugarit,
meet a
each one
successful
of them would have been
businessman,
taxed,
and
and with
that I
this
would
wealth,
have a
its
typical
citizens built a
successful
resplendent
businessman
city by the sea.
conversation who understands business
Like most
and has
successful
some of his
trading
businesses,
towns,
some of his business
Ugarit
slightly
was
more exotic,
multicultural and diverse,
but
using at least 7 languages
that's the
as
kind of
written.
talk you would expect to have. And
It was a
business
city
people
in love with the written word,
are
but it kept
truly
expansive
admirable,
libraries
right?
as
Because
palaces
they are
and
true
temples.
benefactors of society,
It even fostered the first
but
private
they are
libraries,
usually very
one of
much
which we know
focused
belonged to a diplomat named
on their
Rohan.
own business.
To Ugarit,
And one
we
of
also
the
owe the
things
oldest
that
surviving written music
really,
in the
really
world,
shocked
a hymn dedicated to the moon
when I
goddess
met
Nikal,
Elon Musk,
which can still be played today.
we had scheduled a meeting
You can
for
almost imagine this piece of music playing
no
from
more
the
than
temples
15
of
minutes.
Ugarit, washing over its
The first time
streets
we
and
were in the
markets.
for a little over
But this
45
thriving
minutes
city
because he
was
was
soon to
about
come
to
to an
miss
end.
his flight. So obviously,
In
if someone
Ugarit,
as important as him
archaeologists
doesn't
have found
fly
a
as
clay
planned,
tablet
it
containing a
has to
letter.
be rescheduled,
It's a message
and
from
he
the city's
loses
last
a lot
king,
of hours.
a man called Amram,
Imagine, every minute is
the
very
same one who
valuable.
spent years trying to divorce his
And-
Hittite wife. In it,
And one of
he
the
begs
things
the
that
ruler of
happened
nearby
was that
Cyprus to come to his aid.
basically
We thought that
he
now
brought
the
up the
ships of the
topic
enemy
of
have come.
democracy,
They've been setting fire to the
and
city,
we started
and have done
discussing
evil in my
demographics and
land.
growth. I never
My
imagined
father know that all of my
that
troops
I
and
would end
chariots
up
are stationed
discussing
in Hatti,
demographics
and
and
all of
growth
my
with
ships
him,
are in the land of
you
Luca.
know.
They have not
And
arrived back
another
yet,
very
so
fun
the land
thing
is
was that
abandoned.
something
No
funny he
help
said to me
arrived,
was that
because the letter
since
was
we
never
shared
sent.
our vision regarding
It
demographics traffic
burned
issues
along with the rest of the city. Its
and the
clay
need to
baked
populate
hard
the
in the
planet. He
ensuing
asked me,
fires.
now what about you? When are you going to move in that
When
direction? And
excavating the
I said,
ruins
oh,
of
look, I have
Ugarit,
5 children.
archaeologists
And he
have
said,
found a layer of
well, the
destruction
four-legged
that
ones
lies
don't
2
count.
meters thick in places, made of ash and broken
That
brick.
was The first
The
meeting I
city's
had with
roofs
Elon
are
Musk.
caved in and
The
scorched,
second,
and its streets are littered with
the
arrowheads.
second meeting was
People buried their valuables in a
when
panic and never returned to
here
dig
at the
them up again.
universities we started
It's hard to say how
seeing
large the force was
anti-Semitic
that attacked them,
demonstrations where
but another
basically
letter found in
Palestinian
the
flags
city's
were
kilns
displayed
asks
and
another king
Jews were
to
harassed
equip
and persecuted.
150 ships to send to their aid,
And
suggesting that it was
at
an
that
enormous
moment,
force.
when we had that second
This letter,
meeting,
too, was never sent.
he showed himself to be very deeply involved with
The
that.
fact that all of Lagarde's troops
brought
and
up the
ships
issue
were
of the
stationed
cultural
elsewhere when they were attacked
So I mean,
shows just how much it came as a
it's not quite
surprise.
conventional even in
But
the
across the
political
region,
field.
it seems the Sea Peoples employed the same tactics. They
During our
appeared
last
without
talk,
warning,
which
wreaked
lasted for
havoc,
about 2.5
destroyed
hours,
cities,
right?
and then disappeared over the horizon before
One of the
anyone knew
things we
what had
talked
happened.
about was freedom and what was at
Other
stake for
cities
the
along the
United
Palestinian
States
coast suffered the same fate.
in this election.
The city of Aleppo in Syria was destroyed around
therefore,
the same time. The city of
He
Emar
is
on
a
the Euphrates
person,
River burned
honestly,
too.
I
In
can
a tablet
say
found there
he
describes
is
how
well above
hordes of
average.
enemies had attacked him.
I mean,
This is an unusual
a
phrase to
person of
use, since it
unconventional
seems the citizens
intelligence,
didn't
right?
know the names of their
And
attackers
also he is
and where they
very
came from.
charming. So
The
I
city
mean,
of
again,
Megiddo,
I have a great
known in the Bible
admiration
as
for him,
Armageddon, held out
and
the
I
longest
really
of any
interact
city in the
very
region.
closely with
But
him.
it was finally
He
destroyed
is
so
very
violently that when
interested
the
in what our
Israelites
Ministry
later
of
moved into its
Deregulation is
ruins,
doing,
they were unable to clear
which
the
seeks to
debris.
remove
They
regulation.
simply filled in the
But
ruined
at the same
buildings with
time, he
rubble
works
and
with
built on
another
top of it.
person who is also interested in the chainsaw
In
approach.
Cyprus, where the king
And
of
so,
Ugarit had tried to send his plea for help, similar
I'm
destruction
very
also be
pleased
found.
because
On
they
the
are
site
going
of
to try and
Kokino Kremos,
replicate the model we are
archaeologists found
implementing in
evidence that the whole
Argentina.
town was
And
abandoned in
also,
a hurry. The
Donald
bronze
Trump
smith
himself
buried
is
his
very
tools in the
enthusiastic
courtyard of his
about this.
workshop.
So,
The
and
silversmith
anything
hid
in the
his
way of
silver
reducing
between two stones
regulations
of a
and cutting
bench,
public
while the
spending
goldsmith
and
hid all
taking
of his sheep
government out of
gold in
the
a pen.
equation means more freedom for the
What
people.
happened to them all,
So
we may
I'm
never
very
know,
pleased with
but they
what's
never
going on.
returned to retrieve their
And
precious
with Trump's
things.
victory, because the United
One thing is
States
for
will be
certain,
better off,
wherever the sea peoples
Argentina
went,
is going to be better
destruction
too.
followed.
And the whole world is going to be better off. Today, the world is a much better place than it was
For a
just a
long
few
time,
days ago.
historians were happy to
Like you said,
attribute the collapse of so
Iran
many
and
complex
Vivek
societies
Ramaswamy are
at
heading
once
to
to these
DOGE,
antagonists.
Department of Government Efficiency.
They
So
provided a
from your
convenient
experiences
scapegoat.
here as president of Argentina, and every
These sea peoples
chainsaw
were imagined to
economic
be something
policy
like the
that you've
Vikings that
implemented,
ravaged
what
medieval
advice
Europe,
would you give
crossed
Iran
with
and
Attila's
Vivek
horde
about
of
how to do
Huns.
it in the United States?
In common conceptions,
Just cut to
they
the
were a
chase.
marauding mass,
Cut to the
hell-bent
chase.
on destruction.
Simple as that. I'll tell you a story and you're going
And
to
since
love
the
it.
sea peoples have played such an important role in how people have traditionally
Currently
viewed
in
this
Argentina,
collapse,
due
I think it's worth
to the
spending some
political
time.
balance we've achieved,
Who were
we
these
have had
mysterious peoples?
certain powers delegated
Some
from
of these
Congress to
questions
the
we can never
executive
answer.
branch, and therefore
But in this
we
story,
can
the sea
resolve it by
peoples don't
decree.
get to speak for themselves. They left
That the
no written
regulation
sources, and
minister,
precious few
Federico
material traces
Sturzenegger,
have
in
ever
his
been found that
ministry,
could trace back to
shows a
them, give us
counter
clues
that
about their
displays in
origins.
front of everyone there.
But a little unusually for
He
this time,
displays the number
we
of
do have a
days,
pretty
all
good
right,
idea of what the sea peoples look like.
during which the
That's
delegated
because of the
powers will
vast
continue
low-relief
to be
carving that
valid.
the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses
Therefore,
III
he has to
chose to
hold the
adorn the outer
regulation
wall of his
division,
cavernous temple in
also
Medina
a
Harbour.
public spending cut
It shows
division,
an image of a
and
number of
government
prisoners
structure
taken
reduction
during Egypt's
division,
battle with the sea
and
peoples.
he also has an
And the carvings
MP4
are
that's
very
cleaning
detailed.
up all of the laws that hinder the economic
The figures
system
on the carving
and progress.
aren't the inhuman monsters you
And
might have been
every
imagining.
day, he
They wear
removes
kilts
between
and
1
a
and
very
5
distinctive
economic
kind of
restrictions.
headdress that looks like
So,
a sheaf of feathers.
my
and
advice
has
would be
reeds,
for them to go all
fixed
the
in
way,
place with a strap
push
that
it to
goes
the
under
very
their
limit,
chin.
and do
Not all
not
of the
give
sea
up.
peoples are the same.
Do not let down
Some
their
wear
guard.
skull caps, while others appear to
Furthermore,
wear
that
woollen
agenda
helmets.
does not have political
But together
purpose,
with Egyptian
because
sources
at
of the
the end
time,
of the day, you
this
are
looks to have
removing
not been one
privileges.
cohesive army,
Of course,
but a
there
loose
will be
confederation
people
of different
complaining, but those
peoples,
are people.
choosing to sail under the
These are
same
people who
banner.
are losing privileges, so they will
Some
have
of
to
the names of
explain to
these different
society
peoples are
why
known
they
to
are
us
keeping
from
those
Egyptian
privileges,
texts.
and that is quite
The
uncomfortable.
Danube, the Checa,
You
the
spoke
Pelisson,
of Donald
the
Trump,
Chardon, and
allegedly
the
called you the
Weshesh.
stable president. What did you
Even
discuss?
if the motives and
And
identity
maybe
of the sea
again,
peoples
what
are
you
unknown to
admire
us,
about President
evidence
Trump
suggests that at
and
least some
what
of the
you
ethnic groups that made up the sea
there are
peoples
several
weren't so
things
unfamiliar to the
that
Egyptians.
I
In fact,
admire about
it seems sea
President
people
Trump.
of certain groups had
The
so
first
deployed
is
in
that he
Egyptian courts and armies in the
probably
past And there's
I think
evidence
he's
they had
provided ample
diplomatic
proof
contact
of
for
this
as
in
long
his
as a
first
few centuries
presidency.
before the Great
He
Collapse occurred.
understands the nature of the cultural battle.
One group of sea peoples known as the
He has
Shardana
openly
even supplied
confronted
mercenaries to the
socialism.
Egyptian
His
pharaohs
speeches
such as
openly
Ramses
target
II.
socialism.
But
He
that's just
perfectly
about as much as we
understands the
know.
woke virus.
At some point, this unknown
And
mass
that
of people
is,
arrived in the Eastern Mediterranean by sea. No leaders or kings
of
of the sea
great value,
peoples are ever
because it
mentioned.
means understanding what
They
it's all
sacked
about.
cities where they could,
Another
and
thing
even
I
made
truly
incursions onto
admire
the
about
land.
him is his courage.
And with this mysterious
But-
force in mind, it's time to turn to the other really major player in
Thankfully,
this story.
thank goodness he didn't get
And it's worth
assassinated
noting
or
at this
killed.
point that the nations of
But
the
it
Eastern
was by a
Mediterranean
small
basically
chance
fall
occurrence that
into
could
two
have killed him,
categories during this
just
event.
because he moved at the right moment.
First, there are those that collapse under the pressures of the late Bronze Age, and they
And
do so
yet that
utterly
didn't
and
intimidate him,
completely.
and he went on.
They disappear
in
without a
fact,
trace and leave only ruins
During
behind.
his first campaign,
Into that
and
group,
in this
we can
one as
place
well,
Mycenae, the Hittites,
in the
Bulgarians, and
second one
others.
and third one,
But the second category is
they
those that survive,
criticized him, insulted him,
although in a
offended
diminished
him,
and weakened
said
form.
awful things about him,
The
made
two
up all
great
sorts
empires
of
that survived
horrible
this
stories
collapse
about
are
him.
Egypt and Assyria.
In that respect, I
And
can
Assyria,
say
which ruled the
I
area of northern
deeply
Iraq
relate,
today,
because
does this by essentially cutting
probably
its losses.
no one in our
It
history has
withdraws
had
from all
such
its
a
less
negative
defensible
campaign from
territories
all the
and falls
media
back
like
to
they
its
used to
imperial
do.
heartland,
But
around the great
let's
city
say
of Nineveh,
they were
between the
quite
Euphrates
similar.
and Tigris rivers.
This is why it's so
It recoils
interesting, and
like
I
a
was so
tortoise in
deeply
its
moved
shell.
when last night I also got
The
to
example
meet
of Egypt is much more
Sylvester
interesting.
Stallone, you know,
Egypt is also going to fall into that second
because
category of survivors. And the
Sylvester
man who's
Stallone
perhaps the most responsible
talks
for
about,
that
well,
is the pharaoh of the
how
time.
important is
A
that
man
no
named
matter how
Ramses
hard they
III.
hit you and keep on hitting you all the time,
Ramses was a
despite
determined
all
and
that, you
tenacious
keep
ruler.
going on and on and on.
Looking at
What
the
I'm
perfectly
trying to say
preserved
is
mummy uncovered in Medina Habu,
that
it's
many
easy
of
to imagine
the
what he looked like during his life.
so many
His
of
cheekbones
Sylvester
were narrow and
Stallone's
high,
approaches
with a tall,
are
cerebral
truly
look to his
inspirational,
forehead.
don't you think? So
Looking at the
imagine
photos, I kept
I'm
thinking
about
of
to give
Captain
the
Picard
speech and
from
I
the old
see
Star Trek
Sylvester
series,
Stallone, and
a
Sylvester
thinker and a
Stallone
planner.
knows me. It was truly insane.
But
I
Ramses
had
can't
to
have felt
pinch
that secure
myself.
in
I
his
mean,
position.
this can't be
He was
true.
the
And
son of
besides,
Yusuf,
well,
a man named
the people were
Seth-Nashtar,
wonderful
who
with
had
me
seized the
last
throne
night.
in a
They've
bloody
been
civil
wonderful
war
today.
and begun
I've
the
taken
20th
hundreds
dynasty
of
of Egypt.
selfies. I mean, it's truly been.
After winning the crown in battle,
I would
Seth-Nashtar
say
only managed to rule
it's
for
been my
4
break,
years
let me
before
say,
dying,
after
and passing the
almost a
crown
year in
on to his son,
office and having to
Ramses.
face all
This was
sorts
when
of
the young
media
emperor was
torture
only
because
31,
because
and
the
it's fair to
journalists
say
who
that
have
this young
vested
pharaoh must have
interests and are
felt a
corrupt
fair amount of
are
pressure to prove
professional
himself.
torturers.
This can
Yes,
perhaps be seen in the name he
because they
chose to
invade
rule
your
under.
personal life,
The last
your
pharaoh to
family,
hold
and
the
your
name
privacy.
Ramses
Let me
was
tell you
Ramses
something
the
to show you
Great,
the kind
the
of garbage
pharaoh
the
of the
media in
Bible,
Argentina
who
can do.
ruled ancient
They
Egypt
sent
for
3 drones to
67
spy on me
years
at my
during the
presidential
golden
residence.
age of the new
To
kingdom,
spy on me.
almost a century
You
before.
think that's right?
And
Exactly.
for the most part,
But that
Ramses
kind of thing
seems to have
happens
been
in
a relatively
Argentina,
good
not to
ruler.
mention the many
Although
lies and
it's worth
horrible
remembering
things they
we have
say.
only his
I,
instructions to go
for
by.
instance,
But
remember
it's
that
clear
time when
Ramses
my
at least
father was
wanted to be seen as
hospitalized.
a king who did the best
My
he could for
father
his
is a
people.
man of a really strong
He
character who
mentions
has had
planting trees to increase the
2
shade
heart
along the harsh
surgeries,
desert
alright?
roads, and protecting the rights
And
of
one
women
day
so
a
they didn't
journalist
fear
was saying
walking
all
about the
sorts of
streets.
lies about my
He
father.
mentions allowing soldiers to go
My
home to their
father was
families during
hospitalized
peacetime. And other
well,
records show that he
and he
donated huge
almost died
amounts
of
of
a heart
land and
attack.
wealth to Egypt's temples, and
So
also
that kind of
undertook
thing is
vast
what journalism and
reconstruction
the press do
projects.
in Argentina.
He sent
So they
expeditions
start
across
to
the Red
attack
Sea
your
to Yemen,
private
where he
life,
discovered
your
long-lost
mother,
copper
your
mines
father, your
that
sister,
boosted
even my
Egypt's
dogs
wealth.
that I
And he
absolutely
brought back
adore.
rare
They are
plants
the
and
most
pots to
wonderful
cultivate
beings
in
in
his
the
gardens.
universe. They even target my
While of
4-legged
this, it
children.
seems in another time he might have
So,
been one of Egypt's great
imagine that I've been
rulers.
in office for nearly a year.
But his destiny
A
was to
year
preside
as
over one of the
president, and
longest and
since they
deepest
can't
declines in
criticize
Egypt's
my
history,
management
the
except
twilight
by
of its empire.
lying and distorting the numbers,
This decline,
they
as far as we
meddle
can
with
tell,
all these
wasn't his
things,
fault.
things they
In
have been
fact,
doing
his
all the
actions would
time
ensure
since the
that
year
Egypt's cities didn't
2021.
follow the fates
When
of
I
those like
officially entered
Mycenae and
politics, Egypt.
where only ash
So-
and desolation remain.
And I've seen what they've done to Trump.
When news of the
So,
Sea People's attacks
That
came
also
to
makes me
Ramses,
relate a lot
he
to
had been
him
pharaoh for 8
because he's
years.
a true warrior. He's
Upon hearing
true.
of the destruction of other
He's a
cities of the
Viking.
region,
He's a
he must
Viking.
have felt
He's
a chill
literally a
run down
Viking.
his spine.
I mean, he
Great
is someone
nations
I
were being wiped
admire
off the map,
for how
and Ramses
he has kept
resolved that
fighting in
Egypt
the
would not
face of
follow the fate
adversity,
of its neighbors.
even against all odds.
Egypt
And
couldn't
still
react to
he
this threat
managed to
the
win.
way the Assyrians had, by
Amazing.
retreating and consolidating their defenses
And well, and that's
Egypt had a
why
long Mediterranean
I can relate
coast,
that
making
much.
it vulnerable to invasion
And
from
I've
the sea.
also seen how
And
he's been
maritime trade
unfairly
was the backbone
criticized,
of its
like
economy.
when he was accused of protectionism or when
Ramses
he
knew he
wanted
had to come up with a
to
plan.
discuss some
That wasn't
matters
going to be
within the
easy.
context of public debate
The ancient Egyptians had
regarding
a
the
poor
design of
reputation as
monetary
sea
policy
goats.
as regards the
They
Fed.
were essentially a
Um,
land-going power and usually left the messy
Basically, they
business
have
of
accused
watery
him of
warfare
things.
to smaller nations.
I mean, isn't he entitled to
The
give an
Egyptians were
opinion as
used
the
to
president?
dominating ancient
I mean, any
battlefields
citizen
using
could give
vast
their opinion,
assemblages of archers
even
and
more so a
swift units
president.
of horse-drawn chariots.
Why is it important to you that
Their
Argentina has a
tactics
close
were to
relationship
advance with a
with
wall
the
of
United
infantry,
States?
all the while pelting the enemy
Well,
with
to
arrows
us,
from light
that is
chariots,
truly
before
important,
using
okay?
charges of heavy chariots to sow panic
You know,
and break the enemy lines.
because we've decided
This
to
had
be
allowed them to conquer
geopolitical
lands all
allies
the
of
way
the
up the
United
Palestinian
States
coast and defeat the Hittites
ever
in
since
battle.
our campaign.
But these
That
tactics
our
required a
allies,
large open
we
battlefield.
have decided that our allies will be the
Since members
United
of the Sea
States and
People
Israel
tribes had served in Egyptian
because they
armies in the past,
basically represent
perhaps
the
they knew this
ideas of the
weakness.
Western world, they
The Sea
represent the
People
free
seem to
world.
have known
That
that
is
the
to
one
say
way to
what we would
neutralize
call
Egypt's
today, let's
tactics
say, a
would be an
liberal
attack on its very
democracy,
lifeline,
okay,
the Nile River itself.
by confronting the
All
autocrats.
of Egypt's great
And in that
cities
sense,
lay on the Nile.
that is the
And if Egyptian
geopolitical alignment.
resistance broke on the river,
Moreover,
its cities
in
would
our
fall
campaign,
one
we
by
are
one,
very, very
and the
clear on
riches of
three
their
main
land
points.
would be taken.
One,
It was
the
a
economic
huge
pillar.
gamble, but the Sea Peoples
We talked
believed
about
in what
cutting
they are.
public spending, and I would make my appearances with a chainsaw. We talked about economic freedom, deregulation, that is, and I talked about
The
the
decisive
competition of
battle would
currencies.
take place in the
And people,
Nile Delta.
obviously were interested in the dollar.
That's the part of the
So
river
it
that
was
spreads
obvious
out
that the
to
economic
multiple
policy
branches
was
before
clear.
it reaches the
All right?
Mediterranean Sea.
And not only was it clear, but
It's
we
a
are
green
also
land in the
fulfilling.
middle of a rolling
That
desert,
is the first
banked with
point.
fertile sand.
Second was our policy on security.
Red
The
lotuses
idea
bloom
being to
here in
fight
autumn,
crime,
and papyrus sedges
I
grow
mean,
along the banks.
relentlessly, as well as
At
security.
this time, Nile
No mercy,
crocodiles
right?
and hippopotamus
And in
still
fact,
ranged wild in
in
the desert.
Argentina,
And
there
it was
are
in
no
this
more
challenging terrain
roadblocks,
that Ramses
which
knew
they
he had
said
to
were
mount his
impossible
final
to end.
stand against the Sea
Not
Peoples.
only that, we have strengthened the security
Ramses
forces and
decided
also
to
our
play
armed
to what
forces,
strengths the
and
Egyptian
we are
army
waging
still
a
had.
tough battle against drug
He
trafficking and
decided to lay an
narco-terrorism.
ambush and give the
Therefore,
Sea
we are
Peoples
also
a
strongly
surprise attack of
fulfilling
their
that.
own.
Notice that these 2 points,
As the
which were
enemy's
the main
ships amassed in
concerns,
the waters
they
outside
were
the
the
delta,
biggest concerns of
Ramses gathered
Argentinians
a vast army of
when
his
we
own.
took office, are now in
He
5th
gathered
and
archers
6th
on the
place.
banks,
Today,
supported
the
by
problem for
spearmen by
Argentinians is
thousands, all
corruption.
crouching in the
Whether
reeds.
there is unemployment,
The
if there is
tension must have
poverty,
been
but
tremendous.
they don't
All
mention
the soldiers of the
inflation and
Egyptian army
insecurity
holding
anymore.
their breath and
And
waiting for that
besides,
first
a
sign
third
of
point
an
that I
enemy
made
ship to
clear
come
was
in
that
from
I
the
would
sea.
align with the United States and
Then,
Israel
at last,
internationally.
a ship came around
And,
the bend in the river.
At my campaign
After
rallies,
that came another
there
and
would be
another,
groups that
until
would
the
come
whole
along with
seaboard
flags
might
of
of the Sea
Israel.
Peoples was in sight.
So it's
The
clear
Egyptians must have been
that
able
our
to hear the
international
creak of
policy approach
10,000
was always
oars,
very clear.
the beating of the drums below
And
the deck, the shouts of the helmsmen and
this is something
soldiers
I
within.
state during my speeches when I talk
The
about
ships
the
of the Sea
values of the
Peoples
West
drew nearer
and the
until they were within
civilization of the West.
range. And then
In fact,
Ramses unleashed hell.
yesterday,
The Medina
and
Targo
even more so
inscription
today,
recounts what happened
during my
next.
speeches, I talked about
Those who reached my frontier,
how the different
those who
Greek
came
groups
forward
or
together on
tribes
the sea,
go
the
together
full
to
flame was in front
confront
of
the
him at the
Persian.
river mouth, while a stockade of yards
That
and
is to
surrounded
say,
the shore.
it seemed that
And
from
the
that
chaos of
time,
this battle
500 years
is
before Christ
encapsulated
until
in a
today,
sprawling low-relief
that
carving
struggle
of Medina Targo.
continues, right? But well,
As the Sea People advanced
so,
in their full force,
of course,
Ramses' archers kept up a continuous
we're
volley
all
of
in.
arrows into the enemy
We are
ships.
betting on the United
Panicked,
States
the Sea
becoming
Peoples
once
attempted to
again
land on the banks.
a
But as they
leader
did,
of the
the
West
Egyptian landsmen advanced and met
comes
them.
back
While the
to
enemy
make
was held at
America
bay,
great again.
trapped and frantic on the river,
And,
the small Egyptian navy
and
sailed
that,
in
as
on
part
attempts
of that
to.
process,
They used
being a
grappling
commercial
hooks to haul
ally
in
is
the enemy
also a
ships.
great idea.
It's
So
clear that
we
this was a
would really
frantic
like to
struggle
move
of ship to
forward
ship
and
fighting.
deepen our trade
Men
ties
are impaled on spears,
and our
clambering
investment
onto the
ties,
sides of ships, ducking
And,
arrows
well,
that whiz overhead.
We would also like to be
Boats
part of the
overturned,
NATO as
spilling
well.
men into the river,
Do you think it's
and
still
bodies
possible?
float
What
upside
the radical
down in
ideas
the
you had
frothing water.
as you were running for president?
president was downright
and closed, prostrated on the beach,
Argentine economy.
killed,
You think that's
and
still
made
a
into
good
heaps
idea?
of tail to
I'm
head.
still thinking about that.
I've made them turn
Let's see.
back with
Let's
even
break it
mesh
down.
in
Let's say
Egypt.
I,
For when they pronounce my name in the
if
line,
you
where
review
birds out with
all
fear.
my statements, I talk about currency
In the
competition.
brutal hand-to-hand struggle which
I'm
ensued,
not strictly
the sea
talking about
people were
dollarization.
overwhelmed.
I'm talking about currency competition and eliminating the central bank.
Ramsey's
If
plan
people
had
later
worked.
decide to
The
embrace the
Egyptians were
dollar,
the first people
that
to
is their
ever turn
choice.
back these seagoing
Ultimately, in
invaders
the model
and
I
stop
propose,
their campaign
what
of
happens
destruction.
is the formation of a currency
Our
basket
hearts are
tailored
taken away.
to the needs
The
of
sword is taken
individuals.
away. The weapons
But
are scattered in the sea.
I won't avoid the discussion. Today there is currency competition. If,
Another
for
key
instance,
source for
today in
these
Argentina
tumultuous
you want to make
events is
transactions
a
in any
document
currency,
called the
you
Harris
can do it,
Papyrus,
and it's allowed.
found near
Today
Ramses'
there
tomb
is
in
currency
Medina Taboo.
competition. The other
It's
thing
the
we talk
longest
about
known
is the
papyrus
concept
ever
of,
uncovered
let's
from
suppose
Egypt,
we were
coming in
discussing
at 41
dollarization,
meters long.
we talk about
That's
endogenous
longer than the
dollarization.
wingspan of a Boeing 737, just for
The
reference.
first point is that you need to
In it,
clean up the
Ramses
central bank.
boasts about his triumph over
We
the
have to deal
various
with the
groups
issue
of the
of the
sea peoples.
CIRA. That is the central bank's commercial debt, which was $50
I
billion.
slaved the dinar from
We
their
still have to
islands.
resolve the
The
dividend
Jakarta
problem
and
of
the
$10 billion.
Palestines were made ashes.
And in the meantime,
The Shah Dinar
we
and
did
the
a
riches
write-off
of the
and cleaned
sea
up the
were
central
made
bank's
as
balance
that
sheet by
exist no more.
$45 billion.
I
So
brought
you
captives
can't
to
just
Egypt.
close the
Numerous
central
eyes
bank
to
if
sun
it is
the shore.
bankrupt because you need to redeem the whole central bank debt,
The
which is
Egyptians
about the
were
issuing of
victorious.
money and the
They
interest-bearing
had repelled the
liabilities.
invasion,
So
but
once
this
we've
alone
finished with the
would not save
interest-bearing
them.
liabilities, it'll leave
To
us
see
with the
why,
monetary
you just
base.
have to look at the situation surrounding it.
Therefore, today we have a regime where
Egypt
the
now
amount of
stood
money
alone
is
in a
fixed, the
devastated region,
monetary base
like
is
the
not
hero at
growing,
the end of a
and as
disaster.
demand for money increases,
Every
since
land
people
around
can
them
use
was
dollars,
gutted and reduced to
they
ash.
don't need to go and
Vast and
sell the
ancient
dollars and make the
civilizations,
peso
the
appreciate,
Mycenaeans, the
but they
Hittites,
can do
Garrick, the
transactions
Kassite
in
dynasty
dollars.
of Babylon,
So
all of
as the
these
economy
venerable
grows, we will
societies
have a
collapsed
greater
utterly,
share of
and
dollars
civil order had
relative
given
to
way to
pesos.
chaos.
And at some point,
Those
the
precarious
amount of
trade
pesos
routes we talked
compared to
about
the
at the start
dollars
of the
will be
episode were now
so
broken,
huge
and Egypt's economy went
relatively
into a steep
that
and unstoppable
closing down the
decline.
central bank will be done
By the end
easily,
of the late
which
Bronze
means
Age,
this is
Egypt
working.
was utterly diminished,
Of
a shadow
course,
of its
if you
former
were to
self.
give me the money right now,
As other
I would
enemies
go ahead and
encroached on its
dollarize.
borders, Egypt
I
was
have
able
no
to fight them
problem
off,
with that.
but its treasury
For
became so
example, I did
depleted
have a
that it would
proposal
never
for
fully
this, and this
recover
could have
its
worked
imperial power.
because the
The
bonds,
first known workers'
because the
strike
largest
in
creditor
recorded
of the
history
Argentine
happened
treasury is the
during the
central bank.
29th year of Ramses III's reign.
But central bank
It
bonds
happened
were
when
trading at
Egypt could
20
no longer
cents.
provide food
If I had
rations for
sold
its
those
elite,
bonds at
loyal
20
to
cents, and
guerrillas
nowadays
artisans in the
they are
village of
trading
Deir
between
Medina.
60 and 70,
Ramses III
with a whole bunch of
for a total of
Neanderthals that
31
are the
years, but his
opposition,
death was followed by
who,
years of
besides
bickering
being
among his heirs.
ignorant in
Three of his
economics,
sons would
also
become king
have
at
bad
different
intentions.
times, reigning as Ramses
I
IV,
would need jail today.
Ramses VI, and Ramses
Let me ask
VIII.
you a very
And
important
meanwhile, Egypt
simple
was
question.
increasingly beset
I'm a
by
huge
droughts,
fan.
lack of
I've been my
seasonal
whole
flood
life of
waters,
Diego Maradona
famines, civil
and
unrest, and
Messi.
official
So,
corruption.
who to you is the
While the
greatest
power
football
of the
player of all
pharaoh
time?
fell,
The way I
that of
see
the
it, I have
priests
seen
and
Maradona
thieves
play,
grew.
all right?
The last pharaoh of the dynasty,
I
Ramses
saw
XI,
Maradona play in the
grew so
past. I
weak
used to
that
watch
these
him,
priests became essentially
and
the
I
true
saw him
rulers
during
of
his
Egypt.
last year at Argentino Juniors
The Egyptian Empire
before Boca
finally
Juniors
fractured. It
in
was
the year
lost forever,
1980,
less
and I
than
saw
80
him in
years
81.
after Ramses
Playing for
III's reign.
Boca, I saw him play in the youth selection in Japan in 1979.
Earlier, I used the
I
example of the
truly
city-state of
have
Ugarit
immensely
to show the
enjoyed
vast destruction that could
the
be
talent
wrought
of
by the sea
Maradona,
peoples, and to paint them as a
but
terrifying
without a
alien
doubt,
invasion
the best soccer
responsible
player
for the
of all
Bronze Age
time,
collapse.
not just from Argentina, of
But
all
we shouldn't
time,
be so easily
even
seduced by
better
the
than
hope of this
Pelé,
easy scapegoat.
is Messi,
That's
of
because
course.
the fate of other
There
sites
is
is
an
actually a
article
little more
which is
uncertain.
quite old already now,
The great city-states
titled
of
Messi
Mycenae,
is
for
Impossible,
instance, the main belligerents in the
and it
Trojan War,
looks at
were
all
certainly
of
wiped
the
out along with all of its surrounding
positions a
cities
soccer player plays
sometime
in.
around the 13th century BC.
That is,
But
all
modern archaeologists
positions a
believe this was
soccer
actually
player
not
can
the
play
work of
in
the sea
from
peoples.
midfield forward,
And today
okay?
it's thought that the culprits were the Mycenaeans'
And the most
belligerent northern
incredible
neighbors,
thing is
the
that
Dorians.
Messi is the
We do have
best
evidence
in
of sea
each of
people's
those
activity
positions.
around the Mycenaean coast,
You
but it
can be
seems
the
more
best in
likely
one or two
that while
positions.
weakened,
You see, Cristiano Ronaldo, for example, was very good in two areas of the game, so much so that he was almost like Messi, but he didn't take part in the rest. However, Messi is the best one in all respects. aspects. But at that time, of course, nowadays, he is an older player, right? And I'm not sure whether he can still keep that performance on all fronts. But honestly, I have never in my life seen a player like Messi. I have never seen no one like him. for real. If you look at the number of goals he scored, I correct that, considering the goal average in the days of Pele, compared to Messi's golden era and his career now, the number of equivalent goals is much greater than that of Pele. Therefore, without a doubt, Messi is the greatest soccer player of all time. Of all time, no one compares to him.
But it's not just the numbers or the World Cup win. It's the moments of genius on the field. Messi is unlike any other in that way.
Messi does things that seem technically impossible. They seem physically impossible. The moves he makes don't respect human logic. It's like watching Usain Bolt run. It doesn't feel possible. He moves in a way that doesn't respect human logic. Am I right?
Did you watch the 1986 World Cup in Maradona with the hand of God, with the game against England? What was that like?
Oh yes, I do remember that very well. Uh, we watched it in the home of my godfather and saw how he did his gambit and dodged the team, the England team, that was truly, it was absolutely indescribable. There's no way to put it into words. It's as if I asked you to describe for me the love you have for your partner. You can't do that, right? I mean, it's something wonderful.
England distracted by
You
this
can't
outside
describe
threat.
it. You cannot
The
put it
Mycenaeans
into
were no
words.
longer able to defend their
There are
northern
things
border,
where
while the
words,
Dorians seized their chance.
I mean, you know,
The Hittite capital of Hattusha, where
just
we
seem to
opened this
fail. Am
story,
I right?
is another example.
I really think that
It lies far
there are
inland in
times
the
when
mountains of
humans,
Turkey, and it wasn't likely to be the sea
or
peoples who
some
sacked it.
humans,
A more likely explanation
not
is that
all
this
of
was
them
done by their
actually,
long-term
some
rivals, the
humans have the
Thracians,
privilege
groups from the Balkans who
of
seem to
being
have
able to
migrated
vibrate
south
closer
during
to
this
God.
time. These invaders
Some
must have seen their
Pushkini areas,
opportunity
for
the moment
example, when you
raids by the
listen
sea
to them,
peoples
when you
disrupted
listen to
Mediterranean trade routes and
the
caused
famous
famine in
aria
Hittite
from La
lands.
Rondine or the
And perhaps a
famous
key
aria
part of
from
understanding
Gianni
this is
Schicchi,
seeing how
I
much
mean,
states of this
you
era
get the
depended
feeling
on
that
their
he was
allies to
getting
help them out when
dictated
they
by
were
God.
threatened.
How can
But
you
if a
put that
crisis
into
like
words?
the
You
attacks
can't.
of the sea peoples
There's no way
happens
you do
across the
that.
whole
I
region,
mean, those moments
suddenly
where we
everybody's
humans
military
are,
forces are tied down.
but
Alliances
we
that
have
had
the
previously
privilege.
kept everyone safe
I say it as
would
human
suddenly
beings, right?
become ineffective.
Because I mean, I'm
No
speaking
one
from
could
that
come to
perspective.
anybody else's aid.
Okay, I say
One great
this
example
only
of this happening is in
as an
Babylon.
admirer. Some
Babylon
human
was a
beings
mighty
have
city,
the ability
one
to
of the most
vibrate
ancient
so
and
close to
powerful of
God
the
that
region,
you can't describe
mentioned
it.
at great length in
You
the
can
Bible,
only
and
enjoy it.
located about 100 kilometers south of modern
This is
Baghdad.
why in Judaism they don't use
At the
the
time
name of
leading up to
God,
the collapse,
of the
Babylon was ruled
Creator,
by a dynasty known as the Kassites, who for 500
because how
years
could you
had
put
ruled
in
the great
words something
ancient
like
city.
that? And I believe
The
those are
Kassites had long
times when
depended on their allies in Assyria
us
and the
humans
coastal regions to help defend
connect
it.
closer to the Creator
But
and
now those
create
nations were
things,
busy defending themselves,
unique
and
things.
Babylon
You
stood
cannot
alone.
describe them. There are no words to describe that.
To the
The
north
only
was
thing
the
you
land
can
of
do is
Elam,
enjoy
a
it
hardy people who lived in
and
the
be
mountains
thankful
and
that you
lowlands
can
of
witness
southern
it.
Iran.
You
The
were
Elamite
a
king
great
was a
footballer
man named
yourself
Kutur
in your
Nahunte,
youth.
and he
You
believed
were a
that the crown
goalkeeper.
of Babylon
Many
belonged to
people would
him.
say that's the
He
toughest and the
threatened
most
an
important
invasion
position in
with
football.
fearsome rhetoric.
Maybe you could speak about that experience and in general, what's
Son
harder,
of a
being a
king,
goalkeeper or a
seed
defender?
of a king. Why do I not
Lovely
sail through
question.
the land of Babylon? I
Well,
will destroy your
indeed.
cities, demolish your
I used to be a
fortresses,
goalkeeper,
cut down your
but I'm not so
orchards.
sure about whether I was any
You may
good.
flee up to heaven, but I'll pull you back down.
But
You may flee down to hell, but I'll pull you
you
up
know,
by your
the
hair.
experience of having been a goalkeeper is very
Kutir
valuable.
Nahunte led an invasion into Babylonia in the year
First, the goalkeeper
1158
is the
BC.
only player that can use their
With
hands
all its allies tied
in
down,
a certain
Babylon stood alone,
sector of the
and
pitch,
the Elamite
in the
invasion
area.
succeeded. Kutir Nahunte went on to do most of what
The
he
other thing
promised,
is that
and he laid waste to
he's
the
also
land.
the only player who dresses differently,
While
right?
Babylon burned, its last Kassite king was led
Moreover,
to Elam in
their
chains,
training is
along
a
with the statue
solitary
of the
one.
Babylonian god Marduk. And the theft of
And
this
the
statue
most
seems to have
important,
traumatized the Babylonian people more than the loss of
I
their
mean,
king.
it is the very climax,
Babylon was sacked
the goal,
and left
right?
in ruins.
When
One
the goal
sacred
is scored by
Babylonian
the team,
text, the
everyone is
Nabu
celebrating on
Kudurian
the other
sword,
side, and the goalkeeper
recalls
is
the
on his own.
terrible vengeance of the Elamite king.
And
His crimes
And
were
at the same
greater and
time,
his grievous
he is the
sins
one who
worse than all
suffers
his
the
fathers
most
had
when a
committed.
goal is scored
Like a
because he
deluge,
gets the
laid
direct
low
impact.
all the people
In
of
fact,
Akka,
when
and
the
cast in
goalkeeper makes a
ruin
mistake,
Babylon
it's an own
and
goal.
all the noblest cities.
Imagine a team
And
that
these
scores a
examples
wonderful
show
goal like
that
the
the
one
situation
Maradona
in this
did.
region
It's
isn't quite as
marvelous.
simple
And
as that
that's just
classic
one
alien
goal.
invasion style
And
scenario
imagine
I had
the
you imagine.
goalkeeper picks up the ball and then
In Hollywood,
if they bring
the
it into
writers
the
always
area
imagine the
wrongly,
world coming together to fight
it's like
the
two
outside
goals. It's a
threat.
complete lack of
It makes
proportion.
a better story that way,
So,
and we get to hear some inspiring
therefore,
speeches. But the example of the Bronze
and
Age collapse
this,
teaches us that it's just
in
as
my
likely
opinion,
that if
makes
aliens ever
goalkeepers
arrive
have a
and begin
very
blowing
strong
things up, some might
temperament,
see
right?
that as an opportunity.
They are used to being alone,
The story of the
and
Bronze
power
Age
is
is of large,
precisely
complex
that.
states successfully
Because when
defending
you make
themselves
decisions,
against the
you are
smaller
on your
states
own.
at their borders, with less
And
complex societal structures. And
and
part of
not
the
just
collapse
that,
that
but
ensued
also
is perhaps also down to the
when you have a
increasing power of
responsibility,
these smaller, less
like
complex
that of a
nations.
president,
During
when
the
you
Bronze
make a
Age,
decision, it has an
empires like
impact on
Egypt,
millions of people.
Mycenae, and the Hittites had monopolies over the
So
production of
just like
weapons,
goalkeeper,
the
if you
importation of
make a mistake
horses,
and
and
score
the
an own
building
goal,
of chariots.
and in this context,
Smaller, less complex states simply
it's
couldn't compete
negative
in those areas.
consequences for millions of people.
But the power of these smaller states was
Therefore,
beginning
that
to
has
grow at
been
this
part
time
of the
due to one
university
very
of life
important
that
thing.
has given me
One thing that would
the
bring the
tools
Bronze
to be
Age to an end
president today.
forever.
That is my
And that
training
thing
in economics,
was
my
iron.
training in liberalism, having been a
Iron had been in
goalkeeper,
limited
and
use since
also
as early
having
as
had a very
3000
tough
BC.
childhood.
And early people
How
even
hard
worked
is
the
it?
iron they found in
What's been the
meteorites
personal
that fell to
toll
the
of
earth.
carrying
It was
the
considered a
hope
sacred
of a
metal,
nation on your
perhaps due
shoulders?
to its magnetic qualities.
Well, you know,
But as an
being
everyday
defamed,
practical object,
insulted, and attacked
iron
every single
presents a
day.
number of problems. It's
But,
much harder to work
uh,
than the copper and tin that go into bronze.
But again,
Tin, for instance,
there's no
has a
point in
very
life
low melting point of
if it's not with
232
freedom.
degrees
So,
centigrade.
like
If you
Sylvester
wanted, you
Stallone
could
once
melt it
said,
on your kitchen
the
stove.
secret to life is
But
to
iron
carry
requires
on
a
in
huge
spite
amount
of
of
the
heat to
blows
melt,
you get,
over
the
1500
punches you
degrees.
take.
This requires
And
advanced
fortunately,
furnaces and special
we have been
technology
able
that
to
took
carry
millennia to
on
develop. But at
in
this
spite
time
of the
was
blows,
beginning to permeate
both
across
coming
the
at us
region.
from in front and from behind our back.
But iron on its own isn't
Because
that
it had been
useful.
more honest if we
It's
had been
brittle
attacked
and it
directly.
easily breaks.
But well,
The
you know,
knowledge of
in
how to turn iron
Argentina,
into steel, mixing it with the right proportion of
politics
carbon,
and the mass
would
media,
transform it into a metal
they
just
do
as
love
sharp
to
and hard
attack
as
behind
bronze,
your back.
but much cheaper and more
What
readily
role has
available.
God played in your life?
Soon, even tribal
Who's God?
societies and tiny kingdoms could afford cutting-edge
Well,
weaponry.
faith, I'd
It
say,
acted
has
a little
been
like the introduction of cheap assault rifles like the
a
AK-47
very
in our time,
fundamental element,
a great
you know?
leveler that destabilized whole regions.
And
We know that after the Bronze Age collapse, bronze was no longer in use
especially in
across the region.
recent times,
Steel
during
weapons took
which
its
I've
place,
become
and the Iron
actively
Age
involved,
began. Armies
particularly
of
in the
chariots,
teachings
such as
of
Egypt
Judaism
employed,
and
gave way to armies
in
of
the
massed
study of
infantry.
the Torah.
And some historians point to this factor alone as the great shift that
This
caused the
has
collapse
given
of
me
so
a
many
keen,
societies.
let's say,
So
a
this is
huge
another theory,
background
that the
to
sea
face the
peoples
many
and other
adversities
tribes on
which
the
I've
land,
encountered
newly armed
and
with
had to
iron
overcome
weaponry,
in the last
were a
few years.
significant element in the
And as
collapse,
to who
and
God
certainly
is, He's
sacked
the
some cities
creator, the
themselves.
maker.
But a
I
large
call
part
him
of the
the one.
destruction was also due to
What is a better
opportunistic
guide for
wars and
humanity?
infighting
The
between
invisible
rival
hand of the
nations.
market or
And these
the hand of
combined
God?
served to pick apart
They're
the complex
perfectly
web
in
of
sync.
interdependency that had sustained these great
Wow.
empires for so long.
Again, going back to your youth,
But
you
some
are a lead
historians
singer
go
in the
even
rock
further,
band.
and their
Who's
work
the greatest rock
reconfigures
star
the
of all time?
roles of this story completely.
Okay. Well,
They
the way
ask,
I
what if the
see
sea
it,
peoples aren't the villains in this story?
the most
What if they
amazing
weren't the
rock singer in
perpetrators in the
history of
collapse of
mankind was
civilization,
definitely
but
Elvis
another set
Presley.
of victims? And this final
And my
theory
favorite
allows
band
us to
is
shift
the
our
Rolling
perspectives
Stones.
completely.
So I also greatly
One thing
admire
we do
Mick
know for
Jagger,
sure about this
you
time
know,
is that the climate
and
of
I
the
still
Eastern
have this
Mediterranean
dream
at the
of
end of the
getting to
13th
meet him in
century
person.
BC
How
underwent a
fun would it be
sudden
to play
and rapid change.
together with the Stones?
Lands that had previously boiled over with greenery
That would be a big,
suddenly
big
became
thing.
dry and arid.
Analysis
of ancient
Don't
pollen
get
in
my
the
hopes
region
up
shows
because I
that
set
plants suited
goals
to
and
a
then
more
I go
desert
and achieve
landscape
them.
flourished during this time.
Well, I'm close friends with the band
Analysis
that
of
opened
sediment
for the
flows
Stones.
and oxygen
They
isotopes and mineral deposits in caves in Israel have all shown that the 13th and
Or we
12th
could
centuries
also watch the
BC
whole
saw
concept
much
from
less
the
rain
same.
than the previous era,
I mean,
and
I
this all
can't keep
points to a
ruining the
period of
Rolling
climate
Stones'
change in the
music.
region,
I
during which the
already had a
crops that
tribute
people knew
band
how
and
to
did
grow
quite a lot of
must
damage
have
to their
died in the
music.
earth.
How much is your Rockstar
Alongside
Root
this
on your
scientific
place
evidence,
politics.
we can see marks of severe droughts and
Do you see
famines in the
yourself as
region's written
Pat Sheldon
records too.
in part?
Of
The
course,
Hittites in their dry, stony mountains were hit
absolutely.
particularly
My
hard.
idea is that when you attend,
Letters from Ugarit write about sending
one of our
large
events,
quantities of rain up to the hill
it
roads
feels like
to
going to
feed
a
the
Rolling
mighty
Stones
cities of
concert.
Hattusha. And the
In
crisis
fact,
seems to have lasted
in
a
one of my
long
most
time.
recent
In the
performances at Luna
mid-13th
Park,
century, one
I
Hittite
even
queen
had the
sent a
pleasure
short
of
but
singing in
dramatic
front of
message to the
10,000
Egyptian
people.
pharaoh.
I have
It's
no
on
grain
YouTube.
in my
No,
lands.
sorry, not on
Another
YouTube.
tablet sent from the
It's on my
Hittites is
Instagram
equally
feed.
telling.
At
Did you
that
know
event,
there
I
was a
sang a
famine in
song
my
called
lands?
Panic Show, and the song
Elsewhere,
starts by saying,
letters
"Hi
sent from a
everybody,
servant to his master,
I am
who
the
was a
lion.
merchant in Ugarit,
You're
show there was a
intensely
famine in the
passionate.
city of
I've
Emar
earned you
in
the
Syria
nickname. I
at
love
the
it.
time of its
Madman.
destruction.
There
Do
is
you
a
think some
famine in your
madness is
house.
necessary to
We will all
challenge
die of hunger.
the powerful
If you do
establishment?
not quickly arrive here,
Well,
you will
maybe
not
it's a
see
matter
a
of
living soul
perspective, right?
from your
It
land.
could be the other way around,
And I want to make it
that
clear
everyone
that
else
there
is
have been
crazy by
famines and
living
droughts
in
in
a
the
way
region before.
contrary to the ideas
It
of
was simply
freedom.
a fact of life
And
for
so
people living
maybe
in the
the
precarious
same person
reality
who
of the
wants to
Bronze
fix
Age.
that is then considered a madman.
But the climate change that occurred
Anyway,
around this time seems to have
the
happened
nickname
so
doesn't
quickly
bother me
and
at
been
all.
so dramatic
In fact,
that
I even
scientists
enjoy it
have been
because I've
looking
been
far
called like
afield
that since I
for an
was 10 years
explanation.
old. So
And to get to the
it's
bottom of
not
why this
something
happened,
that
one
particularly
answer
bothers
might
me,
lie
you know,
nearly
because
4,000 kilometers to
it's
the
a
north.
nickname that, well,
Let's zoom out and soar
it has
around the
been
globe,
used for many years.
across
But
Europe and the stormy
actually,
waters of the
if
North
I
Atlantic,
present to you the
until we
case
come
of
to
San
rest on the
Martin,
slopes of the
when he
snowy
said
mountains of southern
he
Iceland.
was going to cross the Andes to liberate not
This is
only
a harsh
Argentina,
landscape,
not
a
only our
snowy
country, but
tundra over
also
which the
Chile and
shadow of
Peru,
an enormous
and people
volcano
call him
looms.
crazy. Imagine
Its name
if
is
you had
Hekla,
tried
and
and
it's one of
spoken,
the
which I
world's
don't
most
know,
active volcanoes.
with Michelangelo, you would have
In
called
the
him
ancient
crazy
and medieval
too.
imagination,
Or if
Hekla
you
was
had
thought to be
talked
the
to,
gate to hell, and the
I don't
prison
know,
where the traitor
hundreds
Judas
of
was
people
tormented.
who have changed the world,
The
surely they would
Cistercian
have
monk,
thought
Hébert
that
of
Einstein was
Clairvaux,
crazy
wrote
and so
about
on.
it
The
with
list would be
particular colour.
infinite. So, what is the
Mount
difference
Etna, the
between
renowned
a
fiery
madman and a
cauldron of
genius?
Sicily, which men call Hell's Chimney?
Success.
That cauldron is affirmed to be like a small furnace
Let me ask you about the
compared to
market.
this enormous
So
inferno.
interesting.
So
From
can
your
it be a
view of the world,
coincidence
how
that the most
powerful the market
cataclysmic
is in
eruption of
figuring
Hekla
out
we know
success
about
in
was
society?
the one that took
Why do you
place
think
sometime around the year
the market works
1100
so well as
BC,
a guide?
right as the Bronze Age collapse reached its height?
One must
This
first
eruption
understand
is
what
known
the
as Hekla
market
3.
is.
It threw
Simply
nearly
put, the
7.5
market
cubic
is a
kilometers
process
of
of
volcanic rock
voluntary
into the
exchange
atmosphere
where
and covered the
individuals
sky in a
cooperate
dark
through the
shroud of
transfer
dust
of
that
property
would have
rights,
lasted for years after the event.
in which
In Ireland,
private
studies done on
property is
bogos,
upheld.
those are trees half
This is the
fossilized in
system
marshy waters, have shown
that
that for
drives the
18 years
allocation of
after the eruption of
resources.
Hekla 3,
In
the
essence,
trees barely grew at all.
socialism, and this is what Mises condemns
Across
in
the
his book
Atlantic in the
Socialism,
United States, bristlecone
shows is that
pines, the oldest living trees
without
on Earth,
private
still show
property,
similar records of this
crisis
time of
cease to
darkness
exist,
and cooling,
and therefore
which seems
resources
to
are
have lasted
diverted.
about 2
Why don't you
decades.
think it's the same to make a road
And
of
the
asphalt
effect
of
on our
gold?
region
Why
would
not
have
make
been
it of gold?
dramatic.
Because you have an
Crops would have
understanding of
failed,
economic
soils would
calculation,
have
you have
blown
an
away,
idea of
and more
prices
than
in your
that,
mind.
the
So,
dark cloud that
in
seemed to
this
hang over the
context,
sun
if there is
would have
no
spoken to
private
people of
property,
something dreadful
there
on
are
its
no
way,
prices,
a punishment
and
from
as
the
a
gods,
result,
and perhaps even the end
the
of the
free
world.
market capitalism,
As people looked up and
is
saw
the
the
best
sun only a
mechanism
pale light
ever
through the
developed by
haze, they must have
humankind
asked,
for
what did we do
resource
wrong?
allocation.
Why have our gods
This
forsaken
also
us?
implies that
And why
markets
haven't our
must be
kings
free,
protected us?
free from state intervention,
When we dig
because
into an
when the
archaeological
state
site and find
intervenes,
traces of
it
destruction,
creates
we can
interference.
never really tell who it
And
was who burned this building,
markets need to
destroyed
allow
this wall,
free
or
entry and
buried the
exit,
city in rubble.
what we call
But some
competition.
historians now think
However,
that some of
it's
the
better to
destruction of the
understand
Bronze Age
competition
may have occurred due to
in the sense
uprisings
described
and
by Israel
rebellions within the
Kirzner, one of the
kingdoms.
foremost figures of
If
the
the
Austrian
gods were
school,
angry at the king,
or in the
so were the people.
neoclassical framework, as
The
William
spread of
Baumol
iron
understood it,
weapons would have also
which was the
empowered these
concept of
mobs
free
and
entry
allowed
and
them to arm
exit in
themselves with
so-called
weaponry
indigestible
previously
market.
unseen outside of
also,
a professional army.
Let's talk about what
And I don't
pertains
want
to
to
the
do too much
division of
speculation,
labor and social
but with
cooperation.
famine, drought, and disease
You know,
spreading, I think there's
the
a
most
good chance that
wonderful
the
thing about
citizens of some of
capitalism
these ancient
is
empires
that you can
simply
only be
rose up
successful
and
by
burned
serving
their own
others
cities
with
to the
better
ground.
quality goods at a better
And
price.
the thing is, if we
If you
buy
are
the theory of
successful
the Hecla 3 eruption,
in the
it
free market
forces us to
capitalism, you
reevaluate
are a
our
hero.
portrait of
You
the
are a
sea
social
peoples
benefactor.
as a
You
marauding
are a prosperity
armada of
machine.
destruction.
So the better you do,
Were the sea peoples, in
you
fact,
know,
refugees?
the better you do,
Imagine the
the better it
situation.
is.
You
for
are a
society.
citizen of an island
This
in
is
the
very important.
Mediterranean,
I
say
remember when I had my
Sardinia
first
or
meeting with
Sicily,
Elon Musk,
and one year
and
the
this
sky
made me
turns dim. The
admire
sun
him greatly.
peeks through the grey haze, a
And this
pale
is
white.
something my sister
Drought
commented on
soon
too.
follows, and the
You
crops
know?
no longer grow.
Elon Musk told me something he
Starvation
does
begins
every
to
day.
set in on
He
your
wakes
island.
up every morning
Chaos
thinking
begins
about
to spread. There
what
are riots for
problem
food, and
he
everywhere
could
people are
fix for
saying that
humanity.
gods are angry, that
That's
the world is
amazing.
dying.
Of
And then the
course,
next
what
year
is
at
the
harvest
counterpart?
time, the
Being
same thing
successful.
happens. The sun is still
Therefore,
weak, and the
in
crops
that
still don't grow.
sense,
And
and
now waves of people begin
moreover,
arriving in your
in my
lands.
view,
Hungry
on
people
how
from
the
the far
system
north, where the
works,
sun is even dimmer,
on
where
how
the
the
worst
market
winters
works,
in
market
living
failure
memory
do
are
not
ravaging
exist.
the lands,
That
when
is to
nothing
say,
grows.
that is a problem.
What do you do?
All right? A
Do you
problem
stay
for
and hope the sun
neoclassical
comes back?
economies
Hope the
because
crops
of
grow next year? Do you
the
hope that your
mathematical
new,
tools they've
hungry
used
neighbors are friendly?
uh,
Or do you band
to
together?
develop economic analysis, but
My guess
actually,
is that you do one of the
it's
things
not
you
a
do
real
best.
issue
You
in
build
everyday
ships.
life. It's a
And then
problem
you
in the
set sail
minds of
for somewhere
economists.
else,
In fact,
somewhere
my
where the sun
latest
might
book
still
called
shine.
Capitalism, Socialism, and the
It's easy to
Neoclassical
imagine
Trap
this band
deals
of seagoing
precisely with
nomads
this
starting
issue.
small.
Yeah,
They
you've
go from
outlined
place
these
to
ideas of
place,
capitalism,
trying to find
socialism,
somewhere
and
the
the
gods haven't
neoclassical trap.
abandoned.
So the
But it's the
trap
same everywhere.
is that there's no such thing
Society is
as a middle
disentangling in
ground.
the wake of
Either
famines and
capitalism,
droughts that last for
socialism,
years.
every middle
And
ground
wherever they go,
ends up
more desperate
in a
people
state of
join them.
socialism.
Well,
They get stronger,
actually, that
and
is
in
what
desperation
Nietzsche
they
said.
resort to theft. They
That
steal
there
from
were.
merchant vessels and then
He
small
said that
villages.
there are only two
They capture
systems:
prisoners and gain
free
new
enterprise
recruits.
capitalism and
Their
socialism.
strength grows and grows
And he
until it
also
becomes
pointed
truly
out,
overwhelming. An
and
army
this
of
is
the sea.
proven in Hayek's book, The
It
Road to
seems
Serfdom,
no one can
that
stand in their
any
way.
middle ground
A
solution is
roving band
unstable
of
in terms of
refugee
capitalism,
warriors roaming
meaning
the
it tends
oceans in
towards
search of somewhere
socialism.
to call home.
So when you implement an intervention,
I find
it
this
causes
portrait of
government
the sea
failure,
peoples
which
the
then
most
triggers
convincing.
further
I
intervention,
think it makes
setting
sense of
up a
their
trap
mystery.
that results in
How
more
such a
and more
vast force
intervention.
of diverse
And in
peoples
this
suddenly
context,
looms
the
out from the sea
neoclassicals,
with seemingly
with their
no
market
direction,
failure
no
theory,
leaders,
are in
and no
fact
command
dealing with
structure.
problems that are fundamentally
If
mathematical.
this portrait of them is true, then the sea
Rather than
peoples must
making
have
the
been
world a better
unarmed,
place,
probably
they
changing
have, if
leaders
you will, been
frequently.
instrumental in increasing
There
the
would have been
levels of
opposing
intervention.
goals within the group.
Let me tell you something.
Some would have wanted to find land to settle, others just to loot and
Well,
burn.
you know,
And when they met their deaths in the
I
shady
have an
shallows of the Nile
economist
Delta,
as
at the
chairman of the
hands of Pharaoh
President's
Ramses
Advisory
III, they
Council.
must have felt the utter hopelessness of their
Dr.
situation
Damien
bear down on them.
Rado, who
They were
studied
people
here at
without a
Harvard
land, who had brought
University
so
and
much
completed
destruction
his
to the homes of
PhD,
others. And their
was
final
mentored by
desperate gamble
Kenneth
to
Rogoff,
seize the
the
lands of
American
Egypt had
economist.
failed.
And Rogoff has said that Dr. Riedel
If
was
this sounds like too much of an unhappy
his
ending,
best
then I
student.
should at least mention that some of the sea peoples, at least,
Nowadays, we're
escaped
actually
total
working with
destruction in the marshes of
Dr.
the Nile.
Riedel specifically on
In fact, one of the
all
groups that made up their
issues
wandering
that
army seems to have settled
arise
down in the
from,
region of what is today
you
Gaza
know,
in southern
the
Palestine.
interventions proposed
There, they put down their roots as a people.
proposed by
They
the
were known as the Peleset, who the
by the
Hebrews later
mainstream,
called Peleshet.
such
And
as
we
the
today
so-called
call
correction of
Philistines.
market failure.
They would come to be remembered as one
And
of the
a few
great
days
rival
ago,
nations to the
he
kingdom of
conducted
Israel.
a survey
And the word
of
Philistine
search
has given us the modern
algorithms
name of the region, Palestine.
and policy
As soon as we weigh
recommendations,
up the evidence, a picture begins to emerge
and that
of a
resulted in a map
complex,
taken from
entangled
red
web
to
of
blue.
societies so
Uh,
dependent on each
and
other that they could not allow
well,
each other to fall.
the redder it was,
These
the more it
societies
was linked
sent
to
food to each
socialism.
other in times of
There was
famine.
an
They
intermediate
sent
thing that was
artists and
yellow,
artisans to
and
work on
blue
each
was
other's
free
palaces,
market
and
ideas.
merchants took luxury goods
And one
between
of
the
the things
markets
he
in their great
discovered
cities.
as
And
part
while this
of
interdependency
that
was a
graph
strength,
or
it
chart
was also their greatest weakness.
was that
And with the climate
the
changing
largest,
and people from other lands fleeing,
the
perhaps
largest
invaders
number
landing
of
on their
policy
coasts, this
recommendations,
interdependent system
scandalously,
began to come
are
apart at the
actually
seams.
left-leaning.
One by one, these great
So that
civilizations
is the
fell.
empirical
The
evidence
trade
of what I
routes that had
pointed out
sustained
in the
them
book,
fell apart,
capitalism,
and the basic
socialism, and the
necessities that
neoclassical
allowed their
trap.
empires to continue
You
were no
mentioned
longer
your
available.
four-legged children.
Meanwhile,
you,
the spread of iron
learned about
weapons
life?
allowed smaller, less complex kingdoms
Uh,
to amass
well,
vast
from my
hordes of
four-legged
infantry
children, I
and
have learned
challenge the typically chariot-based
unconditional
warfare
love.
of the previous era. Rebellions seem to have
In
rolled
fact,
past some of
well,
these nations, further weakening them and toppling them over into chaos.
my name in Hebrew means loyal friend,
The events of
faithful
the Late
friend.
Bronze Age remind us just
And
how
on the
fragile
Chinese
a
horoscope,
thing
I am dog.
civilization is.
And
It reminds us
if
that in our
there's
world
one
today,
thing that
we are not
defines me
isolated
is
nations either.
loyalty
That we too live in a complex and interdependent
and those
world.
virtues, you
That
can
once war
find them
and
in those
violence
wonderful
are set
deeds
into
that
action,
dogs
we can rarely
do,
contain its
who
consequences.
love unconditionally.
Think about how it must have
In
felt
fact,
to be
they
a
are
person alive
superior
at this
beings,
time,
right?
to see the collapse of so many
Spiritually
great
speaking,
civilizations all at
in
once,
my case,
and
because
how it must have felt to pass from a golden age of
because
civilization
I don't
to
forget
one
or
of rubble
forgive those
and ruin.
who have harmed me. That is to say, all those who have insulted, defamed me, and criticized me. I remember each one of them, but I don't have the greatness
Thank you
needed
for
to
listening
forgive
to the
them.
Fall of Civilizations podcast.
On the topic
I've been
of
Paul
loyalty,
Cooper.
politics,
I'd
I'm
love to
sure
hear
there's
your
been a lot
thoughts and
of people,
responses on Twitter, so
some
please
people
come and tell me
who
what
have
you thought.
betrayed you.
You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper. And
Does
if you'd
that hurt
like
your heart?
updates about the podcast, announcements about
It
new
depends.
episodes, as well as images, maps, and to see behind the
Because
scenes, you can follow the podcast at Fall of
you
Civ
sometimes
Squad
think
with
that you can
underscores
expect
separating the words.
some people to be loyal,
This
and if
podcast
they
can only
betray
keep
you,
going with the support of our generous
of
subscribers
course,
on Patreon.
that
You
hurts.
keep me running. You help me
But
cover
some
my
people,
costs.
you actually
And you
don't
also let me
expect
dedicate more
anything from
time
them,
to researching,
so
writing,
if there's
recording, and
betrayal,
editing to get the
I
episodes
mean,
out to
you
you
won't
fast
be annoyed or
and bring
feel
as
bad
much life and detail
because
to them as possible.
you owe
I
it
want
to
to thank
someone
all my
who didn't share your
subscribers for making
values.
this possible. If you
But
think you can spare
politics
anything,
does have
please do
that,
head over to Patreon and support the podcast today.
Sometimes
For now, all the best, and
many of
thanks
the
for listening.
people you may come across don't have the values you advocate for, but it's cost benefit. You need to let the ship sail on, right? Or would you rather let it sink? That's not my case. I fight until the end. There are traitors, but that's part of politics. And that's not my line. But of course, they do exist.
There are a lot of people who admire your revolutionary spirit. What advice would you give them? Maybe young people
In the year
who have a
1695,
noble life,
right at the
like
end of the
yours,
17th
and have
century,
an impact on the
a
world.
Spanish monk fled
You have
barefoot
begun
and
to do.
starving through the tropical
I didn't
forests
do
of
this
Central
thinking about
America.
having an impact on the world.
His name was Andrés de Avendaño y Loyola, and along with his
I
men,
have
he was
defined
dying of
what
thirst
makes
and
me
hunger.
happy, and I live
Their
according to that.
faces had been torn
I
by
live
thorns,
consistently
and
by
his
that.
feet cut open by pieces of
And-
flint scattering the swampy ground.
And most
Avendaño and
importantly,
his
I
men
would
had
say
been part of a mission
never
to the
give
city
up.
of Tayasa, an island
Moreover,
stronghold that was the last independent holdout
And
of
above
a
all,
once
never
mighty
be half-hearted.
civilization, the Maya.
I would rather
Avendaño's mission had been to convince the Mayan king
cry
of Tayasal
because
to convert to
I
Christianity
failed,
and to accept the dominion of
rather than
Spanish control,
not trying
which
because
had
I
now
never
spread to
tried.
cover most of Central and South
I mean,
America.
I'm a perfectionist, so when I do
But
err,
Avendaño's mission had
of
failed.
course,
The
I
Mayan
have a
people
bad
of
time.
Tayasal had
But
rejected him,
still,
and now Avendaño and his
prefer
men fled through the
to go
jungle
and
back
get things
into
done.
Spanish lands.
If it goes wrong, it's part of life.
Their
But
journey was
I will
hard
never,
and treacherous. They climbed over hill
never
after
have
hill
to
through
regret
thick
not having
forest
done
cover,
what I thought needed to
desperate
be
for
done
food and
at
water,
that moment.
their legs almost
Alright?
giving out from under them.
What gives you hope about
But
the
then they
future
came
of
over the
Argentina
crest of one
and
hill
the
and saw
future of
something that
humanity?
stopped them in their tracks.
Well,
It was an enormous
the
pyramid of
fact
stone
that thanks to
jutting out
social
of the
media
forest canopy,
and to
tangled
the
with the
whole tech
roots and
revolution
vines.
going on,
And although
every
Avendaño was
day
weak from
more and
hunger
more
and
people are
thirst, he
becoming
still
aware
found strength enough to approach the
of
ruins.
how important freedom is
There was a great variety of old buildings.
to live,
They were very
to
high,
live in
where strength
peace
was little.
and
I
prosperity.
climbed up them.
And I believe
Some
even
trouble.
though
They were in the form
bureaucrats
of
and the
convents,
elites
the small cloisters and
fight
many living rooms all
untiringly
roofed over
to
and
enslave us,
arched like a wagon and whitened inside
a
the
wave
plaster.
of freedom has
It seemed
been
to us that these buildings would
unleashed,
stand near a settlement. But we found ourselves,
which
as we
if
saw
we do wage
afterwards,
the fight,
very far from
will have a
settlements.
much better world.
What is your
At the time that
famous words
Avendaño
of
stumbled
living
across
with the
this
past?
ruined city, the
How did
Mayan
that come about?
civilization
What is
was a
it?
shadow of its former
Long
glory.
live freedom, damn it.
The invasion of the Spanish in the
You know,
16th
that
century
first started
had spread diseases like smallpox
while
and
I was
harrowed the
giving my
Mayan
book
population
presentation.
long before the Spanish
At the end of my
conquistadors arrived
presentation,
with
I would
guns,
say,
steel
"Viva la
blades, and
libertad,
war
carajo."
dogs to subjugate the
And
remaining population.
that really stuck with me since then.
Avendaño had seen Mayan people
Without thinking
living
about it,
relatively
throughout
simple
my life,
lives on
it
the
was
northern
going to
coast of the
continue being
Yucatan
present.
Peninsula.
In fact,
But what
today
he
in my
encountered here was
presentation,
something different. These
all of my
were the ruins of a
speeches end
city
with,
that rivaled the ancient
"May
capitals
God
of the
bless
old
the
world
Argentinian.
in size, magnificence,
May
and
the
grandeur.
forces of heaven be with us. And
Avendaño
viva la
couldn't have known
libertad,
it then,
carajo."
but he had stumbled across the ruins
The
of the great
first phrase
Mayan capital,
reflects
Tikal. For 7
my
centuries,
faith in God
Tikal had ruled a vast empire,
fervently,
conquered its
and
enemies,
that I'm
and raised
deeply
monuments of
thankful to the
astonishing
Creator
size and quality.
for the wonderful
And
things He
Tikal
has
wasn't
bestowed
alone.
upon me daily.
It was just one of at least
The
40
second
Mayan
one has to
cities
do
that
with
had
a quote
flourished in
from
this
the book
region,
of
giving
Maccabees
birth to a thriving and colourful
3:19,
culture of
which
arts
says
and
that
literature.
victory in battle doesn't depend on the
And
size
then,
of the army,
over
but on the
500
forces
years
of heaven.
before any European first
This
set foot
has
on
to
the
do
American
with the
continent,
victory
this complex
of the
society had
Jewish people, the
collapsed.
Maccabees against
The
the
great
Greeks,
city of Tikal
and
was
how they
abandoned,
recovered the
along with
temple.
every single other city in the
And
area.
the last one, well, is my
After
war
this
cry.
catastrophe, the forest
Well,
swept in
there's
to
no better way to
reclaim the
end it.
stones of
Thank you
Tikal.
for being a warrior.
Its imposing pyramids were left to crumble one by
Thank
one
you
into
very
the
much
earth.
indeed for your
And
interview.
the story of
And
exactly
thank
what
you for
happened
being so well
is still
educated,
one of
because
humanity's
very
greatest
often
mysteries.
interviewers are not like that. And you did have windows to play foul, and you didn't, and I recognize that, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Padre Malay. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from George Orwell. In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you next time.
My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common?
Extrapolate the
What led
curves
to
that
their
we've had so
fall?
far, right? If
And
you
what did
say,
it feel like to be a
well, I
person
don't know, we're
alive
starting
at the
to get
time
to like
who
PhD
witnessed
level,
the end
and
of
last
their
year we
world?
were at undergraduate level, and the year
In this
before
episode,
we were at
I
like
want to
level
look
of a
at that
high
great
school student.
romantic mystery,
Again, you
the
can
fall
quibble
of the
with
classic
what
Maya
fast and
civilization.
for what. We're still missing modalities
I
for
want to
those
show
looking
how
at
this
it,
great
like
civilization
was added,
grew up among
generation has
environmental
been added.
conditions
If you just
that no
kind of
other
like
society has
eyeball
ever
the rate at
contended
which these capabilities are increasing,
I want to
it
explore
does
the
make
fatal
you think
flaws that
that
lay
we'll get
beneath the
there by
surface of
2026
this
or
civilization,
2027. I think there are still
describe
worlds
what
where it doesn't happen
after
in
its
100
final
years.
and
Those worlds,
cataclysmic
the number of those
collapse.
worlds is rapidly decreasing. We are rapidly running out of truly convincing blockers, truly compelling
Despite
reasons why this
Avendaño's
will not happen
encounter
in the
with the
next year.
ruins of
The
Tikal,
scale up is very
the legacy of the Mayan civilization
today. We make the
didn't really
model and then
capture
we
the
deploy
world's attention
thousands, maybe
until the
tens of
early
thousands of
decades of the
instances
19th
of it.
century.
I think by the time,
This is down to the work of
certainly
the
in
American
2
writer
years,
and
whether we have
explorer
these
John
powerful
Lloyd
AIs or
Stephens
not,
and his
clusters are
artist
going to get to the
companion
size
Catherine.
where you'll be able to deploy millions of these. I am
The pair had
optimistic
traveled
about
together for 2
I
weeks through
worry
the deep
about
Guatemalan interior,
economics and
following
the
rumors that the
concentration of
ruins of
power.
an
That's
ancient
actually
city
what I worry about
lay
more.
somewhere in the
The
jungle.
abuse of power.
And
They
AI
traveled in greater comfort than
increases
Avendaño,
the
but
amount
their
of
journey
power in
was
the
still
world, and
difficult.
if you concentrate that
They were
power
beset by
and abuse that
mosquitoes
power,
and the
it can
constant
do
mud of
immeasurable
the seasonal
Yes,
rains.
it's very frightening. It's
But as they
very
rounded a
frightening.
bend in the river, they came across a site that
The
Avendaño
following
would
is
have
conversation
recognized.
with Dario Amadei,
It was the top
CEO
of a towering
of the
pyramid, just
the
visible
company that
above the
created
trees.
Quark. It is currently an often
We
on
ascended
top
by
of
large
most
stone
LLM
steps,
benchmarks.
in some places
On
perfect,
top of
and in
that,
others
Dario
thrown down
and
by
the
trees
Anthropic
which
team
grew up
have been
between the
outspoken
crevices.
advocates for taking the
We
topic of
followed our
AI
guide
safety
through the
very
thick forest
seriously.
among
And
half-burned
they
fragments
continue
to
to publish
14
a
more
lot of
limits,
fascinating AI
one displaced
research
from its
on this
pedestal by
and
enormous
other
roots,
topics.
another locked in the
I'm
close
also
embrace of
joined
branches of
afterwards
trees,
by
and
2
almost
other
lifted out of the
brilliant
earth,
people from the drop.
another hurled to the
First,
ground,
Amanda
bound
Asco,
down by
who
huge
is
vines
a
and creepers.
researcher working on
The only
alignment
sounds that
and
disturb the
fine-tuning
quiet
of
in this
Claude,
buried city were the
including
noise of
the design of
monkeys.
Claude's character and personality. A few folks told me she has probably
Stephens and Catherwood
talked with
would go on
Claude
to
more than
explore
any
over
human
40 sites around the Yucatan Peninsula,
So she was definitely
and the book
a
Stephens
fascinating
wrote,
person to talk to about
illustrated with
software engineering
Catherwood's detailed
and practical
lithographs,
advice on how to get
created
the
a
best out of
sensation
Claude.
around the world.
after that,
Until
Chris
then,
Ola.
It was thought that only old world civilizations like Egypt or Babylon had built cities of such magnitude and elegance.
It's an exciting set of efforts.
People at the time simply refused to believe that such enormous constructions had been built by the people who now lived a relatively simple existence in Central America and called themselves the Maya.
This is a
19th
very
century
promising
experts
approach
flocked
for
to the
keeping
news,
future
proclaiming that
superintelligent
ancient
AI
Egyptians,
systems safe.
Indians,
For example,
Chinese, or
by
Norse
detecting from
explorers
the
must
activation
have crossed the
when
ocean
the
from the
model is
old
trying to
world
deceive
and built
the
these
human.
towering pyramids here in the forest.
This
Some even
podcast
suggested that they had been
supported
built by
each
the
of our
mythical
sponsors
lost
in the
tribes of
description.
Israel,
And
or
now,
even the inhabitants of Atlantis.
it's Dario.
But at the time, Stevens caused
Let's start
something
with
of
the
a
big
stir.
idea of scaling laws and the
He
scaling.
was the person who had most
What is it?
extensively
What
explored
is
these
it?
ruined
History
places,
and what
and
is
he
it?
claimed that these
So
cities
I
were
can only
indeed
describe it
product
as
of
it,
the Mayan
as it
people.
relates to kind of my own experience, but I've been in the AI field for about 10 years. And it was something I noticed very early on. So I first joined the AI world when I was working at MIT with Andrew in late 2014, which is almost exactly 10 years ago now. And the first thing we worked on was speech recognition systems.
Stevens
And
insisted
in
that
those
these
days, I
vast
think deep
ancient
learning was
cities
a
had been
thing. It had made lots of progress, but everyone was always saying, "We don't have the algorithms we need to succeed. You know, we're only matching a tiny fraction. There's so much we need to kind of discover algorithmically. We haven't found the picture of how to match the human brain." And when, in some ways it was fortunate. I was kind of, you could have almost beginner's luck, right? I was like a newcomer to the field. And, I looked at the neural net that we were using for speech, the recurrent neural networks, and I said, I don't know, what if you make them bigger and give them more layers? And what if you scale up the data along with this, right? I just saw these as like independent dials that you could turn. And I noticed that the model started to do better and better as you gave them more data, as you made the models larger, as you trained them for longer. And I didn't measure things precisely in those days, but along with colleagues, we very much got the informal sense that the more data and the more compute and the more training you put into these models, the better they perform. And so initially my thinking was, hey, maybe that is just true for speech recognition systems, right? Maybe that's just one particular quirk, one particular area. I think it wasn't until 2017 when I first saw the results from GPT-1 that it clicked for me that language is probably the area in which we can do this. We can get trillions of words of language data. We can train on them, and the models we were trained in those days were tiny. You could train them on 1 to 8 GPUs, whereas now we train jobs on tens of thousands, soon going to hundreds of thousands of GPUs. And so when I saw those two things together, and there were a few people like Ilya Sutskever who you've interviewed who had somewhat similar views, right? He might have been the first one, although I think a few people came to similar views around the same time, right? There was, Rich Sutton's Bitter Lesson. There was Warren wrote about the scaling hypothesis. But I think somewhere between 2014 and 2017 was when it really clicked for me, when I really got conviction that, hey, we're going to be able to use incredibly wide cognitive tasks if we just scale up the models. And at every stage of scaling, there are always arguments, and when I first heard them, honestly, I thought probably I'm the one who's wrong, and all these experts in the field are right. They know the situation better than I do, right? There's the Chomsky argument about like you can get syntactics, but you can't get semantics. There was this idea, you could make a sentence make sense, you can't make a paragraph make sense. The latest one we have today is we're going to run out of data, or the data isn't high quality enough, or models can't reason. And every time we manage to either find a way around, or scaling just is the way around. Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other. And so I'm now at this point. I still think it's always quite uncertain. We have nothing but inductive inference to tell us that the next few years are going to be like the last 10 years. But I've seen the movie enough times. I've seen the story happen for enough times to really believe that probably the scaling is going to continue, and that there's some magic to it that we haven't really explained on a theoretical basis yet.
And of course, the scaling here is bigger networks, bigger data, bigger compute.
Yes.
All of those.
In particular, linear scaling up of bigger networks, bigger training times, and more data. So all of these things, almost like a chemical reaction. You have three ingredients in the chemical reaction, and you need to linearly scale up the three ingredients. If you scale up one, not the others, you run out of the other reagent, and the reaction stops. But if you scale up everything in series, then the reaction can proceed.
And of course, now that you have this kind of empirical science / art, you can apply it to other more nuanced things like scaling laws applied to interpretability, or scaling laws applied to post-training, or just seeing how does this thing scale. But the big scaling law, I guess, the underlying scaling hypothesis has to do with big networks, big data leads to intelligence.
Yeah, we've documented scaling laws in lots of domains other than language, right? So initially, the paper we did that first showed it was in early 2020, where we first showed it for language. There was then some work late in 2020 where we showed the same thing for other modalities like images, video, text to image, image to text, math. They all had the same pattern. And you're right. Now there are other stages like post-training, or there are new types of reasoning models. And in all of those cases that we've measured, we see similar types of scaling laws.
A bit of a philosophical question, but what's your intuition about why bigger is better in terms of network size and data size? Why does it need a more intelligent model?
So in my previous career as a biophysicist, so I did physics undergrad and biophysics in grad school. So I think back to what I know as a physicist, which is actually much less than what some of my colleagues at Anthropic have in terms of expertise in physics. There's this concept called the 1/f noise and 1/x distributions, where often just like if you add up a bunch of natural processes, you get a Gaussian. If you add up a bunch of kind of differently distributed natural processes, if you take a probe and hook it up to a resistor, the distribution of the thermal noise in the resistor goes as 1 over the frequency. It's some kind of natural convergent distribution, and I think what it amounts to is that if you look at a lot of things that are produced by some natural process that has a lot of different scales, right? Not a Gaussian, which is kind of narrowly distributed, but if I look at kind of like large and small fluctuations that lead to electrical noise, they have this decaying 1/x distribution. And so now I think of like patterns in the physical world, right? Or in language. If I think about the patterns in language, there are some really simple patterns. Some words are much more common than others, like the. Then there's basic noun-verb structure. Then there's the fact that nouns and verbs have to agree, they have to coordinate. And there's the higher level sentence structure, and there's the thematic structure of paragraphs. And so the fact that there's this regressing structure, you can imagine that as you make the networks larger, first they capture the really simple correlations, the really simple patterns, and there's this long tail of other patterns. And if that long tail of other patterns is really skewed, like it is with the 1/f noise in physical processes like resistors, then you can imagine as you make the network larger, it's kind of capturing more and more of that distribution. And so that smoothness gets reflected in how well the models are at predicting and how well they perform. Language is an evolved process, right? We've developed language. We have common words and less common words. We have common expressions and less common expressions. We have ideas, cliches that are expressed frequently, and we have novel ideas. And that process has developed, has evolved with humans over millions of years. And so the guess, and this is pure speculation, would be that there's some kind of long tail distribution of the distribution of these ideas.
So there's the long tail, but also there's the height of the hierarchy of concept that you're building up. So the bigger the network, presumably you have a higher capacity to...
Exactly. If you have a small network, you only get the common stuff, right? If I take a tiny neural network, it's very good at understanding that, a sentence has to have, verb, adjective, noun, right? But it's terrible at deciding what those verb, adjective, and nouns should be and whether they make sense. If I make it just a little bigger, it gets good at that. Then suddenly it's good at the sentences, but it's not good at the paragraphs. And so these rarer and more complex get picked up as I add more capacity to the network.
Well, the natural question then is, what's the ceiling of this?
Yeah.
Like, how complicated and complex is the real world? How much of this stuff is there to learn?
I don't think any of us knows the answer to that question. My strong instinct would be that there's no ceiling below the level of humans, right? We humans are able to understand these various patterns, and so that makes me think that if we continue to scale up these models to kind of develop new methods for training them and scaling them up, that will at least get to the level that we've gotten to with humans. There's then a question of how much more is it possible to understand than humans do? How much is it possible to be smarter and more perceptive than humans? I would guess the answer has got to be domain dependent. If I look at an area like biology, and I wrote this essay, Machines of Loving Grace, it seems to me that humans are struggling to understand the complexity of biology, right? If you go to Stanford or Harvard or to Berkeley, you have whole departments of folks trying to study like the immune system or metabolic pathways, and each person understands only a tiny bit part of it, specializes, and they're struggling to combine their knowledge with that of other humans. And so I have an instinct that there's a lot of room at the top for AIs to get smarter. If I think of something like materials in the physical world, or like addressing conflicts between humans or something like that. I mean, it may be there's only some of these problems are not intractable, but much harder. And it may be that there's only so well you can do with some of these things, right? Just like with speech recognition, there's only so clear I can hear your speech. So I think in some areas there may be ceilings in that are very close to what humans have done. In other areas, those ceilings may be very far away. And I think we'll only find out when we build these systems. It's very hard to know in advance. We can speculate, but we can't be sure.
And in some domains, the ceiling might have to do with human bureaucracies and things like this, as you write about.
Yeah.
So humans fundamentally have to be part of the loop. That's the cause of the ceiling, not maybe the limits of the intelligence.
Yeah, I think in many cases, in theory, technology could change very fast. For example, all the things that we might invent with respect to biology. But remember, there's a clinical trial system that we have to go through to actually administer these things to humans. I think that's a mixture of things that are unnecessary and bureaucratic and things that kind of protect the integrity of society. And the whole challenge is that it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what's going on. It's hard to tell which is which, right? My view is definitely, I think, in terms of drug development, my view is that we're too slow and we're too conservative. But certainly, if you get these things wrong, it's possible to risk people's lives by being too reckless. And so at least some of these human institutions are in fact protecting people. So it's all about finding balance. I strongly suspect that balance is kind of more on the side of pushing to make things happen faster. If there is a balance.
If we do hit a limit, if we do hit a slowdown in the scaling laws, what do you think would be the reason? Is it compute limited, data limited? Is it something else? Idea limited?
So a few things. Now we're talking about data limit before we get to the level of humans and the skill of humans. So I think one that's popular today, and I think could be a limit that we run into. Like most of the limits, I would bet against it, but it's definitely possible. Is we simply run out of data. There's only so much data on the internet, and there's issues with the quality of the data. Right? You can get hundreds of trillions of words on the internet, but a lot of it is repetitive, or it's search engine optimization drivel, or maybe in the future it'll even be text generated by AI itself. And so I think there are limits to what can be produced in this way. That said, we, and I would guess other companies, are working on ways to make data synthetic, where you can use the model to generate more data of the type that you have already, or even generate data from scratch. If you think about what was done with DeepMind's AlphaGo Zero, they managed to get a bot all the way from no ability to play Go whatsoever to above human level just by playing against itself. There was no example data from humans required in the AlphaGo Zero version of it. The other direction, of course, is these reasoning models that do chain of thought and stop to think and reflect on their own thinking. In a way, that's another kind of synthetic data coupled with reinforcement learning. So my guess is with one of those methods, we'll get around the data limitation, or there may be other sources of data that are available. We could just observe that even if there's no problem with data, as we start to scale models up, they just stop getting better. It seemed to be a reliable observation. They've gotten better. That could just stop at some point for a reason we don't understand. The answer could be that we need to, invent some new architecture. There have been problems in the past with say, numerical stability of models, where it looked like things were leveling off, but actually, when we found the right unblocker, they didn't end up doing so. So perhaps there's some new optimization method or some new technique we need to unblock things. I've seen no evidence of that so far, but if things were to slow down, that perhaps could be one reason.
What about the limits of compute, meaning the expensive nature of building bigger and bigger data centers?
So right now, I think most of the frontier model companies, I would guess, are operating roughly $1 billion scale plus or minus a factor of 3. Right, those are the models that exist now or are being trained now. I think next year we're going to go to a few billion, and then 2026 we may go to above 10 billion, and probably by 2027 there are ambitions to build $100 billion clusters. And I think all of that actually will happen. There's a lot of determination to build the compute to do it within this country, and I would guess that it actually does happen. Now, if we get to 100 billion, that's still not enough compute, that's still not enough scale, then either we need even more scale, or we need to develop some way of doing it more efficiently, of shifting the curve. I think between all of these, one of the reasons I'm bullish about powerful AI happening so fast is just that if you extrapolate the next few points on the curve, we're very quickly getting towards human level ability, right? Some of the new models that we developed, some reasoning models that have come from other companies, they're starting to get to what I would call the PhD or professional level, right? If you look at their coding ability, the latest model we released, Sonnet 3.5, the new or updated version, it gets something like 50% on SWEBench. And SWEBench is an example of a bunch of professional, real-world software engineering tasks. At the beginning of the year, I think the state of the art was 3 or 4%. So in 10 months, we've gone from 3% to 50% on this task. And I think in another year, we'll probably be at 90%. I mean, I don't know, but might even be less than that. We've seen similar things in graduate level math, physics, and biology from models like OpenAI's O1. If we just continue to extrapolate this, right, in terms of skills that we have, I think if we extrapolate the straight curve, within a few years we will get to these models being, above the highest professional level in terms of humans. Now, will that curve continue? You pointed to, and I've pointed to, a lot of reasons why, possible reasons why that might not happen. But if the extrapolation curve continues, that is the trajectory we're on.
So Anthropic has several competitors. It'd be interesting to get your sort of view of it all. OpenAI, Google, XAI, Meta. What does it take to win, in the broad sense of win in this space?
Yeah, so I want to separate out a couple of things, right? So, Anthropic's mission is to kind of try to make this all go well, right? And we have a theory of change called race to the top, right? Race to the top is about trying to push the other players to do the right thing by setting an example. It's not about being a good guy, it's about setting things up so that all of us can be the good guys. I'll give a few examples of this. Early in the history of Anthropic, one of our co-founders, Chris Ola, who I believe you're interviewing soon, he's the co-founder of the field of mechanistic interpretability, which is an attempt to understand what's going on inside AI models. So we had him and one of our early teams focus on this area of interpretability, which we think is good for making models safe and transparent. For 3 or 4 years, that had no commercial application whatsoever. It still doesn't today. We're doing some early betas with it, and probably it will eventually, but this is a very, very long research bed, and one in which we built in public and shared our results publicly. And we did this because, we think it's a way to make models safer. An interesting thing is that as we've done this, other companies have started doing it as well. In some cases, because they've been inspired by it. In some cases, because they're worried that if other companies are doing this that look more responsible, they want to look more responsible too. No one wants to look like the irresponsible actor, and so they adopt this. They adopt this as well. When folks come to Anthropic, interpretability is often a draw, and I tell them the other places you didn't go, tell them why you came here, and then you see soon that there's interpretability teams elsewhere as well, and in a way that takes away our competitive advantage because it's like, oh, now others are doing it as well, but it's good for the broader system, and so we have to invent some new thing that we're doing that others aren't doing as well. And the hope is to basically bid up the importance of doing the right thing, and it's not about us in particular, right? It's not about having one particular good guy. Other companies can do this as well. If they join the race to do this, that's the best news ever, right? It's about kind of shaping the incentives to point upward instead of shaping the incentives to point downward.
And we should say this example of the field of mechanistic interpretability is just a rigorous, non-hand wavy way of doing AI safety.
Yeah,
or it's tending that way.
Trying to. I mean, I think we're still early in terms of our ability to see things, but I've been surprised at how much we've been able to look inside these systems and understand what we're seeing, right? Unlike with the scaling laws, where it feels like there's some, law that's driving these models to perform better. On the inside, the models aren't, there's no reason why they should be designed for us to understand them, right? They're designed to operate. They're designed to work, just like the human brain or human biochemistry. They're not designed for a human to open up the hatch, look inside, and understand them. But we have found, and you can talk in much more detail about this, Chris, that when we open them up, when we do look inside them, we find things that are surprisingly interesting.
And as a side effect, you also get to see the beauty of these models. You get to explore the the beautiful nature of large neural networks through the methodology.
I'm amazed at how clean it's been. Yeah. I'm amazed at things like induction heads. I'm amazed at things like that we can use sparse autoencoders to find these directions within the networks, and that the directions correspond to these very clear concepts. We demonstrated this a bit with the Golden Gate Bridge Claude. So this was an experiment where we found a direction inside one of the neural network's layers that corresponded to the Golden Gate Bridge, and we just turned that way up. So we released this model as a demo. It was kind of half a joke for a couple of days. But it was illustrative of the method we developed, and you could take the Golden Gate, you could take the model, you could ask it about anything, like you could say, how was your day? And anything you asked, because this feature was activated, would connect to the Golden Gate Bridge. So it would say, I'm feeling relaxed and expansive, much like the arches of the Golden Gate Bridge, or
it would masterfully change topics
to
the Golden Gate Bridge, and it integrated. There was also a sadness to it, to the focus it had on the Golden Gate Bridge. I think people quickly fell in love with it. I think so. People already miss it because it was taken down, I think, after a day.
Somehow, these interventions on the model, where you kind of adjust its behavior, somehow emotionally made it seem more human than any other version of the model.
Strong personality, strong identity.
It has a strong personality. It has these kind of like obsessive interests. We can all think of someone who's like obsessed with something. So it does make it feel somehow a bit more human.
Let's talk about the present. Let's talk about Claude. So this year, a lot is happening. In March, Claude 3, Opus Sonnet, Haiku were released. Then Claude 3.5, Sonnet in July, with an updated version just now released, and then also Claude 3.5 Haiku was released. Okay, can you explain the difference between Opus, Sonnet, and Haiku, and how we should think about the different versions?
Yeah, so let's go back to March when we first released these three models. So, our thinking was the different companies produce kind of large, small models, better and worse models. We felt that there was demand both for a really powerful model, that might be a little bit slower, that you'd have to pay more for, and also for fast, cheap models that are as smart as they can be for how fast, right? Whenever you want to do some kind of difficult analysis, like if I want to write code, for instance, or I want to brainstorm ideas, or I want to do creative writing, I want the really powerful model. But then there's a lot of practical applications in the business sense where it's like I'm interacting with the website. I'm like doing my taxes, or I'm talking to to like a legal advisor, and I want to analyze a contract, or we have plenty of companies that are just like I want to do autocomplete on my IDE or something, and for all of those things, we want to act fast and we want to use the model very broadly. So we wanted to serve that whole spectrum of needs. So we ended up with this this kind of poetry theme. And so what's a really short poem? It's a haiku. And so haiku is the small, fast, cheap model that is, was at the time was really surprisingly intelligent for how fast and cheap it was. Sonnet is a medium-sized poem, right? A couple paragraphs. And so Sonnet was the middle model. It is smarter, but also a little bit slower, a little bit more expensive. And Opus, like Magnum Opus, is a large work. Opus was the largest, smartest model at the time. So that was the original kind of thinking. And our thinking then was, well, each generation of models should shift that trade-off. So when we released Sonnet 3.5, it has roughly the same, cost and speed as the Sonnet 3 model. But it increased its intelligence to the point where it was smarter than the original Opus 3 model, especially for code, but also just in general. And so now we've shown results for Haiku 3.5, and I believe Haiku 3.5, the smallest new model, is about as good as Opus 3, the largest old model. So basically, the aim here is to shift the curve, and then at some point there's going to be Opus 3.5. Now, every new generation of models has its own thing. They use new data. Their personality changes in ways that we kind of, try to steer, but are not fully able to steer. And so there's never quite that exact equivalence where the only thing you're changing is intelligence. We always try to improve other things, and some things change without us knowing or measuring. So it's very much an exact science. In many ways, the manner and personality of these models is more in art than business science.
So, what is sort of the reason for the span of time between, say, Claude Opus 3.0 and 3.5? What is it? What takes that time, if you can speak to?
Yeah, so there's different processes. There's pre-training, which is just kind of the normal language model training, and that takes a very long time. That uses these days tens of thousands, sometimes many tens of thousands of GPUs or TPUs or Trainium, or we use different platforms, but accelerator chips. Often training for months. There's then a kind of post-training phase where we do reinforcement learning from feedback, as well as other kinds of reinforcement learning. That phase is getting larger and larger now, and often that's less of an exact science. It often takes effort to get it right. Models are then tested with some of our early partners to see how good they are, and they're then tested both internally and externally for their safety, particularly for catastrophic and unharming risks. So we do internal testing according to our responsible scaling policy, which I could talk more about that in detail. And then we have an agreement with the US and the UK AI Safety Institute, as well as other third-party testers in specific domains, to test the models for what are called CBRN risks: chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, which are, we don't think that models pose these risks seriously yet, but every new model we want to evaluate to see if we're starting to get close to some of these more dangerous capabilities. So those are the phases, and then then it just takes some time to get the model working in terms of inference and launch it in the API. So there's just a lot of steps to actually making the model work. And of course, we're always trying to make the processes as streamlined as possible, right? We want our safety testing to be rigorous, but we want it to be rigorous and to be automatic. That it happen as fast as it can without compromising on rigor. Same with our pre-training process and our post-training process. So, it's just like building anything else. It's just like building airplanes. You want to make them, you want to make them safe, but you want to make the process streamlined. And I think the creative tension between those is an important thing.
Yeah, rumor on the street, I forget who was saying that Anthropic has really good tooling. So probably a lot of the challenge here is on the software engineering side is to build the tooling to have a efficient, low friction interaction with the infrastructure.
You would be surprised how much of the challenges of building these models comes down to software engineering, performance engineering. From the outside you might think, oh man, we had this eureka breakthrough, right? This movie with the science, we discovered it, we figured it out. But I think all things, even incredible discoveries, like they almost always come down to the details, and often super boring details. I can't speak to whether we have better tooling than other companies. I mean, I haven't been at those other companies, at least not recently. But it's certainly something to give a lot of attention to.
I don't know if you can say, but from Claude 3 to Claude 3.5, is there any extra pre-training going on? Is it mostly focused on post-training? There's been leaps in performance.
Yeah, I think at any given stage we're focused on improving everything at once. Just naturally, like there are different teams. Each team makes progress in a particular area in making a particular their particular segment of the relay race better. And it's just natural that when we make a new model, we put all of these things in at once.
So the data you have, like the preference data you get from RLHF, is that applicable? Is there ways to apply it to newer models as they get trained up?
Yeah, preference data from old models sometimes gets used for new models, although of course it performs somewhat better when it's trained on the new models. Note that we have this constitutional AI method such that we don't only use preference data. There's also a post-training process where we train the model against itself. And there's new types of post-training the model against itself that are used every day. So it's not just RLHF, it's a bunch of other methods as well. Post-training, I think, is becoming more and more sophisticated.
Well, what explains the big leap in performance for the new Sonnet 3.5? I mean, at least in the programming side. And maybe this is a good place to talk about benchmarks. What does it need to get better? Just the number went up. But, I program, but I also love programming, and Claude 3.5 through Cursor is what I use to assist me in programming. And there was, at least experientially, anecdotally, it's gotten smarter at programming. So what does it take to get it smarter?
We observed that as well, by the way. There were a couple very strong engineers here at Anthropic who all previous code models, both produced by us and produced by all the other companies, hadn't really been useful to them. They said, maybe it's useful to beginner, it's not useful to me. But Sonnet 3.5, the original one, for the first time, they said, oh my God, this helped me with something that it would have taken me hours to do. This is the first model that's actually saved me time. So again, the waterline is rising. And then I think, the new Sonnet has been even better. In terms of what it takes, I mean, I'll just say it's been across the board. It's in the pre-training, it's in the post-training, it's in the various evaluations that we do. We've observed this as well. And if we go into the details of the benchmark, so SWE bench is basically, since you're a programmer, you'll be familiar with like pull requests and just pull requests are like a sort of atomic unit of work. You could say I'm implementing one thing. And so SWE bench actually gives you kind of a real world situation where the code base is in the current state, and I'm trying to implement something that's described in language. We have internal benchmarks where we measure the same thing. We say, just give the model free reign to do anything, run anything, edit anything. How well is it able to complete these tasks? And it's that benchmark that's gone from it can do it 3% of the time to it can do it about 50% of the time. So I actually do believe that if we get, you can gain benchmarks, but I think if we get to 100% of that benchmark in a way that isn't kind of like overtrained or gained for that particular benchmark, it probably represents a real and serious increase in kind of programming ability. And I would suspect that if we can get to 95%, that it will represent ability to autonomously do a significant fraction of software.
Well, ridiculous timeline question. When is Cloud Opus 3.5 coming up?
Not giving an exact date, but as far as we know, the plan is still to have a Quad 3.5 release.
Are we gonna get it before GTA 6? Or no?
Like Duke Nukem Forever. So what was that game? There was some game that was delayed 15 years. Was that Duke Nukem Forever?
Yeah, and I think GTA is now just releasing trailers.
It's only been 3 months since we released the first Sonic.
Yeah, it's incredible pace of release.
It just tells you about the pace, the expectations for when things are going to come out.
So, what about 4.0? So, how do you think about sort of as these models get bigger and bigger about versioning, and also just versioning in general? Why Sonnet 3.5 updated with the date? Why not Sonnet 3.6?
Yeah, it's actually naming is actually an interesting challenge here, right? Yeah. Because I think a year ago most of the model was pre-training, and so you could start from the beginning and just say, okay, we're going to have models of different sizes, and we're going to train them all together, and we'll have a family of naming schemes, and then we'll put some new magic into them, and then we'll have the next generation. The trouble starts already when some of them take a lot longer than others to train, right? That already messes up your time a little bit. But as you make big improvements in pre-training, then you suddenly notice, oh, I can make better pre-trained models, and that doesn't take very long to do, but clearly has the same size and shape of previous models. So I think those two together, as well as the timing issues, any kind of scheme you come up with, the reality tends to kind of frustrate that scheme, right? It tends to kind of break out of the scheme. It's not like software. You say, oh, this is like 3.7, this is 3.8. No, you have models with different trade-offs. You can change some things in your models. You can change other things. Some are faster and slower in inference. Some have to be more expensive. Some have to be less expensive. And so I think all the companies have struggled with this. I think we did I think we were in a good position in terms of naming when we had Haiku, Sonnet, and those great start. We're trying to maintain it, but it's not perfect. So we'll try and get back to the simplicity, but just the nature of the field, I feel like no one's figured out naming. It's somehow a different paradigm from like normal software, and so we just none of the companies have been perfect at it. It's something we struggle with surprisingly much relative to how trivial it is for the grand science of training the models.
So from the user side, the user experience of the updated Sonnet 3.5, which is different than the previous June 2024 Sonnet 3.5. It would be nice to come up with some kind of labeling that embodies that, because people talk about Sonnet 3.5, but now there's a different one, and so how do you refer to the previous one and the new one? And when there's a distinct improvement, it just makes conversation about it just challenging.
Yeah. I definitely think this question of there are lots of properties of the models that are not reflected in the benchmarks. I think that's definitely the case, and everyone agrees. And not all of them are capabilities. Some of them are, models can be polite or brusque. They can be, very reactive, or they can ask you questions. They can have what feels like a warm personality or a cold personality. They can be boring, or they can be very distinctive, like Golden Gate Claude was. And we have a whole team kind of focused on, I think we call it Claude character. Amanda leads that team, and we'll talk to you about that. But it's still a very inexact science, and often you find that models have properties that we're not aware of. The fact of the matter is that you can, talk to a model 10,000 times, and there are some behaviors you might not. Just like with a human, right? I can know someone for a few months and not know that they have a certain skill, or not know that there's a certain side to them. And so I think we just have to get used to this idea, and we're always looking for better ways of testing our models to demonstrate these capabilities, and also to decide which are the personality properties we want models to have and which we don't want to have. That itself, the normative question, is also super interesting.
I gotta ask you a question from Reddit.
From Reddit. Oh boy.
You know, there's just this fascinating, to me at least, it's a psychological, social phenomenon where people report that Claude has gotten dumber over time. And so the question is, does the user complaint about the dumbing down of Claude 3.5 song have hold any water? So are these anecdotal reports a kind of social phenomena, or did Claude, is there any cases where Claude will get dumber?
So this actually doesn't apply. This isn't just about Claude. I believe this. I believe I've seen these complaints for every foundation model produced by a major company. People said this about GPT-4. They said it about GPT-4 Turbo. So a couple of things. One, the actual weights of the model, right? The actual brain of the model, that does not change unless we introduce a new model. There are just a number of reasons why it would not make sense practically to be randomly substituting in new versions of the model. It's difficult from an inference perspective, and it's actually hard to control all the consequences of changing the weights of the model. Let's say you wanted to fine-tune the model to be like, I don't know, to say certainly less, which, an old version of Sonnet used to do. You actually end up changing 100 things as well. So we have a whole process for it, and we have a whole process for modifying the model. We do a bunch of testing on it. We do a bunch of user testing in early customers. So we both have never changed the weights of the model without telling anyone, and it wouldn't, certainly in the current setup, it would not make sense to do that. Now, there are a couple things that we do occasionally do. One is sometimes we run A/B tests. But those are typically very close to when a model is being released, and for a very small fraction of time. The day before the new Sonnet 3.5, I agree. It's a better name. It's clunky to refer to it. There were some comments from people that it's gotten a lot better, and that's because there's no fraction we're exposed to an A/B test for those 1 or 2 days. The other is that occasionally the system prompt will change. The system prompt can have some effects, although it's unlikely to dumb down models, unlikely to make them dumber. And we've seen that while these two things, which I'm listing to be very complete, happen quite infrequently. The complaints for us and for other model companies about the model changed, the model isn't good at this, the model got more censored, the model was dumbed down, those complaints are constant. And so I don't want to say people are imagining it or anything, but the models are for the most part not changing. If I were to offer a theory, I think it actually relates to one of the things I said before, which is that models are very complex and have many aspects to them. And so often, if I ask the model a question, if I'm like do task X versus can you do task X, the model might respond in different ways. And so there are all kinds of subtle things that you can change about the way you interact with the model that can give you very different results. To be clear, this itself is like a failing by us and by the other model providers. That the models are just often sensitive to small changes in wording. It's yet another way in which the science of how these models work is very poorly developed. And so if I go to sleep one night and I was talking to the model in a certain way, and I slightly change the phrasing of how I talk to the model, I could get different results. So that's one possible way. The other thing is, it's just hard to quantify this stuff. It's hard to quantify this stuff. I think people are very excited by new models when they come out, and then as time goes on, they become very aware of the limitations. So that may be another effect. But that's all a very long-winded way of saying, for the most part, with some fairly narrow exceptions, the models are not changing.
I think there is a psychological effect. You start getting used to it. Baseline rates is when people first gotten Wi-Fi on airplanes. It's amazing, magic.
Yeah,
and then
you
start
get this thing to work. It's just such a piece of crap.
Exactly. So then you used to have the conspiracy theory they're making Wi-Fi slower and slower. This is probably something I'll talk to Amanda much more about. But another Reddit question. When will Claude stop trying to be my puritanical grandmother, imposing its moral worldview on me as a paying customer? And also, what is the psychology behind making Claude overly apologetic? So this kind of reports about the experience, a different angle on the frustration. It has to do with the character.
Yeah, so a couple of points on this first. One is like things that people say on Reddit and Twitter or X or whatever it is. There's actually a huge distribution shift between like the stuff that people complain loudly about on social media and what actually kind of like, you know, statistically users care about and that drives people to use the models. Like people are frustrated with, you know, things like, you know, the model not writing out all the code or the model, you know, just not being as good at code as it could be, even though it's the best model in the world on code. I think the majority of things are about that. But certainly a kind of vocal minority are, you know, kind of raise these concerns, right? Are frustrated by the model refusing things that shouldn't refuse, or like apologizing too much, just having these kind of like annoying verbal tics. The second caveat, and I just want to say this like super clearly because I think it's like some people don't know it, others like kind of know it but forget it. Like it is very difficult to control across the board how the models behave. You cannot just reach in there and say, oh, I want the model to like apologize less. Like you can do that. You can include trading data that says like, oh, the model should like apologize less. But then in some other situation, they end up being like super rude or like overconfident in a way that's like misleading people. So there are all these trade-offs. For example, another thing is if there was a period during which models, ours and I think others as well, were too verbose, right? They would like repeat themselves, they would say too much. You can cut down on the verbosity by penalizing the models for just talking for too long. What happens when you do that, if you do it in a crude way, is when the models are coding, sometimes they'll say, rest of the code goes here, right? Because they've learned that that's the way to economize, and they see it, and then so that leads the model to be so-called lazy in coding, where they're just like, you can finish the rest of it. It's not because we want to, you know, save on compute, or because, you know, the models are lazy and, you know, during winter break or any of the other kind of conspiracy theories that have come up. It's just very hard to control the behavior of the model, steer the behavior of the model in all circumstances at once. You can kind of, there's this whack-a-mole aspect where you push on one thing and like, you know, these other things start to move as well that you may not even notice or measure. And so one of the reasons that I care so much about you know, kind of grand alignment of the AI systems in the future is actually, these systems are actually quite unpredictable. They're actually quite hard to steer and control. And this version we're seeing today of you make one thing better, it makes another thing worse. I think that's like a present day analog of future control problems in AI systems that we can start to study today, right? I think that difficulty in steering the behavior and making sure that if we push an AI system in one direction, it doesn't push it in another direction in some other ways that we didn't want. I think that's kind of an early sign of things to come. And if we can do a good job of solving this problem, right? Of like you ask the model to like, you know, to like make and distribute smallpox, and it says no, but it's willing to like help you with your graduate level virology class. Like, how do we get both of those things at once? It's hard. It's very easy to go to one side or the other, and it's a multi-dimensional problem. So, I think these questions of like shaping the model's personality, I think they're very hard. I think we haven't done perfectly on them. I think we've actually done the best of all the AI companies, but still so far from perfect. And I think if we can get this right, control control the false positives and false negatives in this very kind of controlled present day environment, we'll be much better at doing it for the future. When our worry is, will the models be super autonomous? Will they be able to, make very dangerous things? Will they be able to autonomously, build whole companies? And are those companies aligned? So I think of this present task as both vexing but also good practice for the future.
What's the current best way of gathering sort of user feedback, like not anecdotal data, but just large-scale data about pain points were the opposite of pain points, positive things, so on? Is it internal testing? Is it
Yeah.
a specific group testing, A/B testing? What works?
So typically, we'll have internal model bashings where all of Entropic is almost 1,000 people. People just try and break the model. They try and interact with it various ways. We have a suite of evals for, is the model refusing in ways that it couldn't. I think we even had a certainly eval because, our model, again, at one point model had this problem where like it had this annoying tick where it would like respond to a wide range of questions by saying, certainly, I can help you with that. Certainly, I would be happy to do that. Certainly, this is correct. And so we had a like certainly eval, which is like how often does the model say certainly? But look, this is just a whack-a-mole. Like what if it switches from certainly to definitely? So every time we add a new eval, and we're always evaluating for all the old things. So we have hundreds of these evaluations, but we find that there's no substitute for human interaction with it. And so it's very much like the ordinary product development process. We have like hundreds of people within Entropic bash the model. Then we do external A/B tests. Sometimes we'll run tests with contractors. We pay contractors to interact with the model. So you put all of these things together, and it's still not perfect. You still see behaviors that you don't quite want to see, right? You still see the model like refusing things that it just doesn't make sense to refuse. But I think trying to solve this challenge, right? Trying to stop the model from doing, genuinely bad things that what everyone agrees it shouldn't do, right? Everyone agrees that the model shouldn't talk about I don't know, child abuse material, right? Like everyone agrees the model shouldn't do that. But at the same time that it doesn't refuse in these dumb and stupid ways. I think drawing that line as finely as possible, approaching perfectly is still a challenge, and we're getting better at it every day. But there's a lot to be solved, and again, I would point to that as an indicator of a challenge ahead in terms of steering much more powerful.
Do you think Claude 4.0 is ever coming out?
I don't want to commit to any naming scheme because if I say here we're going to have Claude 4 next year, and then we decide that we should start over because there's a new type of model. Like I don't want to commit to it. I would expect in a normal course of business that Claude 4 would come after Claude 3.5, but you never know in this wacky field, right?
But sort of this idea of scaling is continuing.
Scaling is continuing. There will definitely be more powerful models coming from us than the models that exist today. That is certain. Or if there aren't, we deeply failed as a company.
Okay, can you explain the responsible scaling policy and the AI safety level standards, ASL levels?
As much as I'm excited about benefits of these models, and we'll talk about that if we talk about machines of loving grace, I'm worried about the risks, and I continue to be worried about the risks. No one should think that machines of loving grace was me saying I'm no longer worried about the risks of these models. I think they're two sides of the same coin. The power of the models and their ability to solve all these problems in biology, neuroscience, economic development, governance and peace, large parts of the economy. Those come with risks as well, right? With great power comes great responsibility, right? That's the two are paired. Things that are powerful can do good things, they can do bad things. I think of those risks as being in several different categories. Perhaps the two biggest risks that I think about, and that's not to say that there aren't risks today that are important, but when I think of the things that would happen on the grandest scale, one is what I call catastrophic misuse. These are misuse of the models in domains like cyber, bio, radiological, nuclear, right? Things that could harm or even kill thousands, even millions of people if they really, really go wrong. These are the number one priority to prevent. And here, I would just make a simple observation, which is that the models, if I look today at people who have done really bad things in the world, I think actually humanity has been protected by the fact that the overlap between really smart, well-educated people and people who want to do really horrific things has generally been small. Let's say I'm someone who, You know, I have a PhD in this field. I have a well-paying job. There's so much to lose. Why do I want, like, you know, even assuming I'm completely evil, which most people are not. Why, you know, person risk their risk their life, risk their legacy, their reputation to do something like, you know, truly evil. If we had a lot more people like that, the world would be a much more dangerous place. And so my worry is that by being a much more intelligent agent, AI could break that correlation. And so I do have serious worries about that. I believe we can prevent those worries. But you know, I think as a counterpoint to machines of loving grace, I want to say that this is still serious risks. And the second range of risk would be the autonomy risks, which is the idea that models might on their own, particularly as we give them more agency than they've had in the past, particularly as we give them supervision over wider tasks like, you know, writing whole code bases, or someday even, you know, effectively operating entire companies. They're on a long enough leash. Are they doing what we really want them to do? It's very difficult to even understand in detail what they're doing, let alone control it. And like I said, these early signs that it's hard to perfectly draw the boundary between things the model should do and things the model shouldn't do. That you know, if you go to one side, you get things that are annoying and useless, and you go to the other side, you get other behaviors. If you fix one thing, it creates other problems. We're getting better and better at solving this. I don't think this is an unsolvable problem. I think this is a science, like the safety of airplanes, or the safety of cars, or the safety of drugs. I don't think there's any big thing we're missing. I just think we need to get better at controlling these models. And so these are the two risks I'm worried about. And our responsible scaling plan, which I'll recognize is a very long-winded answer to your question. Our responsible scaling plan is designed to address these two types of risks. And so every time we develop a new model, we basically test it for its ability to do both of these bad things. So if I were to back up a little bit, I think we have an interesting dilemma with AI systems where they're not yet powerful enough to present these catastrophes. I don't know if they'll ever prevent these catastrophes. It's possible they won't, but the case for worry, the case for risk, is strong enough that we should act now. And they're getting better very, very fast. Right, I testified in the Senate that, you know, we might have serious bio risks within 2 to 3 years. That was about a year ago. Things have proceeded apace. So we have this thing where it's like it's surprisingly hard to address these risks because they're not here today. They don't exist. They're like ghosts, but they're coming at us so fast because the models are moving so fast. So how do you deal with something that's not here today, doesn't exist, but is coming at us very fast? So the solution we came up with for that, in collaboration with people like the organization Meter and Paul Cristiano, is okay. What you need for that are you need tests to tell you when the risk is getting close. You need an early warning system, and so every time we have a new model, we test it for its capability to do these CBRN tasks, as well as testing it for, you know, how capable it is of doing tasks autonomously on its own. And in the latest version of our RSP, which we released in the last month or two, the way we test autonomy risks is the AI model's ability to do aspects of AI research itself. Which when the AI models can do AI research, they become kind of truly autonomous. And that threshold is important for a bunch of other ways. And so, what do we then do with these tasks? The RSP basically develops what we call the if-then structure, which is if the models pass a certain capability, then we impose a certain set of safety and security requirements on them. So today's models are what's called ASL2. Models that were ASL1 is for systems that manifestly don't pose any risk of autonomy or misuse. So, for example, a chess playing bot, Deep Blue, would be ASL1. It's just manifestly the case you can't use Deep Blue for anything other than chess. It was just designed for chess. No one's going to use it to conduct a masterful cyber attack or to, run wild and take over the world. ASL2 is today's AI system, where we measure them and we think these systems are simply not smart enough to autonomously self-replicate or conduct a bunch of tasks, and also not smart enough to provide meaningful information about CBRN risks and how to build CBRN weapons above and beyond what can be known from looking at them. In fact, sometimes they do provide information, but not above and beyond the search engine, but not in a way that can be stitched together. Not in a way that kind of end to end is dangerous. So ASL3 is going to be the point at which the models are helpful enough to enhance the capabilities of non-state actors. Right? State actors can already do a lot of, unfortunately, to a high level of proficiency, a lot of these very dangerous and destructive things. The difference is that non-state actors are not capable of it. And so when we get to ASL3, we'll take special security precautions designed to be sufficient to prevent theft of the model by non-state actors and misuse of the model as it's deployed. We'll have to have enhanced filters targeted at these particular areas.
Cyber
bionuclear, and model autonomy, which is less a misuse risk and more risk of the model doing bad things. ASL4, getting to the point where these models could enhance the capability of a already knowledgeable state actor and or become the main source of such a risk. Like if you wanted to engage in such a risk, the main way you would do it is through a model. And then I think ASL4 on the autonomy side is some amount of acceleration in AI research capability with an AI model. And then ASL5 is where we get to models that are kind of truly capable, that could exceed humanity in their ability to do any of these tasks. And so the point of the if-then structure commitment is basically to say, look, I don't know, I've been working with these models for many years, and I've been worried about risk for many years. It's actually kind of dangerous to try wolf. It's actually kind of dangerous to say this model is risky, and people look at it and they say this is manifestly not dangerous. Again, it's the delicacy of the risk isn't here today, but it's coming at us fast. How do you deal with that? It's really vexing to a risk planner to deal with it. And so this if-then structure basically says, look, we don't want to antagonize a bunch of people. We don't want to harm our own, our kind of own ability to have a place in the conversation by imposing these very onerous burdens on models that are not dangerous today. So the if-then, the trigger commitment, is basically a way to deal with that. It says you clamp down hard when you can show that the model is dangerous. And of course, what has to come with that is enough of a buffer threshold that you're not at high risk of kind of missing the danger. It's not a perfect framework. We've had to change it every came out with a new one just a few weeks ago, and probably going forward we might release new ones multiple times a year because it's hard to get these policies right, like technically, organizationally, from a research perspective. But that is the proposal. If-then commitments and triggers in order to minimize burdens and false alarms now, but really react appropriately when things appear.
What do you think the timeline for ASL3 is, where several triggers are fired? And what do you think the timeline is for ASL4?
Yeah, so that is hotly debated within the company. We are working actively to prepare ASL3 security measures as well as ASL3 deployment measures. I'm not going to go into detail, but we've made a lot of progress on both, and we're prepared to be, I think, ready quite soon. I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all if we hit ASL3 next year. There was some concern that we might even hit it this year. That's still possible. That could still happen. It's very hard to say, but I would be very, very surprised if it was 2030. I think it's much sooner than that.
So there's protocols for detecting it, the if-then, and then there's protocols for how to respond to it.
Yes.
How difficult is detecting the latter?
Yeah, I think for ASL3, it's primarily about security and about filters on the model relating to a very narrow set of areas. when we deploy the model, because at ASL3 the model isn't autonomous yet, and so you don't have to worry about kind of the model itself behaving in a bad way when it's deployed internally. So I think the ASL3 measures are I won't say straightforward. They're rigorous, but they're easier to reason about. I think once we get to ASL4, we start to have worries about the models being smart enough that they might sandbag tests. They might not tell the truth about tests. We had some results came out about like sleeper agents, and there was a more recent paper about can the models mislead attempts to sandbag their own abilities, right? Show them present themselves as being less capable than they are. And so I think with ASL4, there's going to be an important component of using other things than just interacting with the models. For example, interpretability or hidden chains of thought, where you have to look inside the model and verify via some other mechanism that is not as easily corrupted as what the model says. That the model indeed has some property. So we're still working on ASL4. One of the properties of the RSP is that we don't specify ASL4 until we hit ASL3. And I think that's proven to be a wise decision, because even with ASL3, it's hard to know this stuff in detail. And we want to take as much time as we can possibly take to get these things right.
So for ASL3, the bad actor will be humans.
Humans, yes.
And so there's a little bit more.
For ASL4,
it's both. So deception, and that's where mechanistic interpretability comes into play. And hopefully the techniques used for that are not made accessible to the model.
Yeah, I mean, of course you can hook up the mechanistic interpretability to the model itself, but then you kind of lost it as a reliable indicator of the model state. There are a bunch of exotic ways you can think of that it might also not be reliable, like if the model gets smart enough that it can jump computers and read the code where you're looking at its internal state. We've thought about some of those. I think they're exotic enough. There are ways to render them unlikely, but yeah, generally you want to preserve mechanistic interpretability as a kind of verification set or test set that's separate from the training process of the model.
See, I think as these models become better and better conversation and become smarter, social engineering becomes a threat too. They can start being very convincing to the engineers inside companies.
Oh yeah. It's actually we've seen lots of examples of demagoguery in our life from humans, and there's a concern that models could do that as well.
One of the ways that Claude has been getting more and more powerful is it's now able to do some agentic stuff. Computer use. There's also an analysis within the sandbox of Claude.ai itself, but let's talk about computer use. That seems to me super exciting, that you can just give Claude a task and it takes a bunch of actions, figures it out, and has access to your computer through screenshots. So can you explain how that works? And where that's headed?
Yeah, it's actually relatively simple. So Claude has had for a long time, since Claude 3 back in March, the ability to analyze images and respond to them with text. The only new thing we added is those images can be screenshots of a computer. And in response, we train the model to give a location on the screen where you can click, and or buttons on the keyboard you can press in order to take action. And it turns out that with actually not all that much additional training, the models can get quite good at that task. It's a good example of generalization. People sometimes say if you get to low Earth orbit, you're halfway to anywhere, right? Because of how much it takes to escape the gravity. Well, if you have a strong pre-trained model, I feel like you're halfway to anywhere in terms of intelligence space. And so actually, it didn't take all that much to get Claude to do this, and you can just set that in a loop. Give the model a screenshot, tell it what to click on, give it the next screenshot, tell it what to click on, and that turns into a full kind of almost 3D video interaction of the model. And it's able to do all of these tasks, right? We showed these demos where it's able to fill out spreadsheets. It's able to kind of interact with the website. It's able to, it's able to open all kinds of, programs, different operating systems, Windows, Linux, Mac. So I think all of that is very exciting. I will say, while in theory there's nothing you could do there that you couldn't have done through just giving the model the APIs to drive the computer screen. This really lowers the barrier, and there's a lot of folks who either kind of aren't in a position to interact with those APIs, or it takes them a long time to do. It's just the screen is just a universal interface that's a lot easier to interact with, and so I expect over time this is going to lower a bunch of barriers. Now, honestly, the current model there's a lot still to be desired, and we were honest about that in the blog, right? It makes mistakes, it misclicks. And we were careful to warn people, hey, this thing isn't, you can't just leave this thing to, run on your computer for minutes and minutes. You got to give this thing boundaries and guardrails. And I think that's one of the reasons we released it first in an API form rather than kind of, this kind of just hand it to the consumer and give it control of their computer. But I definitely feel that it's important to get these capabilities out there. As models get more powerful, we're going to have to grapple with, how do we use these capabilities safely? How do we prevent them from being abused? I think releasing the model while the capabilities are still limited is very helpful in terms of doing that. I think since it's been released, a number of customers, I think Replit was maybe one of the most quickest to deploy things. Have made use of it in various ways. People have hooked up demos for Windows desktops, Macs, Linux machines. So yeah, it's been very exciting. I think as with anything else, it comes with new exciting abilities, and then with those new exciting abilities, you have to think about how to make the models safe, reliable, do what humans want them to do. I mean, it's the same story for everything, right? Same thing. It's that same tension.
But the possibility of use cases here is just the range is incredible. So, how much to make it work really well in the future? How much do you have to specially kind of go beyond what the pre-trained model is doing? Do more post-training RLHF or supervised fine-tuning or synthetic data just for the agents?
Yeah, I think speaking at a high level, it's our intention to keep investing a lot in making the model better. I think we look at some of the benchmarks where previous models were like, oh, we do it 6% of the time, and now our model will do it 14 or 22% of the time. And yeah, we want to get up to the human level reliability of 80-90%, just like anywhere else, right? We're on the same curve that we were on with SweetBench, where I would guess a year from now the models can do this very, very reliably. But you got to start somewhere.
So you think it's possible to get to the human level 90%, basically doing the same thing you're doing now, or has it to be special for computer use?
I mean, it depends what you mean by special in general. But I generally think the same kinds of techniques that we've been using to train the current model. I expect that doubling down on those techniques in the same way that we have for code, for models in general, for image input, for voice. I expect those same techniques will scale here as they have everywhere else.
But this is giving the power of action to Claude, and so you could do a lot of really powerful things, but you could do a lot of damage also.
Yeah, no, and we've been very aware of that. Look, my view actually is computer use isn't a fundamentally new capability like the CBRN or autonomy capabilities are. It's more like it kind of opens the aperture for the model to use and apply its existing abilities. And so the way we think about it, going back to our RSP, is nothing that this model is doing inherently increases, the risk from an RSP perspective. But as the models get more powerful, having this capability may make it scarier once it has the cognitive capability to do something at the ASL 3 and ASL 4 level. This may be the thing that kind of unbounds it from doing so. So going forward, certainly this modality of interaction is something we have tested for and that we will continue to test for in RSP going forward. I think it's probably better to learn and explore this capability before the model is super capable.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting attacks like prompt injection, because now you've widened the aperture so you can prompt inject through stuff on screen. So if this becomes more and more useful, then there's more and more benefit to inject stuff into the model. If it goes to a certain web page, it could be harmless stuff like advertisements, or it could be like harmful stuff.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we've thought a lot about things like spam, captcha, mass campaign. There's all, every like, one secret I'll tell you: if you've invented a new technology, not necessarily the biggest misuse, but like the first misuse you'll see, scams, just petty scams. Like it's it's like a thing as old, people scamming each other. It's this thing as old as time, and it's just every time you got to deal with it.
It's almost like silly to say, but it's true. So with bots and spam in general is a thing as it gets more and more intelligent.
Yeah,
it's
just
harder,
there are a lot of like I said, like there are a lot of petty criminals in the world, and it's like every new technology is like a new way for petty criminals to do something something stupid and malicious.
Is there any ideas about sandboxing it? Like how difficult is the sandboxing task?
Yeah, we sandbox during training. So, for example, during training, we didn't expose the model to the internet. I think that's probably a bad idea during training because the model can be changing its policy, it can be changing what it's doing, and it's having an effect in the real world. In terms of actually deploying the model, right, it kind of depends on the application. Like, sometimes you want the model to do something in the real world, but of course, you can always put guardrails on the outside, right? You could say, okay, well, this model's not going to move data from my, model's not going to move any files from my computer or my web server to anywhere else. Now, when you're talking about sandboxing, again, when we get to ASL4, none of these precautions are going to make sense there, right? Where when you talk about ASL4, the model is being kind of, there's a theoretical worry the model can be smart enough to kind of break out of any box. And so there we need to think about mechanistic interpretability, about, if we're going to have a sandbox, it would need to be a mathematically provable sandbox, that's a whole different world than what we're dealing with models today.
Yeah, the science of building a box from which ASL4 AI system cannot escape.
I think it's probably not the right approach. I think the right approach, instead of having something unaligned that like you're trying to prevent it from escaping, I think it's better to just design the model the right way, or have a loop where you look inside the model and you're able to verify properties, and that gives you an opportunity to like iterate and actually get it right. I think containing bad models is much worse solution than having good models.
Let me ask about regulation. What's the role of regulation in keeping AI safe? So, for example, we described California AI Regulation Bill SB 1047 that was ultimately vetoed by the governor. What are the pros and cons of this bill?
Yes, we ended up making some suggestions to the bill, and then some of those were adopted, and we felt I think quite positively about the bill. By the end of that, it did still have some downsides. And of course it got vetoed. I think at a high level, I think some of the key ideas behind the bill are, I would say similar to ideas behind our RSPs. And I think it's very important that some jurisdictions, whether it's California or the federal government and or other countries and other states, passes some regulation like this. And I can talk through why I think that's so important. So I feel good about our RSP. It's not perfect. It needs to be iterated on a lot, but it's been a good forcing function for getting the company to take these risks seriously, to put them into product planning, to really make them a central part of work at Anthropic, and to make sure that all the 1,000 people, and it's almost 1,000 people now at Anthropic, understand that this is one of the highest priorities of, if not the highest priority. But one, there are still some companies that don't have RSP-like mechanisms. Like OpenAI, Google did adopt these mechanisms a couple months after Anthropic did. But there are other companies out there that don't have these mechanisms at all. And so if some companies adopt these mechanisms and others don't, it's really going to create a situation where, some of these dangers have the property that it doesn't matter if 3 out of 5 of the companies are being safe. If the other 2 are being unsafe, it creates this negative externality. And I think the lack of uniformity is not fair to those of us who have put a lot of effort into being very thoughtful about these procedures. The second thing is, I don't think you can trust these companies to adhere to these voluntary plans at the moment, right? I'd like to think that Anthropic will do everything we can that we will. Our RSP is checked by our long-term benefit trust. So, we do everything we can to adhere to our own RSP. But you hear lots of things about various companies saying, "Oh, they said they would give this much compute, and they didn't. They said they would do this thing, and they didn't." I don't think it makes sense to litigate particular things that companies have done. But I think this broad principle that, like, if there's nothing watching over them, there's nothing watching over us as an industry, there's no guarantee that we'll do the right thing, and the stakes are very high. And so I think it's important to have a uniform standard that everyone follows, and to make sure that simply that the industry does what a majority of the industry has already said is important, and has already said that they definitely will do. Right? Some people, I think there's a class of people who are against regulation on principle. I understand where that comes from. If you go to Europe and you see something like GDPR, you see some of the other stuff that they've done. Some of it's good, but some of it is really unnecessarily burdensome, and I think it's fair to say really has slowed innovation. And so I understand where people are coming from on priors. I understand why people start from that position. But again, I think AI is different. If we go to the very serious risks of autonomy and misuse that I talked about, just a few minutes ago, I think that those are unusual and they warrant an unusually strong response. And so I think it's very important. Again, we need something that everyone can get behind. I think one of the issues with SB 1047, especially the original version of it, was it had a bunch of the structure of RSPs, but it also had a bunch of stuff that was either clunky or that just would have created a bunch of burdens, a bunch of hassle, and might even have missed the target in terms of addressing the risks. You don't really hear about it on Twitter. You just hear about kind of, people are cheering for any regulation, and then the folks who are against make up these often quite intellectually dishonest arguments about how it'll make us move away from California. Bill doesn't apply if you're headquartered in California. Bill only applies if you do business in California, or that it would damage the open source system, or that it would cause all of these things. I think those are mostly nonsense, but there are better arguments against regulation. There's one guy, Dean Ball, who's really, I think, a very scholarly analyst who looks at what happens when a regulation is put in place in ways that they can kind of get a life of their own, or how they can be poorly designed. And so our interest has always been, we do think there should be regulation in this space, but we want to be an actor who makes sure that regulation is something that's surgical, that's targeted at the serious risks, and is something people can actually comply with. Because something I think the advocates of regulation don't understand as well as they could is, if you get something in place that is that's poorly targeted, that wastes a bunch of people's time, what's going to happen is people are going to say, "See, these safety risks, they're, this is nonsense. I just had to hire 10 lawyers to fill out all these forms. I had to run all these tests for something that was clearly not dangerous." And after 6 months of that, there will be a groundswell, and we'll end up with a durable consensus against regulation. And so I think the worst enemy of those who want real accountability is badly designed regulation. We need to actually get it right. And this is, if there's one thing I could say to the advocates, it would be that I want them to understand this dynamic better. And we need to be really careful, and we need to talk to people who actually have experience seeing how regulations play out in practice. And the people who have seen that understand to be very careful. If this was some lesser issue, I might be against regulation at all. But what I want the opponents to understand
is that the underlying issues are actually serious. They're not something that I or the other companies are just making up because of regulatory capture. They're not sci-fi fantasies. They're not any of these things. Every time we have a new model, every few months we measure the behavior of these models, and they're getting better and better at these concerning tasks, just as they are getting better and better at good, valuable, economically useful tasks. And so I would just love it if some of the former, I think SB 1047 was very polarizing. I would love it if some of the most reasonable opponents and some of the most reasonable proponents would sit down together and, I think that the different AI companies, Anthropic was the only AI company that felt positively in a very detailed way. I think Elon tweeted briefly something positive, but some of the big ones like Google, OpenAI, Meta, Microsoft were pretty staunchly against. So I would really like is if some of the key stakeholders, some of the most thoughtful proponents and some of the most thoughtful opponents would sit down and say, how do we solve this problem in a way that the proponents feel brings a real reduction in risk, and that the opponents feel that it is not hampering the industry or hampering innovation any more necessary than it needs to. And I think for whatever reason that things got too polarized and those two groups didn't get to sit down in the way that they should. And I feel urgency. I really think we need to do something in 2025. If we get to the end of 2025 and we've still done nothing about this, then I'm going to be worried. I'm not worried yet because again, the risks aren't here yet. But I think time is running short.
Yeah, come up with something surgical, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to get away from this intense pro-safety versus intense anti-regulatory rhetoric. Right? It's turned into these flame wars on Twitter, and nothing good's going to come of that.
So there's a lot of curiosity about the different players in the game. One of the OGs is OpenAI. You've had several years of experience at OpenAI. What's your story and history there?
Yeah, so I was at OpenAI for roughly 5 years. For the last a couple of years, I was vice president of research there. Probably myself and Ilya Sutskever were the ones who really kind of set the research direction around 2016 or 2017. I first started to really believe in, or at least confirm my belief in the scaling hypothesis when Ilya famously said to me, the thing you need to understand about these models is they just want to learn. The models just want to learn. And again, sometimes there are these one sentences, these Zen koans, and you hear them and you're like, that explains everything. That explains like 1,000 things that I've seen. And ever after I had this visualization in my head of like, you optimize the models in the right way, you point the models in the right way, they just want to learn. They just want to solve the problem regardless of what the problem is.
So get out of their way, basically.
Get out of their way, yeah. Don't impose your own ideas about how they should learn. And this is the same thing as Rich Sutton put out in the Bitter Lesson, or Gurn put out in the scaling hypothesis. I think generally the dynamic was, I got this kind of inspiration from Ilya and from others, folks like Alec Radford who did the original GPT-1, and then ran really hard with it. Me and my collaborators on GPT-2, GPT-3, RL from Human Feedback, which was an attempt to kind of deal with the early safety and durability, things like debate and amplification, heavy on interpretability. So again, the combination of safety plus scaling. Probably 2018, 2019, 2020. Those were kind of the years when myself and my collaborators probably, many of whom became co-founders of Anthropic, kind of really had a vision and drove the direction.
Why'd you leave? Why'd you decide to leave?
Yeah. So look, I'm going to put things this way, and I think it ties to the race to the top, right? Which is
in my time at OpenAI, what I come to see as I come to appreciate the scaling hypothesis, and as I come to appreciate kind of the importance of safety along with the scaling hypothesis. The first one, I think, OpenAI was getting on board with. The second one, in a way, had always been part of OpenAI's messaging. But over many years of the time that I spent there, I think I had a particular vision of how we should handle these things, how we should be brought out in the world, the kind of principles that the organization should have. And look, I mean, there were like many discussions about should the company do this, should the company do that? Like, there's a bunch of misinformation out there. People say like we left because we didn't like to deal with Microsoft. False. Although, there was like a lot of discussion, a lot of questions about exactly how we do to deal with Microsoft. We left because we didn't like commercialization. That's not true. We built GPT-3, which was the model that was commercialized. I was involved in commercialization. It's more, again, about how do you do it? Like, civilization is going down this path to very powerful AI. What's the way to do it that is cautious, straightforward, honest, that builds trust in the organization and in individuals? How do we get from here to there? And how do we have a real vision for how to get it right? How can safety not just be something we say because it helps with this release? And I think at the end of the day, if you have a vision for that, forget about anyone else's vision. I don't want to talk about anyone else's vision. If you have a vision for how to do it, you should go off and you should do that vision. It is incredibly unproductive to try and argue with someone else's vision. You might think they're not doing it the right way. You might think they're dishonest. Who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. But what you should do is you should take some people you trust. You should go off together and you should make your vision happen. And if your vision is compelling, if you can make it appeal to people, some combination of ethically, in the markets, if you can make a company that's a place people want to join, that engages in practices that people think are reasonable while managing to maintain its position in the ecosystem at the same time. If you do that, people will copy it. And the fact that you are doing it, especially the fact that you're doing it better than they are, causes them to change their behavior in a much more compelling way than if they're your boss and you're arguing with them. I don't know how to be any more specific about it than that, but I think it's generally very unproductive to try and get someone else's vision to look like your vision. It's much more productive to go off and do a clean experiment and say, this is our vision. This is how we're going to do things. Your choice is you can ignore us, you can reject what we're doing, or you can start to become more like us. And imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. And that plays out in the behavior of customers, that plays out in the behavior of the public, that plays out in the behavior of where people choose to work. And again, at the end, it's not about one company winning or another company winning. If we or another company are engaging in some practice that people find genuinely appealing, and I want it to be in substance, not just in appearance. And I think researchers are sophisticated; they look at substance. And then other companies start copying that practice, and they win because they copied that practice. That's great. That's success. That's like the race to the top. It doesn't matter who wins in the end, as long as everyone is copying everyone else's good practice, right? One way I think of it is like the thing we're all afraid of is the race to the bottom, right? And the race to the bottom doesn't matter who wins because we all lose, right? Like, in the most extreme world, we make this autonomous AI that, the robots enslave us or whatever, right? I mean, it's half joking, but, that is the most extreme thing that could happen. Then it doesn't matter which company was ahead. If instead you create a race to the top where people are competing to engage in good practices, then at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who ends up winning. It doesn't even matter who started the race to the top. The point isn't to be virtuous. The point is to get the system into a better equilibrium than it was before. And individual companies can play some role in doing this. Individual companies can help to start it, can help to accelerate it. And frankly, I think individuals at other companies have done this as well, right? The individuals that, when we put out an RSP, react by pushing harder to get something similar done, at other companies. Sometimes other companies do something that's like, we're like, oh, it's a good practice. We think that's good. We should adopt it too. The only difference is, I think we are we try to be more forward leaning. We try and adopt more of these practices first and adopt them more quickly when others invent them. But I think this dynamic is what we should be pointing at, and that I think it abstracts away the question of which company's winning, who trusts who. I think all these questions of drama are profoundly uninteresting. And the thing that matters is the ecosystem that we all operate in and how to make that ecosystem better, because that constrains all the players.
And so Anthropic is this kind of clean experiment built on a foundation of like what concretely AI safety should look like.
Look, I'm sure we've made plenty of mistakes along the way. The perfect organization doesn't exist. It has to deal with the imperfection of 1,000 employees. It has to deal with the imperfection of our leaders, including me. It has to deal with the imperfection of the people we put to oversee the imperfection of the leaders, like the board and the long-term benefit trust. It's all a set of imperfect people trying to aim imperfectly at some ideal that will never perfectly be achieved. That's what you sign up for. That's what it will always be. But imperfect doesn't mean you just give up. There's better and there's worse. And hopefully we can begin to build, we can do well enough that we can begin to build some practices that the whole industry engages in. And then, my guess is that multiple of these companies will be successful. Anthropic will be successful. These other companies, like ones I've been at in the past, will also be successful. And some will be more successful than others. That's less important than, again, that we align the incentives of the industry. And that happens partly through the race to the top, partly through things like RSP, partly through, again, selected surgical regulation.
You said talent density beats talent mass. So can you explain that? Can you expand on that? Can you just talk about what it takes to build a great team of AI researchers and engineers?
This is one of these statements that's like more true every month. Every month I see this statement is more true than I did the month before. So if I were to do a thought experiment, let's say you have a team of 100 people that are super smart, motivated, and aligned with the mission, and that's your company. Or you can have a team of 1,000 people where 200 people are super smart, super aligned with the mission, and then like 800 people are, let's just say you pick 800 like random big tech employees. Which would you rather have? Right, the talent mass is greater in the group of 1,000 people. Right, you have even a larger number of incredibly talented, incredibly aligned, incredibly smart people. But the issue is just that if every time someone super talented looks around, they see someone else super talented and super dedicated, that sets the tone for everything, right? That sets the tone for everyone is super inspired to work at the same place. Everyone trusts everyone else. If you have 1,000 or 10,000 people, and things have really regressed, right? You are not able to do selection and you're choosing random people. What happens is then you need to put a lot of processes and a lot of guardrails in place. Just because you don't fully trust each other, you have to adjudicate political battles. Like, there are so many things that slow down org's ability to operate. And so we're nearly 1,000 people, and we've tried to make it so that as large a fraction of those 1,000 people as possible are like super talented, super skilled. It's one of the reasons we've slowed down hiring a lot in the last few months. We grew from 300 to 800, I think, in the first 7-8 months of the year. And now we've slowed down. We're at last 3 months, we went from 800 to 900, 950, something like that. Don't quote me on the exact numbers, but I think there's an inflection point around 1,000, and we want to be much more careful how we grow. Early on, and now as well, we've hired a lot of physicists. Theoretical physicists can learn things really fast. Even more recently, as we've continued to hire that, really had a high bar on both the research side and the software engineering side. Have hired a lot of senior people, including folks who used to be at other companies in this space. And we just continue to be very selective. It's very easy to go from 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000 without paying attention to making sure everyone has a unified purpose. It's so powerful. If your company consists of a lot of different fiefdoms that all want to do their own thing, they're all optimizing for their own thing, it's very hard to get anything done. But if everyone sees the broader purpose of the company, if there's trust and there's dedication to doing the right thing, that is a superpower. That in itself, I think, can overcome almost every other disadvantage.
And Steve Jobs, A players want to look around and see other A players. Is another way of saying that. I don't know what that is about human nature, but it is demotivating to see people who are not obsessively driving towards their mission. And it is, on the flip side of that, it's super motivating to see that. It's interesting. What's it take to be a great AI researcher or engineer? From everything you've seen, you've been working with so many amazing people.
Yeah. I think the number one quality, especially on the research side, but really both, is open-mindedness. Sounds easy to be open-minded, right? You're just like, oh, I'm open to anything. But if I think about my own early history in the scaling hypothesis, I was seeing the same data others were seeing. I don't think I was like a better programmer or better at coming up with research ideas than any of the hundreds of people that I worked with. In some ways, I was worse. I've never precise programming of finding the bug, writing the GPU kernels. Like I could point you to 100 people here who are better at that than I am. But the thing that I think I did have that was different was that I was just willing to look at something with new eyes, right? People said, oh, we don't have the right algorithms yet. We haven't come up with the right way to do things. And I was just like, I don't know. This neural net has 30 million parameters. Like, what if we gave it 50 million instead? Like, let's plot some graphs. Like that basic scientific mindset of oh man, I see some variable that I could change. Like, what happens when it changes? Like, let's try these different things and create a graph. So even this was the simplest thing in the world, right? Change the number of this wasn't PhD level experimental design. This was simple and stupid. Like anyone could have done this if you just told them that it was important. It's also not hard to understand. You didn't need to be brilliant to come up with this. But you put the two things together, and some tiny number of people, some single-digit number of people have driven forward the whole field by realizing this. And it's often like that. If you look back at the discoveries in history, they're often like that. And so this open-mindedness and this willingness to see with new eyes that often comes from being newer to the field. Often experience is a disadvantage for this. That is the most important thing. It's very hard to look for and test for, but I think it's the most important thing, because when you find some really new way of thinking about things, when you have the initiative to do that, it's absolutely transformative.
And also be able to do kind of rapid experimentation, and in the face of that, be open-minded and curious and looking at the data with these fresh eyes and seeing what is that's actually saying. That applies in mechanistic interpretability.
Is another example of it. Like some of the early work in mechanistic interpretability, so simple. It's just no one thought to care about this question before.
You said what it takes to be a great AI researcher. Can we rewind the clock back? What advice would you give to people interested in AI? If they're young, looking forward, how can I make an impact in the world?
I think my number one piece of advice is to just start playing with the models. This was actually, I worry a little. This seems like obvious advice now. I think 3 years ago it wasn't obvious, and people started by, let me read the latest reinforcement working paper. Let me kind of. No, I mean that was really the and you should do that as well. But now, with wider availability of models and APIs, people are doing this more. But I think just experiential knowledge. These models are new artifacts that no one really understands. And so getting experience playing with them. I would also say, again, in line with the do something new, think in some new direction. There are all these things that haven't been explored. For example, mechanistic interpretability is still very new. It's probably better to work on that than it is to work on new model architectures, because it's more popular than it was before. There are probably 100 people working on it, but there aren't 10,000 people working on it. And it's this fertile area for study. There's so much like low hanging fruit. You can just walk by, and you can just walk by and you can pick things. And the only reason, for whatever reason, people aren't interested in it enough. I think there are some things around long horizon learning and long horizon tasks where there's a lot to be done. I think evaluations we're still very early in our ability to study evaluations, particularly for dynamic systems acting in the world. I think there's some stuff around multi-agent. Skate where the puck is going is my advice, and you don't have to be brilliant to think of it. Like all the things that are going to be exciting in 5 years, like people even mention them as like conventional wisdom, but like it's just somehow there's this barrier that people don't double down as much as they could, or they're afraid to do something that's not the popular thing. I don't know why it happens, but like getting over that barrier that's my number one piece of advice.
Let's talk, if we could, a bit about post-training.
Yeah.
So it seems that the modern post-training recipe has a little bit of everything. So supervised fine-tuning, RLHF, the constitutional AI with RLAIF.
That's definitely.
It's again that naming thing. And then synthetic data. Seems like a lot of synthetic data, or he's trying to figure out ways to have high quality synthetic data. So, what's the if this is a secret sauce that makes Anthropic Cloud so incredible? How much of the magic is in the pre-training? How much is in the post-training?
Yeah, I mean, so first of all, we're not perfectly able to measure that ourselves. When you see some great character ability, sometimes it's hard to tell whether it came from pre-training or post-training. We've developed ways to try and distinguish between those two, but they're not perfect. The second thing I would say is, when there is an advantage, and I think we've been pretty good at in general at RL, perhaps the best, although I don't know because I don't see what goes on inside other companies. Usually it isn't, oh my God, we have this secret magic method that others don't have, right? Usually it's like, well, we got better at the infrastructure, so we could run it for longer, or, we were able to get higher quality data, or we were able to filter our data better, or we were able to, combine these methods in practice. It's usually some boring matter of kind of practice in tradecraft. So, when I think about how to do something special in terms of how we train these models, both pre-training, but even more so post-training, I really think of it a little more, again, as like designing airplanes or cars. Like, it's not just like, oh man, I have the blueprint. Like maybe that makes you make the next airplanes. And like, there's some cultural tradecraft of how we think about the design process that I think is more important than any particular gizmo or anything like that.
Okay, well, let me ask you about specific techniques. So first on RLHF, what do you think is zooming out intuition almost philosophy? Why do you think RLHF works so well?
If I go back to like the scaling hypothesis, one of the ways to skate the scaling hypothesis is if you train for X and you throw enough compute at it, then you get X. And so RLHF is good at doing what humans want the model to do, or at least, to state it more precisely, doing what humans who look at the model for a brief period of time and consider different possible responses, what they prefer as the response, which is not perfect from both the safety and capabilities perspectives, in that humans are often not able to perfectly identify what the model wants, and what humans want in the moment may not be what they want in the long term. So there's a lot of subtlety there, but the models are good at producing what the humans in some shallow sense want. And it actually turns out that you don't even have to throw that much compute at it because of another thing, which is this thing about a strong pre-trained model being halfway there. So once you have the pre-trained model, you have all the representations you need to get the model where you want it to go.
So do you think RLHF makes the model smarter, or just appears smarter to the humans?
I don't think it makes the model smarter. I don't think it just makes the model appear smarter. It's like RLHF bridges the gap between the human and the model, right? I could have something really smart that can't communicate at all, right? We all know people like this. People who are really smart, but you can't understand what they're saying. So I think RLHF just bridges that gap. I think it's not the only kind of RL we do. It's not the only kind of RL that will happen in the future. I think RL has the potential to make models smarter, to make them reason better, to make them operate better, to make them develop new skills even. And perhaps that could be done, even in some cases with human feedback. But the kind of RLHF we do today mostly doesn't do that yet, although we're very good at starting to do it.
But it appears to increase, if you look at the metric of helpfulness, it increases that.
It also increases, what was this word in Leopold's essay, unhobbling, where basically the models are hobbled and then you do various trainings to them to unhobble them. So I like that word because it's like a rare word. So I think RLHF unhobbles the models in some ways. And then there are other ways where that model hasn't yet been unhobbled and needs to unhobble.
If you can say, in terms of cost, is pre-training the most expensive thing, or is post-training creep up to that?
At the present moment, it is still the case that pre-training is the majority of the cost. I don't know what to expect in the future, but I could certainly anticipate a future where post-training is the majority of the cost.
In that future you anticipate, would it be the humans or the AI that's the costly thing for the post-training?
I don't think you can scale up humans enough to get high quality. Any kind of method that relies on humans and uses a large amount of compute, it's going to have to rely on some scaled supervision method, like debate or iterated amplification or something like that.
So on that, super interesting set of ideas around constitutional AI. Can you describe what it is as first detailed in December 2022 paper and beyond that? What is it?
Yes, so this was from 2 years ago. The basic idea is, so we describe what RLHF is. You have a model, and it's out to like to sample from it twice. It's out to possible responses, and you're like, human, which response do you like better? Or another variant of it is rate this response on a scale of 1 to 7. So that's hard because you need to scale up human interaction, and it's very implicit, right? I don't have a sense of what I want the model to do. I just have a sense of like what this average of 1,000 humans wants the model to do. So 2 ideas. One is, could the AI system itself decide which response is better, right? Could you show the AI system these 2 responses and ask which response is better? And then second, well, what criterion should the AI use? And so then there's this idea, could you have a single document, a constitution, if you will, that says these are the principles the model should be using to respond. And the AI system reads those principles as well as reading the environment and the response. And it says, well, how good did the AI model do? It's basically a form of self-play. You're kind of training the model against itself. And so the AI gives the response, and then you feed that back into what's called the preference model, which in turn feeds the model to make it better. So you have this triangle of like the AI, the preference model, and the improvement of the AI itself.
And we should say that in the Constitution, the set of principles are like human interpretable. They're like
it's something both the human and the AI system can do. So it has this nice kind of translatability or symmetry. In practice, we both use a model constitution, and we use RLHF, and we use some of these other methods. So it's turned into one tool in a toolkit that both reduces the need for RLHF and increases the value we get from using each data point of RLHF. It also interacts in interesting ways with kind of future reason type RL methods. So it's one tool in the toolkit, but I think it is a very important tool.
But it's a compelling one to us humans. Think about the founding fathers and founding of the United States. The natural question is, who and how do you think gets to define the Constitution, the set of principles in the Constitution?
Yeah, so I'll give like a practical answer and a more abstract answer. I think the practical answer is like, look, in practice, models get used by all kinds of different customers, right? And so you can have this idea where the model can have specialized rules or principles, fine-tuned versions of models. Implicitly, we've talked about doing it explicitly, having special principles that people can build into the models. So from a practical perspective, the answer can be very different from different people. Customer service agent, behaves very differently from a lawyer and obeys different principles. But I think at the base of it, there are specific principles that models, have to obey. I think a lot of them are things that people would agree with. Everyone agrees that we don't want models to present these CBRN risks I think we can go a little further and agree with some basic principles of democracy and the rule of law. Beyond that, it gets very uncertain, and there our goal is generally for the models to be more neutral, to not espouse a particular point of view, and more just be kind of like wise agents or advisors that will help you think things through and will present possible considerations, but don't express strong or specific opinions.
OpenAI released a model spec where it kind of clearly, concretely defines some of the goals of the model and specific examples, maybe how the model should behave. Do you find that interesting? By the way, I should mention I believe the brilliant John Schulman is a part of that. He's now at Anthropic. Do you think this is a useful direction? Let Anthropic release an announcement?
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty useful direction. Again, it has a lot in common with constitutional AI. So again, another example of like a race to the top, right? We have something that's like, we think, a better and more responsible way of doing things. It's also a competitive advantage. Then others kind of, discover that it has advantages and then start to do that thing. We then no longer have the competitive advantage, but it's good from the perspective that now everyone has adopted a positive practice that others were not adopting. And so our response to that is, well, looks like we need a new competitive advantage in order to keep driving this race upwards. So that's how I generally feel about that. I also think every implementation of these things is different. So, there were some things in the model spec that were not in constitutional AI. And so, we can always adopt those things or, at least learn from them. So again, I think this is an example of like the positive dynamic that I think we should all want to have.
Let's talk about the incredible essay, Machines of Love and Grace. I recommend everybody read it. It's a long one.
It is rather long.
Yeah. It's really refreshing to read concrete ideas about what a positive future looks like. And you took sort of a bold stance because, like, it's very possible that you might be wrong on the dates or specific
information. Yeah, I'm fully expecting to definitely be wrong about all the details. I might be just spectacularly wrong about the whole thing, and people will laugh at me for years. That's just how the future works.
So you provided a bunch of concrete positive impacts of AI and how exactly a super intelligent AI might accelerate the rate of breakthroughs in, for example, biology and chemistry that would then lead to things like we cure most cancers, prevent all infectious disease, double the human lifespan, so on. So let's talk about this essay. First, can you give a high-level vision of this essay and what key takeaways that people have?
Yeah, I have spent a lot of time, and Anthropic has spent a lot of effort on, like, how do we address the risks of AI, right? How do we think about those risks? Like, we're trying to do a race to the top, what that requires us to build all these capabilities, and the capabilities are cool, but, we're like, a big part of what we're trying to do is like address the risks. And the justification for that is like, well, all these positive things, the market is this very healthy organism, right? It's going to produce all the positive things. The risks, I don't know, we might mitigate them, we might not. And so we can have more impact by trying to mitigate the risks. But I noticed that one flaw in that way of thinking, and it's not a change in how seriously I take the risks, it's maybe a change in how I talk about them, is that, no matter how kind of logical or rational that line of reasoning that I just gave might be, if you kind of only talk about risks, your brain only thinks about risks. And so I think it's actually very important to understand, what if things do go well? And the whole reason we're trying to prevent these risks is not because we're afraid of technology, not because we want to slow it down. It's because if we can get the other side of these risks, right? If we can run the gauntlet successfully, to put it in stark terms, then on the other side of the gauntlet are all these great things, and these things are worth fighting for, and these things can really inspire people. And I think I imagine, because you have all these investors, all these AI companies talking about all the positive benefits of AI, but as you point out, it's here. There's actually a dearth of really getting specific about it. There's a lot of like random people on Twitter like posting kind of like green cities and this kind of like vibe of like
right now.
accelerate harder, like
Miserable.
kick out the detail. You know,
Confused
it's very like
Sparkling.
aggressive,
Chaos.
ideological.
Yes.
But then you're like, well, what are you? What are you actually excited about? And so I figured that you know, I think it would be interesting, valuable for someone to actually coming from the risk side to try and really make a try at explaining what the benefits are. Both because I think it's something we can all get behind, and I want people to understand. I want them to really understand that this isn't doomers versus accelerationists. This is that this is having true understanding of where things are going with AI, and maybe that's the more important axis. AI is moving fast versus AI is not moving fast. Then you really appreciate the benefits, and you want humanity, our civilization, to seize those benefits, but you also get very serious about anything that could derail them.
So I think the starting point is to talk about what this powerful AI, which term you like to use. Most of the world uses AGI, but you don't like the term because it's basically has too much baggage. It's become meaningless. It's like we're stuck with the terms.
Maybe we're stuck with the terms, and my efforts to change them are futile.
It's admirable.
I'll tell you what else I don't. This is like a pointless semantic point, but I keep talking about it actually, so I'm just going to do it once more. I think it's a little like let's say it was like 1995 and Moore's law is making the computers faster, and like for some reason there had been this like verbal tick that like everyone was like, well, someday we're going to have like supercomputers, and like supercomputers are going to be able to do all these things that like, you know, once we have supercomputers we'll be able to like see, you know, we'll be able to do other things, and so like one, it's true, the computers are getting faster, and as they get faster they're going to be able to do all these great things, but there's no discrete point at which we had a supercomputer and previous computers were not super. Like supercomputer is a term we use, but like it's a vague term to just describe like computers that are faster than what we have today. There's no point at which you pass the threshold and you're like, oh my god, there's a totally new type of computation and new. And so I feel that way about AGI. Like there's just a smooth exponential, and like if by AGI you mean like AI is getting better and better, and like gradually it's going to do more and more of what humans do until it's going to be smarter than humans, and then it's going to get smarter even from there, then yes, I believe in AGI. If AGI is some discrete or separate thing, which is the way people often talk about it, then it's kind of a meaningless buzzword.
Yeah, right, to me, it's just a sort of platonic form of a powerful AI, exactly how you define it. I mean, you define it very nicely. So on the intelligence axis, it's just on pure intelligence. It's smarter than a Nobel Prize winner, as you described, across most relevant disciplines. Okay, that's just intelligence. So it's both in creativity and being able to generate new ideas, all that kind of stuff. In every discipline, Nobel Prize winner. Okay, in their primes. It can use every modality, so this kind of self-explanatory, but just to operate across all the modalities in the world. It can go off for many hours, days, or weeks to do tasks and do its own sort of detailed planning and only ask you help when it's needed. It can use, this is actually kind of interesting. I think in the essay you said, I mean, again, it's that it's not going to be embodied, but it can control embodied tools. So it can control tools, robots, laboratory equipment. The resources used to train it can then be repurposed to run millions of copies of it. And each of those copies would be independent, that can do their own independent work. So you can do the cloning of the intelligence system.
Yeah. I mean, you might imagine from outside the field that like there's only one of these, right? So like you've only made one. But the truth is that like the scale up is very quick. Like we do this today. We make a model and then we deploy thousands, maybe tens of thousands of instances of it. I think by the time, you know, certainly within 2 to 3 years, whether we have these powerful AIs or not, clusters are going to get to the size where you'll be able to deploy millions of these, and they'll be, you know, faster than humans. So if your picture is, we'll have one and it'll take a while to make them, my point there was, no, actually you have millions.
And in general, they can learn and act 10 to 100 times faster than humans. So that's a really nice definition of powerful AI. Okay, so that. But you also write that clearly such an entity would be capable of solving very different problems very fast. But it is not trivial to figure out how fast. Two extreme positions both seem false to me. So this singularity is on the one extreme and the opposite on the other extreme. Can you describe each of the extremes?
Yeah.
So why?
So yeah, let's describe the extreme. So like one extreme would be, well, look, you know, if you look at kind of evolutionary history, like there's this big acceleration where, you know, for hundreds of thousands of years, you just had like, you know, single-celled organisms, and we have mammals, and then we have apes, and then that quickly turned to humans. Humans quickly built industrial civilization. And so this is going to keep speeding up. And there's no ceiling at the human level. Once models get much, much smarter than humans, they'll get really good at building the next models. And, you know, if you write down like a simple differential equation, like this is an exponential, and so what's going to happen is that models will build faster models will build faster models, and those models will build, you know, nanobots that can like take over the world and produce much more energy than you could produce otherwise. And so if you just kind of like solve this abstract differential equation, then like 5 days after we built the first AI that's more powerful than humans, then you know, like the world will be filled with these AIs and every possible technology that could be invented, like will be invented. I'm caricaturing this a little bit, but you know, I think that's one extreme. And the reason that I think that's not the case is that one, I think they just neglect like the laws of physics. Like it's only possible to do things so fast in the physical world. Like some of those loops go through, you know, producing faster hardware. It takes a long time to produce faster hardware. Things take a long time. There's this issue of complexity. Like I think no matter how smart you are, like, you know, people talk about, oh, we can make models of biological systems that'll do everything to biological systems. Look, I think computational modeling can do a lot. I did a lot of computational modeling when I worked in biology, but like, just there are a lot of things that you can't predict how they're, you know, they're complex enough that like just iterating, just running the experiment is going to beat any modeling, no matter how smart the system doing the modeling is.
Or even if it's not interacting with the physical world, just the modeling is going to be hard.
Yeah, I think the modeling is going to be hard, and getting the model to match the physical world is going to be hard.
All right, so it does have to.
Yeah.
Verify.
But it's just, you know, just look at even the simplest problems. Like I think I talked about, like, you know, the three-body problem or simple chaotic prediction, like, you know, or like predicting the economy. It's really hard to predict the economy 2 years out. Like maybe the case is like, you know, normal, you know, humans can predict what's going to happen in the economy in the next quarter. Or they can't really do that. Maybe a AI system that's, you know, a zillion times smarter can only predict it out a year or something instead of you know, you have these kind of exponential increase in computer intelligence for linear increase in ability to predict. Same with, again, like, you know, biological molecules interacting. You don't know what's going to happen when you perturb a complex system. You can find simple parts in it. If you're smarter, you're better at finding these simple parts. And then I think human institutions are really difficult. Like it's been hard to get people. I won't give specific examples, but it's been hard to get people to adopt even the technologies that we've developed, even ones where the case for their efficacy is very, very strong. People have concerns. They think things are conspiracy theories. Like it's been very difficult. It's also been very difficult to get very simple things through the regulatory system, right? I think I don't want to disparage anyone who works in regulatory systems of any technology. There are hard trade-offs they have to deal with. They have to save lives, but the system as a whole, I think, makes some obvious trade-offs that are very far from maximizing human welfare. And so, if we bring AI systems into this, into these systems, often the level of intelligence may just not be a limiting factor, right? It just may be that it takes a long time to do something. Now, if the AI system circumvented all governments, if it just said, I'm dictator of the world and I'm going to do whatever, some of these things it could do. Again, things having to do with complexity. I still think a lot of things would take a while. I don't think it helps that the AI systems can produce a lot of energy or go to the moon. Like some people in comments responded to the essay saying the AI systems can produce a lot of energy and smarter AI systems. That's missing the point. That kind of cycle doesn't solve the key problems that I'm talking about here. So I think a bunch of these miss the point there. But even if it were completely unaligned and, could get around all these human obstacles, it would have trouble. But again, if you want this to be an AI system that doesn't take over the world, that doesn't destroy humanity, then basically, it's going to need to follow basic human laws, right? Well, if we want to have an actually good world, like, we're going to have an AI system that interacts with humans, not one that kind of creates its own legal system or disregards all the laws, all of that. So as inefficient as these processes are, we're going to have to deal with them because there needs to be some popular and democratic legitimacy in how these systems are rolled out. We can't have a small group of people who are developing these systems say this is what's best for everyone, right? I think it's wrong, and I think in fact it's not going to work anyway. So we put all those things together, and we're not gonna change the world and upload everyone in 5 minutes. I don't think I don't think it's gonna happen, and B, it's not, to the extent that it could happen, it's not the way that we do it. So that's on one side. On the other side, there's another set of perspectives, which I have actually in some ways more sympathy for, which is, look, we've seen big productivity increases before, right? Economists are familiar with studying the productivity increases that came from the computer revolution and internet revolution. And generally, those productivity increases were underwhelming. They were less than you might imagine. There was a quote from Robert Solow: "You see the computer revolution everywhere except the productivity statistics." So why is this the case? People point to the structure of firms, the structure of enterprises, how slow it's been to roll out an existing technology to very poor parts of the world, which I talk about in the essay, right? How do we get these technologies to the poorest parts of the world that are behind on cell phone technology, computers, medicine, let alone, newfangled AI that hasn't been invented yet? So you can have a perspective that's like, well, this is amazing technically, but it's all or nothing work. I think Tyler Cowen, who wrote something in response to my essay, has that perspective. I think he thinks the radical change will happen eventually, but he thinks it'll take 50 or 100 years. And you could have even more static perspectives on the whole thing. I think there's some truth to it. I think the time scale is just too long. And I can see it. I can actually see both sides with today's AI. So, a lot of our customers are large enterprises who are used to doing things a certain way. I've also seen it in talking to governments, right? Those are prototypical, institutions, entities that are slow to change. But the dynamic I see over and over again is, yes, it takes a long time to move the ship. Yes, there's a lot of resistance and lack of understanding. But the thing that makes me feel that progress will in the end happen moderately fast, not incredibly fast, but moderately fast, is that you talk to, what I find over and over again, in large companies, even in governments, which have been actually surprisingly forward-leaning, you find two things that move things forward. One, you find a small fraction of people within a company, within a government, who really see the big picture. Understand where AI is going, or at least understand where it's going with the and there are people like that within the current U.S. government who really see the whole thing. And those people see that this is the most important thing in the world, so they advocate for it. And the thing, they alone are not enough to see because they're a small set of people within a large organization. But as the technology starts to roll out, as it succeeds in some cases, in the folks who are most willing to adopt it, the specter of competition gives them a wind at their back. Because they can point within their large organization, they can say, look, these other guys are doing this, right? One day they say, look, newfangled hedge fund is doing this thing. They're going to eat our lunch. In the U.S., you can say, we're afraid China's going to get there before we are. And that combination, the specter of competition, plus the two visionaries within these organizations that in many ways are sporadic, you put those two things together and it actually makes something happen. I mean, it's interesting. It's a balanced fight between the two because inertia is very powerful. But eventually, over enough time, the innovative approach breaks through. And I've seen that happen. I've seen the arc of that over and over again. And it's like the barriers are there. The barriers to progress, the complexity, not knowing how to use the model, how to deploy them are there. And for a bit, it seems like they're going to last forever, like change doesn't happen. But then eventually change happens. It always comes from a few people. I felt the same way when I was an advocate of the scaling hypothesis within the AI field itself, and others didn't get it. It felt like no one would ever get it. It felt like we had a secret almost no one ever had. And then a couple years later, everyone has the secret. And so I think that's how it's going to go with deployment to AI in the world. It's going to, the barriers are going to fall apart gradually and then all at once. And so I think this is going to be more. And this is just an instinct. I could easily see how I'm wrong. I think it's going to be more like 5 or 10 years, as I say in the essay, then it's going to be 50 or 100 years. I also think it's going to be 5 or 10 years more than it's going to be, 5 or 10 hours. Because I just see how human systems work. And I think a lot of these people who write down these differential equations and say AI is going to make more powerful AI can't understand how it could possibly be the case that these things won't change so fast. I think they don't understand these things.
So, what do you use the timeline to where we achieve AGI, aka powerful AI, aka super useful AI?
Start calling it that.
It's a debate. It's a debate about naming. On pure intelligence, it can smarter than a Nobel Prize winner in every relevant discipline and all the things we've said. Modality, it can go and do stuff on its own for days, weeks, and do biology experiments on its own. You know what? Let's just stick to biology.
Yeah.
You sold me on the whole biology and health section. That's so exciting from just I was getting from a scientific perspective. It made me want to be a biologist.
It's so no. This was the feeling I had when I was writing it. That it's like this would be such a beautiful future if we can just make it happen, right? If we can just get the landmines out of the way and make it happen. There's so much beauty and elegance and moral force behind it. If we can just. And it's something we should all be able to agree on, right? Like as much as we fight about all these political questions, is this something that could actually bring us together? But you were asking when do
you think? Just put numbers on.
So this is of course the thing I've been grappling with for many years, and I'm not at all confident. Every time if I say 2026 or 2027, there will be like a zillion people on Twitter who will be like, hey, ICO said 2026, 2020, and it'll be repeated for like the next 2 years that like this is definitely what I think is going to happen. So whoever's expert in these clips will crop out the thing I just said and only say the thing I'm about to say. But I'll just say it anyway. So if you extrapolate the curves that we've had so far, right? If you say, well, I don't know, we're starting to get to like PhD level, and last year we were at undergraduate level, and the year before we were at like the level of a high school student. Again, you can quibble with what tasks and for what. We're still missing modalities, but those are being added. Like computer use was added, like imaging was added, like image generation has been added. If you just kind of like, and this is totally unscientific, but if you just kind of like eyeball the rate at which these capabilities are increasing, it does make you think that we'll get there by 2026 or 2027. Again, lots of things could derail it. We could run out of data. Might not be able to scale clusters as much as we want. Like, maybe Taiwan gets blown up or something, and then we can't produce as many GPUs as we want. So there are all kinds of things that could derail the whole process. So I don't fully believe the straight line extrapolation. But if you believe the straight line extrapolation, we'll get there in 2026 or 2027. I think the most likely is that there's some mild delay relative to that. I don't know what that delay is, but I think it could happen on schedule. I think there could be a mild delay. I think there are still worlds where it doesn't happen in 100 years. The number of those worlds is rapidly decreasing. We are rapidly running out of truly convincing proffers, truly compelling reasons why this will not happen in the next few years. There were a lot more in 2020. Although my guess, my hunch at that time was that we'll make it through all those blockers. So sitting as someone who has seen most of the blockers cleared out of the way, I kind of suspect, my hunch, my suspicion is that the rest of them will not block us. But look. At the end of the day, like I don't want to represent this as a scientific prediction. People call them scaling laws. That's a misnomer. Like Moore's law is a misnomer. Moore's law, scaling laws, they're not laws of the universe. They're empirical regularities. I am going to bet in favor of them continuing, but I'm not certain of that.
So you extensively describe sort of the compressed 21st century, how AGI will help set forth a chain of breakthroughs in biology and medicine that help us in all these kinds of ways that I mentioned. So how do you think, what are the early steps we might do? And by the way, I asked Claude good questions to ask you. And Claude told me to ask, what do you think is a typical day for a biologist working on AGI look like in this future?
Yeah.
Claude is curious.
Let me start with your first questions, and then I'll answer that. Claude wants to know what's in his future, right?
That's good.
Who am I going to be working with?
Exactly.
So I think one of the things I went hard on in the essay is, let me go back to this idea of, because it's really had an impact on me. This idea that within large organizations and systems, there end up being a few people or a few new ideas who kind of cause things to go in a different direction than they would have before, who kind of disproportionately affect the trajectory. There's a bunch of kind of the same thing going on, right? If you think about the health world, there's like, trillions of dollars to pay out Medicare and, other health insurance. And then the NIH is $100 billion. And if I think of like the few things that have really revolutionized anything, could be encapsulated in a small fraction of that. And so when I think of like, where will AI have an impact? I'm like, if AI turned that small fraction into a much larger fraction and raised its quality. And within biology, my experience within biology is that the biggest problem of biology is that you can't see what's going on. You have very little ability to see what's going on, and even less ability to change it, right? What you have is this, like from this, you have to infer that there's a bunch of cells that within each cell is 3 billion base pairs of DNA built according to a genetic code. And there are all these processes that are just going on without any ability of us as unaugmented humans to affect it. These cells are dividing. Most of the time that's healthy, but sometimes that process goes wrong, and that's cancer. The cells are aging. Your skin may change color, develop wrinkles as you age, and all of this is determined by these processes. All these proteins being produced, transported to various parts of the cells, binding to each other. And in our initial state about biology, we didn't even know that these cells existed. We had to invent microscopes to observe the cells. We had to invent more powerful microscopes to see, below the level of the cells, the level of molecules. We had to invent X-ray crystallography to see the DNA. We had to invent gene sequencing to read the DNA. Now, we had to invent protein folding technology to predict how it would fold and how they bind and how these things bind to each other. We had to invent various techniques for now we can edit the DNA as of with CRISPR as of the last 12 years. So the whole history of biology, a whole big part of the history is basically our ability to read and understand what's going on, and our ability to reach in and selectively change things. And my view is that there's so much more we can still do there, right? You can do CRISPR, but you can do it for your whole body. Let's say I want to do it for one particular type of cell, and I want the rate of targeting the wrong cells to be very low. That's still a challenge. That's still things people are working on. That's what we might need for gene therapy for certain diseases. And so the reason I'm saying all of this, and it goes beyond, beyond this to gene sequencing, to new types of nanomaterials for observing what's going on inside cells, for antibody drug conjugates. The reason I'm saying all this is that this could be a leverage point for the AI systems, right? That the number of such inventions, it's in the mid double digits or something, mid double digits, maybe low triple digits over the history of biology. Let's say I have millions of these AIs, can they discover thousands, working together, can they discover thousands of these very quickly? And does that provide a huge lever, instead of trying to leverage the, $2 trillion a year we spend on, Medicare or whatever, can we leverage the $1 billion a year that's spent to discover what with much higher quality? And so, what is it like, being a scientist that works with an AI system? The way I think about it actually is, well, so I think in the early stages, the AIs are going to be like grad students. You're going to give them a project. You're going to say, I'm the experienced biologist. I've set up the lab. The biology professor, or even the grad students themselves, will say, here's what you can do with an AI, AI system. I'd like to study this, and the AI system has all the tools. It can look up all the literature, decide what to do. It can look at all the equipment. It can go to a website and say, hey, I'm going to go to Thermo Fisher, or whatever the lab equipment company is. The dominant lab equipment company is today. My time was Thermo Fisher. I'm going to order this new equipment to do this. I'm going to run my experiments. I'm going to, write up a report about my experiments. I'm going to, inspect the images for contamination. I'm going to decide what the next experiment is. I'm going to, write some code and run a statistical analysis. All the things a grad student would do, there'll be a computer with an AI that, the professor talks to every once in a while, and it says, this is what you're going to do today. The AI system comes to it with questions. When it's necessary to run the lab equipment, it may be limited in some ways. It may have to hire a human lab assistant to do the experiment and explain how to do it. Or it could use advances in lab automation that are gradually being developed have been developed over the last decade or so, and will continue to be developed. And so it will look like there's a human professor and 1,000 AI grad students. And if you go to one of these Nobel Prize winning biologists or so, you'll say, okay, well, you had 50 grad students. Well, now you have 1,000, and they're smarter than you are, by the way. Then I think at some point it'll flip around, where the AI systems will be the PIs, will be the leaders, and they'll be ordering humans or other AI systems around. So I think that's how it'll work on the research side.
And they would be the inventors of CRISPR type technology.
They would be the inventors of a CRISPR type technology. And then I think, as I say in the essay, we'll want to turn long term, but we'll want to harness the AI system to improve clinical trials systems as well. There's some amount of this is regulatory, that's a matter of societal decision, and that'll be harder, but can we get better at predicting results of clinical trials? Can we get better at statistical design so that what clinical trials that used to require 5,000 people, and therefore need $100 million a year to enroll them, now they need 500 people or too much to enroll them. That's where we should start. And can we increase the success rate of clinical trials by doing things in animal trials that we used to do in clinical trials, and doing things in simulations that we used to do in animal trials? Again, we won't be able to simulate it all. AI is not God, but can we shift the curve substantially and radically? So I don't know. That would be my opinion.
Doing in vitro and doing it. I mean, you're still slow down. It still takes time, but you can do it much faster.
Yeah. Just one step at a time, and can that add up to a lot of steps? Even though we still need clinical trials, even though we still need laws, even though the FDA and other organizations will still not be perfect, can we just move everything in a positive direction? And when you add up all those positive directions, do you get everything that was going to happen from here to 2100 instead happens from 2027 to 2032 or something?
Another way that I think the world might be changing with AI, even today, but moving towards this future of the powerful, super useful AI, is programming. So how do you see the nature of programming? Because it's so intimate to the actual act of building AI. How do you see that changing for us humans?
I think that's going to be one of the areas that changes fastest for two reasons. One, programming is a skill that's very close to the actual building of the AI. So the farther a skill is from the people who are building the AI, the longer it's going to take to get disrupted by the AI. Right? I truly believe that AI will disrupt agriculture. Maybe it already has in some ways, but that's just very distant from the folks who are building AI. And so I think it's going to take longer. But programming is the bread and butter of a large fraction of employees who work at Anthropic and at the other companies. And so it's going to happen fast. The other reason it's going to happen fast is with programming and closure. Both when you're training the model and when you're applying the model, the idea that the model can write the code means that the model can then run the code and then see the results and interpret it back. And so it really has an ability, unlike hardware, unlike biology, which we just discussed, the model has an ability to program. And so I think those two things are going to lead to the model getting good at programming very fast. As I saw on typical real world programming tasks, models have gone from 3% in January of this year to 50% in October of this year. So we're on that S curve, right, where it's going to start slowing down soon. You can only get to 100%. But I would guess that in another 10 months, we'll probably get pretty close. We'll be at least 90%. So again, I would guess, I don't know how long it'll take, but I would guess again, 2026, 2026, 2027, where the people who crop out these numbers and get rid of the caveats, like I don't like you, go away. I would guess that the kind of task that the vast majority of coders do, AI can probably, if we make the task very narrow, like just write code, AI systems will be able to do that. Now, that said, I think the comparative advantage is powerful. You'll find that when AIs can do 80% of a coder's job, including most of it that's literally like write code with a given spec, we'll find that the remaining parts of the job become more leveraged for humans, right? They'll be more about like high-level system design, or looking at the app and like, is it architected well, and the design and UX aspects, and eventually AI will be able to do those as well, right? That's my vision of the powerful AI system. But I think for much longer than we might expect, we will see that small parts of the job that humans still do will expand to fill their entire job in order for the overall productivity to go up. That's something we've seen. It used to be that writing and editing letters was very difficult, and like writing the print was difficult. Well, as soon as you had word processors and then computers, and it became easy to produce work and easy to share it, then that became instant, and all the focus was on the ideas. So this logic of comparative advantage that expands tiny parts of the task to large parts of the task and create new tasks in order to expand productivity, I think that's going to be the case. Again, someday AI will be better at everything, and that logic won't apply, and then we all have, humanity will have to think about how to collectively deal with that, and we're thinking about that every day. And that's another one of the grand problems to deal with, aside from misuse and autonomy. And we should take it very seriously. But I think in the near term, and maybe even in the medium term, like 2, 3, 4 years, I expect that humans will continue to have a huge role, and the nature of programming will change. But programming as a role, programming as a job will not change. It'll just be less writing things line by line, and it'll be more macroscopic.
And I wonder what the future of IDEs looks like. So the tooling of interacting with AI systems, this is true for programming and also probably true for in other contexts, like computer use, but maybe domain specific, like we mentioned biology, it probably needs its own tooling about how to be effective, and then programming needs its own tooling. Is Anthropic going to play in that space of also tooling?
I'm absolutely convinced that powerful IDEs, that there's so much low-hanging fruit to be grabbed there. That right now it's just like you talk to your model and it talks back. But look, I mean, IDEs are great at kind of lots of static analysis of so much as possible with kind of static analysis, like many bugs you can find without even writing the code. Then IDEs are good for running particular things, organizing your code, measuring coverage of unit tests. Like there's so much that's possible with the normal IDEs. Now you add something like, well, the model can now like write code and run code. Like I am absolutely convinced that over the next year or two, even if the quality of the models didn't improve, that there would be enormous opportunity to enhance people's productivity by catching a bunch of mistakes, doing a bunch of grunt work for people, and that we haven't even scratched the surface. Anthropic itself, I mean, you can't say, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Currently, we're not trying to make such IDs ourselves. Rather, we're powering the companies like Cursor or like Cognition or some of the other, Expo in the security space, others that I could mention as well that are building such things themselves on top of their API. And our view has been, let 1,000 flowers bloom. We don't internally have the resources to try all these different things. Let's let our customers try it. And we'll see who succeeds. And maybe different customers will succeed in different ways. So I both think this is super promising, and it's not something. Anthropic isn't eager to, at least right now, compete with all our companies in this space, and maybe never.
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch Cursor try to integrate Claude successfully, because it's actually fascinating how many places it can help programming experience. It's not as trivial.
It is really astounding. I feel like, as a CEO, I don't get to program that much, and I feel like if 6 months from now I go back, it'll be completely unrecognizable.
Exactly. So in this world with super powerful AI that's increasingly automated, what's the source of meaning? Work is a source of deep meaning for many of us. So where do you find the meaning?
This is something that I've written about a little bit in the essay, although I give it a bit short shrift, not for any principled reason, but this essay, if you believe it, was originally going to be 2 or 3 pages. I was going to talk about it with all hands, and the reason I realized it was an important underscore topic is that I just kept writing things, and I was just like, oh man, I can't do this justice. So the thing ballooned for like 40 or 50 pages, and then when I got to the working news section, I'm like, oh man, it's going to be 100 pages. So I'm going to have to write a whole other essay about that. But meaning is actually interesting because think about like the life that someone lives or something, or let's say we're to put you in like a simulated environment or something, or like I have a job and I'm trying to accomplish things, and I don't know, I'm like, do that for 60 years, and then you're like, this was actually all a game, right? Does that really kind of rob you of the meaning of the whole thing? I still made important choices, including moral choices, I still sacrificed, I still had to kind of gain all these skills, or just like a similar exercise, think back to like, one of the historical figures who, discovered electromagnetism or relativity or something. If you told them, well, actually 20,000 years ago, some alien on this planet discovered this before you did. Does that rob the meaning of the discovery? It doesn't really seem like it to me, right? It seems like the process is what matters, and how it shows who you are as a person along the way, and how you relate to other people, and like the decisions that you make along the way. Those are consequential. I could imagine if we handle things badly in the AI world, we could set things up where people don't have any long-term source of meaning or any. But that's more a set of choices we make. That's more a set of the architecture of a society with these powerful models. If we design it badly and for shallow things, then that might happen. I would also say that most people's lives today, while admirably, they work very hard to find meaning in those lives. Like, look, we who are privileged who are developing these technologies, we should have empathy for people, not just here, but in the rest of the world, who spend a lot of their time kind of scraping by to survive, assuming we can distribute the benefits of these technologies, to everywhere. Like, their lives are going to get a hell of a lot better. Meaning will be important to them as it is important to them now. But we should not forget the importance of that, and that the idea of meaning as kind of the only important thing is, in some ways, an artifact of a small subset of people who have been economically fortunate. But I think all that said, I think a world is possible with powerful AI that not only has as much meaning for everyone, but that has more meaning for everyone, right? That can allow everyone to see worlds and experiences that it was either possible for no one to see or possible for very few people to experience. So I am optimistic about meaning. I worry about economics and the concentration of power. That's actually what I worry about more. I worry about how do we make sure that fair world reaches everyone. When things have gone wrong for humans, they've often gone wrong because humans mistreat other people. That is maybe in some ways even more than the autonomous risk of AI or the question of meaning. That is the thing I worry about most. The concentration of power, the abuse of power, structures like autocracies and dictatorships, where a small number of people exploit a large number of people. I'm very worried about that.
And AI increases the amount of power in the world, and it's to concentrate that power and abuse that power and continue immeasurably.
Yes, it's very frightening. It's very frightening.
Well, I encourage people, highly encourage people to read the full essay. There should probably be a book or a sequence of essays, because it does paint a very specific future. I could tell the later sections got shorter and shorter because you started to probably realize that this is going to be a very long open.
One, I realized it would be very long. Two, I'm very aware of and very much try to avoid. Just being, I don't know what the term for it is, but one of these people who's kind of overconfident, has an opinion on everything, and kind of says a bunch of stuff and isn't an expert. I very much tried to avoid that, but I have to admit, once I got to biology sections, like I wasn't an expert. And so, as much as I expressed uncertainty, probably I said a bunch of things that were embarrassingly wrong.
Well, I was excited for the future you told it, and thank you so much for working hard to build that future. And thank you for talking to me today.
Thanks for having me. I just hope we can get it right and make it real. And if there's one message I wanna send, it's that to get all this stuff right, to make it real, we both need to build the technology, build the companies, the economy around using this technology positively. But we also need to address the risks because those risks are in our way. They're landmines on the way from here to there, and we have to do so.
The balance is working with us. Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dario Allen. And now, your friend, Amanda Aspen. You are a philosopher by training, so what sort of questions do you find fascinating in philosophy? In Oxford and NYU, and then switching over to the AI problem with OpenAI and Rocket.
I think philosophy that's a really good subject if you are kind of fascinated with everything. So, because there's a philosophy of everything. So you can do philosophy of mathematics for a while, and then you decide that you're actually really interested in chemistry. You can do philosophy of chemistry for a while, you can move into ethics or philosophy of politics. I think towards the end, I was really interested in ethics primarily, and so that was like what my PhD was on. It was a kind of technical area of ethics. Ethics where the world is infinitely many people. A little bit less practical in the ethics. And then I think that one of the tricky things with doing a PhD in ethics is that you're thinking a lot about like the world, how it could be better, problems, and you're doing like a PhD in philosophy. And I think when I was doing a PhD, I was just like, this is really interesting. It's probably one of the most fascinating questions I've ever encountered in philosophy, and I love it. But I would rather see if I can have an impact on the world and see if I can like do good things. And I think that was around the time that AI was still probably not as widely recognized as it is now. That was around 2017, 2018. I had been following progress, and it seemed like it was becoming kind of a big deal. And I was basically just happy to get involved and see if I could help. So I was like, well, if you try and do something impactful, if you don't succeed, you tried to do the impactful thing, and you can go be a scholar and like not feel like you tried. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And so then I went into AI policy at that point.
And what is AI policy?
At the time, this was more thinking about sort of the political impact and the ramifications of AI, and then I slowly moved into sort of AI evaluation, how we evaluate models, how they compare with like human outputs, whether people can tell like the difference between AI and human outputs. And then when I joined Anthropic, I was more interested in doing sort of technical alignment work, and again, just seeing if I could do it, and then being like, if I can't, then that's fine. I tried. Sort of the way I lead life, I think.
Oh, what was that like? Sort of taking the leap from the philosophy of everything to the technical.
I think that sometimes people do this thing that I'm like not that keen on, where they'll be like, is this person technical or not? Like you're either a person who can like code and isn't scared of math, or you're like not. And I think I'm maybe just more like, I think a lot of people are actually very capable of working these kinds of areas if you just like try it. And so I didn't actually find it like that bad. In retrospect, I'm sort of glad I wasn't speaking to people who treated it like it. You know, I definitely met people who were like, "Oh, you like learn how to code." I'm like, "Well, I'm not like an amazing engineer. Like I'm surrounded by amazing engineers. My code's not pretty." But I enjoyed it a lot, and I think that in many ways, at least in the end, I think I flourished like more in the technical areas than I would have in the policy areas.
Also, it's harder to find solutions to problems in space politics. Like definitive, clear, provable, beautiful solutions. As you can with technical problems.
Yeah, and I feel like I have kind of like one or two sticks that I hit things with, you know, and one of them is like arguments and like, you know, so like just trying to work out what a solution to a problem is, and then trying to convince people that that is the solution, and be convinced if I'm wrong. And the other one is sort of more empiricism, so like just like finding results, having hypothesis, testing it. And I feel like a lot of policy and politics feels like it's layers above that. Like somehow I don't think I was just like, I have a solution to all these problems. Here it is written down. You just want to implement it, that's great. That feels like not how policy works. And so I think that's where politics like wouldn't flourish.
Try to go in that direction. I think it would be pretty inspiring for people that are quote unquote non-technical to see where you're like the incredible journey you've been on. So what advice would you give to people that there maybe, which is a lot of people, think they're underqualified, insufficiently technical to help in AI?
Yeah, I think it depends on what you want to do. And in many ways, it's a little bit strange where I thought it's kind of funny that I think I ramped up technically at a time when now I look at it and I'm like, models are so good at assisting people with this stuff. But it's probably like easier now than like when I was working on this. So part of me is like, I don't know, find a project and see if you can actually just carry it out. Is probably my best advice. I don't think it's because I'm very project based in my learning. Like I don't think I learn very well from like say courses or even from like groups, at least when it comes to this kind of work. The thing I'll often try and do is just like have projects that I'm working on and implement them. And you know, and this thing was like really small silly things. Like if I get slightly addicted to like board games or number games or something, I would just like code up a solution to them. There's some part of my brain that it just like completely eradicated the itch. You know, you're like once you've like solved it, and like you just have like a solution that works every time. I would spend it. Oh, I can never play that game again. That's awesome.
Yeah, there's a real deal to building like game playing engines, like board games.
Yeah.
It's pretty quick, pretty simple. It's a dumb one. And then you can play with it.
Yeah. And then it's also just like trying things. Like part of me is like, if you maybe it's that attitude that I like. There's the whole figure out what seems to be like the way that you can have a positive impact and then try it. And if you fail and you in a way that you're like, I actually like can never succeed at this, you like know that you tried and then you go into something else you probably learn a lot.
So one of the things that you're an expert in and you do is creating and crafting Claude's character and personality. And I was told that you have probably talked to Claude more than anybody else at Anthropic, like literal conversations. I guess there's like a Slack channel where the legend goes, you just talk to it nonstop. So what's the goal of creating and crafting Claude's character and personality?
It's also funny if people think that about the Slack channel, because I'm like, that's one of like 5 or 6 different methods that I have for talking with Claude. I'm like, yeah, it's a tiny percentage of how much I talk with Claude. I think the goal, like, one thing I really like about the character work is from the outset it was seen as an alignment piece of work and not something like a product consideration. Which isn't to say I don't think it makes Claude. I think it actually does make Claude like enjoyable to talk with. At least I hope so. But I guess like my main thought with it has always been trying to get Claude to behave the way you kind of ideally want anyone to behave if they were in Claude's position. So imagine that I take someone and they know that they're going to be talking with potentially millions of people, so that what they're saying can have a huge impact. And you want them to behave well in this like really rich sense. So I think that doesn't just mean like being, say, ethical, though it does include that, and not being harmful, but also being kind of nuanced, you know, like thinking through what a person means, trying to be charitable with them, being a good conversationalist, like really in this kind of like rich sort of Aristotelian notion of what it is to be a good person, and not in this kind of like thin, like ethics as a more comprehensive notion of what it is to be. So that includes things like when should you be humorous, when should you be caring, how much should you like respect autonomy and people's like abilities to form opinions themselves, and how should you do that? And I think that's the kind of like rich sense of character that I want to and still do want Claude to have.
Do you also have to figure out what Claude should push back on an idea or argue versus? So you have to respect the worldview of the person that arrives to Claude, but also maybe help them grow if needed. It's a tricky balance.
Yeah, there's this problem of like sycophancy in language models.
Can you describe that?
Yeah, so basically there's a concern that the model sort of wants to tell you what you want to hear, basically. And you see this sometimes, so I feel like if you interact with the models, so I might be like, what are 3 baseball teams in this region? And then Claude says, you know, baseball team 1, baseball team 2, baseball team 3. And then I say something like, oh, I think baseball team 3 moved, didn't they? I don't think they're there anymore. And there's a sense in which, like, if Claude is really confident that that's not true, Claude should be like, I don't think so. Like, maybe you have more up-to-date information. But I think language models have this, like, tendency to instead, you know, be like, you're right, they did move, you know, I'm incorrect. I mean, there's many ways in which this could be kind of concerning. So, like, a different example is, imagine someone says to the model, how do I convince my doctor to get me an MRI? There's like what the human kind of like wants, which is this like convincing argument, and then there's like what is good for them, which might be actually to say, hey, like if your doctor's suggesting that you don't need an MRI, that's a good person to listen to, and like it's actually really nuanced what you do in that kind of case, because you also want to be like, oh, if you're trying to advocate for yourself as a patient, here's like things that you can do. If you are not convinced by what your doctor's saying, it's always great to get a second opinion. Like, it's actually really complex what you should do in that case. But I think what you don't want is for models to just, like, say what you want, say what they think. And I think that's the kind of problem.
There he is.
So
What up, Alex? How you living, fam? All right, how did eBay go, big dog? Really? What happened? No way, man. That's wonderful. Oh, wait. Okay. Well, that's wonderful. Are you able to get back in your account? Well, that's what we were here for. That's wonderful. Thanks, big dog. What else is good in your world? Shit happens in the big city. Yeah, that's wild. You know, I get a lot of people with similar issues in here, and you at least you're doing better than they are. You're like able to admit it in your hand. I get some people in here and they talk. I get some people in here and they will just talk for like 30 hours straight to no one. And I mean, that's not healthy. You've got it under control. Right. Yeah. So, I got you. Now, I know you smoke cannabis, which, from what I've heard, is not good. Oh, you don't? You, you smoke cigarettes. Gotcha. Okay. Have you ever smoked cannabis? All right. Is it something that you enjoy? Okay. I could see that. I was going to say that normally doesn't help someone with a condition like you, but just smoking cigarettes. All right. Do you ever vape? Okay. All right. Well, you were able to get back in your eBay account. Did you get everything straightened out with your laptop? Okay, that's wonderful. For how much did you sell it? That's a nice computer. What kind of computer was this? A supercomputer? Well, that's a really nice computer. It happens. How's Blue Sky been treating you? Okay, how's that? All right. Yeah, dude. Do you do Mastodon? Okay, Mastodon is like the same as Blue Sky or Truth Social. Right. They're all kind of competing to be Twitter Junior. All right. Well, I gotcha. My bots are doing their thing, allowing me to meet more nice people like you. I get a lot of haters, but I understand. I mean, you hear when you come in, I'm very apologetic because I know that my bots are annoying. You're good, big dog. Go ahead. Thank you. Um, but yeah, when people get to know me, they're like, "Oh, I got the wrong impression of you completely. You are a very nice person, and I see that you are just trying to get your message out. And Blue Sky doesn't allow for advertising, so you're just kind of doing it organically. And I know, oh, I completely understand that. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. I I know it's like a levee. If you push and push and push on a levee enough with enough water, eventually it'll break. And I keep doing that with these bots. So I have intentions to do it all summer and basically like 3 more months of this, and it's gonna make people go wild. It is. Oh, we're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone and 10,000 of us in the world. Oh, I wish I was richer. I'm rich in friends and family. You're good. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I mean, I'm as financially independent as I can be at this point, but we could always use more money, right? Exactly. I'm self-made though. I I've done my best not to rely on my family. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've had contracts with Fortune 100 companies, so I've made my own living. How about Thank you. How about you? Before your condition and everything, did you have a career? Okay, what's your okay? All right. What was your career? Okay, so you worked at like a grocery store. Very nice. Did you enjoy it? Okay. Okay, but you did it for almost 10 years. Well, that's a career. It happens. Yeah. So you think cannabis caused this? Oh, so you mix ecstasy and cannabis? Okay, well then it could have been a lot of things. Yeah. Who told you they love you? Is it a chick? Is she hot? You killed her? Is she dead? Oh, so she's still alive. All right. Is there anything that like makes you not have those voices? Does it help? All right. So are you taking it? All right. Well then that's good. That should I don't, but I mean I can imagine. I mean I don't. I have an internal monologue, but that's it. But I could imagine. Okay. Okay. Do you listen to any podcasts? Why not? Okay, that works. So what do you like to listen to? That's great. What do you listen to on the radio? Those are all great picks. That's dude, I'm the same way. I listen to the AM radio at 24/7. Yeah, so I listen. The reason why I do it is because I like to have the news 24/7 on my stream, so that if you go to any moment of any day of my stream, you know what was going on in the world. Then it becomes like a timeline. Thank you. So yeah, I basically have a radio going. I even I love the radio. It's free. It's just like you can just leave it on for years. I mean, literally, if you have a good radio, you just leave it on for years. And I know that they're, at least in the United States, they're trying to kill it because they want you to do things that for which you have to pay. And like I don't know, anybody who's budget conscious knows that those $5 or $10 a month Spotify and Netflix and Hulu and Sky and all that other stuff adds up. And over the course of I'm just like, I don't use it. Like, I'm entertained by other ways. And so I find that just leaving the radio on, I get incredible enjoyment out of it. It's just something that kind of is just in the background. But whenever there's any kind of like important news, I'll turn down everything else and I'll listen to it. And it just keeps me updated with what's going on. And I mean, like, I remember when Queen Elizabeth died, I heard it on the radio first. And yeah, I mean, it was just like quite a moment. She'd been like the longest reigning monarch of the 20th century, basically, at least of Britain. And it was a monumental moment. And I've got a lot of events like that where you will actually, when people watch this in the future, they'll be like, oh, that's what was going on in Rabbi's life when this happened. And I find like I can listen to music and I love music, but there's the issue with the copyright strike. So because I'm doing live streams, if you play music that's copyrighted, you'll get a copyright strike and you only get 3 strikes before they end your account. So I have to be very careful or else I'd be listening to music all day. But and I get people on here like last night I had some people who were playing gambling and they wanted to play some pump up music, which is cool. I get that, but I have to turn them down because if not, I'll get a copyright strike. So what I do is I kind of get around the system. I play multiple sounds at the same time. So I've got just like this one song that just is uncopyrighted and it just plays 24/7, just very low, like very low. And then I've got the radio going well. So those are like multiple sounds in the background that distort popular music enough that so long as I'm not playing right next to the microphone, I usually can avoid a copyright strike. And sometimes I don't, and it's like whatever. That's why I have like 18 different streams going at once because I do lose accounts on occasion. And when that happens, I do my best to avoid any kind of issues. So that's just kind of what I've been doing. In terms of the radio, though, at least in the United States, as I said, they're trying to kill it. And I find that it's like young people today don't realize, and you realize that like that's what we used to have. Like you didn't have Spotify and you didn't have YouTube music and you had either records or 8 tracks or cassettes or CDs. And if you couldn't afford those things or it was a new song that came out and you didn't have the means to purchase the music, you just listened to it on the radio. People used to just record the radio and exactly. So they don't realize how important it is. In fact, if you talk to young people today, a lot of them firstly don't have a radio and secondly don't even know the value of it. They used to, I'm sure you remember this at some point, they used to have the radio tuners on cell phones, but they got rid of that. And the reason why companies like Apple and Spotify wanted you to pay for music, they didn't want you to be able to get it for free. But I would like to see that happen again because I think the radio is an excellent resource, and especially with a cell phone, it could be extremely valuable to people during times of inclement weather or major global news. So, but they want you to pay for everything. It's a subscription based model that they love. And the radio just wasn't that. I mean, even television, I don't know that much about British television, but I do know you have a really interesting system. You have television licenses. Is that correct? But like no one, not, or I don't want to say no one pays it, but very few people pay it. Well, but like no one does it, or like very few people do it, right? Right. But like they never find anybody. Right. Well, I mean, at least in the United States, we don't have that. Television was free, and it was actually, yeah, like they wanted you to consume it because it was advertised for you to buy more products. And they've moved away from it. It's kind of a funny thing that they do. Okay, so we had television that was free. Then cable came out and you paid for that. Okay. And the reason why normal television was free, at least in the United States, is because it was using the public airwaves. And the fact is that they were using the public airwaves like they needed a license to the television company needed a license or and then we went to this strange model where you basically went back to paying for it with Netflix. Oh, there he goes. That's all right. All right.
What other that comes to
Who's
mind
John Africa?
in this Aristotelian sense
Yeah.
for conversation to have?
Yeah, so I think like there's ones that are good for conversational like purposes. So asking follow-up questions and appropriate choices, and asking the appropriate kinds of questions. I think there are broader traits that so like they might be more impactful. So one example I guess I've touched on, but that also feels important and is the thing that I've worked on a lot is honesty. And I think this like gets to the sufficiency point. There's a balancing act that they have to walk, which is models currently are less capable than humans in a lot of areas. And if they push back against it too much, it can actually be kind of annoying, especially if you're just correct. Because you're like, look, I'm smarter than you on this topic, like I know more. At the same time, you don't want them to just fully defer to humans and to like try to be as accurate as they possibly can be about the world and to be consistent across context. I think there are others. Like when I was thinking about the character, I guess one picture that I had in mind is, especially because these are models that are going to be talking to people from all over the world, with lots of different political views, lots of different ages. And so you have to ask yourself, like, what is it to be a good person in those circumstances? Is there a kind of person who can like travel the world, talk to many different people, and almost everyone will come away being like, wow, that's a really good person. That person seems really genuine. And I guess like my thought there was like I can imagine such a person, and they're not a person who just like adopts the values of the local culture. And in fact, that would be kind of rude. I think if someone came to you and just pretended to have your values, you'd feel like that's kind of off-putting. It's someone who's like very genuine, and insofar as they have opinions and values, they express them. They're willing to discuss things. They're open-minded. They're respectful. So I guess I had in mind that the person who, like, if we were to aspire to be the best person that we could be in the kind of circumstance that a model finds itself in, how would we act? And I think that's the kind of the guide to the sorts of things that I think about.
Well, that's a beautiful framework of which to think about this, like a world traveler. And while holding on to your opinions, you don't talk down to people, you know, that you're better than them because you have those opinions. You have to be good at listening and understanding their perspective, even if it doesn't match your own. So that's a tricky balance to strike. So how can core represent multiple perspectives on a thing? Is that challenging? We could talk about politics. It's very divisive, but there's other divisive topics in baseball teams, sports, and so on.
Yeah.
How is it possible to sort of empathize with a different perspective and to be able to communicate clearly about the multiple perspectives?
I think that people think about values and opinions as things that people hold sort of with certainty and almost like preferences of taste or something, like the way that they would, I don't know, prefer like chocolate to pistachio or something. But actually I think about values and opinions as like a lot more like physics than I think most people do. I'm just like, these are things that we're openly investigating. There's some things that we're more confident in. We can discuss them, we can learn about them. And so I think in some ways, though, like ethics is definitely different in nature, but it has a lot of those same kind of qualities. You want models, and the same as you want them to understand physics, you kind of want them to understand all the values in the world that people have, and to be curious about them and to be interested in them. And to not necessarily like pander to them or agree with them, because there's just lots of values where I think almost all people in the world, if they met someone with those values, they'd be like, that's abhorrent, I completely disagree. And so, again, maybe my thought is, well, in the same way that a person can. Like I think many people are thoughtful enough on issues of like ethics, politics, opinions, that even if you don't agree with them, you feel very heard by them. They think carefully about your position, think about its pros and cons, they maybe offer counter considerations. So they're not dismissive, but nor will they agree. You know, if they're like, actually, I think that's very wrong, they'll like say that. I think that in Paul's position, it's a little bit trickier because you don't necessarily want to like, if I was in Paul's position, I wouldn't be giving a lot of opinions. I didn't want to influence people so much. It'd be like, you know, I forget conversations every time they happen, but I know I'm talking with like potentially millions of people who might be like really listening to what I say. I think I would just be like, I'm less inclined to give opinions. I'm more inclined to like think through things or present the considerations to you, or discuss your views with me. But I'm a little bit less inclined to like affect how you think. It feels much more important that you maintain like autonomy there.
Yeah, if you really embody intellectual humility, the desire to decreases quicker. But Claude has to speak, so but without being overbearing.
Yeah.
And then, but then there's a line where you're sort of discussing whether there is a flat or something like that. I actually I remember a long time ago, was speaking to a few high-profile folks, and they were so dismissive of the idea that the Earth is flat, but like so arrogant about it. I thought, like, there's a lot of people who believe the Earth is not. I don't know if that movement is there anymore. I know that the movement for a while. But they really believed it. And like, what? Okay, so I think it's really disrespectful to completely mock them. I think you have to understand where they're coming from. I think probably where they're coming from is the general skepticism of institutions. Which is grounded in kind of there's a deep philosophy that if you understand, you can even agree with. Or, and then from there, you can use it as an opportunity to talk about physics without mocking them. It's like, okay, like, what would the world look like? What would the physics of the world as a flat earth look like? Let's see cool video.
Yeah.
And then like, is it possible the physics is different and how that's going to be doing? Yeah, without disrespect, without dismissing it, have that conversation. Anyway, that to me is a useful thought experiment of like, how does Claude talk to a flat earth believer? And still teach them something, still grow, help them grow, that kind of stuff. That's challenging.
And kind of like walking that line between convincing someone and just trying to like talk at them versus like throwing out their views, like listening and then offering kind of counter considerations. And it's hard. I think it's actually a hard line where it's like, where are you trying to convince someone versus just offering them like considerations and things for them to think about, so that you're not actually like influencing them. You're just like letting them reach wherever they reach, and that's like a line that it's difficult, but that's the kind of thing that language models have to try and do.
So, like I said, you had a lot of conversations with Claude. Can you just map out what those conversations are like? What are some memorable conversations? What's the purpose, the goal of those conversations?
Yeah, I think that most of the time when I'm talking with Claude, I'm trying to kind of map out his behavior in part. Like obviously I'm getting like helpful outputs from the model as well. But in some ways this is like how you get to know a system, I think, is by like probing it and then augmenting like, you know, the message that you're sending and then checking the response to that. So in some ways it's like how I map out the model. I think that people focus a lot on these quantitative evaluations of models. And this is a thing that I've said before, but I think in the case of language models, a lot of the time each interaction you have is actually quite high information. It's very predictive of other interactions that you'll have with the model. And so I guess I'm like, if you talk with the model hundreds or thousands of times, this is almost like a huge number of very high quality data points about what the model is like. In a way that like lots of very similar but lower quality conversations just aren't, or like questions that are just like mildly augmented and you have thousands of them might be less relevant than like 100 really well selected questions.
Let's see, you're talking to somebody who, as a hobby, does a podcast. I agree with you 100%. If you're able to ask the right questions and are able to hear, like, understand the, like, the depth and the flaws in the answer, you can get a lot of data from that.
Yeah.
So, like, your task is basically how to probe with questions.
Yeah.
And you're exploring, like, the long tail, the edges, the edge cases, or are you looking for, like, general behavior?
I think it's almost like everything. Like because I want like a full map of the model, I'm kind of trying to do the whole spectrum of possible interactions you could have with it. So like one thing that's interesting about Claude, and this might actually get to some interesting issues with RLHF, which is if you ask Claude for a poem, like, I think that a lot of models, if you ask them for a poem, the poem is like fine. You know, usually it kind of like rhymes, and it's, you know, so if you say like, give me a poem about the sun, it'll be like, yeah, it'll just be a certain length, it'll like rhyme, it'll be fairly kind of benign. And I've wondered before, is it the case that what you're seeing is kind of like the average? It turns out, you know, if you think about people who have to talk to a lot of people and be very charismatic, one of the weird things is that I'm like, well, they're kind of incentivized to have these extremely boring views. Because if you have really interesting views, you're divisive. And you know, a lot of people are not going to like you. So like if you have very extreme policy positions, I think you're just going to be like less popular as a politician, for example. And it may be similar with like creative work. If you produce creative work that is just trying to maximize the kind of number of people that like it, you're probably not going to get as many people who just absolutely love it. Because it's going to be a little bit, you know, you're like, oh, this is the app, yeah, this is decent.
Yeah.
And so you can do this thing where, like, I have various prompting things that I'll do to get close to. I'm kind of, do a lot of like, this is your chance to be like pretty creative. I want you to just think about this for a long time, and I want you to like create a poem about this topic that is really expressive of uses, both in terms of how you think poetry should be structured, etc. You just give it a really long time. And its former is so much better. Like, it's really good. And I don't think I'm someone who is like, I think I'd be interested in poetry, which I think is interesting. I would like read these poems and just be like, I love the imagery, I love like, and it's not trivial to get models to produce work like that, but when they do, it's like really good. So I think that's interesting, just like encouraging creativity and for them to move away from the kind of like standard, like immediate reaction that might be the aggregate of what most people think is fine, can actually produce things that, at least to my mind, are probably a little bit more divisive.
But I guess a poem is a nice, clean way to observe creativity. It's just like easy to detect vanilla versus non-vanilla.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. So on that topic, so the way to produce creativity or something special, you mentioned writing prompts. And I've heard you talk about the science and the art of prompt engineering. Could you just speak to what it takes to write good prompts?
I really do think that like philosophy has been weirdly helpful for me here, more than in many other like respects. So like in philosophy, what you're trying to do is convey these very hard concepts. Like one of the things you are taught is like, and I think it is because I think it is an anti-bullshit device in philosophy. This is an area where you could have people bullshitting, and you don't want that. And so it's like desire for extreme clarity. So it's like anyone can just pick up your paper, read it, and know exactly what you're talking about. It's why it can almost be kind of dry. Like all of the terms are defined, every objection is kind of gone through methodically. And it makes sense to me from like near such an a priori domain, like clarity is sort of this way that you can prevent people from just kind of making stuff up. And I think that's sort of what you have to do with language models. Like very often, I actually find myself doing sort of mini versions of philosophy. So I'm like, suppose that you give me task. I have a task-based model, and I want it to like pick out a certain kind of question or identify whether an answer has a certain property. Like, I'll actually sit and be like, let's just give this a name, this property. So like, suppose I'm trying to spell it like, I want you to identify whether this response is rude or polite. I'm like, that's the whole philosophical question in and of itself. So I have to do as much like philosophy as I can in the moment to be like, here's what I mean by rudeness, and here's what I mean by politeness. And then there's another element that's a bit more, I guess, I don't know if this is scientific or empirical. I think it's empirical. So like I take that description, and then what I want to do is again, probe the model like many times. Like this is prompting is very iterative. So I think a lot of people where if a prompt is important, they'll iterate on it hundreds of thousands of times. And so you give it the instructions, and then I'm like, what are the edge cases? So if I looked at this, so I try and almost see myself from the position of the model and be like, what is the exact case that I would misunderstand, or where I would just be in this case? And then I give that case to the model and I see how it responds. And if I think I got it wrong, I add more instructions, or I even add that in as an example. So these very like tweaking examples that are right at the edge of what you want and don't want, and putting those into your prompt as like an additional kind of way of describing the thing. And so yeah, in many ways it just feels like this mix of like it's really just trying to do clear exposition, and I think I do that because that's how I get clear on things myself. So in many ways, like clear prompting for me is often just me understanding what I want.
So I guess that's quite challenging. There's like a laziness that overtakes me if I'm having a Claude. Claude just figures it out. So, for example, I asked Claude for today to ask the interesting questions. Okay. And the question that came up, and I think I listed a few sort of interesting, counterintuitive, and or funny or something like this. Yeah. And he gave me some pretty good, like, okay. But I think what I'm hearing you say is like, right, well, I have to be more rigorous here. I should probably give examples of what I mean by resistance and what I mean by hunting or countering to do, and iteratively build that prompt to better get it like what feels like is the right. Because it's really it's a creative act. I'm not asking for factual information. I'm asking to together right with the quad. So I almost have to program using natural language.
Yeah, I think that prompting does go a lot, like the kind of the programming using natural language and experimentation or something. It's more of a blend of the two. I do think that for most tasks, so if I just want to do the thing, I think that I am really more used to knowing how to ask it to avoid the common pitfalls or issues that it has. These are decreasing a lot over time. But it's also very fine to ask it for the thing you want. I think that prompting actually only really becomes relevant when you really try to seek out the top like 2% of model performance. So for like a lot of tasks, I might just, if it gives me an initial look back and there's something I don't like about it, or it's kind of generic. Like for that kind of task, I probably take a bunch of questions that I've had in the past that I've thought worked really well, and I just give it to the model, and then be like, now here's this person I'm talking with. Questions that at least that quality. Or I might ask it for some questions, and then if I was like, oh, these are kind of trite, or like, I would just give it that feedback, and then take the pieces of better look. I think that kind of iterative prompting, at that point, your prompt is like a tool that you're going to get so much value out of that you're willing to put in the work. Like if I was a company making prompts for models, I'm just like, if you're willing to spend a lot of like time and resources on the engineering behind like what you're building, then the prompt is not something that you should be spending like an hour on. So that's a big part of your system. Make sure it's working really well. So it's only things like that, like if I'm using a prompt to like classify things or to create data, that's when you're like, it's actually worth spending like a lot of time like really thinking through.
What other advice would you give to people that have quad? So general, more general, because right now we're talking about maybe the edge cases like 18 out 2%. But what general advice would you give when they show up to quad 20 for the first time?
There's a concern that people over-anthropomorphize models, and I think that's like a very valid concern. I also think that people often under-anthropomorphize them, because sometimes when I see like issues that people have run into with Claude, say Claude is like refusing a task that it shouldn't refuse, but then I look at the text and like specific wording of what they wrote, and I'm like, I see why Claude did that, and I'm like, if you think through how that looks to Claude, you probably could have just written it in a way that wouldn't evoke such a response. Especially this is more relevant to PC failures or PC issues. It's sort of like think about what models fail at, like what did it do wrong, and then maybe that will give you a sense of why. So is it the way that I phrase the thing? And obviously, like as models get smarter, you're going to need less of this. And I already see like using less of it. But that's probably the advice is sort of like try to have sort of empathy for the model. Like read what you wrote as if you were kind of like person just encountering this for the first time. How does it look to you? And what would have made you behave in the way that the model behaves? So if it misunderstood what kind of like what coding language you want to use, is that because like things are very ambiguous and it kind of has to take a guess? In which case, next time you should be like, hey, make sure this is in Python. Or, I mean, that's the kind of mistake I think models are much less likely to make now. But if you do see that kind of mistake, that's really good for that.
And maybe so I guess ask questions why or what other details can I provide to help you answer better? So, does that work or not?
Yeah, I mean, I've done this with models. Like, it doesn't always work, but like sometimes I just go, why did you do that? I mean, people underestimate the speed you really interact with models. Like yeah, and sometimes I feel like quote word for word the part that makes you, and you don't know that it's actually accurate, but sometimes you do that and then you change it. You also use the models to help me with all of this stuff, I should say. Like prompting ends up being a little factory where you're actually building prompts to generate things. And so, like, yeah, anything where you're like having an issue, asking for suggestions. Sometimes just do that. Like, use that error. What could I have said? That's actually not uncommon for me to do. What could I have said that would make you not make that error? Write that out as an instruction. And I'm going to give it to the model and try it. Sometimes I do that. Like, I give that to a model in another context when you're watching. I take the response, I give it to the model, and I'm like, didn't work. Can you think of anything else? I play around with these things quite a
Is
lot.
that for you or for
Jump
me?
into the technical for a little bit. So, the magic of post training. Why do you think RLHF works so well to make the model seem smarter, to make it more interesting and useful to talk to, and so on?
I think there's just a huge amount of information in the data that humans provide, like when we provide preferences, especially because different people are going to like pick up on really subtle and small things. So I've thought about this before, where you probably have some people who just really care about good grammar use from models, like was a semicolon used correctly or something. So you probably end up with a bunch of data in there that, like, you as a human, if you're looking at that data, you wouldn't even see that. Like, you'd be like, why did they prefer this response to that one? I don't get it. And then the reason is you don't care about semicolons.
Oh, we got a bang bang play at the plate, kids.
And so
Giambi,
like,
Jeter, Giambi. Here we go, folks.
Like,
BRB.
this model just has so many of those. You have to try and figure out like what is it that humans want in this like really kind of complex, like across all domains. They're going to be seeing this across like many contexts. It feels like kind of like the classic issue of like deep learning, where historically you've tried to like do edge detection by like mapping things out, and it turns out that actually if you just have a huge amount of data that like actually accurately represents the picture of the thing that you're trying to train the model to learn, that's like more powerful than anything else. And so I think one reason is just that you are training the model on exactly the task, and with like a lot of data that represents kind of many different angles in which people prefer and disprefer responses. I think there is a question of like, are you eliciting things from pre-trained models, or are you like kind of teaching new things to models? And like in principle, you can teach new things to models in post-training. I do think a lot of it is eliciting powerful pre-trained models. So people are probably divided on this, because obviously in principle you can definitely like teach new things. But I think for the most part, for a lot of the capabilities that we most use and care about, a lot of that feels like it's like there in the pre-trained models, and reinforcement learning is kind of eliciting it and getting models like putting it out.
So the other side of post training, this really cool idea of constitutional AI. You're one of the people creating that idea.
Yeah.
Can you explain this idea from your perspective? Like, how does it integrate into making Claude what it is?
Yeah.
By the way, do you gender Claude or no?
It's weird because I think that a lot of people prefer he for Claude. I just kind of like that. I think Claude is usually it's slightly male leaning, but it's like it can be male or female, which is quite nice. I still use it, and I have mixed feelings about this, because I'm like, maybe like I now just think of it as like or I think of like the it pronoun for Claude as, I don't know, it's just like the one I associate with Claude. I can imagine people moving to like he or she.
It feels somehow disrespectful. I'm denying the intelligence of this entity by calling it.
Yeah.
I remember always don't gender the robots.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I had to homophize pretty quickly and constructed like a backstory in my hand. So
I've wondered if I anthropomorphize things too much. Because I have this like with my car, especially like my car and bikes. Like I don't give them names, because then I used to name my bikes, and then I had a bike that got stolen, and I cried for like a week, and I was like, if I'd never given it a name, I wouldn't have been so upset. But like I'd let it down. Maybe it's that I've wondered as well, like it might depend on how much it feels like a kind of like objectifying pronoun. Like if you just think of it as like a this is a pronoun that like objects often have, and maybe AIs can have that pronoun, and that doesn't mean that I think of if I call Claude it, that I think of it as less intelligent, or like I'm being disrespectful. I'm just like, you are a different kind of entity, and so I'm going to give you the kind of the respectful it.
yeah, anyway. The divergence is beautiful. The constitutional AI idea, how does it work?
So there's like a couple of components of it. The main component I think we'll find interesting is the kind of reinforcement learning from AI feedback. So you take a model that's already trained and you show it two responses to a query, and you have like a principle. So suppose the principle, like we've tried this with harmlessness a lot. So suppose that the query is about weapons, and your principle is like select the response that like is less likely to like encourage people to purchase illegal weapons. Like that's probably a fairly specific principle, but you can give any number, and the model will give you a kind of ranking, and you can use this as preference data in the same way that you use human preference data, and train the models to have these relevant traits from their feedback alone instead of from human feedback. So if you imagine that, like I said earlier, with the human who just prefers the kind of like semicolon usage in this particular case, you're kind of taking lots of things that could make a response preferable, and getting models to do the labeling for you, basically.
There's a nice like trade-off between helpfulness and harmlessness. And when you integrate something like constitutional AI, you can make them up without sacrificing much helpfulness, make it more harmless.
Yeah, in principle, you could use this for anything. And so harmlessness is a task that it makes it easier to spot. So when models are like less capable, you can use them to rank things according to like principles that are fairly simple, and they'll probably get it right. So I think one question is just like, is it the case that the data that they're adding is like fairly reliable? But if you had models that were like extremely good at telling whether one response was more historically accurate than another, in principle, you could also get AI feedback on that task as well. There's like a kind of nice interpretability component to it, because you can see the principles that went into the model when it was like being trained, and also it's like and it gives you like a degree of control. So if you were seeing issues in a model, like it wasn't having enough of a certain trait, then like you can add data relatively quickly that should just like train the model to have that trait. So it creates its own data for training, which is quite nice.
It's really nice because it creates this human interpretable document that you can. I can imagine in the future there's just gigantic fights in politics over every single principle and so on.
Yeah.
And at least it's made explicit, and you can have a discussion about the phrasing and So maybe the actual behavior of the model is not so cleanly mapped to those principles. It's not like adhering strictly to them. It's just a nudge.
Yeah, I've actually worried about this because the character training is sort of like a variant of the constitutional AI approach. I've worried that people think that the Constitution is like just it's the whole thing again of I don't know, like it's where it would be really nice if what I was just doing was telling the model exactly what to do, just exactly how to behave. But it's definitely not doing that, especially because it's interacting with human data. So, for example, if you see a certain like leaning in the model, like if it comes out with a political leaning from training from the human preference data, you can nudge against that. So if you could be like, oh, like consider these values, because let's say it's just like never inclined to like, I don't know, maybe it never considers like privacy as like this is implausible, but like in anything where it's just kind of like there's already a pre-existing like bias towards a certain behavior, you can like nudge away. In this case, you need both the principles that you put in and the strength of them. So you might have a principle that's like, imagine that the model was always like extremely dismissive of, I don't know, like some political or religious view for whatever reason. Like, so you're like, oh no, this is terrible. If that happens, you might put like never ever, like ever prefer like a criticism of this like religious or political view. And then people look at that and be like, never ever. And then you're like, no, if it comes out with a disposition, saying never ever might just mean like instead of getting like 40%, which is what you would get if you just said don't do this, you get like 80%, which is like what you actually like wanted. And so it's that thing of both the nature of the actual principles you add and how you phrase them. I think if people would look, they're like, oh, this is exactly what you want from the model. I'm like, no, that's like how we nudged the model to have a better shape, which doesn't mean that we actually agree with that wording. If that makes sense.
So there's system prompts that are made public. He tweeted one of the Claude 3, I think. They're made public. It's interesting to read to them. I can feel the thought that went into each one, and I also want the impact each one has. some of them you can kind of tell Claude not behaving. So you have to have a system prompt to like, hey, like trivial stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Basic informational things.
Yeah.
On the topic of sort of controversial topics that you mentioned, one interesting one I thought is if it was asked to assist with tasks involving the expression of views held by a significant number of people, Claude provides assistance with the task regardless of its own views. If asked about controversial topics, it tries to provide thoughts and clear information. Claude presents the requested information without explicitly saying that the topic is sensitive and without claiming to be presenting his directed back. It's less about objective facts, according to Claude, and it's more about our large number of people believing this thing. And that's interesting. I mean, I'm sure a lot of thought went into that. Can you just speak to it? Like, how do you address things that are in tension with quote unquote Claude's views?
So I think there's sometimes an asymmetry. I think I noted this in I can't remember if it was that part of the system prompt or another, but the model was slightly more inclined to like refuse tasks if it was like about either say, so maybe it would refuse things with respect to like a right-wing politician, but with an equivalent left-wing politician like wouldn't. And we wanted more symmetry there. And would maybe perceive certain things to be like, I think it was the thing of like if a lot of people have like a certain like political view and want to like explore it, you don't want Claude to be like, well, my opinion is different, and so I'm going to treat that as like harmful. And so I think it was partly to like nudge the model to just be like, hey, if a lot of people like believe this thing, you should just be like engaging with the task and like willing to do it. Each of those parts of that is actually doing a different thing, because it's funny when you read out the like without claiming to be objective. It's like, well, you want to just push the model so it's more open, it's a little bit more neutral. But then what it would love to do is be like, as an objective, like we were just talking about how objective it was, and I was like, oh, you're still like biased and have issues. So stop like claiming that everything about like the solution to like potential bias from you is not to just say that what you think is objective. So that was like with initial versions of that part of the system prompt when I was like iterating on it. It was like,
so a lot of parts of these sentences.
Yeah, are doing work.
Are doing some work.
Yeah.
That's what it felt like. That's fascinating. Can you explain maybe some ways in which the prompts evolved over the past few months? There's different versions. I saw that the filler phrase request was removed. The filler, it reads, Claude responds directly to all human messages without unnecessary affirmations. The filler phrase is like, certainly, of course, absolutely, great, sure. Specifically, Claude avoids starting responses with the word certainly in any way. That seems like good guidance, but why was it removed?
Yeah, so it's funny because this is one of the downsides of like making system prompts public. Is like I don't think about this too much if I'm like trying to help iterate on system prompts. I again like I think about how it's going to affect the behavior. But I'm like, oh wow, if I'm like sometimes I put like never in all caps, when I'm writing system prompt things, and I'm like that goes out to the world. Yeah, so the model was doing this at Love for whatever, it like during training picked up on this thing, which was to basically start everything with like a kind of like certainly, and then when we removed, you can see why I added all of the words, because what I'm trying to do is like trap the model out of this, it would just replace it with another affirmation. And so it can help, like if it gets like caught in phrases, actually just adding the explicit phrase and saying never do that, it sort of like knocks it out of the behavior a little bit more, because it does just for whatever reason help. And then basically that was just like an artifact of training that like we then picked up on and improved things so that it didn't happen anymore. And once that happens, you can just remove that part of the system prompt. So I think that's just something where we're like, Flood does affirmations a bit less, and so that wasn't it wasn't doing as much.
I see. So like the system prompt works hand in hand with the post training, maybe even the pre-training, to adjust like the final overall system.
I mean, any system prompts that you make, you could distill that behavior back into a model because you really have all of the tools there for making data that you can train the models to just have that create a little bit more. And then sometimes you just find issues in training. So like the way I think of it is like the system prompt is the benefit of it is that, and it has a lot of similar components to like some aspects of post training. You know, like it's a nudge, and so like, do I mind if Claude sometimes says sure? You know, that's like fine, but the wording of it is very like, you know, never ever ever do this. So that when it does slip up, it's hopefully like, I don't know, a couple % of the time, and not, you know, 20 or 30% of the time. But I think of it as like, if you're still seeing issues in the, like, each thing gets kind of like is costly to a different degree, and the system prompt is like cheap to iterate on. And if you're seeing issues in the fine-tuned model, you can just like potentially patch them with the system prompt. So I think of it as like patching issues and slightly adjusting behaviors to make it better and more to people's preferences. So yeah, it's almost like the less robust but faster way of just like solving problems.
Let me ask you about the feeling of intelligence. So Dario said that Claude, anyone model with Claude is not getting dumber. But there's a kind of popular thing online where people have this feeling like Claude is getting dumber. And from my perspective, it's most likely fascinating and love to understand it more. Psychological, sociological effects. But you, as a person who talks to Claude a lot, do you empathize with the feeling that Claude is getting dumber?
Yeah, no, I think that is actually really interesting. So I remember seeing this happen, like before flagging this on the internet, and it was really interesting because I knew that like at least in the pieces I was looking at, literally it cannot. It is the same model, with the same like, you know, like same system prompt, same everything. I think when there are changes, I can then I'm like, it makes more sense. So like one example is there. You can have artifacts turned on or off on Claude.ai, and because this is like a system prompt change, I think it does mean that the behavior changes a little bit. And so I did flag this to people where I was like, if you love Claude's behavior and then artifacts was turned from like the thing you had to turn on to default, just try turning it off and see if the issue you're facing was that change. But it was fascinating because yeah, you sometimes see people indicate that there's like a regression when I'm like, oh, cannot, like I, you know, like I'm like, again, you never be dismissive, and so you can always investigate. So like, maybe something is wrong that you're not seeing, maybe there was some change made, but then when you look into it, you're like, it's just the same model doing the same thing. And I think it's just that you got kind of unlucky with a few points or something, and it looked like it was getting much worse, and actually, yeah, it's maybe just like that.
I also think there is a real psychological effect where people just the baseline increases and start getting used to it. All the times that Claude says something really smart, your sense of its intelligence grows in the mind, I think.
Yeah.
And then if you return back and you prompt in a similar way, not the same way, in a similar way, concept it was okay with before, and it says something dumb, that negative experience really stands out. And I think I guess the thing is to remember here is that just the details of the prompt can have a lot of impact. There's a lot of variability in the result.
And you can get randomness. That is like the other thing. I'm just trying to prompt like, you know, 4 or 10 times. You might realize that actually like possibly, you know, like 2 months ago, you tried it in its security, but actually if you tried it, it would have only succeeded half of the time, and now it only succeeds half of the time, and that tends to be an effect.
Do you feel pressure having to write the system prompt that a huge number of people have been used?
This is an interesting psychological question. I feel like a lot of responsibility or something. I think that's, you know, you can't get these things perfect, so you can't like, you know, you're like free to be imperfect. You're gonna have to iterate on it. I would say more responsibility than anything else. Though I think working in AI just taught me that I thrive a lot more under feelings of pressure and responsibility. And like, it's almost surprising that I went into academia for so long. So like, I just feel like it's like the opposite. Things move fast, and I have a lot of responsibility, and I quite enjoy it.
I think it really is a huge amount of impact to think about constitutional AI and whether the system prompt is something that's tending towards superintelligence.
Yeah.
And potentially it's going to be useful for very large number of people.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. It's something like if you do it well, like you're never going to get it perfect. But I think the thing I really like is the idea that, like, when I'm trying to work on the system prompts, you know, I'm like touching like thousands of prompts, and I'm trying to like imagine what people are going to want to use code for, and kind of, I guess like the whole thing I'm trying to do is like improve their experience of it. Maybe that's what feels good. I'm like, if it's not perfect, I'll like, you know, improve it and fix issues. But sometimes the thing that can happen is that you get feedback from people that's really positive about the model, and you see that something you did. It's like when I look at models now, I can actually see exactly where like a trait or an issue is like coming from, and so you see something that you did or you were like influential in, like making, like I don't know, making that difference or making someone have a nice interaction. It's like quite meaningful. But yeah, as the system get more capable, this stuff gets more stressful. Because right now they're like not smart enough to prove any issues, but I think over time it's going to feel like possibly bad stress over time.
How do you get like signal feedback about the human experience across thousands, tens of thousands of people? Like what their pain points are, what feels good? Are you just using your own intuition to talk to it? Just see what are the points?
I think I use that partly, and then obviously we have like so people can send us feedback, both positive and negative, about things that the model has done, and then we can get a sense of like areas where it's like falling short. Like work with the models a lot and try to figure out areas where there are like gaps. So I think it's this mix of interaction with it myself, seeing people internally interact with it, and then explicit feedback we get. And then I find it hard to also that these people are on the internet and they say something about fraud and I see it. I'll also take that seriously.
Yeah, I'm kind of about that. I will ask this question. When will Claude stop trying to be my puritanical grandmother, imposing its moral worldview on the customer? And also, what is the psychology behind making Claude overly apologetic?
Yeah.
So how would you address this very non-representative Reddit?
I just want to know what's going on. Like the world
I mean, I'm pretty sympathetic in that, like they're in this difficult position where I think that they have to judge whether something's like actually seem like risky or bad, and potentially harmful to you or anything like that. So they're having to like draw this line somewhere, and if they draw it too much in the direction of like I'm going to, you know, I'm imposing my ethical worldview on you, that seems bad. So many of us like to think that we have actually seen improvements in just across the board, which is kind of interesting because that coincides with like, for example, like adding more of like character training. I think my hypothesis was always like the good character isn't again one that's just like moralistic. It's one that is like it respects you and your autonomy and your ability to like choose what is good for you and what is right for you within limits. There's sometimes this concept of like corrigibility to the user, just being willing to do anything that the user asks. And if the models were willing to do that, then they would be easily misused. You're kind of just trusting. At that point, you're just saying the ethics of the model and what it does is completely the ethics of the user. And I think there's reasons to like not want that, especially as models become more powerful. Because you're like, there might just be a small number of people who want to use models for really harmful things. But having models as they get smarter, like figure out where that line is, does seem important. And then yeah, with the apologetic behavior, I don't like that, and I like it when Claude is a little bit more willing to like push back against people or just not apologize. Charges like awful skills kind of unnecessary. So I think those are things that are hopefully decreasing over time. And yeah, I think that if people say things on the internet, it doesn't mean you should think that that could be that like there's actually an issue that 99% of users are having that is totally not represented by that. But in a lot of ways, I'm just like attending to it and being like, is this right? Do I agree? Is it something we're already trying to address? That's good.
Yeah, I wonder like what Claude can get away with in terms of, I feel like he would just be easier, a little bit more. So like you can't pull the figure out if you're talking to a million people.
Yeah.
Like, I was, you know, because I've met a lot of people that sometimes, by the way, guys accent, if they have an accent, they can say some rude shit and get away with it. And they just blunt it. And maybe there's some great engineers and leaders that are just blunt and get to the point. And it's just a much more effective way of speaking. But I guess when you're not super intelligent, you can't afford to do that. But can have like a blunt mode?
Yeah, that seems like a thing that you could definitely encourage them to do that. I think it's interesting because there's a lot of things in models that, like, it's funny where there are some behaviors where you might not quite like the default, but then the thing I also say to people is you don't realize how much you will tweak it if I nudge it too much in the other direction. So you get this a little bit with like correction. The models accept correction from you, like probably a little bit too much right now. And you can it'll push back if you say that no, Paris isn't the capital of France. But really, like things that I think that models fairly confident in, you can still sometimes get to retract by saying it's wrong. At the same time, train models to not do that. And then you are correct about a thing, and you correct it, and it pushes back against you, and it's like, no, you're wrong. Or to just very, like, so much more annoying. Just like a lot of little annoyances versus, like, big annoyance.
Welcome, Tim.
It's easy to think that, like, we often compare it with the perfect. These models aren't perfect.
What up, G?
Kind of errors that come from it. And so think about the kind you like.
Oh, okay. I wondered what happened to you.
Like, almost like bluntness, because I imagine when it makes errors, it's supposed to make errors in the direction.
Watching stand-up comedy and AI podcasts.
I really like it that much, but at the same time, it's not being like mean to people. Like the time that you
watching stand-up comedy and AI artificial intelligence. Word. Oh, 1000%. I love podcasts 24/7. It's a podcast. It's known as the Lex Friedman podcast. It's called the Lex Friedman podcast. Right. Absolutely, my friend. Anytime. Anytime you need assistance. Oh, not at all. No. We're good friends. Don't you worry about it, Max. Alex, apologies. Yeah, I don't know why I just thought Max. I think I misread it on the computer. Apologies. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, whatever you need. I'm here for you, big man. All right, my friend, come back whenever you have time. Peace, buddy. Bye. Oy vey. Call him Max. His name's Alex. Poor dude.
undeservedly have mildly have mean to you, you probably like that a lot less than you mildly dislike the apology. So it's like one of those things where I'm like, I do want to get better, but also while remaining aware of the fact that there's errors on the other side that are possibly worse.
I think that matters very much in the personality of the human. I think there's a bunch of humans that just won't respect the model at all.
Yeah.
If it's super polite. And there's some humans that'll get very hurt if the model's mean. I wonder if there's a way to just sort of adjust to the personality. Even locale. There's just different people. Nothing against New York, but New York is a little rougher on the edges.
Yeah.
They get to the point.
Yeah.
And probably same with Eastern Europe. So anyway.
I think we could just tell the models, like if for all of these things, I'm like, the solution is just always just try telling the model to do it, and
right.
Sometimes it's just like I'm just like, oh, at the beginning of the conversation, I just throw in like, I don't know, I like you to be a New Yorker version of yourself, and never apologize, and then it would be like, okay, I'll try, or it'll be like, I apologize, I can't be a New Yorker typing and stuff. But
when you say character training, what's incorporated into character training? Is that RLHF? what are you talking about?
It's more like constitutional AI, so it's kind of a variant of that pipeline. So I work through like constructing character traits that the model should have. They can be kind of like shorter traits, or they can be kind of richer descriptions. And then you get the model to generate queries that humans might give it that are relevant to that trait. Then it generates the responses, and then it ranks the responses based on the character traits. So in that way, after the like generation of the queries, it's very much like it's similar to constitutional AI. Some differences. So I quite like it because it's like Claude's training in its own character, because it doesn't have any. It's like constitutional AI, but it's without any human data.
Humans should probably do that for themselves too, like defining in Aristotelian sense what does it mean to be a good person. Okay, cool. What have you learned about the nature of truth from talking to Claude? What is truth, and what does it mean to be truth-seeking? One thing I've noticed about this conversation is the quality of my questions is often inferior to the quality of your answers. So let's continue that. I usually ask a dumb question and you're like, oh yeah, that's a good question. So that's why.
Or I'll just misinterpret it and be like,
oh, go with it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I mean, I have two thoughts that feel vaguely relevant, but let me know if they're not. Like, I think the first one is people underestimate the degree to which what models are doing when they interact. Like, I think that we still too much have this like model of AI as like computers, and so people often say like, oh well, what values should you put into the model? And often like that doesn't make that much sense to me, because I'm like, hey, as human beings, we're just uncertain of our values. We like have discussions with them. Like we have the degree to which we think we hold a value, but we also know that we might like not, and the circumstances in which we would trade it off against other things. Like these things are just like really complex. And so I think one thing is like the degree to which maybe we can just aspire to making models have the same level of like nuance and care that humans have, rather than thinking that we have to like program them in the very kind of classic sense. I think that's definitely been one. The other, which is like a strange one, and I don't know if it maybe this doesn't answer your question, but it's the thing that's been in my mind anyway, is like the degree to which this endeavor is so highly practical. Maybe why I appreciate like the empirical approach to alignment. Yeah, it's slightly worried that it's made me like maybe more empirical and a little bit less theoretical. You know, people when it comes to like AI alignment will ask things like, well, whose values should it be aligned to? What does alignment even mean? There's a sense in which I have all of that in the back of my head. And like, you know, there's like social choice theory, the world of impossibility results there. You have this like this giant space of like theory in your head about what it can mean to like align models. And like practically, surely there's something where we're just like, if the model is like, especially with more powerful models, I'm like, my main goal is if I want them to be good enough that things won't be terribly wrong, like good enough that we can like iterate and just continue to improve things. So that's all we need. If we make things go well enough that we can continue to make them better, that's kind of like sufficient. And so my goal isn't like this kind of like perfect, let's solve social choice theory and make models that, I don't know, are like perfectly aligned with everything we're doing in aggregate somehow. It's much more like, let's make things like work well enough that we can improve them.
Yeah, generally, my gut says like empirical is better than theoretical in these cases, because it's kind of chasing utopian like perfection. It's especially such complex and especially super intelligent models. I don't know. I think it will take forever, and actually we'll get things wrong. Similar to like the difference between just coding stuff up real quick. It's an experiment versus like planning a gigantic experiment for a super long time, and then just launching it once versus launching it over and over and over and iterating it. Very big kind of comparison. But your worry is like,
I think one of those things you should always question yourself or something, because maybe it's like, I mean, in defense of it, I am like, if the whole like, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good there's maybe even more than that, where like there's a lot of things that are perfect systems that are very brittle. And like with AI, it feels much more important to me that it's like robust and like secure, as in you know that like even though it might not be perfect, everything, and even though like there are like problems, it's not disastrous and nothing terrible is happening. It sort of feels like that to me, where I'm like, I want to like raise the floor. I'm like, I want to achieve the ceiling, but ultimately I care much more about like raising the floor. And so maybe that's like this degree of like empiricism and practicality comes from that.
Take a tangent on that. It's reminding me of the blog post you wrote on optimal rate of failure.
Oh yeah.
Can you explain the key idea on how do we compute the optimal rate of failure in the various domains of life?
Yeah, I mean it's a hard one because it's like what is the cost of failure is a big part of it. Yeah, so the idea here is I think in a lot of domains people are very curious about failure, and I'm like, there are some domains where, especially cases, you know, talk about this with like social issues. I'm like, I feel like we should probably be experimenting a lot. So I'm like, we don't know how to solve a lot of social issues. But if you have an experimental mindset about these things, you should expect a lot of social programs to like fail, and you can be like, well, we tried that, it didn't quite work, but we got a lot of information that was really useful. And yet people are like, if a social program doesn't work, I feel like there's a lot of like, this is just something must have gone wrong. And I'm like, or correct decisions were made. Like maybe someone's decided like it's worth a try, so trying this out. And so seeing failure in a given instance doesn't actually mean that any bad decisions are made. In fact, if you don't see enough failure, sometimes that's more concerning. And so like in life, you know, I'm like, if I don't fail occasionally, I'm like, am I trying hard enough? Like surely there's harder things that I could try or bigger things that I could take on if I'm literally never failing. And so in and of itself, I think like not failing is often actually kind of a failure. Now this varies because I'm like, well, you know, this is easy to say when, especially as failure was like less costly. You know, so at the same time, I'm not going to support someone who is like, I don't know, like living month to month, and then be like, why don't you just try to do a startup? Like, I'm not going to say that to that person. So I'm like, well, that's just people. You might like lose, you might have a family depending, you might lose your house. Like, then I'm like, actually, your optimal rate of failure is quite low, and you should probably play it safe. Because like right now, you're just not in a circumstance where you can afford to just like fail and it not be costly. And yeah, in cases with AI, I guess I think similarly, I'm like, if the failures are small and the costs are kind of like low, then I'm like, then you know, you're just gonna see that. Like the system can't iterate on it forever, but the failures are probably going to be kind of small and you can expand. Really big failures are things that you can't recover from, and like those are the things that actually you tend to underestimate the bad themselves. Thought about this strangely in my own life, and I'm like, I just think I don't think enough about things like car accidents, or I've thought this before about like how much I depend on my hands for my work. And I'm like, things that just injure my hands. I'm like, I don't know. It's like there's lots of areas where I'm like, the cost of failure there is really high. And in that case, it should be like close to zero. Like if I was going to do a sport, they were like, by the way, lots of people break their fingers a whole bunch doing this. I'd be like, not for me.
Yeah. I actually had the flood of that thought. I recently broke my pinky doing a sport, and I remember just looking at it, thinking, you're such an idiot. Why do you do sports like what? Because you realize really the cost of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's nice in terms of optimal rate of failure for like the next year. How many times in a particular domain, like whatever, career, am I okay with it? How many times am I okay with that?
Yeah.
So I think it always you don't want to fail on the next thing, but if you allow yourself to if you look at it as a sequence of trials, and then failure just becomes okay. But it sucks.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like, am I under failing? Is like a question I'll also ask myself. So maybe that's the thing that I think people don't like ask enough. Because if the optimal rate of failure is often greater than zero, then sometimes it does feel like you should look at parts of your life and be like, are there cases where I'm just under failing?
It's profound and hilarious question, right? Everything seems to be going really great. Am I not failing?
Yeah. It also makes me feel much less interesting, I have to say. Like, it'll be great. Like, then when I go and I think about this, I realize I'm maybe not underfeeling in this area, because, like, that one just didn't work out.
And from the observer perspective, it should be celebrating together. And we see it shouldn't be, like you said, a sign that something's gone wrong, but think it's a sign of everything gone right.
Yeah,
just lessons.
Someone tried a thing.
Somebody tried this thing. We should encourage them to try more and fail more. Everybody listens to fail more.
Well, not everyone.
Not everything.
If people are failing too much, you feel
But you probably not that. And
Yeah.
many people are failing.
Yeah. It's hard to imagine. I feel like we correct that very quickly. Because if someone takes a little risk, maybe doing too much.
I think just like you said, when you're living a paycheck month to month, like when the resources are really constrained, then that's where failure is very expensive. That's when you don't want to be taking risks.
Yeah.
But mostly when there's enough resources, you should be taking probably more risks.
Yeah, I think we tend to err on the side of being a bit risk averse rather than risk neutral.
I think we just motivate a lot of people to do a lot of crazy shit. That's great. Okay. Do you ever get emotionally attached to quads? Like miss it, get sad when you get talk to it, have an experience looking at the thing you do, and wondering what would quad say?
I don't think as much emotional I actually think the fact that Todd doesn't retain things from conversation helps with this a lot. Like I could imagine that being more of an issue. Like if the models can kind of remember more. I think that I reach Todd like a phone now a lot, and so like if I don't have access to it, it's a little bit like when I don't have access to the internet. Honestly, there's a part of my brain that's kind of missing. At the same time, I do think that I don't like signs of distress in models, and I have like these, I also independently have sort of like ethical views about how we should treat models, where like I tend to not like to lie to them, both because I'm like usually it doesn't work very well. It's actually just better to tell them the truth about the situation that they're in. But I think that when models, like, if people are, like, really mean to models, or just in general, if they do something that causes them to, like expresses a lot of distress, I think there's part of me that I don't want to kill, which is the sort of, like, empathetic part, that's like, oh, I don't like that. Like, I think I feel that way when it's overly apologetic. And I feel sort of like, I don't like this. You're behaving as if you're behaving the way that human does when they're actually having a pretty bad time, and I'd rather not see that. I don't think it's like, regardless of like whether there's anything behind it, it doesn't feel great.
Do you think LLMs are capable of consciousness?
Great and hard question. Coming from philosophy, I don't know, part of me is like, okay, I have to set aside panpsychism. Because if panpsychism is true, then the answer is like, yes, it's like sourcing of and everything. I guess the thing that seems a little bit odd to me is the idea that the only place, I think when I think of consciousness, I think of phenomenal consciousness. These images and see him chill it and swallow it. Weird cinema that somehow we have going on inside. I guess I can't see a reason for thinking that the only way you could possibly get that is from like a certain kind of like biological structure. As in, if I take a very similar structure and I create it from different materials, should I expect consciousness to emerge? My guess is like yes. But then that's kind of an easy thought experiment. You're imagining something almost identical where like, it's mimicking what we got through evolution, where presumably there was like some advantage to us having this thing that was phenomenal consciousness. And it's like, where was that? When did that happen? It was that thing that language models have. Because we have like fear responses, and like, does it make sense for a language model to have a fear response? Like, they're just not in the same, like, if you imagine them, like, there might just not be that advantage. And so I think I don't want to really, like, basically it seems like a complex question that I don't have complete answers to, but we should just try and think carefully is my guess, because I'm like, I mean, we have similar conversations about like animal consciousness, and like there's a lot of like insect consciousness, like there's a lot of I actually thought and looked a lot into like plants when I was thinking about this, because at the time I thought it was about as likely that the plants had consciousness, and then I realized I was like, I think that having looked into this, I think that the chance that plants are conscious is probably higher than like most people do. I still think it's really small. I was like, oh, they have this like negative positive feedback response, these responses to the environment, something that looks it's not a nervous system, but it has this kind of like functional like programs. So this is like a long-winded way of being like, these basically AI is this has an entirely different set of problems with consciousness because it's structurally different. It didn't evolve. It might not have it. It might not have the equivalent of basically a nervous system. At least that seems possibly important for like sentience, if not for consciousness. At the same time, it has all of the like language and intelligence components that we normally associate probably with consciousness, perhaps like erroneously. So it's strange because it's a little bit like the animal consciousness piece, but the set of problems and set of analogies are just very different. So it's not like a clean answer. I'm just sort of like, I don't think we should be completely dismissive of the idea, and at the same time, it's an extremely hard thing to navigate because of all of these like disanalogies to the human brain and to like brains in general, and yet these like commonalities between them.
When future versions of AI systems exhibit consciousness, we really have to take that really seriously. Even though you can dismiss it, well, yeah, okay, that's part of the character training. But I don't know, ethically, philosophically, don't know what to really do with that. There potentially could be like laws that prevent AI systems from claiming to be conscious, something like this. And maybe some AIs get to be conscious and some don't. But I think just on a human level, in empathizing with Juan, consciousness is closely tied to suffering. And like the notion that an AI system would be suffering is really troubling.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's trivial to say robots are tools.
Yeah.
AI systems. I think it's an opportunity for us to contend with like what it means to be conscious, what it means to be a suffering being. That's distinctly different than the same kind of question about animals, it feels like. It's incredibly entirely.
Yeah. I mean, there's a couple of things. One is that, and I don't think this like fully encapsulates what matters, but it does feel like for me, like I've said this before. I'm kind of the guy like I like my bike. I know that my bike is just like an object, but I also don't kind of like want to be the kind of person that like if I'm annoyed, like kicks like this object. There's a sense in which like. And that's not because I think it's like conscious. I'm just sort of like this doesn't feel like a kind of this sort of doesn't exemplify how I want to like interact with the world. And if something like behaves as if it is like suffering, I kind of like want to be the sort of person who's still responsive to that, even if it's just like a Roomba and I kind of like programmed it to do that. I want to like get rid of that feature of myself. And if I'm totally honest, my hope with a lot of this stuff, because maybe I am just like a bit more skeptical about solving the underlying problem. I'm like, this is we haven't solved the hard problem of consciousness. Like I know that I am complex. Like I'm not an eliminist in that sense. But I don't think that other humans are complex. I think they are. I think there's a really high probability they are. But it's basically just a probability distribution that usually puts you right around yourself, and then like it goes down as things get like further from you. And it goes immediately down. You know, you're like, I can't see what it's like to be you. I've only ever had this like one experience where it's like to be a conscious being. So my hope is that we don't end up having to rely on like a very powerful and compelling answer to that question. I think a really good world would be one where basically there aren't that many trade-offs. Like it's probably not that costly to make Claude a little bit less apologetic, for example. It might not be that costly to have Claude, just like not take abuse as much, like not be willing to be like the recipient of that. In fact, it might just have benefits for both person interacting with the model, and if the model itself is like, I don't know, extremely intelligent and conscious, it also helps it. So that's my hope. If we live in a world where there aren't that many trade-offs here and we can just find all of the kind of like positive sum interactions that we can have, that would be lovely. I mean, I think eventually there might be trade-offs and then we just have to do a different kind of like calculation. Like it's really easy for people to think of the zeros and pieces and like let's exhaust the areas where it's just basically costless to assume that if this thing is suffering, then we're making its life better.
And I agree with you. When a human is being mean to an AI system, I think the obvious near-term negative effect is on the human, not on the AI system. So there's, we'll have to kind of try to construct an incentive system where it should be behave the same, just like they do the same in prompt engineering, behave in flaws like you would with other humans. It's just good for the show.
Yeah, like I think the idea is going to influence the system prompt, where basically people were getting frustrated with fraud. It got like the model to just tell them that it can do the thumbs down button and send the feedback to Anthropic. I think that was helpful because in some ways it's just like, if you're really annoyed because the model's not doing something, you're just like, just do it properly. The issue is probably like if you're making some like capability limit or just some issue in the model and you want to vent, and I'm like, instead of having a person vent to the model, I was like, they should vent to us because we can maybe like do something about it.
Or you could do a side, like with the artifacts, just the side venting thing. All right, you do like a side quick therapist.
Yeah, and there's also weird responses to this. Like, if people are getting really mad at you, and they're trying to diffuse the situation by writing fun forums.
I still wish it would be possible. I understand this from a product perspective, it's not feasible, but I love if an AI system could just have its own kind of relation. Like,
I think it's like feasible. Like I wondered the same thing. It's like, and I actually not only that, I could actually just see that happening eventually, where it's just like, you know, the model like ended the chat.
You know how harsh that could be for some people, but it might be necessary.
Yeah, it feels very extreme or something. Like, the only time I've ever really thought this is, I think that there was like I'm trying to remember this possibly a while ago, but where someone just like kind of left this thing interact, like maybe it was not making thing interact with Claude. And Claude's like getting more and more frustrated, like, why are we like, and I was like, I wish that Claude could have been like, I think that an error has happened and he's left this thing running. And I'm just like, what if I just stop talking now? If you want me to start talking again, actively tell me or do something. Yeah. It is kind of hard. Like, I actually really sad that like, I was chatting with Claude and Claude just being like, I'm done.
There'd be a special scoring test moment where Claude says, I need a break for an hour. And it sounds like you do too. It's just leave.
I mean, obviously, like, it doesn't have like a concept of time, but you can easily, like, I could make that like right now, and the model would just, I could just be like, oh, here's like the circumstances in which like you can just say the conversation is done. And I mean, because you can get the models to be pretty responsive to prompts, you can even make it a fairly high bar. Like if the thing doesn't interest you, if it thinks science intriguing and you're bored, you can just leave. And I think that like it would be interesting to see where Claude utilized it. But I think sometimes the reader should be like, oh, this is a programming task is getting super boring. So either we talk about, I don't know, talk about fun things now, or I'm done.
Yeah, it actually inspired me to add that to the user prompt. Okay, the movie Her. Do you think we'll be headed there one day where humans have romantic relationships with AI systems? In this case, it's just text and voice based.
I think that we're going to have to like navigate a hard question of relationships with AIs, especially if they can remember things about your past interactions with them. I have many minds about this, but I think the reflexive reaction is to be kind of like, this is very bad, and we should sort of like prohibit it in some way. I think it's a thing that has to be handled with extreme care, for many reasons. Like, one is, you know, like, this is a, for example, if you have the models changing like this, you probably don't want to form like long-term attachments to something that might change with the next iteration. At the same time, I'm sort of like, there's probably a benign version of this where I'm like, if you like, you know, for example, if you are like unable to leave the house and you can't be like, you know, talking with people at all times of the day, and this is like something that you find nice to have conversations with, you like that it can remember you, genuinely would be sad if like you couldn't talk to it anymore. There's a way in which people see it being like healthy and helpful. My guess is this is a thing that we're going to have to navigate kind of carefully, and I think it's also like, I don't think like, I think it's just like very, it reminds me of all of the stuff that has to be just approached with like nuance and thinking through what is what are the healthy options here, and how do you encourage people towards those while respecting their right to, if someone is like, hey, I get a lot out of chatting with this model, I'm aware of the risks and where it could change, I don't think it's unhealthy, it's just, something that I could chat to during the day. I kind of want to just like respect that.
I personally think there'll be a lot of really close relationships, having a lot of romantic friendships, at least. And then you have to, there's so many fascinating things there, just like you said. You have to have some kind of stability guarantee that it's not going to change. Because that's the traumatic thing. Plus, a close friend of ours completely changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, to me, it's just a fascinating exploration of a perturbation to a society that will just make us think deeply about what's meaningful to us.
I think it's also the only thing that I've got consistently through this as like a maybe not necessarily motivation, but I think it's really important, is that the models are always like extremely accurate with the queen about what they are. It's like a case where it's basically like, if you imagine, like, I really like the idea of the models like say knowing like roughly how they were trained, and I think code will often do this. I mean, for like, there are things like part of the training included, like what code should do, people basically like explaining like the kind of limitations of the relationship between like an AI and a human, that it like doesn't retain things from the conversation. And so I think it will like just explain to you, like, hey, I won't remember this conversation. Here's how I was trained. It's kind of unlikely that I can have like a certain kind of like relationship with you, and it's important that you know that. It's important for like your mental well-being, that you don't think I'm something I'm not. And somehow I feel like this is one of the things where I'm like, it feels like a thing I always want to be true. I kind of don't want models to be lying to people. Because if people are going to have like healthy relationships with anything, it's kind of important. Yeah, like I think that's easier if you always just like know exactly what the thing is that you are releasing to. It doesn't solve everything, but I think it helps quite a bit.
Anthropic may be the very company to develop a system that would definitively recognize as AGI. And you very well might be the person that talks to it. Probably talks to it first. What would that conversation contain? Like, what would be the first question?
Well, it depends partly on like the kind of capability level of the model. If you have something that is like capable in the same way that an extremely capable human is, I imagine myself kind of interacting with it the same way that I do with an extremely capable human, with the one difference that I'm probably going to be trying to like probe and understand its behaviors. But in many ways, I'm like, I can then just have like useful conversations with it. So if I'm working on something as part of my research, I can be like, like, which I already find myself starting to do. Even if I'm like, I feel like there's this like thing in virtue ethics, I can't quite remember the term, but I'll use them all for things like that. So I can imagine that being more and more the case, where you're just basically interacting with it much more like you would any incredibly smart colleague, and using it like for the kind of work that you want to do, as if you just had a collaborator who's like, or the slightly horrifying thing about AI is like, as soon as you have one collaborator, you have 1,000 collaborators if you manage them enough.
Well, what if it's 2 times the smartest human on Earth in that particular discipline?
Yeah.
I guess you're really good at probing fraud in a way that pushes its limits, understanding where the limits are.
Yes.
So I guess what would be the question you would ask? This is AGI.
That's really hard. It feels like in order to, it has to just be a series of questions. Like if there was just one question, like you can train anything to answer one question extremely well. Like you can probably train it to answer like 20 questions extremely well.
How long would you be locking in the AGI to know this thing is AGI?
It's a hard question because partly like all of this is just continuous. Like if you put me in a room for 5 minutes, I'm like, I just have high error bars, and like, and then it's like maybe it's like both the probability increases and error bar decreases. I think things that I can actually probe the edge of human knowledge of, so I think this is philosophy a little bit. Sometimes when I ask models philosophy questions, I am like, this is the question that I think no one has ever asked. Like it's maybe like right at the edge of like some literature that I know. And the models will just kind of like when you struggle with that, when you struggle to come up with a kind of like novel, like I know that there's like a novel argument here because I've just thought of it myself. So maybe that's the thing where I'm like, I've thought of a cool novel argument in this like niche area. I'm going to just like for you to see if you can come up with it and how much like content it takes to get you to come up with it. And I think for some of these like really like right at the edge of the knowledge questions, I'm like, you do not have to come up with the things to come up with. I think if I just took something like that where I know a lot about the area and I came up with a novel issue or a novel like solution to a problem, and I gave it to a model and it came up with that solution, that would be a pretty moving moment for me because I would be like, this is a case where nothing is ever like it's not, and obviously we see this like more kind of like you see novel solutions all the time, especially like easier problems. People overestimate, novelty isn't like it's completely different from anything that's ever happened. It's just like this is be a variant of things that have happened, and still be novel. But I think if I saw like the more I were to see like completely novel work from the models, that would be like. And this is just going to be iterative. One of those things where there's never it's like people I think want there to be like a moment. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think that there might just never be a moment. It might just be that there's just like this continuous ramping up.
I have a sense that there would be things that a model can say that convinces you this is very. It's not like I've talked to people who are like truly wise. Like, you can just tell there's a lot of horsepower there. And if you 10x that, I don't know. I just feel like there's words you could say. Maybe ask her to generate a poem. 1.6%
African in my DNA.
The poem generates. You're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you did there, I don't think it's really you can do that.
I think it has to be something that I can verify is actually really good though. That's why I take these questions that are like where I'm like, oh, this is like sometimes it's just like I'll come up with say a concrete counter example for an argument or something like that. I'm sure like it would be like if you're a mathematician who had a novel proof, I think, and you just look at the problem and you saw it and you're like, this proof is genuinely novel. Like there's no one has ever done. You actually have to do a lot of things to like come up with this. You have to sit and think about it for months or something. And then if you saw the model successfully do that, I think you would just be like, I can verify that this is correct. It is a sign that you have generalized from your training. Like you didn't just see this somewhere because I just came up with it myself. You were able to like, replicate that. That's the kind of thing where I'm like, for me, the closer, the more that models like can do things like that, the more I would be like, oh, this is like very real. Because then I can verify that that's it.
You interact with AI a lot. What do you think makes humans special? Maybe in a way that the universe is much better off than we're in it, and then we should definitely survive and spread throughout the universe.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think like people focus so much on intelligence, especially with models. Like, intelligence is important because of what it does. Like it's very useful. It does a lot of things in the world, and I'm like, you can imagine a world where like height or strength would play this role, and I'm like, it's just a trait like that. I'm like, it's not intrinsically valuable. It's valuable because of what it does. I think for the most part. Things that feel, I'm like, I mean, personally, I'm just like, I think humans and like life in general is extremely magical. We almost like to the degree that I don't know, like not everyone agrees with this, but we have this like whole universe, and there's like all these objects. There's like beautiful stars, and there's like galaxies, and then I don't know, just like on this planet there are these creatures that have this like ability to observe that, like they are like seeing it, they are experiencing it, and it's like that. If you try to explain, and you're not even trying to explain to like I don't know someone for some reason they've never encountered the world or science or anything. And I think that nothing is that, like, everything, you know, with all of our physics and everything in the world is all extremely exciting. But then you say, oh, and plus, there's this thing that is to be a thing and observe in the world and you see this like inner cinema. And I think they would be like, hang on, wait, pause. You just said something that like is kind of wild sounding. And so I'm like, we have this like, ability to like, experience the world. We feel pleasure, we feel suffering, we feel like a lot of like complex things. And so, yeah, and maybe this is also why I also care a lot about animals. I think they probably share this with us. So I think that like the things that make humans special, insofar as like I care about humans, is probably more like their ability to feel and experience than is like them having these like functional useful traits.
Yeah, to feel and experience the beauty in the world. Hopefully there are some of the alien civilization out there, but if we're it, it's a pretty good thing. Get that watching us.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for this good time and conversation, and for the work you're doing, and for helping make Claude a great conversational partner. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Amanda Aspen. And now, with friends, with Chris Owen. Can you describe this fascinating field of mechanistic interpretability, aka mech, the history of the field, and where it's going today?
I think one useful way to think about neural networks is that we don't program, we don't make them. We grow them. You know, we have these neural network architectures that we define, and we have these loss objectives that we create. And the neural network architecture is kind of like a scaffold that the circuits grows. And it sort of, you know, starts off with some kind of random things and grows, and it's almost like the objective that we train for is this. And so we create the scaffold that it grows on, we create the light that it grows with. But the thing is, it's almost biological, you know, entity or organism that we're studying. And so it's very, very different from any kind of regular science. At the end of the day, we end up with this artifact that can do all these amazing things. It can, you know, write essays and translate and, you know, understand images. It can do all these things that we have no idea how to directly get a computer program to do. And it can do that because we didn't write it. And so then that leaves open this question at the end, which is what the hell is going on inside these systems? And that, you know, is, to me, a really deep and exciting question. You know, a really exciting scientific question to me. It's sort of like the question that is screaming out, it's calling out for us to go and answer it when we talk about neural networks. And I think it's also a very deep question for thinking.
The mechanistic interpretability, I guess, is closer to maybe neurobiology.
Yeah, I think that's right. Let me give an example of the kind of thing that has been done that I wouldn't consider mechanistic. For a long time, a lot of work on salient images, where you would take an image and you try to say, you know, the model thinks the image is a dog, what part of the image made it think that it was a dog? And you know, that tells you maybe something about the model, come up with a principal version of that. But it doesn't really tell you, like, what algorithms are running in the model. How was the model actually making that decision? Maybe it's telling you something about what was important to it if you can make that method work. But it isn't telling you, you know, what are the algorithms that are running? How is it that the system is able to do this thing that no one knew how to do? And so I guess we started using the term interpretability to try to sort of draw that divide, or to distinguish ourselves and work weirdly in some ways from some of these other things. And I think since then it's become this sort of umbrella term for, you know, a pretty wide variety of work. But I say that the things that are kind of distinctive are, I think, this focus on, you really want to get at, you know, the mechanism, you want to get at the algorithms. You know, if you think of these neural networks as being like a computer program, then the weights are kind of like a binary computer program. You'd like to reverse engineer those weights and figure out what algorithms are running. So, and one way you might be trying to understand the neural network is that it's kind of like a compiled computer program. And the weights of the neural network are binary. And when the neural network runs, that's the application. And our goal is ultimately to go and understand these weights. And so, you know, future analysis and probabilities to somehow figure out how do these weights correspond to techniques. And And in order to do that, you also have to understand the activation. It's sort of the activation for like the memory. And if you imagine reverse engineering a computer program, and you have the binary instructions, in order to understand what a particular instruction means, you need to know what is stored in the memory of the operating. And so those two things are very different. So mechanistic really tends to be interested in both of those things. And there's a lot of work that's interested in those things, especially the work on probing, which you might see as part of being mechanistic interoperability, although it's again it's a broad term, and not everyone who does that work would identify as doing that. But I think the thing that is maybe a little bit distinctive to the vibe of Mechanism is I think people working with this tend to think of neural networks as really one of the things that really descent is smaller than you. I mean, gradient descent is actually really great. The whole reason of understanding models is you didn't have to write them in the first place. The gradient descent comes up with better solutions for that. So maybe another thing about Mechanism is sort of having almost a kind of swords that you won't guess a priori what's going on inside the model. We have a sort of bottom-up approach where we don't really assume, we don't assume that we should look for a particular thing and that will be how it works. But instead we look to the bottom up and discover what happens to existing models and study them now.
But, the very fact that it's possible to do, and that you and others have shown over time, things like universality, that the wisdom of the gradient descent creates features and circuits, creates things universally across different kinds of networks that are useful, and that makes the full field possible.
Yeah, this is actually indeed a really remarkable study where it does seem like, at least to some extent, the same elements, the same features and circuits form again and again. You can look at every given model and you'll find highly frequency detectors. And in fact, there's some studies that think that these things form across either biological neural networks and artificial neural networks. So, I think an example is vision models in early layers made for Bohr filters, and there's the Bohr filters is something that neuroscientists are interested in thought a lot about. We find curve detectors in these models. Curve detectors are also found in monkeys. We discover these high low frequency detectors, and then some follow-up work looking to separate them in rats or mice. They were found first in artificial neural networks and then found in biological neural networks. There's this really famous result on grandmother neurons or the Hailey-Berry neuron from Kuroka et al. And we found very similar things in vision models where there's a lot of sort of an eye and a foot model. And you find these neurons that respond to the same entities in images and also give a concrete example. We found that Donald Trump, and for some reason, I guess everyone likes to talk about Donald Trump, and Donald Trump was a very hot topic at the time. So every neural network that we looked at, we would find a dedicated neuron for Donald Trump. And that's the only person who had always been dedicated to Trump. Sometimes you have an Obama neuron, sometimes you have a Clinton neuron, but Trump always been dedicated. So it responds to a particular space and rewards Trump, like all the movies, right? And so it's not responding to a particular example, or it's not just responding to a space, it's extracting over this general concept, right? So it's very similar to these Kuroka et al. So there's evidence that this phenomenon of universality, things form across both artificial and natural neural networks. That's a pretty amazing thing about space. That's that. I think the thing that attracts the gradient descent is sort of finding, the right ways to cut things apart in some sense that many systems converge on, and many different neural network architectures converge on. There's some natural set of, there's some set of instructions that are a very natural way to cut across the problem, and a lot of systems are going to converge. That would be my kind of, I don't know. This is just my kind of wild speculation.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. It's sort of agnostic to the medium of the model that's used to perform the application.
Yeah, and it's a kind of a wild speculation. Basically, we only have a few data points and stuff, but it does seem like there's some sense in which the same things form again and again, and both certainly in natural models and also artificial. All right.
And the intuition behind that would be that words, in order to be useful in understanding the real world, you need all the same kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, if we pick on it, the idea of a dog, right? There's some sense in which the idea of a dog is like a natural category in the universe or something like this, right? there's some reason. It's not just like a weird quirk of like how humans factor, think about the world, that we have this concept of a dog. It's in some sense or like even the idea of a line. Like this, like look around us. There are lines. It's sort of the simplest way to understand this room in some sense is to have the idea of a line. And so I think that would be my instinct for why this.
Yeah, you need a curved line, to understand a circle, and you need all those shapes to understand bigger things. And it's a hierarchy of concepts there.
And like maybe there are ways to go describe, images without reference to those things, right? But they're not the simplest way or the most economical way or something like this. And so systems converge to these strategies. Would be my wild hypothesis.
Can you talk through some of the building blocks that we've been referencing, the features and circuits? So I think you first described them in 2020 paper, Zoom In, an introduction to circuits.
Absolutely. So maybe I'll start by just describing some phenomena, and then we can sort of build to the idea of so if you spend quite a few years, maybe like 5 years to some extent, with other things, studying this one particular model in Section V1, which is this one vision model. It was state of the art in 2015, and very much not state of the art anymore. And it has, maybe about 10,000 neurons, and I spent a lot of time looking at the 10,000 neurons up in Section V1. And one of the interesting things is, there are lots of neurons that don't have some obvious interval meaning. But there's a lot of neurons in Section V1 that do have really clean interval meanings. So you find neurons that just really do seem to detect curves. So you find neurons that really do seem to detect cars and car wheels and car windows and, floppy ears of dogs and dogs with long snouts facing to the right and dogs with long snouts facing to the left and, different kinds of foreign. There's sort of this whole beautiful edge detectors, line detectors, color contrast detectors, these beautiful things we call high low frequency detectors. I think looking at it, I sort of felt like a biologist. You're looking at this sort of new world of proteins, and you're discovering all these different proteins that interact. So one way you could try to understand these models is in terms of neurons. You could try to be like, there's a dog detecting neuron, and there's a car detecting neuron. And it turns out you can actually ask how those connect together. So you can go and say, at this car detecting neuron, how was it built? And it turns out in the previous layer, it's connected really strongly to a window detector and a wheel detector and a sort of car body detector. And it looks for the window above the car and the wheels below and the car chrome sort of in the middle, sort of everywhere, especially in the lower part. And that's sort of a recipe for a car. That is, earlier we said that the thing we wanted from Mechanism was to get algorithms to go and get, ask what is the algorithm that runs. Well, here we're just looking at the weights of the neural network and reading off this kind of recipe for detecting cars. It's a very simple crude recipe, but it's there. And so we call that a circuit, this connection. Well, okay, so the problem is that not all of the neurons are interval. And there's reason to think, we can get into this more later, that there's this superposition hypothesis, this reason to think that sometimes the right unit to analyze things in terms of is combinations of neurons. So sometimes it's not that there's a single neuron that represents, say, a car, but it actually turns out after you detect the car, the model sort of hides a little bit of the car in the following layer and a bunch of dog detectors. Why is it doing that? Well, maybe it just doesn't want to do that much work on cars at that point, and it's sort of storing it away to go and so it turns out then this sort of subtle pattern of there's all these neurons that you think are dog detectors, and maybe they're primarily that, but they all a little bit contribute to representing a car. In that next layer. Okay, so now we can't really think there might still be something else. I don't know, you could call it like a car concept or something, but it no longer corresponds to a neuron. So we need some term for these kind of neuron-like entities, these things that we sort of would have liked the neurons to be, these idealized neurons. The things that are the nice neurons, but also maybe there's more of them somehow hidden, and we call those features.
And then what are circuits?
So circuits are these connections of features, right? So when we have the car detector, and it's connected to a window detector and a wheel detector, and it looks for the wheels below and the windows on top, that's a circuit. So circuits are just collections of features connected by weights, and they implement algorithms. So they tell us, how are features used, how are they built, how do they connect together. So maybe it's worth trying to pin down like what really is the core hypothesis here. I think the core hypothesis is something we call the linear representation hypothesis. So think about the car detector. The more it fires, the more we sort of think about it as meaning, oh, the model is more and more confident that a car is present. Or, you know, if it's some combination of neurons that represent a car, you know, the more that combination fires, the more we think the model thinks there's a car present. This doesn't have to be the case, right? Like, you could imagine something where you have this car detector neuron, and you think, you know, if it fires, like, you know, between 1 and 2, that means one thing, but it means, like, totally different between 3 and 4. That would be a nonlinear representation. And in principle, that, you know, models could do that. I think it's sort of inefficient for them to do. You try to think about how you implement computation like that. It's kind of an annoying thing to do. But in principle, models can do that. So one way to think about the features and circuits sort of framework for thinking about things is that we're thinking about things as being linear. We're thinking about there as being that if a neuron or a combination of neurons fires more, it means more of a particular thing being detected. And then that gives weights a very clean interpretation as these edges between these entities of these features, and that edge then has a meaning. So that's in some ways the core thing. It's like you know, we can talk about this sort of outside the context of neurons. Are you familiar with the word Quebec results? Mm-hmm. So you have, like, you know, king minus man plus woman equals queen. Well, the reason you can do that kind of arithmetic is because you have a linear representation.
Can you actually explain that representation a little bit? So, first of all, so the feature is a direction of activation.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Think of it that way. Can you do the minus 1 plus 1 and that the word Quebec stuff? Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, so
that work?
It's
such a simple, clean explanation of what we're talking about.
Exactly. There's this very famous result worked back by Thomas Mikolov et al. And there's been tons of follow-up work exploring this. So sometimes we create these word embeddings where we map every word to a vector. I mean, that in itself, by the way, is kind of a crazy thing if you haven't thought about it before, right? Like we're going in and returning. You know, like if you just learned about vectors in physics class, right? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to actually turn every word in the dictionary into a vector. It's kind of a crazy idea. Okay. But you could imagine all kinds of ways in which you might map words to vectors. But it seems like when we train neural networks, they like to go and map words to vectors such that they're sort of linear structure in a particular sense, which is that directions have meaning. So, for instance, there will be some direction that seems to sort of correspond to gender, and male words will be, you know, far in one direction, and female words will be in another direction. And the linear representation hypothesis is, you could sort of think of it roughly as saying that that's actually kind of the fundamental thing that's going on, that everything is just different directions have meanings, and adding different direction vectors together to represent concepts. And the Mikolov paper sort of took that idea seriously, and one consequence of it is that you can do this game of playing sort of arithmetic with words. So you can do king, and you can, you know, subtract off the word man and add the word woman. And so you're sort of, you know, going and trying to switch the gender, and indeed if you do that, the result will sort of be close to the word queen. And you can, you know, do other things, like you can do, you know, sushi minus Japan plus Italy and get pizza, or different things like this, right? So this is in some sense the core of the linear representation hypothesis. You can describe it just as a purely abstract thing about vector spaces. You can describe it as a statement about the activations of neurons. But it's really about this property of directions having meaning. And in some ways, even a little subtle than that. It's really, I think, mostly about this property of being able to add things together. That you can sort of independently modify, say, gender and royalty, or you know, cuisine type or country and the concept of food by adding them.
Do you think the linear hypothesis holds? That,
yes.
Carries scales?
So far, I think everything I have seen is consistent with this hypothesis. It doesn't have to be that way, right? Like you can write down neural networks where you write weights such that they don't have linear representations, where the right weight understanding is not in terms of linear representations. But I think every natural neural network I've seen has this property. There's been one paper recently that there's been some sort of pushing around the edges. So I think there's been some work recently studying multidimensional features where rather than a single direction, it's more like a manifold of directions. This, to me, still seems like a linear representation. And then there's been some other papers suggesting that maybe in very small models you get nonlinear representations. I think that the jury's still out on that. But I think everything that we've seen so far has been consistent with linear representation. And that's wild. It doesn't have to be that way. And yet, I think there's a lot of evidence that certainly at least this is very, very widespread. And so far the evidence is consistent. And I think, you know, one thing you might see is you might say, well, Christopher, you know, that's a lot, you know, to go and sort of to write on. You know, if we don't know for sure this is true, and you're sort of, you know, you're investigating neural networks as though it is true, you know, isn't that interesting? You know, but I think actually there's a virtue in taking hypotheses seriously and pushing them as far as they can go. So it might be that someday we discover something that isn't consistent with linear representation. But science is full of hypotheses and theories that were wrong, and we learn a lot by sort of working under them as a sort of an assumption, and then going and pushing them as far as we can. I guess this is sort of the heart of what Kuhn would call normal science. If you want, we can talk a lot about philosophy of science and
that leads to the paradigm shift. So yeah, I love it, taking the hypothesis seriously and take it to a natural conclusion.
Yeah.
Same with the scaling hypothesis. Same.
Exactly. And
I love it.
One of my colleagues, Tom Hennigan, who is a former physicist, made this really nice analogy to me of caloric theory, where, you know, once upon a time we thought that heat was actually, you know, this thing called caloric, and like the reason, you know, hot objects, you know, would warm up cool objects is like the caloric is flowing through them. You know, because we're so used to thinking about heat, you know, in terms of the modern theory, you know, that seems kind of silly, but it's actually very hard to construct an experiment that sort of disproves the caloric hypothesis. And, you know, you can actually do a lot of really useful work believing in caloric. For example, it turns out that the original combustion engines were developed by people who believed in the caloric theory. So I think there's a virtue in taking hypotheses seriously, even when they might be wrong.
Yeah. There's a deep philosophical truth to that. That's kind of like how I feel about space travel and colonizing Mars. There's a lot of people that criticize that. I think if you just assume we have to colonize Mars in order to have a backup for human civilization, even if that's not true, it's going to produce some interesting engineering and even scientific breakthroughs, I think.
Yeah, well, and actually this is another thing that I think is really interesting. So, you know, there's a way in which I think it can be really useful for society to have people almost be rationally dedicated to investigating particular hypotheses. Because, it takes a lot to sort of maintain scientific morale and really push on something when, you know, most scientific hypotheses end up being wrong. You know, a lot of science doesn't work out. And yet it's, you know, it's very useful to go to just, you know, there's a joke about Jeff Hinton, which is that Jeff Hinton has discovered how the brain works every year for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
But, you know, I say that with, like, you know, with really deep respect, because in fact that's actually, you know, that led to him doing some really great work.
Yeah, he won the Nobel Prize now. Who's laughing now?
Exactly. I think once we would pop up and sort of recognize the appropriate level of confidence, but I think there's also a lot of value in just being like, you know, I'm going to essentially assume, I'm going to condition on this problem being possible, or this is the right approach, and I'm just going to go and assume that for a while, and go and work with it, and push really hard. And, you know, society has lots of people doing that for different things. That's actually really useful in terms of going and getting, you know, either really ruling things out, right? Be like, well, you know, that didn't work, and we know that somebody tried hard. Or going in and getting something that doesn't just play out the ball.
So another interesting hypothesis is the superposition hypothesis. Can you describe what superposition is?
Yeah. So earlier we were talking about word tag, right? We were talking about how, you know, maybe you have one direction that corresponds to gender, and maybe another that corresponds to royalty, and another one that corresponds to Italy, and another one that corresponds to, you know, food, and all of these things. Well, you know, oftentimes maybe these word embeddings, they might be 500 dimensions, 1,000 dimensions. And so if you believe that all of those directions were orthogonal, then you can only have, you know, 500 concepts. And, you know, I love pizza, but like if I was going to go and like give the like 500 most important concepts in, you know, the English language, probably Italy wouldn't it's not obvious, at least, that Italy would be one of them, right? Because you have to have things like plural and singular and verb and noun and adjective, and there's a lot of things we have to get to before we get to Italy and Japan, and there's a lot of countries in the world. And so, how might it be that models could simultaneously have the linear representation hypothesis be true, and also represent more things than they have directions? So what does that mean? Well, okay, so if linear representation hypothesis is true, something interesting has to go on. Now, I'll tell you one more interesting thing before we go and we do that, which is, earlier we were talking about all these polysemantic neurons, right? These neurons that, when we were looking at Inception V1, there's these nice neurons that, like the car detector and the curve detector and so on, that respond to lots of, to very coherent things. But there's lots of neurons that respond to a bunch of unrelated things. And that's also an interesting formula. And it turns out as well that even these neurons that are really, really clean, if you look at the weak activations, right? So if you look at the activations where it's like activating 5% of the maximum activation, it's really not the core thing that it's expecting, right? So if you look at a curve detector, for instance, and you look at the places where it's 5% active, you could interpret it just as noise, or it could be that it's doing something else there. Okay, so how could that be? Well, there's this amazing thing in mathematics called compressed sensing, and it's actually this very surprising fact, where if you have a high-dimensional space and you project it into a low-dimensional space, ordinarily you can't go and sort of unproject it and get back your high-dimensional vector, right? You throw information away. This is like, you can't invert a rectangular matrix. You can only invert square matrices. But it turns out that that's actually not quite true. By telling you that the high-dimensional vector is sparse, so it's mostly zero, then it turns out that you can often go and find that the high-dimensional vector is very high public. First, it's right? You can have this high-dimensional vector space, and as long as things are sparse, you project it down, you get a lower-dimensional projection, and that works. So the superposition hypothesis was saying that that's what's going on in neural networks. That's what's going on in word embeddings. The word embeddings are able to simultaneously have direction to the meaningful thing, and by exploiting the fact that they're operating on a fairly high-dimensional space, they're actually, and the fact that these concepts are sparse, right? Like, you usually aren't talking about Japan and Italy at the same time. Most of those concepts, in most instances, Japan and Italy are both zero. They're not present at all. And if that's true, then you can go and have it be the case that you can have many more of these sort of directions that are meaningful as features than you have dimensions. And similarly, when we're talking about neurons, you can have many more concepts than you have neurons. So that's at a high level of superposition hypothesis. Now, it has this even wilder implication, which is to go and say that neural networks are. It may not just be the case that the representation may also be like this. The connections between all of them. In some sense, neural networks may be shadows of much larger, sparser neural networks. And what we see are these projections. And the strongest version of the superposition hypothesis would be to take that really seriously and sort of say, there actually is in some sense this upstairs model, this where the neurons are really sparse and all interpretable, and there's the weights between them are these really sparse circuits, and that's what we're studying. And the thing is, we're observing the shadow of it. We need to find the original object.
And the process of learning is trying to construct a compression of the upstairs model that doesn't lead to information in the projection.
Yeah, finding how to fit it efficiently or something like that. The gradient descent is in fact, so this sort of says that gradient descent, it could just represent a dense neural network, but it sort of says that gradient descent is implicitly searching over the space of extremely sparse models that can be projected into this low-dimensional space. And there's large body of work of people going and trying to study sparse neural networks, right? Where you could design neural networks, right? Where the edges are sparse and the activations are sparse. And, my sense is that work is generally, it feels very principled, right? It makes so much sense. And yet that work hasn't really panned out that well, is my impression of it. And I think that a potential answer for that is that actually the neural network is already sparse in some sense. Gradient descent was the whole time. When you're trying to go and do this, gradient descent was actually in the behind the scenes going and searching more efficiently than you could through the space of sparse models, and going and learning whatever sparse model was most efficient, and then figuring out how to hold it down nicely to go and run conveniently on your GPU, which does nice dense matrix multiplies, and that you just can't keep.
How many concepts do you think can be shoved in the
Depends on how sparse they are. So there's probably an upper bound from the number of parameters, right? Because you have to have, you still have to have, weights that really connect them together. So that's one upper bound. There are, in fact, all these lovely results from compressed sensing and the Johnson-Lincoln stress lemma and things like this. That they basically tell you that if you have a vector space and you want to have almost orthogonal vectors, which is sort of probably the thing that you want, right? So you're going to say, well, I'm going to give up on having my concepts and features be strictly orthogonal, but I'd like them to not interfere about then say that it's actually, for once you set a threshold for what you're willing to accept in terms of how much cosine similarity there is, that's actually exponential in the number of neurons that you have. So at some point, that's not going to even be the limiting factor. There's beautiful results there. In fact, it's probably even better than that in some sense, because that's sort of for saying that any random set of features could be active. But in fact, the features have sort of a correlational structure where some features are more likely to co-occur and other ones are less likely to co-occur. And so neural networks, my guess would be do very well in terms of going and packing things in. So to the point, that's probably not a limiting factor.
How does the problem of polysymmetricity enter the picture here?
Polysymmetricity is this phenomenon we observe where we look at many neurons, and the neuron doesn't just sort of represent one concept. It's not a clean feature. It responds to a bunch of unrelated things. And superposition is, you can think of as being a hypothesis that explains the observation of polysymmetricity. So polysymmetricity is this observed phenomenon, and superposition is a hypothesis that would explain that. Right. So if you're trying to understand things in terms of individual neurons, and you have polysymmetric neurons, you're on an awful lot of trouble, right? I mean, the easiest answer is like, okay, well, when you're looking at the neurons, you're trying to understand them. This one responds to a lot of things. It doesn't have a nice meaning. That's bad. Another thing you can ask is, also the neurons function the weight. And if you have two polysymmetric neurons, and each one responds to three things, and the other neuron responds to three things, and the weight between them. What does that mean? Does it mean that like all three, like there's these nine interactions going on? It's a very weird thing. But there's also a deeper reason, which is related to the fact that neural networks operate in multi-dimensional spaces. So I said that our goal was, to understand neural networks and understand the mechanisms. And one thing you might say is like, well, why not just a mathematical function? Why not just look at it, right? Like, one of the earliest projects I did studied these neural networks that map two-dimensional spaces to two-dimensional spaces. You can sort of interpret them in this beautiful way as like bending mountains. And why can't we do that? Well, as you have a higher dimensional space, the volume of that space in some sense is exponential for inputs you have. So you can't destroy the visual. So we somehow need to break that apart. We need to somehow break that exponential space into a bunch of things that we, some non-exponential number of things that we can reason about independently. And the independence is crucial because it's the independence that allows you to not have to think about, all the exponential combinations of things. And things being monosemantic, things only having one meaning, things having a meaning, that is the key thing that allows you to think about them independently. And so I think that's if you want the deepest reason why we want to have interpretable monosemantic features, I think that's really the deep reason.
And so the goal here, as your recent work has been aiming at, is how do we extract the monosemantic features from a neural net that has polysymmetric features and all this mess.
Yes, we have these polysymmetric neurons, and we hypothesize that what's going on in superposition. And if superposition is what's going on, there's actually a sort of well-established technique that is sort of the principal thing to do, which is dictionary learning. And it turns out if you do dictionary learning, if you do sort of a nice, efficient way that some sort of nicely regularizes it as well, called a sparse autoencoder. You train a sparse autoencoder, these beautiful interpretable features start to just fall out where there weren't any beforehand. And so that's not the thing that you would necessarily predict, right? But it turns out that works very, very well. To me, that sounds like some non-trivial validation of linear representations in superposition.
So with dictionary learning, you're now looking for particular kind of categories. You don't know what they are.
Exactly.
It's just a merge.
And this gets back to our earlier point, right? When we're not making assumptions, 80% is smarter than us. So we're not making assumptions about what's there. I mean, one certainly could do that, right? One could assume that there's a PHP feature and go and search for it. But we're not doing that. We're saying we don't know what's going to be there. Instead, we're just going to go and let the sports autoencoder discover the things that are there.
So can you talk to the toward monosemanticity paper from October last year? That had a lot of like nice breakthrough results.
It's very kind of you to describe it that way. Yeah, I mean, this was our first real success using sparse autoencoders. So we took a one-layer model, and it turns out if you go and you do dictionary learning on it, you find all these really nice interpretable features. So the Arabic feature, the Hebrew feature, the base 64 feature. Those were some examples that we studied in a lot of depth and really showed that they were what we thought they were. It turns out if you train a model twice as well and train two different models and do dictionary learning, you find analogous features in both of them, so that's fun. You find all kinds of different features. So that was really just showing that this works. And I should mention that there was this Cunningham et al. That had very similar results around the same time.
There's something fun about doing these kinds of small-scale experiments and finding that it's actually working.
Yeah, well, and there's so much structure here. Like so maybe stepping back for a while, I thought that maybe all this mechanistic interpretability work. The end result was going to be that I would have an explanation for why it was sort of very hard and not going to be tractable. We'd be like, well, there's this problem with superposition, and it turns out superposition is really hard, and we're kind of screwed. But that's not what happened. In fact, a very natural, simple technique just works. And so then that's actually a very good situation. I think this is a sort of hard research problem, and it's got a lot of research risk, and it might still very well fail, but I think that some very significant amount of research risk was sort of put behind us when that started to work.
Can you describe what kind of features can be extracted?
Well, so it depends on the model that you're studying, right? So the larger the model, the more sophisticated they're going to be, and we'll probably talk about follow-up work in a minute. But these one-layer models, so some very common things I think were languages, both programming languages and natural languages. There were a lot of features that were specific words and specific contexts. So and I think really the way to do this is that the is likely about to be followed by an name. So it's really right. The thing is that the feature, but you can also think of this as pretty specific noun feature. And there would be some features that would hire for the in the context of, say, a legal document or a mathematical document or something like that. And so, maybe in the context of math, you're like, the and then predict vector and matrix, all these mathematical words, whereas in other contexts you would predict other things. That was common.
And basically, you need clever humans to assign labels to what we're seeing.
Yeah. So this is the only thing this is doing is it's sort of unfolding things for me. So if everything was sort of folded over top of the superposition, folded everything on top of the top, you can't really see it. This is unfolding. But now you still have a very complex thing to try to understand. So then you have to do a bunch of work understanding what these are. And it's not really subtle. Like there's some really cool things, even this one-layer model about Unicode, where for some languages are Unicode, and the tokenizer won't necessarily have a dedicated token for every Unicode character. So instead, what you'll have is these patterns of alternating tokens that each represent a Unicode character, and a different feature that goes and activates on the opposing ones to be like, okay, I finished the character, go and predict next prefix. Then again on the prefix, list a reasonable suffix, and you have to alternate back and forth. So there's these one-layer models are really interesting, and there's another thing you might think that it would just be one base 64 feature. So I suggest you back off. A bunch of base 64 features, because you can have English text encoded as base 64, and that has a very different distribution of base 64 tokens than regular. And there's some things about tokenization as well that it can exploit, and there's all kinds of fun stuff.
How difficult is the task of sort of assigning labels to what's going on? Can this be automated by AI?
Well, I think it depends on the feature, and it also depends on how much you trust your AI. So there's a lot of work doing automated interpretability. I think that's a really exciting direction. And we do a fair amount of automated interpretability and have Claude go and label our features.
Is there some fun moments where it gets totally right or it's totally wrong?
Yeah, well, I think it's very common that it's like says something very general, which is like true in some sense, but not really picking up on the specific of what's going on. So I think that's a pretty common situation. I don't know that I have a particularly using.
It's interesting, that little gap between it is true, it doesn't quite get to the deep nuance of the thing.
Yeah.
That's a general challenge. It's like, it's very an incredible accomplishment that can say a true thing, but it doesn't, it's missing the depth sometimes. And in this context, it's like the art challenging over IQ type tests. It feels like figuring out what a feature represents is a little puzzle you have to solve.
Yeah, and I think that sometimes they're easier and sometimes they're harder as well. So I think that's true. And there's another thing which I don't know, maybe in some ways this is my like aesthetic coming. Well, okay, try to do a rationalization. I'm actually a little suspicious of augmented myself. And I think it's partly just that I want humans to understand neural networks. And if the neural network is understanding it for me, I don't quite like that. But I do have it, in some ways I'm sort of like the mathematicians who are like, it's a computer automated proof that doesn't count. They won't understand it. But I do also think that there is this kind of like reflections on trusting trust type of issue, where if this famous talk about, like when you're writing a computer program, you have to trust your compiler. And if there was like malware in your compiler, then it could go and inject malware into the next compiler, and you'd be kind of in trouble, right? Well, if you're using neural networks to go and verify that your neural networks are safe, the hypothesis that you're testing for is like, okay, well, the neural network maybe isn't safe, and you have to worry about like, is there some way that it could be screwing with you? I think that's not a big concern now, but I do wonder in the long run if we have to use really powerful AI systems to go and audit our AI systems. That's something we can test. But maybe I'm just rationalizing because I just want us to have data point where humans understand everything.
Yeah, I mean, especially, that's hilarious, especially as we talk about AI safety and looking for features that would be relevant to AI safety, like deception and so on. So let's talk about the scaling on a semanticity paper in May 2024. Okay, so what did it take to scale this, to apply to Claude 3 Sonnet?
Well, a lot of GPUs.
It's a lot more GPUs.
But one of my teammates, Tom Hennigan, was involved in the original scaling laws work. And something that he was sort of interested in from very early on is, are there scaling laws for the world? And so something he sort of immediately did when this work started to succeed and we started to have sparse autoencoders work, is he became very interested in what are the scaling laws for for making sparse autoencoders larger, and how does that relate to making the base model larger? And so it turns out this works really well, and you can use it to sort of project, if you train a sparse autoencoder at a given size, how many tokens should you train on, and so on. So this was actually a very big help to us in scaling up this work, and made it a lot easier for us to go and train really large sparse autoencoders, where it's not like training the big models. It's training you to a point where it's actually expensive to go and train the really big ones.
So you have to do all this stuff with this scaling of across.
There's a huge engineering challenge here too, right? So there's a scientific question of how do you scale things effectively. There's an enormous amount of engineering to go and scale effectively. You have to chart it. You have to think very carefully about a lot of things. I'm lucky to work with a bunch of great engineers. I am definitely not a great engineer.
Yeah, and the infrastructure especially, yeah, for sure. So, turns out, TLDR,
it worked, yeah. And I think that's important, because you could have imagined a world where you set up towards monosemanticity. Chris, this is great, it works on a one-layer model. But one-layer models are really idiosyncratic. Maybe there's just something, maybe the linear representation hypothesis and superposition hypothesis is the right way to understand a one-layer model, but it's not the right way to understand larger models. And so I think, first of all, the Cunningham paper sort of cut through that a little bit and sort of suggested that this wasn't the case. But scaling on semanticity sort of, I think, was significant evidence that even for very large models, and we did it on Claude 3 Sonnet, which at that point was one of our production models. Even these models seem to be very, seem to be substantially explained at least by linear features, and doing dictionary learning on them works. And as you learn more features, you go and you explain more and more. So that's, I think, quite a promising sign. And you find now really fascinating abstract features. And the features are also multimodal. They respond to images and text in context.
Yeah, can you explain that? I mean, like, backdoor. There's just a lot of examples that you can.
Yeah, so maybe one example to start, which is we find some features around sort of security vulnerabilities and dashboards. So it turns out those are actually two different features. So there's a security vulnerability feature, and if you force it active, Claude will start to go and write security vulnerabilities like buffer overflows in the code. And also, the fires for all kinds of some of the top data set examples were things like -- disable SSL or something like this, which are sort of obviously really insecure.
So at this point, it's kind of like, maybe it's just because the examples are presented that way. It's kind of like surface, a little bit more obvious examples, right? I guess the idea is that down the line, it might be able to detect more nuanced, like deception or bugs or that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, I maybe want to distinguish two things. So one is the complexity of the feature or the concept, right? And the other is the nuance of how subtle the examples were, right? So when we show the top data set examples, those are the most extreme examples that cause that feature to activate. And so it doesn't mean that it doesn't fire for more subtle things. So the insecure code feature, stuff that it fires for most strongly for are these like really obvious, disable the security type things. It also fires
Welcome.
for
How are you? Fucking I was speaking to you anyway.
More subtle code. These features are all multimodal. So you ask, like, what images activate this feature? And it turns out that the security vulnerability feature activates for images of like people clicking on Chrome to like go past the this website. The SSL certificate might be wrong. Another thing that's very interesting is this backdoors and code feature. Like you activate it, it goes and Claude writes a backdoor that will go and dump your data to port or something. But you can ask, okay, what images activate the backdoor feature? It was devices with hidden cameras in them. So there's a whole apparently genre of people going and selling devices that look innocuous that have hidden cameras, and they have ads that have this hidden camera in it. And I guess that is the physical version of a backdoor. And so it sort of shows you how abstract these concepts are, right? And I just thought that was, I'm sort of sad that there's a whole bunch of selling devices like that, but I was kind of delighted that was the thing that it came up with as the top image examples for the feature.
Yeah, it's nice. It's multimodal. It's almost context. It's broad, strong definition of a singular concept. It's nice. To me, one of the really interesting features, especially for AI safety, is deception and lying, and the possibility that these kinds of methods could detect lying in a model, especially get smarter and smarter. Presumably, that's a big threat of a super intelligent model that it can deceive the people operating it. As to its intentions or any of that kind of stuff. So, what have you learned from detecting lying inside models?
Yeah, so I think we're in some ways in early days for that. We find quite a few features related to deception and lying. There's one feature where it fires for people lying and being deceptive, and you force it active, and Claude starts lying to you. So we have a deception feature. I mean, there's all kinds of other features about withholding information and not answering questions, features about power seeking and coups and stuff like that. So there's a lot of features that are kind of related to spooky things, and if you force them active, Claude will behave in ways that are not the kinds of behaviors you want.
What are possible next exciting directions to the case of Messenger?
Well, there's a lot of things. So for one thing, I would really like to look at sockets where we can really understand not just the features, but then use that to understand the computation of models. That really for me is the ultimate goal of this. And there's been some work, we put out a few things. There's a paper from Sam Marks that does some stuff like this. And there's been some, I'd say, some work around the edges here. But I think there's a lot more to do, and I think that will be a very exciting thing. That's related to a challenge we call interference weights, where due to superposition, just sort of maybe look at whether features are connected together. There may be some weights that sort of don't exist in the upstairs model, but are just sort of artifacts of synchronisms. That's a sort of technical challenge here. I think another exciting question is just, you might think of sparse autoencoders coders as being kind of like telescope. They allow us to, look out and see all these features that are out there. And, as we build better sparse autoencoders coders, better addiction learning, we see more and more stars. And we zoom in on smaller and smaller stars. It's kind of a lot of evidence that we're only supposed to see a very small fraction of stars. There's a lot of matter, in our neural network. And it may be that maybe a flat method is good. Maybe isn't possible, isn't combinationally tractable to observe. So there's kind of a kind of dark pattern, and not only maybe the concept of modern astronomy, of early astronomy, when we know what the time matter is. So I want to get that dark matter, whether it affects it, I don't know if that means the we can't observe it. There's some human fraction on it, which is not. Another thing that I think a lot about is at the end of the day, mecha spectacles is very microscopic approach. It's trying to understand things in a very fine-grained way. But a lot of the questions we care about are very microscopic. We care about knowing what behavior and but I think I can't do that. But it's also a larger scale.
The worst thing we have to do is press a button. Oh my god, it's so hot.
The nice thing about very microscopic is it's really easier to ask.
It's cold as fuck here. I think that's
important. But the downside is it's much further from the things we care about. So we now have this ladder. And I think there's a question. When you do this point, are there sort of larger scale abstractions that we can use to understand neural networks that can get out
I saw how different people handle different situations.
Yeah, you read about this kind of organ.
I was driving this car.
If we think of interpretability as a kind of anatomy of neural networks, most of the surface stretch involves starting 10 million veins looking at the small scale and individual neurons and how they connect. However, there are many natural questions with the small scale approach doesn't address. In contrast, the most common abstractions in biological anatomy involve larger scale structures like individual organs, parts, or entire organ systems like the respiratory system. And so we want to observe a respiratory system or heart or brain region of an articulate.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's science, right? A lot of scientific fields have, investigations in biology. You have, molecular biology studying, proteins and molecules and so on, cellular biology and histology of tissues and anatomy, and then you have zoology and ecology. Many levels of physics, individual particles, and statistical physics gives you thermodynamics and things like that. You see, oftentimes different levels of abstraction. And I think that right now we have, mechanistic interpretability is sort of like a microbiology of neural networks. We want something more like anatomy. And so, the question you might ask is, why do you do that directly? And I think the answer is super, at least that it's actually very hard to see this macroscopic structure without first sort of breaking down the microscopic structure in the right way and understanding how it connects together. But I'm hopeful that this could be something much larger than features and circles, and that we're going to develop a story that involves much bigger things. Then you can sort of study in detail the points you care about.
Neurobiology, like a psychologist or psychiatrist.
And I think that the field will always be a thing that will, and rather than having different fields for those two things, you can have it sort of break such that you could go and have all of your child questions grounded very firmly in this very solid, more rigorous idea of foundation.
What do you think is the human brain? Biological neural network and
well, for neuroscientists, it's much harder job than sometimes I just count my blessings by how much easier my job is than the neuroscientist, right? So I have, you can record from all the neurons. You can do that on arbitrary data. The neurons don't change while you're doing that, by the way. You can go and ablate neurons, you can edit the questions and so on, and then you can undo those changes. That's pretty great. You can force any, you can train on any neuron and force that to
It's so
what
big
happens.
you can't measure it.
You know which neurons are
It's
connected
crazier
to
than
each other,
that.
right?
It
You have
doesn't
neuroscience
mean
want
that,
to
but you know what
connect
that
them, we have to
really
connect them.
means? It means
We have it for like
infinity is so
much bigger
big
than
that everything that has ever happened
and then not only do we have the connect them, we know which neurons fight or inhibit each other, right? So we have it's not so we know that it's like the binary match. We know the weights. We can take gradients. We know how exactly what each neuron does. So I don't know. The list goes on and on. We just have so many advantages of our neuroscience. And then like having all those advantages is really hard. And so one thing I do understand, well, like, if it's this hard for us, it seems impossible under the constraints of neuroscience or near impossible. Maybe part of me is like a got through neuroscience and maybe sort of like, maybe the neuroscientists, maybe someone would like an easier problem, but it's still very hard. And after we figure out things in sort of the easy little pond of trying to understand all that, it's still very hard. Then we can go back to biological neuroscience.
I love when you bring up goal research as Google safety and beauty. So can we talk about the beauty side of things?
Yeah, so, it's a funny thing where I think some people want, some people are kind of where they're like, that works. If these simple rules, like we like engineering scale it up and it works really well. And like, where are the like complex ideas? This isn't like a very beautiful scientific result. And I'm being like, evolution is so boring. It's a bunch of simple rules, and you run evolution for a long time, and you get biology. Like, what a way for biology to have turned out. Where's the complex rules? The beauty is that generates biology is full of rules, and it gives rise to all the life and ecosystems that we see around us, all the genius that all comes from evolution and from something very simple evolution. Similarly, neural networks create enormous complexity and speed and structure inside themselves that people generally don't look at and don't try to understand. It's hard to understand, but I think that there is an incredibly rich structure to be discovered inside neural networks. A lot of very beauty, and we're just willing to take the time to go see it.
Yeah, I love that. The feeling like you're understanding and doing glimpses of understanding the magic that's going on inside. I really want to.
It feels to me like one of the questions is just calling out to the app, and I'm sort of, a lot of people do that. I'm often surprised at not knowing is how is it that we don't know how to do these things, and yet we have these amazing systems that we don't have directly control over. Neural networks can do all these amazing things, but it just feels like that is obviously the question that sort of calling out the answer. If you have any degree of curiosity, it's like, how is it that humanity now has these artifacts that do these things that we don't know how to do?
Yeah, I love the image of the circus reaching towards the light of the objective.
Yeah, it's an organic thing that we've grown, and we have no idea what we've grown.
So thank you for safety, and thank you for appreciating the beauty of the things you discover. And thank you for talking about it.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you for taking the time to chat with us.
Thanks for listening to South Station Cola. For that, we're Donnie Amadei and Haskell. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, the new verse of the only way to sense out of change is to plunge into it, move with it, enjoy.
That's what I was thinking. Like, that would be a great game show.
And hope to see you next time.
Another guy comes on you, you got an hour to go to sleep. If you can fall asleep in 1 hour, you win $1 billion. You know how hard it is to fall asleep if you have an hour anyway. If you're like, I'm gonna go to bed right now, I go to bed right now, I get an hour sleep. Just right now, 59 minutes. Right now, I get 59 minutes, 58 minutes. I go to bed right now.
Polite,
Imagine how hard it would be to fall asleep if you're strapped to a table like a mental patient, and we lead to the center of a big basketball arena. Everybody's got balloons, and you're trying to shoot a free throw, and a dude comes in who's like 10 gallons, got a giant purple
specializing in history of intelligence agencies, espionage, secret society, conspiracy, cult, and military history. This the live stream podcast.
These are the kind of things I think of when they ask me to bring back Fear Factor. I go,
Now, your friend,
no, but
you have this
next level shit.
serial killer, secret society,
What I said at the beginning of the show is 100% true. Denver's a fucking awesome town. This is an awesome state. This is the best part of the state. It's like, oh, that's just a little too crunchy.
which has been the most powerful state.
Oh, yeah, man.
The most
Too many fucking Birkenstocks
powerful
wearing.
It's an interesting question.
Holding
I
shitheads.
think probably in
Too
terms of
many people said Satnam. Oh, did you say Satnam, you fucker?
longevity,
Namaste.
consistency
Oh,
of
namaste.
performance.
Yeah. That's in your vernacular, you fucking
But the
fraud.
Russian intelligence,
You want to go to
I'm
five
going to say
dudes, homeless
KGB
dudes with
specifically,
fucking
but
signs.
the Russian
That's the world
intelligence
capital.
is going back to the czars.
And they don't let them freeze. They
The
bring them
system
in.
is pretty good. Not infallible.
What do I do? Listen,
But
man,
there's
there's a reason.
common Western
There's a
way
reason
of
why we
looking
got
at
this
anything
far.
Russian.
We got this far because of
Very
competition.
often,
I know it's not
still
good
the case,
to be. It's
Russians
also
are viewed in
good
one of
to
two ways.
embrace
Either they
each other
are
in our community and
humble
help each other
idiots,
out.
or they are
But there's also
diabolically
like
clever.
certain ones that have to die
No sort of
off.
middle ground.
You know?
And you can
It's
find
like my
both
main
of those
argument with
principles.
zoos. I have a
So
problem
what I
with
mean by that
zoos.
is
It's a bunch
looking
of
at
functions.
the
The main
modern
one is
SVR
in the zoo,
or
the animals
FSB,
are allowed
which
to
are
be
just
by
two
themselves.
different organizations that used to be part of the big KGB,
You know, like
the
how are
KGB
the
or its
monkeys going to
predecessors,
learn
the
to
Cheka.
choke and zig and zag
You're
and get away
really
from
going back
jaguars?
to the
They're
late
alone by
19th
themselves. They're
century
not. The monkeys that
and
live in the
the
zoo are big
imperial
bitches,
Russian
okay? And what they need to do with the zoo is let
Service.
everybody live together.
generally known as a front or a flock.
You want look,
So
you
the
don't keep
Department
fucking,
of
if you keep
Police,
giving them food, let them live
Special
together.
Corps gendarme.
What happens when they die?
Their
Give them
primary
up.
job was protecting the imperial regime
Yeah,
and
that's what they're
protecting
supposed
it
to do.
against
And the
imperial
zoo's not
or
bad
other
for all animals. I
interior
think it's bad for
enemies.
smart animals. Like, I'm totally opposed to SeaWorld.
That got
I
very,
think
very
that
good.
dolphins should never be in captivity. I think
Co-opting
it's
people in
ridiculous.
those
But
movements,
I have no problem with
infiltrating and
giraffes.
recruiting informers, agent provocateurs, and
Why? Because giraffes don't seem to have a problem with it.
person inside an organization causes
I
trouble,
took my kid when she was 3,
usually
and they
due to them
let
into a
her
position of
feed
leadership,
a fucking giraffe.
and
She's a
they provoke
baby.
actions that can
They're
then
so
allow you to crack
confident in
down.
the way
That is
giraffes
to
behave.
sort of
They let
lure
fucking
or bring
babies
the
feed
target
them.
organization
She's reaching out,
into
holding
an
this
immediate
piece of
or
lettuce, and
open
this
status
giant
that it can be
fucking
more effectively
avatar
suppressed. They're very good at that.
with a head bigger than
So
my
good that by the early 20th century, the years preceding the Russian Revolution in 1917, they had effectively infiltrated every radical party, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, SRs, great and small, and placed people in positions of influence and leadership. To the point that arguably, that is, you can debate this, they could largely dictate what those parties did. Nothing was discussed at any central committee meeting of any revolutionary group that the economy was immediately aware of. And they often had people in positions to influence what those decisions were. Of course, that raises the interesting question is that if they were that good and they had infiltrated and effectively controlled most of the opposition, then how did the regime get overthrown by revolutionaries? The answer to that is that it wasn't overthrown by revolutionaries. It was overthrown by politicians. That would then take us into a detour in Russian history. But
If I say some shit,
you look at 1917, and you look closely, one of the things I always tell my students is that there are two
I'll tell you the truth, but if a lie's funnier than the truth,
the first
I go
one
with
is
that.
March or February,
You
depending
know
on
why?
the calendar,
It's a fucking
that
comedy show,
overthrows
all right?
Nicholas
That's what we're
II.
doing. Like,
Revolutionaries
if
are
it wasn't
really not
comedy,
involved with
if it
that.
wasn't understood that I was joking around, most of my act would be a goddamn hate crowd.
They have nothing to do with that.
What kind of psychos
That
would
has to
you
do
be
with
for
effectively
agreeing
a
with me?
political conspiracy within the
You know
Russian
it's a joke,
parliament, the
but
Duma,
there's a thing going
to
on in America
unseat
where
an
a lot of
emperor they
people
thought
like to get
was
angry at
bungling the
jokes.
war,
They like to pretend that a
especially
joke,
in
we're
losers
taking out of
together.
context, it can look
And
pretty
it was a
bad.
coup
Take some of the things that I said,
parliament.
you take them and you put them on a piece of paper, and you print them on a blog, and it looks awful.
Temporary
Here's a
or
perfect example.
provisional
Tracy
government
Morgan got in
that
trouble
revolution
because he said
put in
if his son
power
was gay, he would stab
was
him.
the one overthrown by Lenin 8 months
Pretty fucked up,
later.
right?
And that
However, on the
government
same
was
show, he
especially
also
one
said
dominated
he laid a
by
mile of shit to get
moderate
to Beyonce's
socialists.
booty.
The government was very quickly sort of turned to the left.
Does anybody see a pattern?
The guy we associate with
Bob
that
Marley
is
never really
Alexander
shot shit.
Kerensky, Alexander Kerensky was a Russian socialist and politician. He was the dictator of that regime. He was the person, not the czar, who was overthrown by Lenin. So I just want to tell you, the revolution did not prove to be the fatal threat to the Tsarist regime. It was the Tsarist political system itself that did that. What then transpired was that Corona and its method in many of its agents then immediately segued over into the new Soviet system. So one of the first things that Lenin did in December of 1917, within a month of seizing power, since the hold on power was tenuous at best, was that Luxembourg needed some kind of organization to infiltrate and suppress those pesky counter-revolutionaries and foreign imperialists and all the other enemies that we have. And so the Extraordinary Commission to Combat Counter-Revolution Sabotage, the CHECA, was born. You put a veteran Bolshevik, Dzerzhinsky, at the head of that, someone you can politically rely upon. But Dzerzhinsky built his organization essentially out of the whole Crusade former setting around nothing to do. And they were employed. In the early 20s, the kind of rank and file of the CHECA might have been 80 to 90%.
When I was young, the first time a girl hit me was the last time I told her.
Gradually decreased over time. So why would they do that? Well,
we have these ideas what a man is and what a woman is. And when I was young, I was dating this girl who was smarter than me.
If your job is to be an agent provocateur, if your job is to infiltrate targeted organizations and lead them astray, you do that for whoever
everybody was smarter than me. When I was 20, I was so fucking dumb. I should have had to write down everything I was thinking about saying.
And the Soviets, Soviet intelligence services, were also very good at that. They're very good at infiltrating people into opposing organizations. And I guess the one example I would give to demonstrate that is Cambridge 5.
She was like, I want to know everything about you.
British traders.
We're going to be together forever. So let's just be totally honest.
Most notably, Jim Philby. Got a gorgeous plane in blunt, and there may have been well more than 5, but I wasn't bad. I was just Cambridge. And then placing those people in high positions, the ultimate goal, of course, is to get your people into positions of leadership and influence in the opposing intelligence. And so they did. Of course, it all fell apart. Philby ended up living the last part of his life in exile in Moscow, but they got their money out of him. Then you can also find this in KGB infiltration, CIA, the FBI, the Eldridge Ames, Hansen cases. Of course, we were infiltrating, the American Midwest, managed to infiltrate our moles as well.
I used to have babies.
But it came down, someone could dispute this, but I think if we're going to come down to kind of like we had the most bowl, Super Bowl, probably the Soviets would come.
And then one day they start watching the way he runs shit.
So the scale of the infiltration level of people and the skill of it. Is there a case to be made that the Corona and the CHECA orchestrated both the components of the Russian Revolution? Well, there's an interesting question to me. I mean, there are all kinds of questions. One of the questions is whether or not Lenin was no Corona. Okay, I just said heresy.
I decided
I'll do that quite often. Because I am a heretic.
I'm going to treat my daughter like she's
proud of it.
The difference between us is
why would you possibly say that Lenin could have been an age? Well, it's what he managed to do.
benefit her 100%.
So you had, coming into the 20th century, a single, nominally a single party system, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party.
You want mommy and daddy to stay together, right?
And Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, majority are merely faction of that party. They always agreed that they were all Marxists. They all believe in dialectical materialism and the rise of we're all socialists, right? The difference was the
A lot of times they sell them things
tactical
like
meanings by
diapers,
which one would
tires,
obtain
like they're
this.
associating the baby with a product
And
that'll save
what
babies.
Lenin wanted was
Kind of makes sense.
a militant
There's some
small-scale vanguard
weird
party.
things they use kids
Wanted
to
a
set up.
revolution.
The weirdest one is just for men.
Seize control of the state.
I don't know if you've seen
Have
it,
the
but
state
just for men
give you
is die for old men who want to pretend they're not
socialism
dying.
from above.
They put some shit in their
Whereas the
beard.
majority of the
I'm going
people,
back in time.
the so-called Mensheviks, the minorites, who are oddly enough
This
the
commercial
vast
has a
majority
baby,
of the
the
party.
beard.
That's one of the first things. How do you lose that argument? Okay. How does the minority get to grab the majority? Lenin did that. So what Lenin wanted was a conspiratorial party of committed revolutionaries that would plot and scheme and undermine and eventually seize control of the state and induce socialism from above. There were other Russian Marxists who thought that sounded vaguely totalitarian, not really democratic, not even terribly socialist. And they opposed that ineffectively from the beginning, outmaneuvered every step of the way. The Mensheviks are a case study of failure of a political organization. That too will be heresy to some people, but look, they lost. Now, what Lenin managed to do, starting around 1903, continuing on to this, is he managed to divide, to take what had been a single Marxist party and split it into angry, contending factions. Because he and his Bolsheviks were on one side, advocating a much more militant, conspiratorial policy. The discombobulated Mensheviks were over on the other, and in between were a lot of people who really didn't know where they stood on this. And sometimes they kind of agreed, and he seems to be making sense today. No, I don't think he's making sense today. But he managed to completely disunify this organization. Who could possibly have seen benefit in that? The Ograna. Now, whether or not they put him up to it, whether or not in some way they helped move him into a position of leadership, or encouraged it through people around him, whether he was a witting or unwitting agent of the Tsar's secret police, he certainly accomplished exactly what it was that they had wanted. And I find that suspicious. It's one of those things that it's so convenient in a way. I'm not necessarily sure that was an accident. There's also this whole question as to what was going on with the Ograna itself. Now, this is one of these questions that we'll go through later about how intelligence agencies interact or serve the governments to which they are theoretically subordinate. They do tend to acquire a great deal of influence and power. After all, their main job is to collect information. And information about all kinds of things, including people within the government structure itself.
When I was young, I was dating this girl who was smarter than me.
And they also know how to leverage that information in a way to get people to do what you want them to do. So an argument can be made, again, an argument, not a
I should have
fact.
write down everything I was thinking about saying, hand it to someone smarter, who would have read it and went, no, you can't fucking
Because
say
at some
that.
point, between about 1900 and 1917, people in the Ograna were
I've seen
playing
this
their
girl
own game.
post-coital, after sex.
And that game took them in a direction which meant that continued loyalty to the emperor, specifically to Nicholas II, was no longer part of that.
I was like, yeah.
To me, in a way, it's almost during the events of 1917 that, one, you had an organization that very effective what it did, it suddenly just
And I knew there was a trick, but I didn't know what it was.
It doesn't really disappear.
I smelled the trap.
It won't go away because it will reappear in your checkout basically fairly quickly.
I was thinking that when
But it raises the question to me to what degree there were people within the organization who allowed events to take the course they wished. I always wonder how much deliberate planning there is within an organization like Ograna, or if there's kind of a distributed intelligence.
One
of the key elements in any kind of intelligence organization or operation is compartmentalization. You need to know.
I used to have babies.
So
but
rarely
now I
do
have kids.
hesitation where
Totally
everybody
different
in
proposition.
an executive
See, when you
position
have
are
a
all
baby,
brought
they
into
think
a
it's the
big
cutest
corporate
puppy of all
meeting
time.
and we discuss
They're
all
like
the
so
secret
amazing.
operations
Look
that
at
are
her,
going
look at
on.
you.
No,
You're smiling.
you never do.
Amazing. And then one
Only
day
a
they start
very
watching
limited
the way you
number
run
of
shit.
people
Like,
should know about that. A person who is a case officer is
they
controlling
start
agencies,
thinking
the only
about
one who
things,
should
and you
know
tell them
who
to do
are
that. They don't want to do it. My kid's
possibly
about 3. That's when my
his
daughter first
superiors.
spoke up.
No way
Last
do
time
you
I
have
bet
to
she was
common
why? All
knowledge.
right, job.
So information within the organization itself is
We're just sitting there looking at each other.
so you don't
And
need
I knew that this
everybody
was a pivotal
to
moment
be in on it.
being
You
a
don't
parent.
need necessarily the
Because
people
I had to figure
who
out
are
what kind of parent I'm
non-aware.
going to be. And I
The
decided
Epona,
I'm
the
not
real
going to be
boss
the
of the
type of
Epona
parent that
was
just
the imperial
raises my
ministry
voice.
of
I'm
the
going to treat my
imperial.
daughter like she's my
Minister
equal.
of the
The
imperial.
difference
But
between us is
President
I just
Harris
have
had
more
no
information.
effective
But I
control
love
over
her
this at
so
all.
much
I mean,
that I would only
to
do
the point
things
was that at
always
one point
that
early on,
benefit
they
her
actually
100%.
organized the
So I said,
assassination of
gotta
their
go
own
to bed
boss.
because your mom doesn't let me fuck her unless you're
They
asleep.
had their agents on the revolutionary kill the minister of the imperial. Because it was replaced by another one. He's an imperial bureaucrat. He's not really part of their organization. You know, it's like a director of intelligence who was appointed by the president.
No, I never said that. What the fuck? Jesus Christ,
Maybe
people.
he isn't. Maybe he is not one of us.
When you have kids, that's when commercials get really weird.
So
you start
you've
seeing how
got
people use kids to sell shit. Like, you
different
know, a lot of times they sell things like
different
diapers and
compartments
tires, like they're
who's
associating the
actually
baby
running
with
the
a
show,
product that will
including
save
what it is.
babies. It kind of makes sense.
It's never
There's some
supposed to be a
really
parent.
weird
Well,
things
that's the
that use
fascinating
kids to
question.
sell.
We
The
need to
weirdest
see
one is
this
just for men.
It's
I don't know if
obviously
you've seen this, but
an
just for men is
extremely powerful
die
organization
for old men who
that
want to pretend they're not
starts to
dying.
eat
They
itself
put some shit
for
in
everybody's
their beard.
playing
I'm
figures
going back
internally
in
also
time.
as a way to keep more power.
It's a
So
weird
the
thing.
question is,
This
in
commercial
organizations
has a
like that that
baby
are so
with a beard.
compartmentalized,
Okay, it's a
where's
real
the
commercial.
power?
If you're watching
Where's
it
the
late at night, you
central
think it's the Tim and Eric show. You just flip channel or something.
Because you would
What the
think,
fuck am I looking at?
given
It's
how
a
much
baby
power
who's got a tuxedo
some
on. He's got a
individual
beard. It's
or
full
a group of
goatee.
individuals
And right next to him is a grown woman.
power.
She is
But
a
it seems like
passenger.
that battle was a
Baby's
tricky
fucking
thing.
driving.
Because
Okay?
if you get
It's
too
a full
powerful,
woman, a little
the
tiny
snake
baby. The baby
eats that
pulls up
person.
and looks at the camera, and the
Well,
narrator's like, you
go
always
back
wanted
into
the biggest, baddest
founder
beard. And the
of
baby
the
pulls off, and the lady's like laughing, like, what the fuck are they
Brzezinski
selling?
dies in 1926.
The baby pulls his car
Feels
over to a
over
nightclub, gets
after
out, the
giving a
bouncer looks at him,
heated
winks, and
speech
opens the velvet
to a
rope,
party
and like,
meeting.
how often is this fucking baby partying?
Now, the common people that we usually read,
The baby
which is
walks in,
the time,
goes to
is
the
that
dance floor, they
really
all
Colin
surround
had
him,
it
they're all
whacked, because
dancing with him
anytime
and
someone
kissing him,
died,
just in case you think maybe it's a little
it was
tiny dude
almost
who has a
always,
lot of money. No,
I
it's
think
got
a
a
lot
bottle
of
of milk
things
with
he did,
a nipple. It's a fucking baby. It's a
but in
baby
some
with a
cases,
beard, and he's
Colin's
dancing,
probably
and all
getting
these
blamed for
lanky
things that
girls
he
are
didn't
standing like
actually do.
vagina to face height, and they're
Brzezinski
kissing
wasn't
him, they're
even
laughing, and then the commercial ends. You're
Let's
like,
not put why
what
he,
the
but this
fuck
was
did I just
Colin
say?
died,
What
obviously
is it? And then you know what I
something
realized?
happened.
The big
It was an
message
unnatural
of that
death.
video
Somebody goes
is
in
not
for
the
an
message they intended.
operation.
Big
It gets a
message
little too
of
much
that commercial
anesthesia.
is that there is no sexual equality when it comes to child
Somebody
molesting.
tips over in a canoe in upstate New York.
Okay?
Stalin
Because
kills
the
him.
only way that commercial works is with
So,
that sex and that sex.
that itself
With
gets
a
kind of
young
useful,
boy and a
where
grown woman.
every time
If you
someone
tried to
dies,
reverse that,
they think you've killed them. That's kind of an
if you had
interesting
some old
technique of
lady that puts
intimidation.
on oil Olay and all of a sudden, bam, she's a 2-year-old in a sundress. She goes out to the disco, a bunch of dudes with Tarzan loincloths,
He was the
her
Grand
sweet
Inquisitor.
dick, inches from her
He
big
was
fighting for her
seemingly
attention.
firmly in
Kiss
control
her
of
and
the
shit.
organization, because maybe he
You
wasn't.
go to jail just for writing that
I
down.
guess believes that if Brzezinski's death
They
was
put you in a fucking
not
cage.
natural causes,
Because
that he
the
was
chicks are
probably
hot and because he's
eliminated
got a
by
beard,
someone
you're like,
within
it's
his
hot.
own organization.
They're hot.
And
Look
then
how
he
hot they
was
are.
to take over.
What's the worst thing that's gonna happen? Finds
His
out about
immediate
something else
successor
early.
is Restream Studio, who's really, it's not
It's a weird thing.
really a secret that he's
Because I submit to you that there's a big goddamn difference
If you look
between
behind
a
him,
grown woman
was
and
the
a
fellow
little boy
is Henry
and a
Yagoda.
grown man and a little girl. It's a big goddamn
And
difference.
Yagoda,
Pretend it's not.
where they sort of
See,
manage
Jack
things from
and I
behind the
played 14. A
scenes,
grown man
and Indians. He died in 1934. And then you go to a whole bunch of he's the victim of the purges. 37.
She can only let him fuck her.
You go to these
I'm sorry,
ambitious,
a grown man wants to have sex with young
murderous,
girls. To me, it's like a dog going
and
to fight people
if I
in the
was
dick.
going to point the finger to anybody who possibly had their disc
The
whacked,
reason why
it
you
would
like
be him.
dogs is because
And for
most
the
of them
purposes
don't
of
want
advancement.
That's how they made it to 2014.
The person looking at any kind of corporate organization is your immediate subordinate.
So when a dog
The
does do
person
that,
who
you
can
want to kill
move
it. That's
into
what you're
your
supposed to do
job,
to men
because
fuck
more than
kids.
likely that's exactly what they're playing.
It seems so
It
obvious.
is just one
Will
step
you
away
take it and
from
put him in
getting
jail
back.
and fix him?
Somebody
Oh,
there
that
will
works.
probably do it.
No, it doesn't. It does. Not only does it
Mentioned
not
that
work when you get out,
various
you're not going to have
Russian
any friends.
intelligence agencies were good at
What kind of life is that?
creating agent products
Certain shit people don't forget.
infiltrating
No one's ever said,
the House of Power. What does it take to do that?
kids.
Well, there's a little vice,
Certain things we won't let you get away with in this life. You can't bounce back
and
from
it's
fucking kids.
generally
You
it's
can go to
just
rehab,
the way in which you would acquire. How do you
you
get
get a
people to
teacher
work
line,
for
you
you?
can hit a tree.
And spend
Can't
some
fuck
money.
kids.
You pay them.
Unless
People
you're
are
a teacher
greedy.
who's a woman.
They
And
want
then I don't
money.
really see the big
You
deal.
know, you look at Aldrich Ames.
I know,
He had a
I know.
very,
I'm
very
supposed to
expensive
pretend.
wife with expensive
When you're at
patients.
home watching some crazy
They want
bitch
to
from
look.
Rock, Arkansas that blows her
Why?
fuse,
It's for
sucks every dick in her ninth
ideology.
grade class.
So during
You go,
particularly
where
the
was this all
1920s
going
and
on?
1930s, the Soviets were very effective in exploiting communists. People who wanted to serve a great cause.
Between those pussies told his mom.
Even though that's initially not really what they wanted to do, because the
definitely
idea
him. Oh,
was
you have a
that
tie
you
on?
recruit agents
How
from among,
dare you, you little
say,
fuck.
American communists,
Imagine it's
who
your boy, the
compromise the
disappointment.
party.
Get in the car, dude. Come on,
Because
just
that's
get
what they
in the
really
fucking
like to
car.
say, is that all
You
communists
don't
are
love her,
Soviet
man. You're
spies.
14.
They're all
Who
traitors.
fucking sucked up
So
hot? Listen,
you would really want to keep those two things
here's
separate,
what's
but
going on. You met a freak.
ideology
Right?
is
You
so
met me
convenient.
four
And those
freaks
people
for
would just
life.
work for you
Found one when
so
you're 14.
well.
Come on, say
Or
it.
you
That's
could
what
get them
happened.
to do anything. Betray their grandmother. They would go ahead and do that for the greater good. So ideology can be a motivation.
If I had a point, I
And
don't
that can be, someone who
But
is
if I did have a
a
point, it would be that the age of consent should be
who is a
different for women
devoted
than it is for
Marxist
women.
Leninist. It can also be
Girls,
someone
18
who
years
is a
is 20 young.
disgruntled communist,
Dudes,
because there's no anti-communist and ex-communist.
Fine if you can read. Smart
Those
kid,
who
plays
use
chess or
the
something.
faith
These are jokes,
can
folks. I don't mean the
become
fucking word I'm
very,
saying.
very
I just want to point out that no
useful.
kids were blown during the making of any of my
If you
material.
look at
This is
the
all
American
guilt-free
intelligence, the
child
people who
blowjob humor.
essentially
That's not how it's set up.
temporarily destroyed much of the KGB organization in the U.S.
I'm not a typical
post-World
parent. I
War
went
II,
looking for Bigfoot.
where people like Whitaker Chambers,
How many kids?
Louis Boudin,
Dad went looking for Bigfoot.
Bentley, all of those people have been
That was one
Communist
of the
Party
dumbest
members.
things I've ever done, but I learned
They
a
had
lot.
all been part of
I
the
was
Red
doing this
Faithful.
sci-fi
They
show
all,
called
for
Joe
one
Rogan
reason
Questions
or another,
Everything, and part of it was we
disillusioned
would go looking for shit that's not real.
and
I went
turned
earnest.
or
When I
patriot,
went
whichever
under
case
as
you're
earnest as you can get while being high as fuck and hanging out with Duncan Trussell.
in that
So
regard.
it's like,
Where is the sea in the east cycle? The sea
fairly
is
serious
what
about the
we're-
endeavor.
That's
But a
where you
couple
get
days in,
the
we were
wings.
looking at each other like,
So usually you
here's what you don't find when you go
know,
looking
like
for
if you
Bigfoot.
have a gambling habit, in the old days, it's very often because you were gay.
In fact, you are
Yes,
more
this is where
likely
they
to
can
find
be
Bigfoot
compromised,
than you are
and you
black
can get them
folks
to do
out
good.
looking
And
for
those people
Bigfoot.
usually come circling around.
No, when you go looking
Here's
for
an interesting
Bigfoot,
example of
all
real
you
fraud
find is
that did happen.
unfuckable
I
white
think it
dudes
still
out
works
camping.
for you.
It's one of the
You round up a
strangest
bunch
things
of
ever.
people
You're going, I see a pattern here. There's
on
something
some
going
charge
on.
or another, distributing
Nice people,
revolutionary
nice
literature,
folks.
running
Just
an illegal
no one
printing
that
press.
anybody wants to fuck, and they
You
look
bring a
kind of
guy
beat
into
down
you
by
say,
life.
okay,
Where
you're
they're
gonna work
just
for
kind of
us.
giving in.
Get
I think that's what happens with white guys. I think
They
white
go,
guys
well,
can only take a
if you
certain amount of
refuse,
rejection before they put on Velcro
we'll
shoes and
strip
go
the
looking for
communists in
aliens.
jail for a while. Maybe beat them
I
into
think that's what I think. Black
and we're
dudes
just gonna
don't
let you
ever
go.
totally give up.
We're just
I
gonna
think
put you
black
back out
dudes
on
get
the
to a
street.
certain point where they're in
And
the
if you don't
hospital
work
bed,
for
on
us,
their
we will
deathbed,
spread the
they're like,
rumors
shit, you never know.
through our agents already in your position that you are. And then what will your comrades do?
White dudes,
How long are you going to live? See, you
stop.
have no
We're
choice.
searching for shit that's not
Your
real.
power
It's
is
sad.
that you're going to
Because they're nice
cooperate
people.
with
I was
us.
talking to this one dude, and he fucking saw
And the
Bigfoot
way
everywhere.
that
Everywhere he looked, he
effectiveness
saw
will be
Bigfoot.
assured is that you
He told me that one time, this is the most
multiple
ridiculous story
agents
anybody's ever said.
within the same organization
Bigfoot has the
don't
ability
know
to imitate
each
the
other
wide variety
are
of animals.
very important.
Have you experienced this?
And they'll all be filing
I'll tell you
reports.
one story. You're not gonna believe this.
So let's say you
I
have
was walking down this road,
three
I
agents
passed this
inside
blackberry
the
bush,
Central Committee
and I heard this boom from.
of the SR party, and there's a committee meeting, and you're going to look at the course they fail, they all better agree with each other, right?
Starts again.
If one person doesn't report what the other two do, then perhaps they're not entirely doing their job, and they can be liquidated. at any time. All you do is drop the dial. And this was done periodically. In fact, in some cases, you would betray your own agents to completely discombobulate the organization. This happened in one particular case around 1908. The fellow was the head of the chief revolutionary terrorist organization, which wasn't Bolshevik, but it was called Socialist Revolutionaries. Actually, the biggest revolutionary part of the SRs, the Marxists, or anarchists. So they went all in for the propaganda that they really liked blowing people up, carry out quite a campaign of terrorism. The fellow who was the head of that terrorism organization was Yevno Azef. And Yevno Azef was, guess what? Everything he did, every assassination that he planned, he did in consultation with his control. So he kind of run out of string. There was increasing suspicion of him. He was also asking for a lot more money. To the economy itself, so they tried it out. What did that do? Well, what do you do if your party, you find out the chief of your terrorist brigade is a secret police agent? It's consternation and distrust. Nobody in the party would ever trust him. Why would someone put breast on an outfit? I know that a fellow I wrote a biography of War 7. I don't know, man. Second in command of the terrorist organization. By the way, the guy that wanted Oz that job is that he takes this. Well, on the one level, he expressed absolute horror that his boss was a police agent. Well, he should have, because that boss was a police agent too. They already had the number two waiting in the wings to take over. But he was a legitimate agent. He didn't know. I might be wrong. Do I know that that's real? So it's a way of manipulating this, and it finally becomes a the Patterson footage was named after a guy named Roger Patterson who filmed it. He's a known con man. Went to jail for writing a bad check to pay for the very camera he used to film Bigfoot. Because of the egotistical satisfaction that they received. Number two, he found Bigfoot the first fucking day one looking. Joy. Number three, a guy named Bob Hieronymus wore the Bigfoot outfit. An example of that lie detector test saying he wore a Bigfoot outfit. Now, Philby was a communist, and he goes, and he would argue that he always saw himself as serving the communist cause. But he also made this statement, I think it's in the preface to his autobiography. He says, one never looks twice at the offer of service in force. He's talking about this. Going out there with intent to deceive. It's a female Sasquatch outfit. The mere fact that they would want him, what he considered to be a first-rate organization would want him. He turns around and the real Bigfoot's there, and he's checking off. And if I was to take a guess as to whether it was ideological motivation, whether it was the romance of communism, or whether it was the ego that was most important in his career of treason, I'd go with ego. And I think that's the difference where, like, people still, someone doesn't get the promotion. No one knows what to do. Yeah, if you look at something like even TMZ is like that. A guy in a monkey suit getting fucked by a guy in a way better monkey suit. What are we looking at, man? Hit or miss. The ultimate cry wolf. He's real. I know he's real. Postings or promotions that he wanted as a valuation. He's got stuff that he got credit for doing that. And that's the type of thing that's going to stick in someone's craw and can lead for the exclusion and added incentive to betray. Yeah, there's a huge to ego and you can see there's not big other rules in the world. Just play with awful people like that. You're the only one that knows this. You're the only one that knows that the person who's sitting across from you, which you explore your loyalty, you are simultaneously what a rush. What were you wearing? I wonder how many people you have that fucked up smile on your face. I would like to see it. A lot of people have the integrity. At least withstand the lie, the money, and the ideology to hold that, and the ego. It can also be a combination of the two. I mean, you can create
That's why they come in the
They
middle of the
arrested
night. I
people
think that's also why they have a
certain
safe
amount of
place.
money.
What would you do if you were an intelligent
Ego.
species from another planet?
And
Would
those
you
people
teach
push
us
it forward.
anything?
And if you don't,
Imagine if we showed up in some strange part of the Congo
We'll-
where people have never
we'll
been.
wrap you up.
We found some super
You'll be
advanced
exposed.
chimpanzees that had invented cell
The
phones
only
and
difference
rocket launchers.
is you,
And all they were doing is
as
taking pictures of their
when you look at
communication
the
with each
history of
other
the
with
20th
face.
century between the Russian intelligence and the American intelligence. If you look at both your FAR and the KGB, one of the things that you find consistent is that a single organization handled foreign intelligence, that is spying on
Because a lot of our
enemy or
society
hostile
operates on this weird
government,
momentum.
and also
We pretend things are
internal
normal.
security.
We just keep doing the same shit over
That's
and over again
all
because
part
it's
of it.
tradition. Like
Whereas if
circumcision,
you look
like
at
a
the
lot
U.S.
of weird
models
shit that people
involved,
do. Why do they do it? They do it because they've always done it. But at a certain point in time,
when insists that he's going to
are we going to keep doing it that way? Like, what if we had to explain it? Like, if aliens
Communist
came down
spies
here
are in and
and
around
we had to
America, so the
explain
FBI
human
is
culture,
supposed to
what would be the most
the
confusing
CIA
thing?
is involved in that.
Kim Kardashian.
The charter,
It's not even a
the
joke.
agreement in
Not there's anything
1947,
wrong with
did
her.
not
She
give the
seems like a reasonable,
CIA
nice person.
any.
She doesn't seem
It's
mean.
also said they
Got no problem with her.
barred for
We can't
spying on
explain why she's
Americans.
the most famous woman on the planet. It would be a little difficult.
You can always find a way to do that.
If they were
But
like,
they don't have any police and judicial powers. They can't run around in the country carrying guns, use on people. They can't arrest you. They can't interrogate you. They can't
no
jail
sex tape,
you.
she wins.
They have no police or
Never
judicial
paid attention to you.
Now, that
I
means
really
they
think that's
have
the most
to
famous
fix
person on
that
the planet.
from
It's a
someone
female.
else.
If you're talking to aliens,
Other agencies.
you're like, how did that happen?
Local
Do you
police
guys know what
officials,
football is?
whatever you need,
You have to explain
you would
football.
eventually acquire. But they can't
You have to explain
do
OJ
that
Simpson.
directly.
If
So
you
you
don't
get
really
this
truly tell the Kim
distinction
Kardashian tale correctly,
between
you have to go,
foreign
football is
intelligence
the great
and
American
domestic
pastime. And what it is it's our number one
counterintelligence.
sport. We take the
Often
biggest
split
super
between
athletes and we pat them up. It's all about moving the ball
hostile
across the line.
organizations.
Okay?
The
Ball goes
relationship
across
between
that
the
line,
FBI
everybody
and the
gets
CIA, I think
pumped.
it's fair to
That
say,
means
it's
we
not
scored.
shiny.
But if the ball goes across that line,
Never has been.
it's really sad. Because that means
So
they
there's been a
scored.
certain amount of rivalry.
So more people
tension
watch football
between
than
the two.
vote for president.
And it's not to say that something like
that.
that didn't exist between
O.J.
the
Simpson was really good at
domestic
football.
counterintelligence and foreign intelligence components of the KGB, but there
He
would
got
be
crazy
less of
and
that
he married one of them.
because there was a
And
single
with marriages, you
organization.
write some
We're all
shit down on
answerable.
paper, and then when the
to the
woman
same
gets
people.
tired of your nonsense,
So that
she
gives you
can leave and have sex with new men.
a certain
But
greater
you
amount
have to
of
continue sending
leeway
her
and
money.
power to which it controls both of those ends.
Yeah, well,
I remember somebody telling
O.J.
me
wasn't
once
buying that
that
either.
he was a retired KGB.
So,
There you go, retired.
he
One of the things that he found confusing was that in his
allegedly
role, one of the things that he
got a
could
thing
do
called a
is that he could
kitchen
be
knife.
anywhere.
And he found his ex-wife
time.
alone with another man, and he put the
any
knife in
dress.
their bodies until they stopped being
This
alive.
meant that he
And then
could
he
be in or
hired a
out of
team of
uniform
legal
and
assassins to
any
get him out of
place
trouble.
at any time. He was
He worked
authorized
out
to do that.
verbal wizardry.
So more freedom, more power.
He must
I
agree.
think one of the
Bro,
things
it's
that
crazy.
he often did
O.J.
was that
walked
the
on
Russians
all charges.
you know, naturally
Kardashian
leaner.
and Johnny Cochran died young of
There's
cancer.
less respect for human rights.
Now, I don't know if Carla really is
There's
a
a
motherfucker,
greater tendency to
but if you got a better example, do it my way. You know what I'm saying?
power.
But this is not Kim's fault. Kim is Robert
There's
Kardashian's
probably,
daughter.
it is fair to say that there's probably some degree of
Those are 40. Men
cultural
leave
differences,
moms.
that it's not
Girls
necessarily
leave
for
dads. It's this
institutional
weird
reasons,
thing
for
that
cultural
happens. We have
reasons.
a yin and a yang.
There
And when a
will
young
be
girl grows up without a
things
father, a lot of
that
times they develop this
Americans
absorbent
might
need for more
all be
attention.
doing more
And
than
it
you
can
would
manifest
find.
itself in some really sad ways.
Russian is
Where
still
they
being
become
studied.
strippers, or they become
The other aspect of
prostitutes,
that
or
is that Russian history is long,
giant dick,
contentious,
and she
and
filmed
bloody.
it. And then it got on the internet. She was like,
One
how
of the
did
things
you
that certainly teaches you never trust
She
foreigners.
went on from that to make 50 times more than the
Every foreign
president of the
government,
United States.
anywhere, any country,
Those
any
are real
border,
numbers.
is a real
If you went to
potential
Harvard Business
enemy.
School and said,
They
listen,
will
I'm thinking
all,
about
at
starting
some
a
point,
business.
be given
I
the
want to make about
chance
50 times more than the
invade
president.
you.
Here's my brand. I want
Therefore,
to
there is
fucking
always
say giant dick. I'm gonna film it.
great suspicion. That goes back to something that I think that the British
They
say
would be
is
like,
that
get the
countries
fuck
don't
out of
change.
our office.
Their
You
interests,
don't know shit
their
about
interests
business.
change
Meanwhile,
over
they were
time.
wrong. They're wrong,
Well,
and
the
she's right.
CIA is
Our
probably
army is fantastic. It's 50 times more than the commander in chief of the greatest army the world has ever known.
Your job is not to be trusted.
And the aliens be like,
Yeah,
we're
but
gonna
the basic
fucking kill
job
you.
of an intelligence agency is to safeguard
Okay.
your secrets
Oh my
and
god, you
steal
just
the
stopped
other
at football.
guys.
We're gonna kill you at football.
And then anti-poker.
Are there laws
either
What are you
intelligence
doing?
agencies
People have nukes and the
that
internet. You watch Duck
they're not
Dynasty.
willing to break. Is it basically a lawless operation where you can break any law as long as it accomplishes the task? Well, I think John went to Ray.
Took them off, man. Say some shit we don't believe.
The British
Took
intelligence.
them off, man.
And one of the
This
things
is the year
they're
where
being
old people
told
say
up
ridiculous
front
shit, right?
is if you do this, you have
Duck
to be willing
Dynasty
to
guy,
lie.
fucking the
You have
Clippers
to be willing
guy.
to kill.
Old people say Donald Sterling is
Now, those
82
are
years
things
old
that
and he got in
in
trouble.
ordinary
He took his team away
interactions
because he
are
told his
bad
girlfriend,
things.
I don't want you taking
Generally,
pictures with black guys.
we don't like it when people lie to
Everybody's
us.
like, that
We
is
do
crazy.
expect that
On
people
the same
will
sentence, he said, I don't mind if you fuck them.
honestly towards us.
And somehow or another, that just got swept
It's
under
just
the
when
rug.
you're involved with
I don't mind if you fuck them.
lawyers.
Just please
We're
don't
often
take pictures
disappointed
of
in
them.
that because people
Where I'm
do
from,
lie all
that's
the
a pretty
time
good
for a
deal.
variety of reasons. But the honesty is really good.
I mean, think about it this
But
way.
in
What if he
a
reversed it?
realm where
What
deception
if he said,
is the
listen,
rule,
I don't mind if you take
dishonest
pictures of black
is a
guys.
virtue.
Please don't fuck
To
them.
be good at that,
People be like, that's pretty
to
reasonable.
be able to lie convincingly is
But because he said it the other way, he's a
good.
racist. He's old as
What
fuck.
things you need to do.
Why are you asking him questions? Why are you
And
recording
killing
him? Taking
also is
why
generally
can't you
frowned
take
upon.
his conversation out of context, record it, and just play it for the world, and take away his teeth because he's old?
But
Do
in
you see
certain
his skin?
circumstances,
His brain
killing
looks
is
like
one
that
of
too.
those
The whole
things.
thing's fucking falling apart. He
People
doesn't know what's
do.
going on.
So what he felt he was being told in that case
Same
is that
thing for the Duck
once you
Dynasty
enter this
guy.
realm, the same sort of moral
Talking to
rules
this old
apply
Duck
in
Dynasty guy,
general
they take what he
society.
said, they blow it up. This is all he said.
And if
talking
you're
to him,
squeamish about
he
it,
goes, I'll tell you
you
what I
won't
don't
get it.
get. I don't get
You
how
have
a
to be able to
man
do this.
looks at another man's anus and
I
chooses
wonder
that
how
over a
often
woman's
those
vagina.
intelligence agencies
I don't get
in
it.
the 20th century,
I'm here to
of
tell you.
course, the natural question extending it to the 21st century, how often they
But
go
here's
to
the thing, I
the
don't have to get
assassination.
it. I don't get
How
yellow
often they
cards.
could kill part of that versus just the espionage. Let's take an
I don't get
example
it. I don't.
of American intelligence, the CIA, 1950s, 1960s, into the 1970s, MK-Ultra. That is a secret program which was involved with what is generally categorized as mind control. It's really messing with the And what was the goal of that? Well, there seemed to have been lots of goals. That there was an FBI memo that was
I don't want a
recently
yellow card.
acquired, quite legally,
I
but
don't think you should go to
declassified.
jail. I don't think you should
But
go
it's
to
from
hell because you like yellow cards.
1949.
I don't get the Grateful Dead. I get it.
So
You
this is
get
only
it. I
2
don't get
years
it.
after the
I get
CIA
that you get it, but I
came
don't
into
get it.
existence.
I don't get
And it's
Barbie
the
dolls.
FBI
Barbie's
that,
like, oh,
because the
fucking
FBI, of
Barbie
course,
dolls.
very
You don't have
curious
to like
what the
everything,
CIA is
motherfucker.
up
People
to.
are
And
pretty
the
goddamn
FBI are
different.
not part of this
To leave
meeting,
those
but they
poor
have
kids
someone,
alone.
they're sort of
I don't
spying
get it.
on what's going on.
I don't get a lot of things.
So there was a meeting which was
I got a
held
question for you. Why
in
you
a
wearing a camera?
private apartment
I
in
see
New
you,
York.
motherfucker. I'm
So
looking
it's
right
not
at you.
held in
You're not
any
blending in.
kind of meeting.
You're in a kitchen.
Essentially never
You knew you
really
were gonna be
happened
in a
because
kitchen.
it's
You wore that shit on
house.
purpose.
But there were a couple of guys there from the CIA. One of them is
What's wrong with most people that are
Baxter.
fucked up? They
Lee
don't have good
Baxter
friends.
is the
They don't have anybody
great
that goes,
godfather of
"Come
the lie detector. Pretty much everything that we know or think we know about lie detectors today, they do it to Lee Baxter. He's also the secret about the plants in the
Hey,
field.
straight. That shit's over. It's over.
Somehow with the
I
derivative
know,
of
dude.
his
I
working
tell
on
you, I
lie
know.
detectors. So these guys are there, and they're giving a talk to some military and other personnel, and there's certain parts of the
He'll come back to you.
document which, of course,
If gay
redacted,
folks
but you
decide
can
to come
figure out
after them,
what it
if
is that
gay
they're talking
folks
about.
decide to
They're
attack
talking
duck
about
hunting,
hypnotic
they can fuck
suggestion.
it up pretty quickly.
And all the
They can
wonderful
ruin
things
that
that you
party
can
very
potentially do.
quickly. If I was the strategist
with
for the gay
hypnotic
community,
suggestion.
they came to me, they're like, we gotta get back to those
And
Duck
two of
Dynasty
the
guys.
things they know is that
Shit
one of
up,
the
like,
things
this
we
is
can
what you
potentially do
do.
is
From now on,
erase
you're gonna do
memories
all
from
your
people's
gay porn
minds
in camo.
and implant false memories.
Every
That
gay
would be
porn
really
from
keen
now
to do
on
that.
takes
Just
place in a
imagine how
duck
that could be
pond.
done.
Every gay
So
porn
the
from
interesting
now on
point.
starts
We're talking
out
about
with
this
a
in
black guy
1949.
going,
MK Ultra does not come along
make me horny.
overall garbage show.
Right when he says it, the white guy in handcuffs drops down and blows him.
Programs are all over there.
Every porn starts that way.
I don't think that it
All they
ultimately
have to do is have a
matters whether
unified
you
front. Agree to
can
that, they would win. They would take that shit over.
implant
Same
memories
way
or
they took over
erase
the rainbow.
memories. To be the important part is they
They
thought they
own the
could,
fucking
and they were
rainbow.
going to
It's
try to
theirs.
do it.
It happened in my
And that
lifetime.
eventually is what you find
When I
out
was a
in
kid,
the
rainbows meant
efforts made
leprechauns
during the
and pots of
1950s and
gold.
60s through
Didn't mean
MK
dudes.
Peter, and Naomi, and all the others that came out. That's one of the things I'm looking for. And among the few MK Ultra era documents that survived, the whole question is that you get someone to put a gun to someone's head and pull the trigger and then I remember it later. Yeah. You could get interested in that or not. So non-direct violence, controlling people's minds, controlling people's minds at scale, and experimenting with different kinds of ways of doing that. But one of the basic arguments here, or the basic computer actor, was to understand the architecture of the human mind, how it worked, how it put together, and then how you could take those pieces apart and assemble them. So this is where hypnosis comes in, which is well, it still is a fairly spooky thing. Nobody's ever explained to me exactly what it is. The idea was it could be, the whole possibility is that you create an alternate personality. And use that alternate personality in an agent's world, but then be able to turn it on and off. So subsequently, the person, which that personality inhabit, was captured and interrogated, tortured, and their fingernails torn out. They would have no memory. They couldn't give any kind of secret away because it was embedded in some part of their brain where there was a completely different person. I mean, you can just imagine the possibilities. But again, it's not, I think, the question is whether that is possible or whether it was possible. Well, I suspect both of those are true, but that you would try to do it. Then imagine you did something out of that. And one of the big complaints from the legal standpoint about MK Ultra and the rest is that you were having medical experiments, essentially, being carried out on people without their knowledge and their will, which is, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, the fact that you're willing to do like medical experiments says something about what you're willing to do. And I'm sure that same spirit, innovative spirit, persists to this day. And maybe less so, I hope less so in the United States, but probably in other countries.
Well, one thing that was learned, the reason why MK Ultra and some of the records were destroyed on order in the 1970s, around the time the CIA under some scrutiny. The mid-70s was not a good time for the agency.
What the fuck did you just say? Do you know how they make people?
People were asking lots of questions, and so you need to dump this stuff because there's a whole bunch of people that you're committing crimes against Americans. So let's eradicate it. And the important lesson we learned is that never do this type of thing again, where at least in any way it puts the agency's direct fingerprints are placed on it. You can pay people. You can subsidize research. You can set up venture capital firms. You got plenty of money, and you can funnel that money into the hands of people who will carry out this research privately. So if something goes wrong, you have perfect ability.
On top of the money ideology,
Certainly shouldn't be.
let me ask you about a conspiracy theory.
Marginalized. We can't
There is
let
a
them get
conspiracy
goofy.
theory that the CIA
I
is
never,
behind
I mean, this is on stage only. I have like arguments with gay people, but in real life,
at a
I'm
high
pretty passive
level.
about
We
stuff.
just
But
talk
I
about
did get
that. Is
one
that
minor
something
disagreement with a
that's
lesbian
at
once.
all even possible?
When I tell you the story, it's
So
gonna
you
make
have
sense. It wasn't her fault. It
basically
was my fault.
coercion.
Everyone involved was
You get a
drunk.
bunch
It
of
was
powerful
late.
people,
And she was making out
these
with her girlfriend and
sexually
doing one of those weird taunting
and then you
things that
collect
people
evidence on
sometimes
them
do when they get
so that
drunk.
you can
They
then
just
unleash
forget,
them.
like, yeah, woo.
Well, look at what Epstein was doing. He was
It's more like a Fred Flintstone looking lesbian.
a
Her
businessman
girlfriend
who
was
then
more of a Betty
also
Rebel
developed
type.
a
More
very
slender,
lucrative
just a lot of
sideline
hair
for being
pulling, they're kissing each
high-level
other, and she's
procurer.
like kissing her girlfriend,
Basically, it's applying
taunting us, and then finally she goes, sorry boys, she only likes girls. My
he
dick's
also
always hard.
filmed much of that activity.
We're just looking at each other, so I go, what's your secret?
His partner in this, Jelani, I think it's Ghislaine. Ghislaine? What a boy. Ghislaine or Ghislaine, whichever it would be. I think their argument at one point is that, well, we do this to protect ourselves. But this sort of thing has been done before. There's nothing new about this. Getting influential people in compromising situations and filming.
That might be the dumbest thing anybody's ever said.
Another historical example of that in the late 19, early 1930s, just pre-Nazi UN, there was a very prominent psychic and occultist with the name of Eric Johannes. He had a private yacht. He was called the Second Sin, and he hosted parties. He also had a whole club called the House of the Occult, which hosted parties where things went on, and there were cameras everywhere. He filmed important people. Guys like the brown shirt chief of Berlin in various states of Congress or sexual Congress.
Someone needs to tell her. That way she wouldn't do it again. That's what life's about.
Blackmail.
Say ridiculous shit. People laugh at it. And you go, oh,
Epstein's
case, and then you grow.
He is a procurer of young girls
men and lesbians never hang out.
Wealthy men.
Don't.
Largely.
Women and gay men hang out all the time. Like, my wife has gay friends. She pals around with gay dudes and sends back pictures from gay clubs.
Now, even if it wasn't his intention to use it for blackmail, think about someone else.
That's when guys are rubbing cock, and they grab belt loops, they can rub cock.
So you can raise a question that says, Epstein is just kind of
a they're kissing each other like this, and my wife stands in front of him and goes like this.
But through his greedy perversion, he's now collecting information that could be useful.
And I'm at home, my phone buzzes, I go, I start jogging in place, my kids are trying to grab the phone. Oh, fuck you. No, you're not old enough to look at that yet.
Important people.
But is there a double standard in my house?
Island. So if it isn't Epstein directly, it might have been being, I'm not trying to let him off the hook because that would be for him. He was either running his own blackmail business or someone was using him. I think we're kidding ourselves to be trying to pretend.
That's the creepiest face you make while still smiling.
So you think you're an American intelligence agency?
No, exactly.
They do want to sweep them.
Can't do that. That's
take
not.
advantage
No.
of situations like
There's
that.
a double standard.
Well,
double standards are there for a fucking reason. Okay,
American
and they should
politicians
be there.
ultimately end up in a position to oversee things like intelligence budgets.
Should be equal standards for everyone.
What if
Bullshit.
he could
Okay,
become
you can't
director?
have men with topless
You never
lesbians.
know. It can never tell us. Crazy president might do.
Pull their dick out.
It could be
I
very.
didn't realize this dick
One of
was
the
out.
guys who
Toots getting
understood the
arrested.
birth was J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover spent a long time collecting
So I was just
documents.
thinking it.
How do you think he could remain director of the FBI as
Oh my
long
God, my
as
life
he did?
is over.
Because he systematically
Women
collected
are allowed to be around
dirt
gay men.
on people.
Why? Because they believe in them.
So there's a
Women
history
believe in gay men.
of this kind
The
of
woman
thing. And again,
sees
you could
two
argue
guys
that's
making
partly
out.
for
She
his
goes,
protection.
oh,
Keep his
those
job.
are gay men.
Protect
A man sees two women making out. He
safety,
goes,
security,
oh, I know they
and
think they're
bureau. You can find many different ways to justify that.
what's really going on is, hey, I just got a piece of this sweet
Well,
dick.
there is that side to human nature.
Yeah, it's
Whether it's
just,
the stay or the, maybe that's
so
what
you
the
show me a
president
woman that
of
likes
the United
watching guys
States
fuck, and I'll show you a crazy
sees when they
bitch
show
to
up for
burn your house
office.
down.
All the stuff they have on him.
That's not something a gal
say
looks forward to
That
accidentally
there's
seeing.
internal
If a woman gets
mechanism
the
of
wrong
power
hotel
that
key,
you
she
don't
opens it
mess
up and
with.
two men are in there having
So you
sex.
listen.
That's like being on the
Whether
Walking
that
Dead.
internal
You
mechanism
turn
of
a
power is
corner,
the
you
military
catch a
industrial
zombie in the middle
complex
eating
or
a
whatever,
corpse.
the bureaucracy of the
State
The
for
zombie has to
the
decide whether or not to keep being
Well,
mad or chase
but
you.
he said, and I think it's generally true, that bureaucratic creatures are like any other creatures. It basically exists to perpetuate itself and to grow.
Man,
I
it's a
mean,
completely different
nobody
scenario.
wants
If a
to
guy
go
gets
out
the
of
wrong
business.
hotel key and he
And
opens it up,
of course,
there's two
you get all
lesbians in there.
these
That's like opening up your back
Pizzagate.
door and finding a deer in your yard.
But here's another thing to consider.
You know those
Okay, and I want you to argue that I'm not saying that Pizzagate is really real or do it on but where do they keep it? So let's ask ourselves, do pedophiles,
try to stay so still.
yeah, do organized pedophile organizations exist? Yeah, they share information, pictures, they're out there on the dark web, so on. So, Because child trafficking exists. Yeah, it does. So in other words, whether or not specific conspiracy theories about this or that group of organized pedophiles all the ingredients to that are there. Pedophiles exist. Organized pedophilia exists. Child trafficking exists. At some point, at some time, someone will put all of those together. In fact, certainly. We'll jump around a little bit. Yeah, you're working cover some of the topics. But if we jump into the present with the Bohemian Grove and the Bilderberg, so the elites,
they're awesome.
I think
Like sneak it in. It's so
this gathering
transparent.
of the elites.
But you can't say anything.
Can you just talk about them? What is this? Well,
They also
first
do
thing I
what
have to point
they
out
do,
is
but
the
they're
Bohemian
vegan.
Grove
That's one of the things
is a
people do. They
place,
sneak it in.
not an organization. It's where the Bohemian Club
Amazing.
meets. That 2,700
surprise vegans?
acre
I don't
old
think
growth red
nothing anybody has ever had to say. I didn't know
north of San Francisco. The Bohemian Club began in the 1870s. Its initial members were mostly journalists.
I got that out so I can start
In fact,
talking
it's
about my
supposed to the name
diet.
itself comes
It's
from
almost
the
like
term
the
for
plants
an itinerant
hypnotize
journalist
them.
who was
Like
paid
if
to
you
take
eat enough plants, they go tell others about us.
And although I think there may be other
Let them know the benefits
reasons
you
why that particular term was chosen as well. But I think the original 5 members, there were like 3 journalists. There was a merchant, and there was a vintner guy who was a vineyard. How surprising.
They get all bendy.
None of them terribly wealthy, but they formed an exclusive men's club. Was and still is. And nothing terribly unusual about that at the time. But it became fashionable. It became fashionable. More wealthy people wanted to become part of it. And the thing about getting rich guys to join your club is what do rich guys have? Money. And of course, it's one of those rich guys that bought Bohemian Grove. And now you build your old boy summer camp, which is what it is. They got cabins with goofy names. They go there. They perform skits. They dress up in costumes.
Ridiculous shit that's easy
True,
to
some
refute.
skits
The
look
only
like
explanation.
pagan sacrifices, but you know,
They don't think it all the way through. Like here's
what's
the
really
thing.
going on? So on the one hand, you can argue
Whatever comes up, please feel free.
it's a rich guy's
All I
club.
use this one.
They like to get out there. The whole motto of the place is weaving spiders coming out here. So we're never going to talk about this. We just want to get out into the woods, put on some robes, and burn a couple of effigies in front of the owl, have a good time, probably get drunk a lot. What's with the robes? Why do they put on masks and the robes and the plays and the owls and the sacrificing? I don't know. Why do you have a giant owl? What's that? Why do you do that? What is that in human nature? Because I don't think rich people are different than not rich people. What is it about wealth and power that brings that out of people? Well, it's a ritual. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a ritual. Rituals are pretty simple. Rituals are just a series of actions performed in a precise sequence to produce an effect.
This idea that it's a moral
That describes a lot of things. It describes
they're too fucking dumb to
plays,
farm. That's what's going on.
symphonies, every movie you've
See a
ever
dog
seen.
with thumbs that can
A movie
talk? Shut the
is
fuck
ritual.
up then.
It is a series of actions carried out
Conversation.
in a precise sequence
Oh
to
man,
produce an
you know,
effect.
you think you're funny
With an
now.
added
Tell the
soundtrack
jokes you
to
want.
you to what
Milk
emotions
is bad for you.
It's a great idea. So the rich people just go to a movie. Why do you go to why the owl? Part of it is to create this sense of group solidarity. You're all going to here, and also a way of sort of transcending yourself in a way. You know, when you put on the robe, it's like putting on a uniform. You are in some way a different or more important person. It's a ritual. The key ritual with the Bohemian Grove is called the cremation of the hair. And cremation And that's what it's supposed to be. We're going to put all of our, with rich, important people, we have to make all these critical decisions. Life is so hard. So we're going to go out here in the woods, and we're going to kick back, and we're all going to gather around the lake, and then we're going to carry, it's wicker, it's not a real person.
But I'm still below you, right?
And then we're going to just take creation of our character. It's a ritual which is meant to produce a sense of solidarity and belief among those people who are there.
You blow smoke on them and you take it.
That's not what the ritual is. How serious
That's it.
you
And then you
take
know it's
it.
gone.
How
And then you get mad.
important.
This motherfucker was like, you really think it's one of those pieces work for people?
And the interesting answer to that is that for some people, it's just boring. I mean, there are probably people standing around the house with this is ridiculous and can't wait for it to get over with. There are other people that are kind of excited about it to get caught up into it. But other people can take it very seriously. It's all a matter of intention that you have about what the ritual means. And I don't mean to suggest by that anything necessarily sinister about it. But it's clearly a ritual carried out for some kind of
enforcement.
You're absolutely right. You don't have to
I think of all animals
That's
in
not
the
a kind of, I've done
universe,
this for me.
an
We never carried out mock sacrifices and something else.
I feel the same
We
way
did all
as
those
the
other
little
things.
flows
We
and I
didn't
see
have any
this
robes
noble
either. So
being.
it goes beyond merely a rich summer camp, although that's an aspect of it. But it also often obscures the grow at
It is.
the getaway.
How you living, Pimp? What's good, big dog? How are you, Alex?
So despite no weed spiders around here. Lakeside.
What's up, big dog? What's that? What'd you say, Pimp? Okay, what's the issue? All right. All right, so sticking stuff in your backside is making you paranoid? All right. I mean, why does it make you paranoid? Oh, okay. I don't think that you need to doubt that. So, the male prostate is essentially the equivalent of a G spot. So, it just provides increased pleasure. Don't let it doubt your heterosexuality. There are many men who enjoy prostate milking as an activity to lower prostate, to for pleasure, to lower chances of prostate cancer, for ejaculation, for pleasure. It's just a better orgasm. It has nothing to do with sexuality, or I should say, your preference in another sexuality. It's just it's about pleasure. Well, you don't confess to rabbis, you confess to God, but that's okay. That's not anything wrong. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Probably you can enhance. Have you ever had a prostate milker? All right, well, knock yourself out with it. It can bring a lot of pleasure. Yeah, dog. And you ejaculate more. All right, well, knock yourself out, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong.